Blackburn is forced to abandon the truck. Suddenly, his wife Sophia roars up in an Isuzu rodeo.
The truck is fine, but has an unknown location and destination.
In a matter of seconds, they are out of range.
It was hard to believe that Blackburn had actually escaped from the jail because although a lot of people want to escape from the jail and many attempted, very few actually get away. But it just pointed out again how unpredictable Blackburn was.
We are not Delta Vector units.
Looking for leads, FBI agents Henry Schlumpf and Brett Shields tracked down the suspect's relatives.
Yes, we have
Blackburn was going to have to go someplace to get some help.
Agents check out an apartment building where Blackburn's sister-in-law lives. Parked out front, they find the same Isuzu rodeo used in the jail break. They run the plates and discover it belongs to Blackburn's wife, Sophia.
We see the truck in the parking lot.
Yes,
so now our hearts are racing just a little bit more. The adrenaline's pumping.
The truck is fine and has
Since he was in federal custody, it falls under the U.S. Marshal's jurisdiction as well. So I call it some Marshal friends of mine. We're sitting on this truck, not knowing if he's going to come out, back out to this truck, and we're going to have a confrontation right there before the Marshals get there.
After a few tense moments, U.S. Marshals arrive to help FBI agents raid the apartment.
Yes, the tactical
But Blackburn isn't there. Agents ask the fugitive sister-in-law where Tim Blackburn is. She says she doesn't know. They ask why Sophia's Isuzu is there and not her own car, which authorities know is a Nissan Pathfinder. She claims it's in the shop. Her story does not check out. Agents suspect Blackburn is on the run with her Pathfinder.
How are you doing? Sit there and tell us where it is. No, I point other people out. You're just as bad.
For the next week, the FBI searches for Blackburn, his wife, and their 2 little girls. They come up empty.
Run red lights.
Then, 9 days after the jailbreak,
Shouldn't be doing that.
a Las Vegas police helicopter spots a Nissan Pathfinder parked in the desert.
The police are not.
A family of 4 is nearby.
Put these cars on camera. Oh look, there goes another one. Oh look.
The FBI and Las Vegas police arrive in force.
You've done.
No, we have no shot.
Special Agent Castle Nishimoto leads the FBI SWAT team.
110 trying to.
We were located on a ridge line, quite a bit above them, and there was a valley between us.
Yeah, going 110 trying to keep up with Travis.
We can see some people about half a mile away, too far away to identify them.
If law enforcement tries to move any closer, they will have to move through an unprotected open space.
We gotta keep our distance from these people, because if it was Blackburn, he is a marksman.
Nevertheless, Agent Schlumpf daringly volunteers to drive down for a closer look.
It did take some courage because the only coverage he had would have been the snipers. And they had at least 300 or 400 yard shot, as I recall.
The temperature is different. Cheers.
As Agent Schlumpf gets nearer, he can finally make out faces.
I could recognize that it wasn't Blackburn. It wasn't anybody who we were looking for.
That we are not that call.
Authorities have hit another dead end. But Agent Schlumpf also realizes that authorities cannot continue to respond on such a massive scale.
There must have been 100 vehicles in this valley. All the SWAT vehicles and evidence response team vehicles and police cruisers. And I'm thinking to myself, you know, we can't be doing this every time someone says Tim Blackburn. I mean, nobody's got the resources and we're going to burn ourselves out.
The next night, law enforcement pursues the dangerous fugitive with every available resource.
We had about 40 agents, police, marshals, Henderson police department, detention center people. We got everybody together. We divided up into teams. And what we were going to do was interview every one of Blackburn's associates, search every house, find every vehicle that he could possibly have access to.
U.S. Marshals tell the FBI they have spotted the fugitive.
We arrived right as they're taking down what they believe is Tim Blackburn.
I can tell right away it wasn't Tim Blackburn, it was his brother. His brother was a younger, slightly smaller version of Tim Blackburn, very similar in appearance. As we're IDing him, what we notice is that his driver's license was brand new. He just got it the day before. So we asked him, well, what happened to your old license?
It was good.
Blackburn's brother claims he lost his license. But agents suspect he gave it to the fugitive to use as a fake ID. In the car, agents find a note from Tim Blackburn. In it, he asks his brother to get him some money. A man who once had $1 million in his possession now needs a loan to survive.
We decided to arrest him for aiding and abetting a fugitive. So that's what we did. We arrested Tim Blackburn's brother.
Authorities also arrest Blackburn's sister-in-law for lying to federal authorities when she said her Nissan Pathfinder was in the shop. With two of his family members in custody, agents develop an ingenious plan to lure Tim Blackburn into the open.
One extra corn, a couple extra potatoes, sausage.
You don't care about it.
In Las Vegas, a violent bank robber breaks out of jail with the help of his wife. After 3 days of eluding authorities, agents decide to turn up the heat on the dangerous fugitive.
One of the people we wanted to talk to that night was a close friend of Blackburn's who worked as a bouncer at a local gentleman's club. Most people who knew Blackburn either liked him or were afraid of him. And neither opinion was really conducive to providing information to us. His friend was really no exception. He didn't want to tell us anything, but eventually what he told us was that Tim Blackburn had called him at the time he was escaping. Blackburn had called up and said, I'm out. And this friend could hear the sirens and stuff in the background. So I told this friend, you are the last person who Tim Blackburn talked to that we know about. And I think he's going to call you again. And when he does, we want you to tell him that we've arrested his brother and that the people who have assisted him are going to have to pay for what they did to help him. This putting pressure on Blackburn was an effort to try to get him to realize he couldn't. The next morning, this friend called me up and told me that, sure enough, Tim Blackburn had called him again, and that he had told him that I'd arrested his brother and his sister. What did Blackburn say? He just said he was mad.
2.5 weeks after the jailbreak, FBI agent Henry Schlumpf learns that Blackburn may have returned to Las Vegas.
I got a phone call from a Las Vegas SWAT officer. He had just met someone who gave him some information regarding Blackburn's whereabouts in Las Vegas, which to my mind was doubtful. I doubted Blackburn was in Las Vegas. But I asked the officer to ask this fella if he knew the names of Blackburn's daughters, and sure enough, this informant did know the names, so at least we knew he did know Blackburn.
The informant claims Blackburn is staying at a motel that caters to long-term guests. Agent Schlumpf and 2 Las Vegas SWAT officers rush to the location.
The location coordinates is something you will have to pay for.
The manager says he's never seen the Blackburns before and they are not registered at the motel.
Okay, that's your register. You have a key?
Still, Agent Schlumpf decides to rent a room so he can surveil the facility.
Okay.
We don't care about your
SWAT
units.
officers
Radio
call in the
traffic.
license plates
We
of
don't
every
want
vehicle
to
in
hear
the
it.
parking lot. None of them are reported as either stolen or owned by any of Blackburn's relatives.
That radio program is not in our area.
The motel tip is beginning to look like another false lead. The FBI does not give up. They begin checking every apartment.
So what we decided to do was to perform a ruse. We would have a complex security guard just start knocking on doors and notifying the residents of noise complaints.
I think the girls with their nails done.
I'm there watching, and the door opens, and Sophia Blackburn comes out to talk to the guard. I couldn't believe it. There she was. She looked happy and smiling, well-rested, better than I'd ever seen her.
Girls with their nails done.
She did not look like she'd been on the run for 7 days.
Suspecting that Blackburn is hiding in the apartment, Agent Slump calls for immediate backup. The criminal apprehension team in Las Vegas SWAT arrived within minutes.
SWAT responded right away. More agents came, and a lot of patrol units, marshals came. And what we did was we started evacuating the complex. Every apartment was evacuated except, of course, for the one where we thought Blackburn might be. And then we did what we do in 99% of our fugitive cases.
We are
Our
not medics.
criminal apprehension team placed a call into the apartment. What they do is they tell the person in there, look, we know you're there, you're surrounded, there's no way that you can get out, so come on out.
We just want to find a nice, peaceful way to end this whole thing.
So I'm waiting for Blackburn to come out, and I'm deciding, where are we going to take him? Back to the jail he escaped from, or to a different facility? And that was my mindset. If he was in there, he was going to come out, but he doesn't.
Agent Slump.
Yes, I am a computer.
Apprehension team person was on the phone, and she says he wants to talk to you.
Okay, we need
I think the girls with their nails done.
And sure enough, it was Tim Blackburn. And my job was just to keep him talking on the phone, because as long as he's talking on the phone, he's not shooting anybody. When I first started talking with Blackburn, I was kind of commiserating with him, telling him, it must have been hard being on the road for the last 3 weeks.
San Diego.
Yes, we have
So here he was, and he was 10 minutes from Mexico, and he didn't go, he came back to Las Vegas.
Agent Slump cannot understand why Blackburn has returned, but is even more concerned that his children may be with him.
Why don't we just talk about...
Then his worst fears are realized. He hears the two little girls laughing in the
from
background.
radio units.
There's children inside the room. Repeat, there's children inside the
You
room.
cannot control Heath with
The SWAT
hashtags
team
that
set up
activate
outside the
radio.
apartment, and they were there to initiate a hostage rescue if Blackburn turned violent and started hurting any of the people in the apartment, Sophia and their two little girls. He says, Henry, I don't suppose you can just let us go. And I told him, I can't do that.
I'm not going back to jail, man. I'm not going back to jail. Look, I don't want my kids to visit jail.
Tim was set on not going back to jail. He said he just wasn't going to go back. And, after shooting a guard, there's no way any of that is going to go away.
Slump worries that Blackburn may be suicidal.
Hey, Tim, it's time to come in, buddy.
Authorities now face a dangerous scenario. A hostage barricade situation involving an armed man, his wife, and two small children.
Look, I'm not going back, man. That's just it. I'm not going back to jail. I'm not going back.
The FBI police SWAT team surround a motel just off the strip in Las Vegas. A violent bank robber has barricaded himself inside one of the apartments.
Fire department.
Tim Blackburn is armed and emotional.
You are not.
Inside the room with him are his wife Sophia and his 2 daughters. FBI agent Henry Schlumpf tries to talk the desperate man into surrendering. Although negotiators are present, Blackburn refuses to talk with anyone but Agent Schlumpf, who months earlier had arrested him for bank robbery.
I'm not going back to jail. I don't want my kids to visit me in jail.
Agent Schlumpf pleads with both Blackburn and Sophia to let the children leave the apartment.
Sometimes I talk to Sophia and sometimes with Blackburn. It seemed like maybe we were getting a little farther ahead talking with Sophia, but then when we take a break and she talked to Blackburn, we kind of have to start over again. He had a lot of influence with her, because he's her husband. She was afraid that if she were to leave with the children, that Blackburn would kill himself. And, she certainly didn't want that to happen. We'd take breaks, and then I'd call in again, and there were highs and lows. Sometimes it seemed like we were making progress. Other times, we took a couple of steps backward.
We are not that tall. I attack the enemy. Nor are anti-microwave harassment.
He asked me what I thought would be the best place for him to shoot himself. And I told him that we had a lot of things that we could talk about and try to work out before it came to that.
Blackburn says he put his daughters in the bathtub to protect them. But the SWAT commander is concerned. Confining them would also be the prelude to a murder-suicide.
See you later, H.E.
The SWAT team prepares to blow the door in case they need to rescue Sophia and the children.
The SWAT team placed an explosive charge on the door, an entry charge, so you'd be able to breach the door very quickly if they needed to.
After 4 long hours of negotiation,
they had to go clear to the back, into the bathroom, to try and rescue the children. And in this case, fractions of seconds count.
Okay.
They got there just in time to see Blackburn falling down from a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
You cannot control heat with
find Sophia
that
dead.
activate radio recording transmission.
Both the children have been shot in the head and they're barely alive.
I saw them running very quickly
for power
trying to save the children.
SWAT team got them to the paramedics, but they died in their arms.
I felt
we are not medics for
quite sad that my fellow SWAT officers
we need
tried their best
for sustenance,
and yet wasn't able to save the children. Our mission was to save
radio
lives,
repeater,
and we were not able to accomplish that.
It's just devastating. It was like the worst possible outcome.
We are not the fire department. Nor are microwave harassment.
The coroner later determines that the shots that killed Blackburn, Sophia, and their 2 little girls were all fired by Blackburn himself. A few months later, in federal court in Las Vegas, Riley Bates and his girlfriend plead guilty to possessing stolen money. Because of their cooperation, they are sentenced to only a year.
Okay, we need fuel for sustenance.
Blackburn's sister-in-law is sentenced to 1 year for lying to federal agents and impeding their investigation. Robert Bates pleads guilty to bank robbery and is sentenced to 24 years in prison. Today, Agent Henry Schlumpf has made his own peace with the tragic events caused by Tim Blackburn.
He's ultimately responsible for everything that happened. He came back to Las Vegas to do exactly what he did. He came back to die. I don't think he was going to ever come out of that apartment or let anybody else come out of it either.
Las Vegas law enforcement will never forget the deaths of 2 innocent children.
We need fuel for
For them, the Blackburn case is all about lost hope and the tragedy of a desperate agenda. In 1982, a California Highway Patrol officer pulled a young woman over for speeding. He bullied her into sex and then killed her. He then used a decade of police experience to try to cover up his crime and convince local investigators of his innocence. But would he get away with it?
Society depends on trust and authority. It's a system that works. And because it works, we hardly think about it. The uniformed officer demands success, and we willingly comply. But what if that trust was betrayed? What if a police officer abuses his authority? George Gwaltney was one such cop. The popular and decorated California Highway Patrol officer committed the ultimate violation. He murdered. I'm Jim Kelso, former director of the FBI's New York office. When good cops go bad, the full power of law enforcement rallies to rebuild the trust and deliver justice. The Gwaltney case taxed the resources for both state police and the FBI. He was a cunning advocate, trained in crime solving, and he knew how to cover his tracks.
The 23-year-old Robin Bishop had left her home in Las Vegas to visit a friend in Los Angeles. Robin had hopes of becoming an actress. Her friend convinced her that if she was serious about acting, she had to move to LA. Robin headed back to Vegas to pack up and make the move. Yes, Mr. Frank. She was excited about her future. Okay, are you coming over later? In Barstow, California, she stopped to call her mother and get a sandwich. Returning to her car, she fell under the gaze of a predator, California Highway Patrolman George Gwaltney. Though he was a highly respected officer and member of the community, Gwaltney had a secret history of stopping women for speeding and then soliciting them for sex in exchange for getting out of a ticket. We are not that tall. The night of January 11th, 1982 was no different.
Can you hear me?
He quickly memorized the make and model of her car. He also noticed the Nevada license plate.
Okay. I have nothing to lose.
The police are not. Are they right?
I'm all the way up.
Next, Gwaltney saw a neighborhood boy he knew. A boy who had never served the community.
Hey, Preston. You all right?
He picked up Preston Olson and gave him a ride home. A former winner of the Officer of the Year award, Gwaltney was well known for such kind actions. Barstow parents trusted Gwaltney to keep a protective eye on their children. He dropped Preston off at his house and said hello to his parents. By now, the young woman whom Gwaltney had caught would be well out of town, headed toward Nevada on Interstate 15. The ordinarily well-traveled highway was unusually quiet. He caught up with her on the empty highway east of Barstow. He turned on his lighted sight and pulled her in. Robin Bishop had a string of tickets for speeding. She had in fact just finished a year of probation and had been given a warning that another ticket would cost her her license. Robin knew that a car with a driver's license would be essential to inspire actors in Los Angeles.
Any idea how fast you're going? A little bit deeper. Okay, Rob.
He left the keys in the ignition for the person in the car. Robin was probably surprised to be taken back to the patrol car, but she obeyed. Unfortunately, Gwaltney had more than a speeding
You've made
ticket.
yourself.
Go ahead and turn around for chance on your head. I'm going to pick you in.
Now you have to live in it.
Yep. Let's go on.
I was just stating.
The end is in our
Gwaltney
sights.
stood up against the patrol car and
Your
handed
art
her.
might go with
The
grasp.
future is already here. No matter how hard we tried, we're doomed. Say you
Yes, I am a computer.
As he put her into his back seat, she must have been scared and confused. Why the handcuffs?
Brace
Where was he
yourself.
taking her? Gwaltney returned to the
See
car.
the end in sight.
Generation.
At that moment, a car with a lone driver passed by.
3, 2, 1. Hardwired.
I listen.
Gwaltney retrieved the purse, ran to his car, and pulled away, leaving her car abandoned on the interstate shoulder.
We are not Charlie Becker units.
He drove Robin to an exit that led by a seldom used access road running parallel to the highway. It was a place he often went to take a break from his patrol. A secluded lookout point where he could observe the highway some 400 feet away, clearly from all directions. There, holding the threat of jail or loss of license over her, Gwaltney raped Robin Bishop.
Your art might go with grasp.
When he was done with it, he radioed in a wants and warrants check on Robin's car as if it were abandoned. He knew he'd been spotted walking towards Robin's empty car.
Yeah, I'd like to report a 2829. Yeah, license number 561 FBB.
It was the first in a long line of lines covering these actions for the official record.
Copy that.
Your art microwave harassment detected. We are not that call. I am listening to voice comments right now.
He drove her down the parallel access road to a point where Robin could walk back to his car. He removed the cuffs and let her out of the car. Things were working out for Gwaltney. He'd gotten what he was after and was simply going to let her go. But as she sat on the ground and lay on her patrol, something happened. Perhaps anger replaced fear now that she was released. Perhaps she threatened him with exposure. Her brother was a prosecutor in Nevada. Regardless, it would be her word against his. But then, as he stood next to his vehicle, he was suddenly caught in the spotlight of a passing deputy sheriff's car. The deputy may well have noticed Gwaltney's patrol car from the highway nearby. Gwaltney could not know whether he had been recognized. Suddenly, Robin's threats became more real. How could he explain being out there on the access road? In a moment of panic, Officer George Gwaltney decided Robin had to be silenced. Gwaltney took a final and irrevocable step. Now, there was no way to distance himself from the dead girl.
We are not Delta Vector units.
Frantically devised a way out. He called the dispatcher and reported finding a dead body a possible
We are
suicide.
not Charlie Vector units. It is not bloody here at
Knowing
my
he
current
had only
Vector.
moments before other officers would arrive at the scene, he
The
searched
wind
under
is
her
good
head for the
power
bullet that had killed
generation.
him. As evidence, the bullet had the power to destroy him, but there was no exit wound.
We are not the microbe.
Homicide Detective Milt Rhodes of the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department was sent to investigate the dead body found by Gwaltney. On his way to the crime scene, the dispatcher asked that he examine the abandoned car. As the body had been found a short distance away on the access road and was visible to investigators already at the crime scene, the police suspected there was a connection between the car and the body.
I did not see any obvious signs of any malfunctions. No mechanical breakdowns. The tires were all in good condition. The vehicle was in gear. The keys were inside the vehicle. Why did the vehicle stop at the location it was at?
The wind is good for power generation.
At the crime scene, Officer Gwaltney was now composed and professional. He described how he found the victim, checked for a pulse, and looked in her purse for identification. The Nevada vehicle registration and driver's license identified her as Robin Bishop, owner of the abandoned car he had called in earlier. Although Officer Gwaltney had reported an apparent suicide, Detective Rhodes quickly ruled out that possibility. The victim had been shot in the back of the head at
We
close
don't
range,
care
then
about your
moved
units,
slightly.
radio,
4
traffic.
inches
We
from
don't
her head
want
was a
to hear
stream
it.
of blood on the ground. Clear. This was a homicide. Recent rainfall made tracks and footprints from Gwaltney and his cruiser clearly visible in the
Are
damp
clear
sand.
from radio units.
In this general area, we found a couple of footprints that came around, appeared to come around the front of the vehicle. They travel around in the front of the vehicle and off in a direction sorted towards the middle area
It is not
of
bloody
the
here
vehicle.
at my current Vector.
We travel over here into an area about where this bush is located, or right in this general area, and that's where Robin Bishop's body was found.
System.
The other footprints that we found were
You cannot
leading
control
from the
heath.
driver's door on
You
the highway
cannot
patrol
control
unit
heath.
to an area
Hashtags
towards the
that
front of the
activate
vehicle,
radio
and then
recording
over towards
transmissions.
Robin's body, kind of facing off in the easterly direction.
The first officer arriving on the scene criticized Gwaltney for the confusion of his footprints. A clear contamination of the crime scene and uncharacteristically sloppy.
Further examination, I noticed what appeared to be marks on a wrist.
The marks were familiar to any police officer. 2 thin marks across the top of the wrist and 1 across the bottom, typical of those made by hand. Then, when Detective Rhodes examined the contents of the victim's purse, he could find no signs of robbery, but the vehicle registration and driver's license were lying on top of the purse's contents, as if they'd been shown to someone and quickly thrown back into the purse.
It indicated to me that we needed to take a look at some type of vehicle stop where somebody in some type of position of authority possibly stopped this car.
I am attacked.
To Rhodes, the evidence pointed to the involvement of a police officer or someone posing as one. Every investigator at the crime scene was either a friend or a colleague of Officer Gwaltney. That he might be connected with the crime was not even considered.
We are not Charlie
An
Vector
autopsy.
units.
The results confirmed that the body of the nude slightly had been shot, and that the bruises were in fact made by handcuffs. The fatal bullet was found lodged in Robin's jaw.
Okay.
Though it was the caliber standard police service revolver, the brand was not the standard ammunition. The autopsy also showed that she had had sex within 24 hours of her death, but there were none of the normal physical signs of a forcible rape.
The first thing we needed to do was to eliminate people that had been to the scene or could have been in the area. Other highway patrol officers, other deputies, whoever was in that particular area around that time frame. We needed to start with Officer Gwaltney to begin with, because Officer Gwaltney
The
was the
police
person who
are
found
not
the body.
only are they around right
Gwaltney's
now,
survival depended on staying one step ahead of the investigation. When he finished his shift, though, he struggled to remove the gun barrel from the murder weapon. It was the one piece of hard evidence that could conclusively implicate him in the crime. Gwaltney knew his gun barrel left identifiable markings on the bullet that killed Robin Bishop. The next morning, he went to a local gun shop to order a new barrel, which would confuse a ballistics test. But the barrel was not in stock and had to be ordered. Then he took his uniform to the dry cleaner, and he posted to the repair shop for re-dyeing and restitching. All that remained was to stall for time until the gun barrel arrived. In Barstow, Rose held a briefing that morning with the police and sheriff's departments to discuss the case. He asked all officers on duty the night before to turn in their weapons so that ballistics tests could eliminate them as possible suspects in the crime. Gwaltney made sure to attend. During the briefing, he learned that the fatal bullet had been recovered. By early evening, Gwaltney was the only officer who had not seen his weapon.
for EMS-1.
The detectives went to his home and asked for his service revolver.
We are not Bravo Vector Unit.
He
We
returned
are
moments
not
later with
medics
the wrong
or
gun, his
EMS-1.
off-duty weapon.
George, this isn't your service revolver, and that's what we need. Service revolver. Service.
The captain sent him back for his service
The
revolver.
location,
But he
coordinates,
returned
is
empty-handed.
something you will have to pay.
Been stolen. What do you mean stolen? George. Some burglars in the
He
neighborhood.
claimed that his house must have been burglarized.
Attack
The gun was
asset
missing.
computer system.
The story sounded doubtful, but because Gwaltney was a highway patrol officer, Detective Brian English of the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department was inclined to believe him.
I kind of empathize with him because we were, in my opinion, we were looking for evidence to show that he didn't do it or some criminal did it.
Gwaltney agreed to come to headquarters for questioning. But first, the detectives searched his locker for the missing weapon. They found nothing.
Okay, are you calling?
Then we sat down and we started talking with Officer Gwaltney. And to him, it didn't appear important that his gun was gone, which was very significant. And if I was in his position, I'd been extremely worried, and it didn't seem to bother him.
By now, it was almost 2 days after the crime. The missing weapon and Gwaltney's odd behavior made it impossible to deny the offense. Gwaltney was advised of his constitutional rights. Although this made him the primary suspect in the case, there was insufficient evidence to actually arrest him. Insisting he was innocent, Gwaltney agreed to give a tape-recorded interview.
Report on tape about the night of Robin. Yeah, no problem with that.
He said he worked his regular beat patrolling the interstate on January 11th. After his dinner break, he picked up the young boy unit, Preston Olson, and he was seen walking home alone. After dropping Preston off at his house, he was by 8:50 p.m. back on the interstate. About 9:15, he found the abandoned car and a stolen vehicle check, then turned onto the access road. Seeing the pale shape he had pulled over, it was the body of the victim, Robin Bishop.
He was not reacting normally for a person who had been accused of committing this kind of crime. Had it been me, I would not be talking to them. I'd tell them to prove it. I'd be very irate. I'd be very upset.
Officer Gwaltney had repeatedly insisted on taking a lie detector test.
Okay, are you
He
calling?
reiterated his statement and then answered a
We are
series
not
of
Charlie
critical
Vector.
questions, including the direct question,
We are
had
not
he
that
killed Robin
computer's
Bishop?
radio traffic.
No.
The examiner could find no sign of deception in the polygraph exam. Gwaltney had just crossed another hurdle in his cover-up.
We transported George from the Barstow station back down to San Bernardino for further questioning. At that time, George gave his consent to go ahead and search his house.
Sheriff's deputies investigated Gwaltney's claim that his house must have been burglarized, but they could find no sign of forced entry. The homicide detectives then began their work. At dawn, they found the frame of a Smith & Wesson Model 19 .357 Magnum revolver inside Walton's truck. The frame was badly damaged with two racks. It appeared to have been dismantled by someone who had no knowledge of how to take it apart.
Law RF microwave harassment detected.
The barrel, which would have been used for a ballistics comparison, was gone. Therefore, there's no ballistics match to be done.
The gun frame was registered to George Michael Walton. To the detective, it had been dismantled for only one purpose. Walton was placed under arrest. But the evidence was still only circumstantial. A link between the revolver and the tools used to dismantle it had to be found. The detectives returned to Walton's home for another search. Evidence was collected. Gripping-type tools and a pipe vise found behind the garage that showed fresh signs of metal.
Okay, are you coming? We may have to make a telephone call.
In the bedroom closet, detectives found 5 boxes of bullets bearing the CHP insignia. In the boxes among the standard police rounds, they found 27 bullets of another brand. 357 caliber 158 grain soft points made by Remington Arms, the same kind of bullet that killed
radio recording transmissions. The location coordinates.
Walton's wife was in a state of shock and disbelief. When questioned, she assured the detectives again and again that George had not been acting strangely or in any way differently. He was a good husband and a good father to their children.
He's a wonderful, a very caring father.
News of Walton's arrest stunned the small community of Boston. His fellow officers had known and respected him for decades. Despite the considerable evidence against Walton, they were unable to accept his possible guilt.
A pretty dramatic and emotional thing. Another law enforcement officer was accused of committing a murder.
Most of the people knew George, and they could not believe that George Walton could have done something so bad.
I recall a couple of the officers that were close friends of his were in tears when I was interviewing them because they didn't want to believe that George could do this.
Even the investigators struggled to come to grips with the conclusion they had been forced to draw.
We are not the people in fights.
My feeling was, he didn't do it. He couldn't do it. He's a highway patrolman.
But the evidence continued to mount. Semen was found in the backseat of Walton's cruiser and in Robin's jeans. A critical report was filed by Sheriff's Deputy Roger Cullen, who had been out of town the days following the crime and had only just learned of Walton's arrest. He described driving by the exact crime scene area about the time of the murder. From the interstate, he spotted a car's parking lights on a little east access road. Shining his spotlight on the car, he saw an officer standing by it, but was driving too fast to identify him. Barely minutes later, he heard a very upset Walton calling in a possible suicide on the radio. He'd been surprised to hear Walton, a man known for his unshakable presence, sounding so happy that call, but had not given the incident any thought until he learned of the arrest. As the investigation progressed, it became apparent that Walton had used his knowledge of investigative procedures to thwart detectives' efforts to collect evidence against him. His uniform had been dry cleaned, his holster re-dyed and re-stitched, allegedly for an upcoming inspection. Any evidence of blood or tissue transferred from the gun had been destroyed. His footprints had altered the crime scene. When detectives questioned the owners of gun stores in the area on the theory Walton would have tried to buy a replacement barrel for his service revolver, none could recall him being in their stores. After several months of an internal investigation, Walton was fired from the California Highway Patrol. We are not that tall. Okay, bye. Now convinced that he had committed the worst imaginable crime, detectives were still unable to prove Walton was lying. His wife and friends still solidly supported him. 9 months later, the trial began, with prosecutor Betty Kennedy confident that the considerable evidence, though mostly circumstantial, was strong enough to result in a certain guilt.
You will have to pay.
In his opening statement, defense attorney George Porter told the jury that George Michael Gwaltney was the victim of a frame-up, possibly by someone in his own department. Someone stopped Miss Bishop as he would show, but it was not George Gwaltney. The defense produced a key witness, railroad worker Dennis Goober, who testified that he had passed Robin Bishop's empty car on the highway shoulder that is. A light-colored car was parked 50 feet behind him. Goober described to the jury a man carrying a flashlight who was approaching Bishop's car. His description, however, seemed to eliminate Gwaltney as the man he saw. Other suspects, Porter contended, must be considered. The prosecution constructed a precise and elaborate timeline for the jury, from Robin's final phone call to her mother in Barstow to Gwaltney's radio call reporting the discovery of her body. The timeline included all of Gwaltney's known actions and time for the murder as well. The prosecution believed its case was bulletproof. Travel hours, the pickup of the Olsen boy, the deputy's sight, the radio calls, everything. But Gwaltney's attorney countered by producing dozens of witnesses, CHP colleagues and personal friends who testified to his impeccable character and record. He used the timeline itself to cast doubt on the series of events. Could Gwaltney possibly have had enough time, barely 20 minutes, to do all he was accused of? We are not under radio control. The defense easily challenged the scientific analysis of the semen samples from the car and the victim. The technology for using DNA in the courtroom was still 6 years in the future. In addition, Porter was able to cast doubt on the prosecution's inconclusive tool mark analysis of the gun frame and tools taken from Gwaltney's vehicle and residence. Nevertheless, the prosecution believed the bullet evidence of the dismantled gun frame would be enough to convince the jury.
The strongest evidence that we had in a particular case was the frame of the gun. How can you explain the frame? How can you explain why it was in the vehicle? Why was it taken apart? Why was the barrel missing? Why was the cylinder missing? The grip, the hammer, the trigger? Why?
We don't care about
providing the defense with its best witness, himself.
He had an answer for everything that was questioned to him. And every answer he had was feasible. And what their defense tactic was to put a small amount of doubt into each one of the items of evidence that we presented. And that's what they did. And George did an excellent job of tying up all the loose ends when he testified.
In the end, the testimony of 50 witnesses in 30 areas of expertise and all the accumulated evidence failed against the local jury. After 4 days, a deadlock was declared, 8-4 in favor of acquittal. George Gwaltney wins.
Nothing is, as some people say, a slam dunk. And you never know which way the jury's going to go. You never know which evidence the judge is going to let in and which evidence the judge won't let in. So, because I wasn't involved in the daily routine, I was very much surprised that George was not found guilty.
We spoke to a number of the jurors, and a few of the jurors thought there was a good possibility George was one responsible, but they couldn't believe he actually did it. And if he did do it, he was a highway patrolman. He worked hard. He worked for the community. He was respected. We just couldn't find him.
They still believed George Gwaltney was guilty. Prosecutors were determined to get a conviction. Less than 1 year after the mistrial, Gwaltney was tried again in Superior Court. But with little new evidence presented, the trial ended in another deadlocked jury, 7-5 in favor of acquittal. George Gwaltney walked away, seemingly out of reach of the law.
I was stunned. I sat around for several hours just thinking about it, rehashing what could have we done to change the outcome? What could we do if and when there's another trial?
Arguing the appearance of arrest, the judge denied prosecutors a third trial. It appeared that George Gwaltney could not be brought to justice in the town of Yes, we have many wheels.
We felt, and I was convinced that George killed this lady, and that we needed someone to come in and prosecute George. George needed to pay for what happened.
From the moment of Gwaltney's arrest, the FBI had been watching this case with great interest. Anytime a homicide involving a police officer takes place, the FBI monitors the investigation. After Gwaltney was acquitted a second time, there was enormous public pressure to find the truth surrounding Robin Bishop's murder. The FBI's Los Angeles field office decided it was time to intervene. The FBI knew that George Gwaltney could never be tried again for Robin Bishop's murder in the state of California. But in a federal court, he could be charged with violating her civil rights. By killing Robin Bishop while he was on duty, George Gwaltney had committed a federal crime. By taking her life, he had violated her civil rights. This had never been argued in a criminal trial before. But the FBI and federal prosecutors believed the Bishop murder was a perfect test case. The case was assigned to Special Agent Michael Randolph.
Gwaltney was like a wolf in the sheep pen. The local law enforcement didn't know that he was the perpetrator. He was the person that had committed the murder, so he would stay one step ahead of them, destroying evidence. And this is a significant reason that the locals were unsuccessful in their prosecution. They didn't realize what they were dealing with.
Exhaustively reviewing the crime scene photographs, Agent Randolph's attention was caught by a photo. It revealed the contents of the trunk of Gwaltney's patrol car the night of the murder. In it, he spotted a small box of ammunition. He sent the photos off for enlargement and analysis.
We were notified by the FBI laboratory that photographic analysis revealed that that was a box of .357 Magnum ammunition and was in fact illegal ammo of the type that Gwaltney had testified he did not carry and was not carrying the night of the murder. It was also, we believe, the same box of ammo that was collected from his house.
Agent Randolph had just caught George Gwaltney in his first lie.
We knew that he had lied about one thing at two local trials. There had to be other things that he had lied about.
Working closely with the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department and the California Highway Patrol, Agent Randolph began re-examining virtually all of the evidence from the first two state trials.
Instead of handling it as a usual criminal investigation, we took an exhaustive approach, sort of like a TWA Flight 800 approach. Every rivet had to be looked at, every rock had to be looked at.
Cheers.
The mountain of reports, transcripts, photos, and physical evidence would be painstakingly re-examined by the FBI labs and Bureau field agents.
Yes, strange is
Key
as
things that were used that we sent back to the lab would include such things as, obviously, the frame of the gun. The frame of the gun had been recovered by the local police, and they had done tool mark analysis, but had been unable to show who took the gun apart.
The gun frame was sent back to the firearms tool mark unit at the FBI labs in Washington. Unique in the world, the lab has a collection of over 2,000 guns, from John Dillinger's pistol to the newest military assault rifle. Every bullet manufactured for the last 50 years is here too. Hollow point and steel jack, 22 to 50 caliber. Like the guns, they're all here for testing and comparison.
We are not that call.
The soundproof ballistic room allows for comparison firing and bullet retrieval. Comparative microscopes allow for precise analysis of the gun barrels.
Yes, the tactical asset system is active.
But the most valuable asset in the lab
are the agents, whose long experience in these specialized tests make them invaluable in difficult cases such as the Bishop murder.
We are not Charlie Vector units.
Jim Cadigan of the FBI Firearms and Toolmark Unit was brought into the case to conduct a toolmark analysis of the gun frame and
We
the
are
15
not
different
Delta
wrenches and
Vector units.
tools, including the pipe vise, taken from Gwaltney's home. Steel tools almost always leave behind some distinctive and often microscopic
not
mark after
Delta
their
Vector
use,
units.
a signature as unique as a fingerprint. The FBI Toolmark Lab is one of the largest, most specialized, and most technologically sophisticated in the country.
It was obvious from the beginning that the individual that had worked on this particular firearm knew something about forensics because he had removed several pieces of the firearm that could be of some use later on to a forensic examiner.
Agent Cadigan approached the very specific task of associating the tool marks on the gun frame with the tool marks made by the 15 gripping tools taken from the Gwaltney home.
The question was, could one of these tools have been used to hold
we
the
need
frame
fuel for
while
sustenance.
the barrel of the firearm was being removed? In looking at the frame, I noticed near where the
It is not bloody here
the hole
at
was
my
for the
current
pin
vector.
that locks the barrel down. Very near the hole for that, there was a small 1/16 of an inch impression, almost as if it was made by a small screwdriver tip, right below that hole.
This tiny mark matched a small imperfection in one of Gwaltney's tools.
In looking at the tools that were submitted from Gwaltney, I noticed that one of those tools, a pipe wrench, had a broken tooth. And the tooth was broken off in the middle, and then there was a small island of metal left on the tooth. And that looked very similar to the mark that was on the frame. So using that as a pivot point, I started making impressions with that tool and comparing those impressions under a microscope, the tool marks, with the impressions that were on the frame, and was able to come to a conclusion that that particular tool was used to the exclusion of any other tool to make the marks that were found on the frame.
In addition to the tool marks testing, the FBI lab conducted extensive testing on the particular bullets found in the Gwaltney home. The lack of a barrel on Gwaltney's gun made a ballistics test impossible, a problem that had hurt the prosecution in the state trials. So the FBI lab devised a test that had never before been used forensically, a radical new use of nuclear technology in forensic science.
I don't think that
When a manufacturer of lead like Remington Arms makes a batch of lead, they throw things in much as you would when you're making meatloaf. That makes each batch of lead unique. We then took over 200 rounds that the locals had collected when they did their investigation of George Michael Gwaltney.
We
submitted those to the lab. The lab made those radioactive and got their molecular weight, their chemical fingerprint.
Radio controls.
And lo and behold, we find approximately 27 rounds that are the exact match as the lead taken from the head of our victim.
That radio
the samples in the reactor absorb neutrons and become radioactive.
RF microwave harassment.
This radioactivity is measured and gives a precise reading of the chemical elements in the lead from the bullet, an atomic fingerprint. The radioactive tests were indisputable. Each of the 27 bullets found in Gwaltney's closet, bullets he had sworn under oath he did not own, had come from the same batch of lead as the bullet that killed Robin Bishop. The FBI lab worked to establish a definite match between Gwaltney's gun frame and his pipe wrench, and between the fatal bullet and the bullets found in his home. Additionally, Agent Randolph constructed psychological portraits of not only George Gwaltney, but Robin Bishop. It was important that the federal jury perceive her as a genuine victim. Robin Bishop was raped by someone she was taught to respect and trust, an officer of the law.
This made it very easy to understand the lack of force of violence that was evident in the crime scene other than the trauma.
Yes, the tactical asset system is active.
She was compliant. She respected law enforcement authority.
We are
She's the
not
type of
Delta
person that
Vector
pulled
units.
over and opened her wallet and handed her and stood out and was handcuffed even though she knew all she had done was a speeding ticket. It made her an easy victim.
In the same way, the FBI examined every aspect of Gwaltney's background to gain an understanding of his behavior around women. By questioning a woman who admitted to having an affair with Gwaltney, it was learned that she would meet him at his regular spot along the isolated highway for sex. The same exit to the access road where he had taken Robin Bishop. Every woman who received a summons from Gwaltney in the last 2 years was contacted, and a pattern emerged. Nearly a dozen women claimed that Gwaltney had solicited them for sex or touched them suggestively.
This indicated to us that this was not an isolated sexual assault with Mr. Gwaltney. This is a type pattern of behavior. When he put his uniform on, he became predatory toward his female suspects, was our conclusion.
Witness testimony from the state trials was also carefully re-examined for discrepancies that could lead to breaks in the case.
I just wish you knew.
In some instances, the FBI leaned hard with the weight of federal authority.
Many witnesses were reluctant to testify.
The wind is good.
It's a small community, everybody knows everybody. We had to let them know. A federal investigation is just not a local matter that's going to blow away with the wind out in the desert. We're going to be here until this is resolved.
This persistence led to one of the most crucial breakthroughs in the case. San Bernardino Sheriff's detectives had originally interviewed the owners of Barstow gun shops for signs that Gwaltney might have tried to buy a replacement barrel for his service revolver the day after the crime. None claimed to have seen it. One of those interviewed was a Mr. William Addington, owner of the Powderhorn Gun Shop. He had denied during both state trial investigations that George Gwaltney had been in his shop the day after the murder. But printouts from the shop's phone bills caught Addington in a lie.
And we found toll records that show the day after the homicide, late in the afternoon, after the briefing that Gwaltney had attended, Mr. Addington had made a phone call up to this gun shop in Sacramento, attempting to order a barrel or type of weapon Mr. Gwaltney carried that was now missing the barrel.
See you later, Walmart.
Now confronted by the FBI with this evidence, Addington admitted that Gwaltney had been in his store trying to buy a barrel for his revolver the day after Robin Bishop's murder. Addington had previously lied to state investigators in an effort to avoid getting involved. Fearing that lying to the FBI was a felony, Addington broke down. Reviewing the timeline of events, the FBI found that Gwaltney had created a false alibi to cover his visit to the gun shop and shoe repair shop where he had his holsters cleaned and dyed, claiming to be on duty at the time. Gwaltney's story was falling apart, but the most important part of the timeline that the FBI reviewed was the pickup and delivery of the neighborhood boy Preston Olson.
The problem with that story was nobody had ever sat down with Preston Olson. He testified at 2 trials, and he verified what Gwaltney said.
But as the FBI went over the events with Preston and his mother, minute by minute, they realized that Officer Gwaltney had actually left the boy's house a half hour earlier than his original testimony.
Yes, we have many wheels.
Preston never owned a watch and had never timed it. And nobody had ever done a timeline analysis with him.
This new information and the resulting revision of the timeline was one of the most important developments in the FBI's case.
And he didn't stop for anything. There was no traffic whatsoever.
He can't change his story. He's locked himself in 2 local trials to the local timeline. So the timeline was very significant. It gives him a half hour he has no explanation for.
With the revised timeline, Officer Gwaltney now had ample time, 20 to 40 minutes, to stop Bishop, handcuff her, force her to have sex with him, then shoot her.
Gwaltney knows she's got out-of-state plates. She's an attractive young blonde woman. He zips up the road, takes him a couple minutes, and then gives chase.
Finally, Dr. Edward Blake of Forensic Science Associates was contacted to re-examine the semen evidence from the first two trials. Prior to the use of DNA in criminal trials, the use of semen as evidence was problematic. But the FBI felt there might still be a way to use what they had. Gwaltney had a vasectomy and had it reversed. Was there any way this information could be used in the identification and matching of his semen with the crime scene specimen? Federal prosecutors asked Dr. Blake, a forensic serologist, if there were any new scientific developments that might help the investigation.
He said, well, I mean, science does progress over time, does it not, Dr. Blake? I mean, maybe there's something and would you be willing to just look into the matter? And I said, well, I happen to know that are involved in fertility work. And one of the elements that's involved in this case is the idea that Mr. Gwaltney had a vasectomy and had it reversed.
Dr. Blake learned from colleagues at the University of California that a vasectomy reversal can sometimes cause the production of anti-sperm antibodies. The body reacts to sperm seeping into the bloodstream as if it were invading germs.
We are clear from radio
The phenomenon
units.
is highly unusual and could conceivably be used as a marker in seminal fluid. He sent samples from Gwaltney to the University of California lab.
Radio program
we found that not
in
only do those fluids contain the anti-sperm antibodies, the antibodies were there at very, very high levels. And that provided the incentive to then explore the evidence itself.
Dr. Blake learned of a new technique used in fertility studies. It was called the immunoglute assay test and could determine the presence of anti-sperm antibodies in the crime scene samples. Because this kind of evidence had never been used in court before, Dr. Blake videotaped the test to show the jury in the federal trial.
Ultimately, extracts that were prepared from a pair of genes that were on Robin Bishop's body, samples that were taken from the highway patrol car seat were prepared, and these samples were tested for the presence of these anti-sperm antibodies. And in both of those samples, the anti-sperm antibodies were found.
During the 6-month FBI investigation, all of the re-examined evidence and all of the new witness testimony led to one bedrock certainty for the special agents working on the case.
We know we've got the right guy, and we're going to get him.
George Gwaltney was going back to court. George Michael Gwaltney was indicted by a federal grand jury for violating the civil rights of Robin Bishop and arrested. He was the first California law officer to be charged under the federal civil rights statute. Once again, he pleaded not guilty. But for the first time since the ordeal began, Robin Bishop's parents had hope for a different outcome. This time, George Gwaltney faced a federal court and the FBI. It was clear from the beginning that the federal trial would not be a repeat later Walmart. The federal trial began on January 17, 1984, in the U.S. District Court in Los Angeles. The police George Gwaltney was represented by public defender Carol Douglas, who chose not to have his client testify. He knew George Gwaltney was in serious trouble.
Gwaltney knew that we were breaking his alibis, breaking his stories, and that he was going to have to concoct a new story. He had painted himself into a corner, and we were going to use his brush to paint him into a jail cell.
As the trial progressed, the FBI punched a hole in every strong point of Gwaltney's earlier defense. The prosecution told the jury that Gwaltney had marked Robin Bishop as prey the first time he saw her in the fast food restaurant.
Okay, we need
With the
fuel.
testimony of the other women he had abused, Gwaltney's Officer of the Year image crumbled. After dropping Preston Olson at home, he pulled Bishop over and ordered her into his patrol car. The new testimony now gave him plenty of time. Following an established pattern, he drove to a familiar secluded spot and forced her into a sexual bargain, corroborated by the semen stain on the back seat of his motor vehicle. As she sat struggling to put her boots back on, the blinding spot by the Deputy Kaufman's patrol car hit Gwaltney, placing Gwaltney on the access road with Robin Bishop away from her.
Yes, I am a computer.
Having no idea who had seen or what they had seen, he panicked and killed Robin Bishop.
I am attacker.
Then he recklessly told the suspect of possible suicide. The autopsy and the crime scene photos showed that he had not moved her head to check her pulse. The movement was too quick. He was desperately searching for the bullet that killed her, one in a series of actions in which he tried to cover up his crime. That night, Gwaltney roughly removed the barrel from the murder weapon, which left the microscopic tool-marked fingerprints that matched the gun frame with Gwaltney's tools. But perhaps most damning and important was the controversial immunity evidence. Videotape of tested samples from Robin's jeans and the car seat show the tiny beads attaching themselves to the sperm.
What you can see in these videotapes for the appropriate specimens, that is, specimens that contain the anti-sperm antibody, is the final stage of the analysis.
Live sperm were shown swimming through the medium with the beads attached, indicating that the antibodies were present in both specimens. Dr. Blake was allowed by the judge only to indicate percentage results of his testing. He testified that Gwaltney's blood type put him in 12% of the population. Of that 12%, only 5% of those would test positive for the presence of anti-sperm antibodies.
It's all about humanity.
Less than 1% of the population could possibly have had sexual intercourse with Robin Bishop that night. As much as the defense might argue that the rest of the evidence was circumstantial, the scientific evidence was overpowering. The verdict was returned swiftly.
When the jury walked in, they did not look at Gwaltney, and it was very clear they had a guilty verdict.
As far as I was concerned, I was pleased that George had to suffer the consequences of his action, and that Robin Bishop's death didn't go uninvestigated.
It was, it's a case you'll never forget.
You took advantage of a vulnerable person.
The judge gave George Gwaltney the stiffest possible sentence, a maximum federal prison term of 90 years, and a minimum term of 30 years before becoming eligible for parole.
Yes, the tactical asset system is accurate.
12 years later, George Gwaltney died in prison of a heart attack. To the end, he claimed he was innocent and had been the victim of a frame-up.
Okay, are you coming over later? I am attacker.
The dense and rugged Alaskan wilderness provided the perfect cover for a fierce and sadistic killer. He preyed on women,
We are here
kidnapping,
radio.
raping,
We are not
torture.
vector units. That radio.
He hunted them like animals
Temperature is different.
for his own twisted pleasure.
In the 1970s and 80s, people went to Alaska looking for a fresh start, to reinvent themselves, or to disappear for a while. Some of those disappearances weren't by choice. I'm Jim Kelson, former head of the FBI's New York office. A serial killer's rampage was exposed when the bodies of young women began turning up in shallow graves that dotted the Alaskan wilderness. The killer was at home in the rugged terrain, but the hunt for him began 3,000 miles away, where FBI profilers mapped the criminal's mind.
We are not fire department.
She was a hopeful young mother looking for her break.
The location coordinates is something you will have to pay for.
She accepted a job with a man who claimed to be a photographer, but turned out to be a merciless killer.
We are not the microwave radio.
She wasn't his first victim. Or his last.
Not the fire department.
From the 70s through the mid-80s, the wilderness of Alaska became a popular destination as people flowed north to construct the Alaskan pipeline.
RF microwave
Population
harassment
boom.
detected.
On August 13th, 1982, two off-duty Anchorage
Having
police
a
officers
cigarette
were hunting
alone.
moose near the Kinnick River, in a wilderness about 20 miles from
We are.
Anchorage.
The police are not. Are they around right now?
As they made their way through the dense forests, they happened
That
upon
radio
partially
program
buried
is
human
not in
remains.
our area.
They left it undisturbed.
Hello, how are you?
The next day, crime scene technicians from the Alaska State Troopers arrived at the scene. Crimes out here fell under state jurisdiction. Besides clothing and an elastic bandage, troopers found a .223 caliber shell casing in the shallow graves. Dental records identified the remains as 23-year-old Sherry Morrow, an exotic dancer reported missing a year earlier by her boyfriend.
We are clear from radio units.
Troopers called him in to break the news. Her clothes matched the ones he reported her missing, but her good luck charm, the gold arrowhead pendant she never took off, was gone. Morrow was probably murdered shortly after she disappeared, giving the killer more than a year to cover his tracks. Finding him would be next to impossible. In the year following the discovery of Sherry Morrow's body, more women began turning up. It's a sad truth that finding bodies in the Alaskan wilderness wasn't all that unusual. 2 or 3 times a year, some novice hiker or hunter would get lost and succumb to the elements. But a growing number of bodies had a different story.
The wind was good for collection.
During new road construction, September 2nd, 1983, a crew unearthed human skeletal remains not far from where Sherry Morrow's body was found 1 year earlier. The bones had obviously been here for some time. Yet until recently, this area of the Kinnick River was so remote that it could only be accessed by boat or light plane. The remains were identified as 17-year-old Paula Gould, an out-of-work secretary who had moved to Alaska from Hawaii. She had been missing for 5 months. Like Sherry Morrow, she had taken a job as an exotic dancer to make ends meet. And like Sherry Morrow, the .223 caliber cartridge was found at the site. For Alaska State Trooper Wayne Van Clausen, the connection was frightening.
We are not people.
And that's about when everything started to become kind of scary for everybody, because the profile was just they were topless dancers from the clubs downtown. But that was certainly when there was the belief that there was a serial murderer out there.
2 bodies had been found, but now troopers believed there were more. They began to revisit missing persons reports. Many of those reported missing were exotic dancers, but in Alaska, their disappearance was not unusual.
Cheers.
Missing persons was a relatively low priority. Statutorily, if you're an adult, you have a right to be missing. And there were a lot of instances where these girls would just jump on a plane and go away.
Between 1980 and 1983, 12 women had been reported missing. That was only a fraction of the unreported total. Troopers now wondered how many of the missing women were victims of the killer. That would be difficult to determine. The Alaska State Troopers sent the evidence from the Sherry Morrow and Paula Goulding crime scenes to the FBI's laboratory in Washington, D.C. for analysis. The FBI ran ballistics tests on both shell casings to see if they were shot from the same gun. State troopers hoped the results would provide them with strong evidence that the same person committed both murders. The lab results were conclusive. Both women were killed by the same high-powered rifle. There was little doubt. Alaska troopers were dealing with a serial killer. While they began their hunt for it in the wilderness, the Anchorage police were dealing with their own problems. Every city has its dark side, and Anchorage is no different. Except that in Alaska, the nights are longer and darker. In the 70s and 80s, Anchorage was a frontier town. Men came here to work hard, and women talked to ease their loneliness. Some women were lured to the strip clubs, hoping to earn a quick buck. Others, looking for more respectable opportunities, worked in the clubs until something better came up. For many, it never did. And in the city's streets roamed a stalker.
We are not under radio controls.
He chose carefully. His victims were hardly missed. For in a city made up largely of strangers, it's difficult to be a missing person.
Yes, a stranger is as a stranger does.
Some of the women who disappeared from Anchorage turned up safely. Some didn't turn up at all. But disappearances weren't the only crimes being reported. On the early morning of June 13, 1983, Cindy Bates, age 17, ran down an Anchorage highway. She was partially dressed and in handcuffs. She managed to flag down a passing truck. She was running. The motorist dropped her off at a motel apartment. The desk clerk called the Anchorage police. An officer removed her handcuffs and tried to calm her. Anchorage police officer Greg Baker recalls the incident.
We found her in handcuffs with very little clothes on. She was real credible. She was very scared, very frightened, and she told us her story.
Paulson, prostitute, told Baker that she picked up a trick the night before. She described him as wiry, scruffy, about 6 feet tall, with glasses and a stutter. He was not the kind of person she thought of as threatening. But as soon as she stepped into his car, he handcuffed her and put a wood-handled revolver to her head.
We are clear from the cops. We are okay. We need fuel for sustenance.
They drove to a respectable residential neighborhood. He pulled her into his house. The place was well kept and full of hunting trucks. He had a chain hanging from the ceiling of the door. He chained her up and stripped her. And there she was tortured and raped repeatedly for hours. Then he went to take a nap, leaving her there. But he wasn't through yet. He said he was going to take her to his cabin in the wilderness. He said if she tried to get anyone's attention, he'd kill her, and them as well. He told her he already had his alibi worked out. His friends were willing to lie to him. No one believed their story. They ended up at the airport. She could see him loading a weapon into a small aircraft. She also saw her chance for escape. Her one chance to save her life. The story sounded outrageous, but her genuine terror compelled Officer Blake to check it out.
I had a very street smart female, scared to death, with a story about being taken at gunpoint and held prisoner at a specific location that she described where it was. She knew where it was. She described the interior of the location. She described the den, up to and including various animals mounted on the wall.
En route to the hospital for an examination, Paulson insisted on stopping at the airport to show police the airplane she had seen earlier. She positively identified it.
While we were in there, we had a security guard stop us and describe the car the same way that Cindy described the car, and in fact, gave us a license number. That license number confirmed the address, or the area at least, that Cindy had given us regarding where the house was.
Police went to the address to speak to the owner of the car. They arrived moments before he pulled up, driving the vehicle described by Cindy Paulson. So far, everything Paulson said was checked out. But the suspect had his own story to tell. According to the motor vehicle records, the car that Cindy Paulson was abducted in belonged to Robert Hansen, a baker. Hansen, who fit the description of the man Paulson described, calmly answered questions. He said he was at a friend's house from 5 p.m. to 11:30, preparing a seat for his airplane. Afterward, he went to the home of another and stayed until around 5:30 that morning. Then he went to the airport and installed the seat. Hansen gave police his consent to search his house. Again, his home was exactly as Paulson had described. That only proved she'd been in the house, not that Hansen had raped and tortured her. They could find no evidence of that. They did notice a loose-fitting wall. Behind it, they found a collection of weapons, but that wasn't surprising. Hansen was an avid hunter. They did find a revolver, but it didn't match the one that Paulson described. The gun, the chain, and the blanket she was wrapped in were nowhere to be found. Hansen's car appeared equally clean. Anchorage police found nothing in his car that fit Paulson's story.
Control heath with hashtags
Those alibis were corroborated and verified. And Mr. Hansen was released after a consent search of his house.
Paulson, still shaken from her ordeal, was able to pick Hansen's picture out of a photo lineup. But when given the chance to take a lie detector test, she refused. Her occupation gave her an inherent distrust of the police, and gave police an inherent distrust of her. She felt she'd never be taken seriously. Soon after, she left town for a while to try to put the nightmare behind her. Anchorage authorities were willing to let it drop too.
I found out because the alibis were corroborated.
Cheers.
And because they had a problem with Cindy Paulson appearing and disappearing, and of course her lifestyle left a lot to be desired, that the case had been suspended with the Anchorage Police Department.
Police had gathered no solid evidence linking her story to Robert Hansen. But for Officer Greg Baker, it wasn't over. He was one officer who believed Paulson's story and wouldn't let it go. The predator, roaming the streets of Anchorage, was still out there, free to claim more victims. Robert Hansen, the most likely suspect in the abduction and rape of Cindy Paulson, had been released for a lack of solid evidence.
You are not he.
Officer Baker was still curious. Lately, the Anchorage police have been grappling with what seemed like more than their share of missing persons reports involving prostitutes like Paulson, or exotic dancers, or women out by themselves.
We are not Adam Vector units.
Paulson's assertion that she was about to be put on a plane only reinforced his creeping suspicions about Hansen.
He had taken her to the airport where he was going to fly her out with the story that if she maintained her helpfulness, that he'd bring her back and let her go. Well, Cindy was bright enough to know that she was on a one-way trip, and so was I. And so I kind of just put two and two together and figured that he was a very good suspect for the missing dancers.
Baker's supervisor had suspended the investigation into Robert Hansen, but Baker couldn't let it go. Cindy Paulson's nightmarish story had too much detail to not have some basis in truth. But no one, except Baker, would listen to her. He continued his investigation. On the surface, Baker found nothing in Hansen's record to arouse suspicion. He had moved to Anchorage from Iowa 16 years earlier and opened a bakery. It was a huge success. He had a wife and children, and except for his stutter, he fit in completely. When he wasn't in the kitchen, Hansen enjoyed flying his small airplane, a Super Cub Piper. Back on the ground, he took to the woods. He was a solid citizen. He just didn't fit the model of serial killer. There were plenty of others drifting through Alaska more suited to that. They didn't have businesses. They didn't have families. Hansen did. He had everything to lose.
That radio program is not in
Frank
our
Rothschild was a prosecutor involved in the Paulson case.
Bob the baker. The troopers and the police used to go to his donut shop all the time. It was a very popular place to go. He had a bakery. People knew him. He was friendly.
The police are not me. Are they around?
He was just a hard-working guy.
Unaware of Officer Greg Baker's local investigation in Anchorage, state troopers were still trying to find their city.
Are they around right now?
Bodies continued to be unearthed in the Alaskan wilderness. Troopers set up a task force to study the similarities between the missing women and the murders. They hoped to find a common thread that would lead to a suspect. Until authorities knew more, they did their best to educate dancers and prostitutes about playing safe. For the first time, police and prostitutes were on the same side. According to Rothschild, the goal was preservation.
Law enforcement were then and had been for a time advising young women who were working in some of these clubs and who were working the streets to be careful and to advise them there was a maniac out there who seemed to be abducting and killing people.
A little digging revealed that Hansen's criminal history was extensive. 12 years earlier, in 1971, he'd been arrested twice for kidnapping, rape, and assault with a deadly weapon. They were crimes that bore an eerie resemblance to what Cindy Paulson had endured. Baker couldn't bring this information to his supervisor. The Paulson case had been officially suspended, and Baker was bucking authority. That left him no alternative.
And at that time, I gathered up all the reports and background that I could find on Mr. Hansen and carried it over to the troopers.
When the troopers received the file from Officer Baker, they were optimistic. Paulson's testimony, along with Hansen's police record from Anchorage, made him a prime suspect in the state case. The troopers' investigation dovetailed with theirs. They were both dealing with the same maniac. Robert Hansen was their best suspect.
I think everybody was looking at him real seriously because he made a good suspect when you looked into him. He had a pretty extensive criminal background, including some sexual assaults.
The only problem though Hansen was a violent sex offender, his record indicated nothing about being capable of homicide. Nor was there any direct link from him to Sherry Morrow, Paula Goulding, and the other missing women. At this point, troopers didn't even have enough for a search warrant. They knew only that 3 women were dead and 12 were missing. Out there lurked a serial killer. Troopers needed to catch him before he killed again. They needed help.
We knew we had a mass murder on it. That was not something Alaska had any experience with. Somebody obviously knew that the FBI not only had experience with it, but had set out this unit that was designed specifically to try to assist in discovering who these people were.
To catch a killer in their own backyard, the troopers called on help from over 3,000 miles away. Only the FBI had the resources needed to get inside a killer's head. When the Alaska State Troopers determined they had a serial killer on their hands, they realized they didn't have the expertise to stop him. But they knew who did. Quantico, Virginia is home to the FBI's investigative support unit. Here, agents attempt to predict behavioral patterns by analyzing a criminal's actions. Retired FBI agent John Douglas helped pioneer behavioral profiling and still works as a consultant. His profiles are based on 25 years interviewing convicted killers. They taught Douglas how to think like they do. He's learned that serial killers are acting out their fantasies of control and conquest. As Douglas slowly wins their trust, he takes them back to the scene of their crime.
You finally get them talking, they start giving you that 1,000-yard stare. They're back 10 years ago, 20 years ago when they were perpetrating the crime. And they kind of lock into that 1,000-yard stare. And their memory is just so precise. And the fantasy is what keeps them going over and over and enables them to survive when they're incarcerated. So I got to tap into that. It takes time, but once I'm in there, I get tremendous information.
From these interviews, he distilled a checklist of traits and habits that serial killers share. They start with lesser crimes, such as arson or cruelty to animals. Over the years, their violence builds. To every new case, profilers bring them knowledge of how killers evolve.
To understand the criminal, you must look at the crime. You just want to see if you can come up with an analysis based upon preliminary police reports, crime scene photographs, profile of the victim, autopsy protocol, reviewing that, review the autopsy photographs, do an analysis of the overall crime, the risk level that the subject took, the victim risk level, analysis of the area that's maybe the crime scene, maybe you have multiple crime scenes, and then based upon that, you attempt now to come up with a specific type of profile.
By examining every aspect of an unsolved crime, a profiler can determine specific characteristics of their killer, such as age, occupation, and physical characteristics. The troopers contacted the FBI to see if the Bureau could work up an analysis of the Anchorage killer. They hoped the profiler would sharpen the investigation and bring overlooked clues to light. The troopers gave the FBI what they needed to build the behavioral profile. For a scrupulous, accurate profile, they required only facts from the troopers, no analysis or theories. Trooper Wayne Van Clausen didn't want to lose any time. The information he received from Officer Baker aroused his suspicions about Robert Hansen, but he needed more information for examination. Criminal records were just beginning to be computerized, and he didn't have access to them all in Anchorage. While the profile was being developed, he went to Juneau to collect Hansen's records from the Superior and Supreme Court archives. In his fact-finding mission, Van Clausen researched every town that Hansen had ever lived in. He found reports on Robert Hansen dating back to 1961.
Yes, I am a computer. We are.
He gathered all that he could carry, sent the rest by truck,
We are
then
not
headed
the
home.
fire department.
While he was in Juneau, the FBI had come through with a criminal profile
Heath.
of the serial killer.
You
The
are
fact that the
not
killer
Heath.
was so prolific meant to Douglas that he could function unnoticed within the community. Someone who worked independently, most likely a business owner. The killer would be an avid outdoorsman, since the bodies were recovered in remote areas of wilderness. Since he preyed on prostitutes, Douglas concluded the killer had difficulty talking to women, had low self-esteem, and grew up
We
feeling
don't
like an
care
outcast.
about your unit's radio traffic. We don't want to
Based
hear
on
it.
killers with similar profiles, Douglas provided a specific characteristic to explain the cause of those feelings of inadequacy.
We are currently
A feature that bore an
posted
eerie
speed
resemblance
limit
to
laws
Robert
for
Hansen.
this location.
The one that totally blew us all away, I think, is that when they said he's either going to be a stutterer or someone who has a lisp, a speech defect. How do you figure that? But that was one of the things that they suggested might show up.
The FBI profile pointed to Robert Hansen, but the depths of Douglas's insight were about to be known. Upon Van Clausen's return, troopers studied the files. The records showed that Hansen had spent 3 years in a reformatory for setting fire to his old high school's bus garage. Based on their work with previous killers, the FBI profilers said the killer would have a history of arson.
You have a boyfriend?
Yes, actually I do.
Yeah, because
The profile painted the killer as a social misfit. Hansen's court-ordered psychiatric reports from his days at the reformatory bore this out.
Not boyfriend, girl.
I'm really busy right now, you know.
I don't mean anything like. I mean.
His stutter was a social barrier that undermined his self-confidence.
The truck is fine and has an unknown
Whenever he tried to
location
assert
and
himself, he'd
destination.
be
I have a
slapped
lot of
down.
work to do, or I'm gonna call security on you.
Yes, we have many wheels.
He never
We are
forgot
not
the
that
sting.
call.
The profile said the killer would learn to function as a normal member of society while his perversions festered within. His record showed that in his 30s, Hansen began working at a bakery. He would brag to co-workers about his kleptomania and the sense of
Hello,
power
how
it gave him.
are you?
He also bragged about his love of hunting.
Lore RF microwave
He took
harassment
great pleasure in
detected.
exerting power over his prey, stalking it, then wounding it.
Yes.
And he became good at the kill, winning prestigious
a
awards.
tactical asset computer
In
system.
1967, he moved to Alaska to start a new life, and for better hunting. 3 years after moving there, his record showed he was arrested for the attempted rape of a young receptionist at gunpoint. He pleaded no contest to assault with a deadly weapon. A little more than a month
Lore
later,
RF
he was indicted for the
microwave
attempted
harassment
assault of an 18-year-old woman he'd followed home.
As soon as the man got to Alaska, he was involved in theft cases. He was involved in abductions. He had psychiatric evaluations showing him to be really unstable and having all kinds of weird sexual fantasies and the rest.
True to the profile, Hansen seemed a respectable
location
citizen,
coordinates
so the
is
courts were
something
lenient.
You will have to pay
In one
for.
case, he claimed to have memory lapses and was given psychiatric treatment and 5 years in a work release program.
We are not
He
Charlie
abducted
Vector
one of his
units.
early victims outside a coffee shop, took her to a cabin in the wilderness, and raped her at gunpoint. She was 17 at the time.
He told me, of course, if I called the police, that he would hunt me down and kill me.
The police are not.
He told me
are
he
they?
was a fine,
You are
outstanding
not
businessman. He had never mentioned at any point when during the rape time or before or after that he was married, but he said he's a fine, outstanding businessman and that I was just a kid and nobody would believe
We may have
me.
to make a telephone call.
And he was right. Everything the profiler said about the perpetrator of the serial killings fit suspect Robert Hansen, a truly dangerous man who was passing as a nondescript face in the crowd.
The truck is fine and has
While
an
troopers
unknown
zeroed in on
location
Hansen,
and a
they spread
destination.
out to search for more victims in the Knik River area, where 3 bodies had been found. They believed that the dancers who were still missing may have been buried close to the other grave sites. But troopers came up empty. The area was too large and remote to cover completely. Despite the compelling FBI profile and the past police records, troopers lacked anything tangible to link Hansen to the killings. His police records were too stale, the evidence too circumstantial to hold any weight in a court of
The
law.
police are not me, are they?
Investigators
around right
hoped that Cindy Paulson could help. She was the only surviving victim to Hansen's current wave of violence. Perhaps she could remember something else from her ordeal. Paulson gave another statement. But this time, she was able to ID one of the guns Hansen had in his possession. Aside from Paulson, Hansen had not been implicated in a rape or abduction for more than 10 years. But in the hopes of strengthening their case and establishing a pattern of behavior, investigators searched for another of Hansen's victims from years earlier, whose experience matched Paulson's. Although this prior victim no longer lived in the area, troopers tracked her down and asked for her help.
I had gotten a call from
We are not that call.
asking if I would like to maybe
We are
help
not
with
that
a
call.
conviction for
We are not
Mr.
people
Hansen.
on bikes.
They had explained to me that he had killed, to the best of their knowledge, 7 women. And they explained to me that the last woman had broken free.
The police are not me, are they around right now?
She agreed to
We
testify
are not
when the
the
time
fire
came,
department.
but troopers still had a weak case. Though troopers felt confident they were on the right track, they didn't have enough to prove that Hansen was a serial killer. According to Anchorage Police Officer Greg Baker, Hansen knew that authorities were onto something.
The police are not me,
One
are
morning
they
I was
around
driving
right
by
now?
and I needed to get some donuts for the shift. Mr. Hansen was there and he had a window that he stood in and
The wind
decorated
is good
cakes
for
and
power.
cupcakes,
You are not
cookies.
Heath.
And I remember watching him. He kept looking
We
up
are
at
not
me.
the
You
fire
could tell he was
department.
nervous. And he kept putting frosting on his thumb. And I liked that.
What we'll do is
Although investigators had Hansen in their sights, they still lacked the evidence to connect him directly to the crimes. But because Hansen matched the profile so closely, Douglas flew to Alaska to review the case and to brief the troopers and prosecutor Frank Rothschild on how to proceed with the suspect.
information that's already in front of him to release.
Douglas was confident that Hansen was their serial killer. The hunter was now the hunted.
So the mission was to provide a analysis
fuel
for
for
them.
sustenance.
Does he have the capability to commit a crime like this? And the answer was yes. I believe this prostitute, and I believe he's capable of perpetrating these crimes.
Douglas's idea was to bring Hansen in for questioning while simultaneously searching his house. To obtain a warrant, investigators needed to list specific items they believed to be in the house. They knew to look for the gun that Cindy Paulson described, and the one that fired the bullets found in the graves of Sherry Morrow and Paula Goulding.
We are not
That wasn't
veteran
enough.
units.
They needed a home run. Something that would prove Hansen's guilt in no uncertain terms. They asked Douglas if there was anything else to list in the warrant.
Yes, some of the research findings is we're dealing here with a serial killer. And serial killers, it starts off as fantasy. And one of the things to keep the fantasy going after the crime is because they're on the hunt nightly looking for victims, is they take some type of memento. We call them either souvenirs or trophies, something belonging to the
We are
victims.
not that call.
Douglas helped prosecutors write the affidavit based on the likelihood of finding mementos mentioned in the profile.
Okay, anything else? I've got those 2.
Anything from a piece of the victim's jewelry to a driver's license.
We don't have any.
But a behavioral profile had never been used as the basis of a search warrant in the United States before. Rothschild knew he'd need to back it up with more conventional information.
Obviously, the district attorney's office wanted this search warrant to be bulletproof. They wanted it to be absolutely,
we are clear
positively,
from radio units.
Without flaw, because they knew this was a big,
Yes,
big
the
case. The last thing they
tactical
wanted
asset
was to
system
have
is
something
active.
wrong with the search warrant and have all the evidence thrown out.
The affidavit swelled to 48 pages. The judge granted 8 search warrants for Hanson's property. Now, they just needed Hanson. They had learned his pattern, knew his schedule. On October 23, 1983, they went to pick him up at his bakery.
Hello, how are you?
But Hanson wasn't there.
We are not people
He'd gotten
on
off
bikes.
to a late start, unwittingly
Okay,
keeping the
we
troopers
need
waiting
fuel
20
for-
tense minutes.
I am listening to voice comments right now. Microwave harassment detected.
Step away from your car.
When asked to come in for questioning, he didn't resist.
We are not under radio controls.
The interrogation room was ready for him. The goal was to keep him off balance, hoping to elicit a confession and avoid a lengthy legal case. Douglas helped the troopers design the interrogation room for the biggest psychological impact. Crime scene photos and related materials were strewn everywhere for Hanson to contemplate before his interview. At the appointed moment, the troopers arrived,
Hello, Mr.
and the
Hanson.
mind game began.
Mr. Hanson?
The FBI coached Rothschild on how to play it.
Okay, we need fuel
Ask
for
him
sustenance.
questions in a way that would prompt more discussion. So that's game plan number one. Then obviously we've got
We
all
are
of
not
these
medics
cases that have been
or
investigated.
EMS1.
And to get him to talk specifically about those.
We
He's
are
trying
not
to search
that
us
call.
out. What do we know?
We are not the
I
microwave
could
radio
see-
on that bus.
His game plan was to kind of find out what we knew and play off of that. And my game plan, of course, was to find out what he knew.
A tactical asset.
While Rothschild tried to get Hanson to open up and confess, troopers served the search warrants. Hanson's wife was home. The troopers were extra cautious, videotaping the entire proceeding. What they were looking for could be anywhere, even in plain sight.
Yes, the tactical asset system is active.
Hanson knew the troopers had access to his police and psychological. He didn't tell the fellows anything they didn't already know. He spoke of his painful upbringing, his strict family, his anger. He admitted to picking up dancers and prostitutes in the early 70s, and how enraged he became when they tried to raise their prices. But he denied threatening anyone. He admitted,
We are not the microwave radio on that bus.
while Hanson told his story, as his house was being turned inside out, other troopers headed to his bakery and to the airport to search his plane. Both were clean. The house became the focal point of the investigation.
Police are not are there. We are
A careful
not
search
the
of the upstairs bedroom finally yielded a curious and eerie discovery. An aerial map of the region, peppered with 37 X's. They seemed to be clustered mainly around the area where bodies had been found. But there were dozens more marks than bodies, at least so far. The searchers continued up to the attic.
We are currently following posted speed.
Under insulation, the troopers found weapons. Among the items found were a 223 Ruger Mini 14 rifle, like the one used to kill Sherry Morrow and Paula Gould, and a wood-handled revolver resembling the one described by Cindy Colson. The search team let Van Clausen know the good news.
You cannot control the cache
The net was closing on Hanson, and he knew it.
transmissions.
But he wasn't ready to talk just yet. was dragged on for hours. It didn't seem like a confession was likely.
I haven't. Never seen.
While troopers collected the evidence, the case unwound even further. Hanson's friend and neighbors stopped by, curious about their activity. She was stunned by the news, then made a confession that demolished the last of Hanson's story. She told troopers that her husband provided Hanson with his alibi on the night of Cindy Paulson's abduction. He'd lied to protect his friend, not realizing how serious Hanson's charges were. The husband later called police and retracted his statement. Hanson's alibi evaporated. As the search continued, the troopers found the most incriminating evidence so far. Evidence that Douglas knew had to be there somewhere. They found Sherry Morrow's necklace and other personal property belonging to the dead and missing women. They had found Hanson's stash of trophies.
Yeah, this is basically.
Investigators called the station. Though they had Hanson where they wanted him, still he wouldn't confess. But they had enough to lock him up on the Cindy Paulson case. Bail was set at $500,000. Investigators now had time to build their case against Hanson as a serial killer. They called the prior victim to see if she was still on board.
And at that time, they thought he had killed 11 women and are still interested in being a witness. They really felt that they may need me because he hadn't confessed.
Key points on the map found in his bedroom matched the locations of bodies recovered by the troopers. Another X marked the location of a body recovered by Seward police years earlier. The remaining X's presumably marked the graves of more victims, dozens of them.
Looking at the map, obviously, was pretty chilling. Because we believed the map. The map was a body count, as far as we were concerned. The man had kept track. He didn't have newspaper clippings. He had the map.
When the troopers believed they had enough to convict Hanson on at least 4 murders, they confronted him and his lawyer with the evidence. Hanson couldn't refute it. He had no place left to hide. Finally, it was time to confess. Time for Hanson to cut a deal. Hanson said he would confess to the murders that could be proven, as long as the trial was given no publicity and that his family be left alone. He demanded that he be imprisoned outside of Alaska when the trial was over. In exchange for only 4 convictions, he agreed to show the troopers where more bodies were buried. Investigators called the prior victim to tell her the good news.
The third time they called back and said that he had confessed and they wouldn't need me. So I hung up the phone when we were done talking, got my son off at school, got my husband out the door, and proceeded to fall apart. I started crying. I couldn't stop. I had no control over it. It controlled me.
Is not in our area.
I could see each and every one of those women, how they died, probably hunted down like dogs,
We are
wounded and then hunted more.
Okay, we need fuel. We don't care about
In his confession, Hanson described how he would take his victims into the woods and hunt for his prey. Over the dozen years that he lived in Alaska, he'd raped more than 40 women and developed many strategies for capturing them. Once he found a likely target, a solitary woman like Sherry Morrow, he would befriend her and arrange to meet her at a fast food place. If they were dancers or aspiring models, he'd offer to pay to photograph. He'd arrive early and stay in his car. That way he'd be certain the woman arrived alone and had no one waiting for her in the parking lot. No witnesses. Then he'd go in, and meat is needed.
The wind is good for power generation. Nor are
one half of the hand was already fastened to the seat.
Microwave harassment.
Hansen boasted that snapping the other half onto his victim's wrist while reaching for his gun became like a reflex. Then he would take them home or to a remote motel to rape and torture them. Afterwards, he'd blindfold them and drive or fly them to the outskirts of town until he arrived at a secluded spot, his hunting ground. His habit was to toy with his prey before he made the kill. Hansen confessed that in the summer of '83, he devised what he called his summer plan. He sent his family away so he could bring his victims home. When he was done with them, he'd dispose of them in the wilderness.
Raw art and microwave harassment.
On February 27, 1988, Robert Hansen was convicted of murdering 4 women and sentenced to 461 years plus life with no chance of parole. After his sentencing, Hansen accompanied troopers into the field to find more of his victims, represented by X's on his map. A total of 8 victims were found. Some places on the map went unexplored. Bears scavenged others, scattering the remains. Investigators will never know how many of the 37 X's represented one of Hansen's victims. According to John Douglas, the map might have depicted only a small part of the counterparts.
Killers like Hansen come into contact with a lot of women, but fantasy is everything, and they may not like the way the person talks or the person dresses, style, and so they'll make a decision. Well, this one will live, this one over here will die. I believe he was good for a lot more cases. And I still believe there's a chance that one of the reasons that caused him to go up to Alaska was that he was running away from homicides back in the lower 48.
In the United States, an estimated 35 to 50 serial killers are active at any given time. Profiling has made them easier to spot and apprehend. Each time one is captured, investigators learn more about their twisted motivations, making it easier to catch the next one.
A man is found dead in a ditch, stabbed and dressed in women's clothes. 2 others are found nearby. Over the course of just 10 days, 2 more fall victim to random knife attacks. To everyone's surprise, the killer is a young woman. Joanna Dennehy has spent years in and out of juvenile detention, prison and psychiatric units. She's a drug addict, alcoholic and known to be violent.
Dennehy's violent behavior escalates, culminating in a killing spree in which she murders 3 men over a 10-day period. Were there red flags in her early teens that were missed? And could these tragic murders have been prevented? 1 in 5 murders in the UK is now committed by an ex-prisoner.
From serial rapists,
he harboured dark thoughts about carrying out sexual offences,
to convicted killers.
They'd met in prison, they were out on the streets together.
Free to walk amongst us.
They knew he could have killed again.
Free to murder innocent people.
She stabbed him many times, and then she hid him in a wheelie bin.
I'm Donald McIntyre, and I'm examining how such tragedies happen. Who's to blame? Is it the justice system? Or are these killers just pure evil?
She
gained pleasure from hurting people.
And ultimately, could an innocent life have been saved? This is Release to Kill.
I am a tactical. Solar is great for...
Joanna Dennehy was born in St Albans, Hertfordshire in 1982. She grew up with her mom, dad and younger sister.
I know that her father was a security worker and her mother worked in groceries.
Joanna did well in school.
She was a very bright, talented, driven individual, and her family had high hopes for her.
But at 13, the young teenager's life takes a darker path when she starts dating a man 5 years older, John Trainer. Her parents put a stop to the relationship, but she regularly runs away from home to join her boyfriend. Her school grades plummet. One afternoon, her parents are called to the school after she turns up drunk and burns her books.
She seemed to get involved in drugs and alcohol and just start mixing with the wrong crowd.
Joanna continues her relationship with her older boyfriend, and at just 15, she leaves home for the last time, never to return.
She ran away with a 20-year-old man. The relationship was sexual, an older man, and using drugs and alcohol. Why is that what was seeking?
Dennehy and Trainer move to Milton Keynes. She becomes estranged from her parents and younger sister, and at only 17, she gives birth to a daughter. But the young couple already has problems.
There was a lack of maternal instinct or a different maternal instinct to what we would typically see as the norm.
The relationship with Trainer is stormy. She cheats on him with both men and women. By this time, Dennehy is chronically addicted to drugs and alcohol. She would leave home for days or weeks, only to return and ask for forgiveness. During this period, she has her first run-in with the law. A burglary conviction leads to a sentence in a secure unit.
As a boy, I was in young offender prisons. There's a lot of bravado about being a prolific criminal or a serious criminal even. And I mean, that's one of the sad things about our young prisoner system, is that they're like gladiator schools, and it's about who's the toughest, who's the hardest. They're very difficult places.
Having her freedom taken away doesn't deter Dennehy. She goes on to commit further minor offences.
The period of time when you can make an influence. I've worked with sort of young offenders, so 18 to 21, and that's the time when you need to work to try to break that cycle of offending.
Looking for a fresh start, John Trainer persuades Dennehy to move to East Anglia, but a change of scene doesn't work. With her growing addiction to drink and drugs, her behaviour continues to deteriorate, and John eventually leaves. The couple separate for 18 months, during which time Dennehy spends further time in youth offender prison. At this point, she's committing relatively minor offences and doesn't receive any mental health treatment.
She was under the age of 25, and best practice would suggest that we don't make any kind of diagnosis of personality disorder under the age of 25, because our personalities are continuing to develop, and particularly if we're thinking about impulsive personality traits such as sexual promiscuity at a young age, violence, those things decrease as we age.
When Dennehy is 23, she and her partner John get back together and have a second daughter. Sadly, their relationship doesn't improve. Dennehy starts self-harming and etches a homemade tattoo under her right eye. When she was drunk, she would kick and punch her partner, and worryingly, this is when she starts to carry a knife.
When Joanna Dennehy started showing signs of violence towards him, he instinctively became worried for his children. That's when he decided to leave, because he couldn't risk putting the children in harm's way.
John Trainer leaves Dennehy in 2007 and takes their two girls with him. Now alone and homeless, things go from bad to worse for her. She drifts from address to address, stealing and sometimes turning to sex work.
she turned to some unsavoury methods of gaining money to help feed some of her addiction issues, which then led her down a potentially darker path.
Joanna Dennehy has spiraled out of control since her mid-teens. She's abusing drugs and alcohol regularly, and her violence has escalated to such a point that her partner has left and taken their children with them.
Professor Taj Nathan, a forensic psychiatrist, and Vanessa Frake, a retired prison governor, join me in the Crime Hub to discuss the case.
So Joanna Dennehy, what strikes me as significant later on is that she's a super bright kid. Now, of course, with all of that comes a different skill set. So she seemed to be using manipulative, bullying. She seemed to be, evolved into petty crime. And it's quite an unusual trajectory because she had a pretty stable home life.
Yes, and that does make it unusual. So the typical pattern of offenders who may start to offend in their teenage years is that there are often difficulties in the home life and problems in the environment they're living. Those factors weren't present in this case.
So there was some suggestion that she recognized in her early teens that she was different to other people.
I think she commented that she felt that she may have been the black sheep of the family. So that may have been a recognition that there was something different, a recognition in herself that there was something different about her.
She gets a boyfriend and runs off with him. And it seems to me this is the critical juncture. This is when she actually leaves her family behind, and this is the first major move in her life.
Yes, absolutely. I think it shows the character that Joanna Dennehy is. She's very strong-willed, strong-minded, but for a woman, a young woman at this stage, that's not necessarily a bad thing. The fact that she wanted to be with somebody older is interesting, but understandably, at this stage, there's no sort of red flags flying.
This may be the early signs of her acting on the need for excitement, and there's a sense of some recklessness, but I would agree, at this stage, it doesn't appear outside what would be expected for someone who's getting involved in offending.
The discussion around her drug use while in her adolescence, lots of adolescents use drugs. It doesn't mean that it would necessarily provoke a rehab course.
When she came into prison on the first occasion, they would have gone through risk assessments with her and asked her about her drug taking. Did she take drugs? If so, what drugs did she take?
At what level of drug use would somebody be offered intervention?
Any level. But again, if she doesn't engage in it, it's not going to happen.
I think that her drug use is likely to be another reflection of her sensation-seeking, so her thrill-seeking behaviour. So she is likely to have seen that as a positive aspect of her life, not something that caused problems that she required treatment for.
We're now hearing testimony that she is being rather violent in her relationship with John. Clearly, if she was violent at home, she was clearly violent elsewhere. But I'm wondering if society's reaction to crimes of violence by women suggested they weren't dealt with as seriously as they should have been.
Social services didn't really look into the violence against the partner, the threat to the children, etc., because, as we know, women are in the main nurturers and carers, and it's not the violence that she portrays isn't the norm. She's very violent. It appears when she's drunk, often attacking John. She's taken to carrying a knife, a dagger in her boot.
And in view of what we know about her future offending, this seems to me the very first window into her real amplified potential for violence.
The concern I would have, particular concern, would be carrying a knife. What psychological purpose did that serve for? It could have been part of a display to display the threat that she presents. It could have also represented a fascination with violence and with weapons.
She has 2 children. We're condensing some years here, but essentially her criminality and that kind of behaviour doesn't change.
No, in fact, it escalates to a certain degree. She became abusive to her partner. She then got convicted of theft and spent some more time in prison.
When her partner, her boyfriend, took advantage of her time in prison to take the kids away, she didn't seem too distressed.
No, she didn't. I think the evidence suggests that she didn't have the expected emotional response to that event.
I think at this stage she's come to a crossroads, and at this stage it's which way Joanna decides to go. Does she go left to turn her life around, or does she go right down the wrong path?
Dennehy soon goes back to her old friends and social haunts, but could she stay out of trouble?
Joanna Dennehy is now 30, single, and living in Peterborough. Her violent behaviour is a way of life. In 2012, she's given a 12-month community order for assault causing bodily harm and owning a dangerous dog. She's now under the care of the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Probation Service, which should have been making sure she wasn't committing crime. Unfortunately, the department had just adopted a government plan called Transforming Rehabilitation.
Now, under transforming rehabilitation, offenders were divided into 3 levels: medium, low, but high as well. Now, high risk was seen by National Probation Service, and they were given a much more serious level of support and oversight.
Joanna Dennehy was classified as low to medium risk.
The medium and low-level cases were overseen by the private sector probation officers who had higher caseloads. They may not be as qualified. I'm not belittling the work that they did, but there was a different level of expectation.
A later investigation reveals that the probation officer assigned to her wasn't experienced enough to deal with the complexities of Dennehy's offending. Nothing was done about her regularly missing appointments. She's slipping through the cracks in the system. Dennehy continues to offend. Later that year, she's convicted of theft and sent back to Peterborough Prison. While in prison, the authorities recognise that she's no ordinary addict. For the first time, her mental health issues are addressed. She undergoes psychological testing at Peterborough City Hospital and is diagnosed with a personality disorder.
There are many, many treatments available for that, and treatments that have a good impact. We're looking at individualised psychotherapies, and that just is not readily available in prison, but I would suggest is entirely what she needed at the time.
For the first time, there's a diagnosis of serious mental issues. Dennehy also has a long history of violence linked to a string of convictions. When her sentence comes to an end, she's prescribed medication to regulate her moods and released back onto the streets.
We can think of it like a plaster on a gunshot wound. It might cover the hole and you might not see the bleeding for a little while, but underneath that, the person's wound is increasing, you're bleeding out, everything's getting worse, but you just can't quite see it.
You are not heath.
She got convicted and was returned to Peterborough Prison, where significantly, for the very first time, she came under the umbrella of some mental health professional.
Yes, so she was admitted to a psychiatric unit very briefly and there received a diagnosis of antisocial personality disorder. It's an unusual diagnosis to apply to a female, so I think it's showing some indicator that she's at the top end of the offending group.
How do you think she would have regarded and engaged with that diagnosis?
I don't think she would necessarily have been desperate to seek an understanding of what the problems were in her, because I don't think she would have recognised there were problems. She may have recognised that she was different.
And do you think that it may even have been a suggestion that she would have been relieved that confirmation that she was different, but perhaps more significantly, more likely that she used this as a badge of honour?
Absolutely, yes. I think that there's a distinct possibility of that. And also that she enjoyed being different and the shock factor that went with it.
So there doesn't appear to be any suggestion
that there was an intervention which was missed, a lost opportunity that might have halted her criminality?
At this stage, no, I wouldn't say that there was.
So in the fact that she had no convictions of violence, and she was clearly violent already at that stage, it's just one, society's response to violence from women, and maybe underwhelming response, or two, she was manipulative and sharp enough to talk her way out of it.
Yes, I'd agree. So even if that had come to the attention of authorities, then there's a possibility that she may have given the impression that, that was just in the context of a difficult relationship, and there was not a likelihood of violence elsewhere.
It's interesting that you say that in therapy or in assessments, that at one level she'd be super manipulative. Do you think part of her manipulative skill set would be to shock and to challenge and also to tell the truth and maybe a bit more?
Yes, I think the evidence is that she was prone to lie and that she was prone to exaggerate.
It seems to me that the pattern here is something she can control people with her charisma, her intellect, and of course, always a threat of violence.
Yes, absolutely. I think always in the background now we're seeing the violence simmering away gently. I think it's interesting that she feels so comfortable in prison because actually on the outside she's now got nothing. She has no partner, she has no children, she has no family ties, she has no home. So everything that she's got is now in the prison.
With her antisocial personality disorder, her intellect, threat of violence, and her charisma, that is another dangerous cocktail in one individual.
It is. She's certainly on a pathway to serious offending with violence. The extent of that, I think, is difficult to tell at this stage.
Yes.
Now out of prison, Dennehy is once again under the supervision of the probation service. This time they assess her as having the potential to cause serious harm. But this doesn't lead to them carrying out any further risk assessment. They place her in a shared house for vulnerable people owned by landlord Kevin Lee. No one could have predicted the shocking events that would take place there.
I think it was 2013, after a relationship broke down, I moved into a shared house, one of Kev's, and then all of a sudden this Joanna came on the scene. She was just a bit, how do I put her? To be honest with you, she was quiet the first day. Nothing. And I'm like, well, you seem quite timid. Day two, you'd think she owned the house.
Dennehy wastes no time making friends with her landlord and concocts a story about her past. She lies to Kevin Lee, telling him she killed her father, who abused her as a child.
She said to people that I had a good childhood over than what my dad did. She's like, I had to get him away from my mum and my sister.
Her lying regarding her father abusing her, I would want to know what she felt she was trying to achieve through that. Who was she trying to hurt? Was she trying to get care and attention because she felt that she would be more likely to get support and emotional warmth from others if she was a sexual abuse victim?
Kevin Lee takes pity on her, even giving her a job that fits her aggressive talents perfectly.
She was basically being a bailiff for him, if you like. He hired her to evict people illegally from his properties. She'd go around banging on the doors, threatening them, and that's how they were doing it.
She might have scared the tenants, but Kevin Lee, a married man with 2 children, has fallen under Dennehy's spell, and they soon end up in a sexual relationship.
She would nudge him, she'd pinch his bum, and she'd be like, I'll see to you later, and carry on being a naughty boy. And I'm like, if she's that open, does she know he's got a wife?
As Tony Ann gets to know Dennehy, she's increasingly disturbed by her aggressive and violent moods.
She liked to brag that she's a prison bird, and she used to say, I've been in prison, don't test me. And then she'd say things like me, she's like, you think I'm flirting with these men, but I've been in prison, I'll take you as well.
The 2 women share the house with 2 men. One is John Chapman, a 56-year-old Navy veteran.
He was good, he was harmless, very noisy, because my room was below his. I used to have to tell him on a few occasions.
Yes,
but he was perfect. Very caring, very caring. We'd have a drink together, me and John would. She kind of joined in on our drinking. Sometimes she'd be nice to him, but as the drinking went on, she'd start being nasty. Like starting to say, I'm going to get rid of you, all that. And she'd be like, give me your money.
Dennehy's threats against John Chapman will soon escalate with terrible consequences.
Dennehy is learning that she can ensnare any man with her apparent charm and magnetism. She exploits this.
She now turns her attention to 31-year-old Polish man Łukasz Slabosiewski, a warehouse clerk she met in town. The two have got to know each other through a shared interest in drink and drugs.
He had told his friends that he had met a lovely English girlfriend and she had been messaging him and started to develop what he thought was a romantic relationship between the two.
After sending a series of suggestive text messages, Dennehy invites Łukasz to her house. He heads there, hoping for sex with his new girlfriend. What happens next is the stuff of nightmares. Once he's inside, Dennehy launches a frenzied knife attack on the unsuspecting Łukasz.
I think she stabbed him many times, and then she hid him in a wheelie bin, and she actually showed him to a 15-year-old girl.
Dennehy has a problem: how to get rid of the body. She decides to bring in some muscle and calls an old friend, a 7'3" giant of a man known as Gary Stretch. Stretch has a history of petty theft and burglary. Dennehy uses her charm on him and he falls under her spell. Reportedly, he used to follow her around as if he was a puppy and Dennehy his master.
Together they set about finding a car because she's realised that she's going to need a way to transport and dispose of this body.
A few days later, Dennehy and Gary Stretch buy a Vauxhall Astra, dubbed the Hearse, and they use it to dump Łukasz's body in the fens on the outskirts of Peterborough.
The first murder, it's quite interesting that the disposal was in a quite banal way in a wheelie bin.
Not only did she cast this poor guy out as a bit of rubbish in the wheelie bin, she actually showed a friend of hers the body in the wheelie bin as was. So it wasn't like that she was concerned about having murdered somebody. It was just the normal to her.
So she wasn't really going to any great efforts to conceal the fact she murdered. In fact, she was already using it as a boast, as part of her reputation and as part of a badge of honour, something to add to her status.
Yes, so I think her actions afterwards and showing the body to another person, I think, demonstrates that she saw it as an achievement. So not only did she gain pleasure from the act of killing the victim, but she then was able to use it as a sign of an achievement.
This was a thrill. She was enjoying it, and she wanted to do it again.
Joanna Dennehy has brutally stabbed Łukasz Slabosiewski and disposed of his body in a lonely country ditch. Over the next few days, she goes about her business as if nothing has happened. But drug and alcohol addict Dennehy has a new addiction: killing.
10 days later, and Dennehy strikes again. In the early hours of Friday morning, she murders her housemate, John Chapman.
So John Chapman was a Falklands veteran that lived in the same bedsit as Dennehy.
Before Dennehy attacked him, 56-year-old John Chapman had been taking drugs and drinking. He would have had little chance to defend himself.
He was never ruled out being sleeping drinking. He was an old man. You just don't do it.
I am a tactical asset. Law are
She stabbed him once in the neck and then 5 times in the chest, ultimately killing him.
Dennehy later claimed that John Chapman had stared at her while she was washing in a shared bathroom. It appears she had no remorse.
She got in contact with Gary Stretch again, and she simply sent him a text saying, "Oops, I did it again."
Dennehy persuades another housemate, Leslie Layton, to become an accomplice, and he and Stretch callously dump Chapman's body in the same ditch as Slabashewski's. At about the same time, Dennehy's landlord and lover, Kevin Lee, is in town, buying her an Easter present. He meets a friend and confides in him that Dennehy wants to dress me up and rape me. A few hours later, Dennehy and Kevin Lee meet up at her house for drinks. No sooner is he through the door, she stabs him in the heart. Her third murder in 10 days. Yet again, accomplices Stretch and Layton help her dispose of the body.
She burnt his car and then she took Kevin Lee's body. She put him into a black sequin dress and drove out to the fen ditches where she then disposed of his body as well.
Kevin Lee is found the next day. Police believe the dress was an act of post-death humiliation.
You know, in dumping the body in that way, it was described as a final insult. It was positioned in that way. I don't believe we could ever be sure of that, but clearly there was that sexual motivation going back to that attitude of Joanna that she wanted to humiliate.
She'd now killed 2 people, both well known to her, one potential lover and one a housemate. And she appears, as you say, to be compulsively attached to the process mechanics of murder.
It was a compulsion, and she gained so much satisfaction out of her actions that she felt the need to continue to engage in those actions.
She was happy to let everyone know that she, in relation to violence, she knew boundaries, had no respect.
Yes, she wasn't fazed by the first murder at all. In fact, she had a zest and almost a taste for it now.
What was the time-up between Lucas's murder and her next homicide?
It was around 10 days, around the 29th of March. Dennehy murdered John in much the same fashion with a knife through the heart.
And now she arranged to meet Kevin Lee for sex. Yes. And the scene which was left behind was one of absolute carnage. This seemed to be the most violent of all the murders, and perhaps spoke more about Joanna than any of the other incidents.
Yes, and what also spoke to the state of her mind was the way she disposed of the body. So she disposed of the body in what could be said to be a symbolic or a symbolic display of humiliation and of lack of regard.
It appeared there was an absolute expectation that the body would be found, expectation and hope.
Yes, one would assume that she displayed the body in that way so that it would be observed by those who found it, or it doesn't give the impression that she was trying to conceal her acts. This is not chaotic behaviour, this is someone who really is quite calm and is not emotionally troubled by what they have done.
At what stage do we think that a mental illness creeping in here?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily describe it as a mental illness, but it's certainly a significant disturbance of her psychological functioning. I think in light of knowing what had occurred in these 3 killings, we can now assume that that psychological disturbance is likely to have been there for some time, but it's only now that it's really emerging.
Police discovered phone data linking Dennehy to Kevin Lee, and when they attended the property, they discovered blood spatter everywhere. As soon as they discover that Kevin Lee's body has been found, Dennehy and Stretch go on the run.
We know that she, at some stage, went to Norfolk. There was a burglary committed where an Olympus camera was stolen, and that camera became a crucial piece of evidence for our inquiry in West Mercia, because it was recovered and showed then the journey that they took across the country from Norfolk, then to Herefordshire.
Dennehy isn't making much effort to cover her tracks, but she still manages to evade police for 2 more days.
She is reported to have said that she wanted to have as many victims as 9, and while she is driving through Hereford with Gary Stretch in the car, she decides that she wants to jump out and I think she said have a bit more fun.
In Hereford, she randomly stabs 2 more men, Robin Bereza and John Rogers.
And then Joanna Dennehy gets out of the front passenger seat and walks behind Robin Bereza and very calmly attacks him from the rear. He said he felt, a punch on the back shoulder. Well, the punch was actually him being stabbed, and he was stabbed through and punctured his lung. Joanna keeps attacking him. And we believe the attack was only stalled by the fact that there was a passing motorist, and she then got back into the Vauxhall Astra. And this is all happening about 3:30 in the afternoon in broad daylight in Hereford.
Dennehy jumps back into the car and tells Stretch to find another victim. John Rogers was the victim of her next random attack.
I think Stretch says, will he do? And she gets out of the car and approaches Mr. Rogers from behind and then attacks again. And he suffered over 30 knife wounds, punctured lungs, punctured vital organs, defensive wounds to arms. Police are responding to now 2 random knife attacks in Hereford.
The police know the car she's in and quickly track her down.
And the police bravely approach the vehicle. She puts up absolutely no resistance. She's told to go on the floor, handcuffed and arrested.
Her accomplice, Gary Stretch, has fled the scene. But it's almost as if Joanna Dennehy wants to be arrested. Miraculously, both victims of her random stabbings survive. And in Peterborough, the bodies of her first 2 victims are found.
The day after Dennehy was arrested was when a farmer actually came across the bodies in the field ditches around Peterborough. To find 3 bodies of 3 men that have been disposed of with such disregard, it really did send shockwaves through the community of Peterborough.
So she now goes on the run. She sees her name as a person of interest on the news.
Which she's absolutely delighted about. They describe her as a monster, not to be approached, and she's absolutely over the moon.
This is everything she's wanted for her. This is her ultimate catharsis, that sexual thrill.
Well, it's sexual and an extreme enhancement of her status as a very dangerous person.
Do you think there's anything significant from the fact that all her victims are men?
Well, it's interesting. I mean, I think it can be seen as one of two ways. A hatred of men, but I'm not really sure about that one. But interestingly, to coerce men to do as she sees fit is probably more difficult, more of a challenge to her than coercing women who are by nature much more gentler.
What are your thoughts on that?
It's possible that there was a hatred of men, but it's also possible with someone with this sort of emotional profile that she doesn't even experience emotions of that sort, that it's not hatred-driven, this is excitement, sensation-seeking, and she may have gained more satisfaction, more achievement, greater thrill, being able to overpower and kill a male than she would have done for a female.
This is a goal-orientated kind of exercise. The challenge to kill a man is so much greater than that to kill a woman.
Yes, that's a strong possibility.
Joanna Dennehy has murdered 3 men and attempted to kill 2 others. Her 10-day killing spree comes to an end when, after a nationwide manhunt, she and her accomplices are arrested.
Dennehy was taken to Hereford Police Station. Her accomplice, Gary Stretch, was picked up soon after. Paul Williamson was the senior investigating officer assigned to the Hereford stabbings.
She is immediately taken to the custody block at Hereford Police Station.
CCTV footage reveals that Dennehy appears cool, calm and collected.
Importantly, the suspect is assessed as whether they are fit to detain in a police station and fit to interview. The outcome of that was she was not. So she was sectioned under what we call Section 2 of the Mental Health Act. What that means is that the period of police custody will stop and you are transferred then to a secure
mental health institution for more thorough assessment.
Right, so 1 out of 4, attempted murder and murder.
You've been arrested on suspicion of attempted murder and murder. Do you ever worse?
Could be worse.
Where there are psychiatric issues, then very often they need to be monitored over a period of time to determine whether they're fit to stand trial in the long term. So being section allows the mental health services to contribute to what should or should not happen to that individual within the framework of the unfolding criminal justice process.
Dennehy is transferred to Britain's most secure prison for women, Her Majesty's Prison Bronzefield in Surrey. But she's still a danger. She hatches a violent escape plan.
There was a plot discovered for her to try and escape. The plan was to kill a prison security guard and then use one of their thumbs for the biometric security.
She developed that real psychopathic sort of look. I would not have ever turned my back on her in a room anyway, or being in a room with her on any time. She just changed completely. She became, I don't know, she was very cold, calculated, and I would say yes, she was evil.
Dennehy is held on remand. 7 months later, she attends what's known as an arraignment, a court proceeding in which the defendant is asked to enter a plea. Dennehy makes a surprise announcement.
Joanna Dennehy shocked everyone, including her defence counsel, by pleading guilty to the 3 murders and the 2 attempt murders. As I say, I and others actually have commented on the fact that we believe that is her last attempt to exercise control over the situation.
During her trial, it came out that she gained pleasure from sadomasochism, from hurting people, which may have driven her to hurt people. However, her actual motive for killing, she didn't necessarily seem to have a clear one.
If Dennehy's defence had pleaded manslaughter due to diminished responsibility, she could have been sentenced to secure psychiatric care. But because she pleads guilty to murder, she will now be sent to a general prison.
Very, very uncommon for defendants to plead guilty to murder. I would say it happens once in a blue moon, and that's because the sentence is very tough, and people don't want to be spending the rest of their lives or substantial parts of their lives in prison. So most people contest. I have had experience of pleas of guilty to murder, but to put that in context, that's one case in hundreds.
In February 2014, Joanna Dennehy is sentenced to life in prison. But even at her trial, she shows no remorse.
During her sentencing at the Old Bailey, when Joanna Dennehy was being called a cruel, calculating, selfish, manipulative killer, as she was being sentenced, Dennehy actually went on to laugh and smirk during the proceedings.
Dennehy's accomplice, Gary Stretch, is also convicted to life imprisonment with a recommended minimum term of 19 years, while Leslie Layton receives 14 years.
Dennehy's violent behaviour escalates, culminating in a killing spree in which she murders 3 men over a 10-day period. Were there red flags in her early teens that were missed? And could these tragic murders have been prevented?
So she presented so oddly when she was initially arrested that officers rightly sent her for a psych assessment.
Yes, I think that would be, in these circumstances, I think that would be a normal course of events. It would be a series of assessments at a mental health facility.
She was diagnosed with other conditions aside from just the antisocial personality disorder.
And what additional diagnosis was she given?
She was diagnosed with sadomasochistic disorder, emotionally unstable personality disorder, and psychopathic disorder.
So if you bring us through those 3 additional disorders and how they might coalesce to make them so dangerous.
So the sadomasochistic disorder, she gained excitement, she gained thrill, possibly sexual excitement from harming herself and harming others. The emotionally unstable personality disorder, so her mood was dysregulated. It wasn't in control. Her mood would be up and down. And the psychopathy is a reflection of her lack of concern with the suffering and the emotional perspective of others.
A diary of hers was found to contain details of a possible escape attempt where she was going to murder a member of staff and cut their finger off to enable her to use the biometrics and therefore open doors and make good her escape.
It's interesting is that you are in a highly regulated, secure environment and you write a diary with an escape plan, and I'm not too sure she was terribly disappointed when the plan was found.
No, so it could both have been an expression of a real desire to carry out this act, but also to convey to others and the authorities, in this case the prison authorities, what she's capable of doing.
What significance do you give her guilty pleas to all offences?
On the one hand, she knows that the evidence is stacked against her, but also that, and she acknowledges this, that she expresses no remorse. She's not troubled by what she's done. So again, this is partly her wanting to, in some sense, take credit for what she's done.
She's taken ownership. The last thing she wants anyone else to kind of suggest that they were real accomplices on this.
Yes, absolutely. She wanted to say, no, I did these. Yes, I had helped to dispose of the bodies, but actually the murders, that was down to me. The stabbings, that was down to me. She was proud of what she'd completed and achieved.
When we look back upon the Joanna Dennehy tragedy, is there anything that could have saved any of these people's lives?
I'm not sure that there's anything that could have been done to predict what was going to happen. I'm pretty sure that it was almost impossible to predict. The interventions for the sort of problems that she was displaying wouldn't necessarily have prevented these tragic outcomes.
As you say, I don't think this could have been predicted. But there were one or two witnesses who, if they'd stepped up in the shocking moment when a body was being disposed of, then two of their lives could have been saved.
Joanna Dennehy picks her victims and her assists very well. She knows that the people she picks are going to do as they're told because she rules by violence.
So in the round, I think you can say there was little or nothing anybody could have done to have prevented this incredibly rare, unique murderer from her compulsion.
I would agree with that, yes.
Absolutely, yeah.
So there's no indication she was a ticking time bomb, but once she did ignite, once she had her first kill, it was only a matter of time before she killed and killed again. If she wasn't caught within a couple of days, what would have happened?
So all the indication is that she would have continued to try and satisfy that compulsion.
How dangerous do you think she is in prison?
On a scale of 1 to 10, I think she's probably a 12.
Joanna Dennehy is one of only 3 women to receive a whole life tariff because of the shocking gravity of her crimes. The sadistic pleasure she took in killing has made it impossible to rehabilitate her safely. But perhaps, if she'd received sufficient mental health support in her early teens, then this terrible killing spree could have been prevented.
Police arrive at a scene of horror in East London. A man has been murdered inside his own flat. Limbs are severed and his head almost decapitated. The killer is standing in front of them. He's fried the victim's brain and eaten it. He killed an innocent young woman just 11 years before. His name is Peter Bryan.
Why was this terrifying man allowed back onto the streets to commit one of Britain's most gruesome and shocking murders? 1 in 5 murders in the UK is now committed by an ex-prisoner.
From serial rapists,
the Harvard dark thoughts about carrying out sexual offences,
to convicted killers.
They'd met in prison, they were out on the streets together.
Free to walk amongst us.
They knew he could have killed again.
free to murder innocent people.
She stabbed him many times, and then she hid him in a wheelie bin.
I'm Donald McIntyre, and I'm examining how such tragedies happen. Who's to blame? Is it the justice system?
Or are these killers just pure evil?
She gained pleasure from hurting people.
And ultimately, could an innocent life have been saved? This is Release to Kill. Peter Bryan was born in East London in 1969, the youngest of 7 children in a poor West Indian family. At school, he's a bully. He steals from other children. He struggles academically, and by the time he's 12, he's part of a violent street gang. At this early age, Bryan is already smoking cannabis.
We do know that at that age, our brains are still developing, so it makes sense that using any kind of intoxicating substance would impact on the brain development. Where people have predispositions towards mental illness, cannabis can act almost as a trigger to flip that switch.
At 15, he drops out of school with no qualifications.
Dropping out of school can have an incredibly big impact. You're sort of branded as an outcast. You're essentially being told, we don't want you, and that can be incredibly damaging.
Before long, Bryan has his first run-in with the law.
Peter Bryan first came to notice the police when he was 18. There was a call to some flats in East London where he had a scuffle with a resident, and the other man, the victim, had alleged that Peter Bryan tried to throw him from the 8th floor to the ground. Fighting ensued, police attended, but there was no further action taken.
Peter Bryan moves from job to job, but then lands a good position.
We found a job in King's Road in Chelsea as a sales assistant in a clothes shop, which seemed to be a good, solid job for a man of his limited education. Soon he realised how easy it was to steal from his employer. The employer found out and quite naturally sacked him.
On the morning of March 18th, 1993, he rows with rival gang members and uses a hammer to smash up their car. He then visits a friend where he smokes cannabis and drinks wine. At 6:30 that evening, and still carrying the hammer, he heads to the clothes shop where he used to work.
Bryan had in his mind that he was owed just over £100 by the owner.
Peter Bryan went back to the shop and confronted the daughter of the shop owner.
He demands money from the 20-year-old Nisha Chef, but she refuses.
He completely lost his temper and just started attacking her. Eventually he battered her to death with a claw hammer, a hideous weapon. It left this poor girl with no chance of survival. Realising what he'd done, he made an attempt to take his own life.
About an hour and a half after the attack, he's seen hanging by his fingertips from a tower block walkway about 30 to 40 feet from the ground. He drops, severely fracturing both ankles.
Yes, the tactical asset system is...
Whilst recovering in hospital from his attempted suicide, Peter Bryan is arrested on suspicion of murder. He's remanded to Brixton Prison until his trial date.
While in Brixton, Bryan attacks 2 fellow inmates. Psychiatrists diagnose him with paranoid psychosis, and because he's potentially dangerous to himself and others, he's moved to Rampton Psychiatric Hospital.
Psychotic episodes where somebody is seeing or hearing some stimuli that is not reflective of reality. Some people, they could have a single psychotic episode in their lifetime, and for others it's almost a daily occurrence and is incredibly pervasive throughout their lives and really difficult to manage.
Rampton is in Nottinghamshire and is one of only 3 high-security psychiatric hospitals in England.
High-security psychiatric units would typically feature those who would be considered the most dangerous to the outside world.
On February 25th, 1994, Peter Bryan appears in court, charged with the murder of Nisha Shell.
Peter Bryan was clearly responsible for the killing, and he pleaded guilty to manslaughter on the grounds of diminished responsibility on the basis of his mental illness that psychiatrists believe he'd been suffering from at the time of the attack.
Proof of diminished responsibility requires the offender to show that he or she was suffering from a disease of mind at the time of the killing, whereby, in effect, that person's thought processes were overcome by that disease of mind. So it's a high threshold, but if established, then it's deemed that the offender's responsibility is diminished from murder to manslaughter.
A plea of diminished responsibility allows a judge to sentence an individual to secure psychiatric care rather than a term in prison.
When he appeared in court, Peter Bryan was sentenced under the Mental Health Act to be detained indefinitely. In other words, without limit of time, and he would only be eligible for release if doctors believed he was no longer a threat to the public.
On December 17, 1993, Peter Bryan is returned to Rampton Secure Hospital. There, he will receive long-term psychiatric care.
Bryan doesn't have the easiest of childhoods, but to go from stealing to murder is a pretty steep trajectory. Were there any early predictors for serious violence? Retired prison governor Vanessa Frake and Professor Taj Nathan, a forensic psychiatrist, join me in the Crime Hub to discuss the case. I can't understand what provoked him to actually commit his first murder. You know, he was sacked from his job, so he retaliates against the daughter of the owner of the shop.
So I think that would play a part, but I think what is likely to have played a much bigger part was the fact that he was likely to be developing mental health problems in the period immediately before this attack. So it was reported by the victim's mother that his behaviour was very changing. His mood was up and down. He was growing his beard, shaving his hair, behaving in a very unusual way, which with hindsight suggests that for at least 2, 3, if not 4 months, he was developing mental health problems.
So there's some evidence that in his adolescence he was using, and heavily using, cannabis.
Yes.
How would this have impacted his antisocial criminal behaviour and indeed his future mental health illness?
But there's clear evidence that if an individual is using cannabis quite heavily during the adolescent period, that may increase the risk of psychosis later on.
So after this offence, Bryan goes off and tries to commit suicide. Can we inevitably take it that when he jumped from around 30 feet from that walkway, that he actually intended to kill himself?
I'm not sure we can. I mean, it may have been a suicide attempt after the incident. It may be that if he were in the psychotic state that I believe he was at the time, that it could have been a bizarre motivation.
To what extent would that confirm his mental health issues?
So I can't be absolutely sure what was going on, but I think it's likely that it was a manifestation of some sort of disorder in his mind that he was experiencing.
And halfway down, he grabs hold of a railing and then eventually drops and breaks his legs. I mean, this desperate suicide attempt, I mean, obviously you're dealing with suicide attempts and suicides pretty regularly in prison. This would seem to be a very genuine effort.
I think we can safely say that anybody who didn't want to commit suicide wouldn't even cross their mind to throw themselves off a walkway.
I mean, my take on that is that this was during a state of psychosis.
What diagnosis was offered which resulted in his conviction for diminished responsibility?
The psychiatric assessment agreed that he was suffering from a psychotic mental illness, and the diagnosis was schizophrenia. And schizophrenia is a mental illness, a serious mental illness in which the patients may hear voices or they may experience delusions, so they have false beliefs.
What do you think the general public feel about defences like this, diminished responsibilities?
In general, the general public would think that it was a cop-out. And I think possibly for the victim's family, would be raging about it. I know, you know, if it was my daughter that was treated like that in that brutal way, I would feel very, very like justice hadn't been served.
A woman loses her life needlessly, senselessly, terrible act of violence, sick man suffering from delusions, psychosis, commits it. This is a double tragedy.
I would agree it's a double tragedy, so there's a loss of life, and there's also a case of a man who's developed a very serious psychotic illness that has led him to behaving this way.
For the moment, Brian is not a threat. But in just 11 years, he'll kill again in an unbelievably violent fashion. Peter Bryan has brutally murdered 20-year-old Misha Chef with a claw hammer. The court takes into account his mental health diagnosis and he's sentenced to an indefinite period of detention in Rampton High Security Psychiatric Hospital.
When Brian was admitted to Rampton, it would be very likely that he would have undergone a full risk of violence assessment. We were just asked to consider historical items, behaviour in the last 6 months and future risk items. So that would be the assessment that a psychologist or psychiatrist would complete.
For the first few months, Brian's behaviour is threatening and abusive. He then settles into life at Rampton.
There would be some TV watching, there would be prescribed time for meals, there would likely be some form of therapeutic input. So the day-to-day isn't as extraordinary as perhaps you would assume.
Over the next few years, Brian's antipsychotic medication is gradually withdrawn as he's displaying no symptoms of mental illness.
He was settled, he was lucid, he could talk in a normal way, cognizant of everything, so he wasn't displaying as much mental illness.
Occasionally, however, Brian's mental health deteriorates and he makes some shocking admissions.
He admitted that he got a sexual frisson, a sexual kick from killing and the rituals involved.
Brian is put back on medication which stabilises him, and he does everything possible to persuade staff that he no longer requires attention in a high-secure hospital.
The personality divide can mask their symptoms. They're particularly clever at appearing a perfect patient, a very normal person. I meet people who have killed people in awful ways, and it's extraordinary. They can appear utterly charming, utterly normal, and very logical about what they're doing.
It's only later, in a 2009 NHS report, that failures come to life. The report states, the two professionals were a psychiatrist who had never before had responsibility for a patient who had killed someone, and a very inexperienced social worker who had no training in mental health.
I think the mismanagement started really way back in Rampton, where the social worker
supervision. I completely agree. You cannot take your eye off the ball because people with this kind of background, especially if they...
A young child lies motionless on a park bench. Just minutes before, he was playing with his mother's partner.
She came to rest on a snowbank at the side of a highway. A teenage girl who could have been anyone's daughter. Her journey had taken her places no young girl should ever know. But finally, it had brought her home to a small Pennsylvania town she'd never seen before. If only she'd survived, she would finally have known there were people who cared.
She appeared on the highway in the spring, a young woman, her life cut short, her past and her identity a mystery. Only by finding out who she was could we ever hope to find her killer. I'm Jim Calvin, former head of the FBI's New York office. The highway gave the killer a quick and easy escape route, but the trail the FBI used to pursue him was twisted and long. We hoped it wouldn't be a dead end.
March 24th, 1993, Bellefonte, Pennsylvania. A late snowstorm killed spring at arm's length. On his way to work, a motorist drove down a quiet, snow-lined roadway. But something on the roadside caught his attention.
We are not Charlie Becker units.
What he saw was unthinkable in the peaceful valley.
You are not
Pennsylvania State Police were immediately called in. A young woman lay dead on a snowbank near the junction of two major interstates. The county coroner determined the girl had died before she was dumped. She was wearing only socks, panties, and a sweater. And she was young, high school or college. But perhaps most disturbing, there was a rope knotted around her neck. And her hands were also bound. District Attorney Ray Guitar was at the scene, appalled by what he said.
What struck me is that someone had not only murdered this young woman, but treated her with such disrespect. The way her body was found haphazardly askew on this pile of snow suggested that she had been just thrown out as if she were nothing more than a piece of refuse along the side of the road. And it's something that makes you angry when you see it.
Her body was taken away for an autopsy. Soon word of the crime began to spread in this close-knit town of 7,000. It was the first homicide in Bellefonte in 13 years. Like District Attorney Guitar, the townspeople were shocked and outraged.
On bikes.
FBI Special Agent Randy Coder was among them. He was drawn to the case well before the FBI was officially involved.
That whole area up there is known as Happy Valley. It's a nice place to raise your kids. I lived there for 12 years. And crimes like this just don't happen there. And needless to say, to have a young girl's body dumped in your community is a heinous thing. They were extremely upset, even more so. They wondered whether or not perhaps the murderer might live in the community.
Detectives searched for anything that might help identify the girl. They found no purse or wallet, and little else.
And I remember commenting to Trooper Madden that morning that he would be very, very fortunate indeed if he was ever able to even identify this young woman, let alone figure out who murdered her.
Trooper Madden of the Pennsylvania State Police would be lead investigator.
There was a slight indentation into the snow, about 6 inches, where the body itself looked like it had been dumped off of some type of object, a truck or a vehicle, into the berm of the snow.
Madden surmised the vehicle had been a truck with a cab fairly high off the ground.
Currently refueling for sustenance.
Tire tracks nearby would prove him right. They were made by dual wheels, probably the rear wheels of a tractor-trailer cab. An evidence technician made plaster casts of the tracks to be sent to the Pennsylvania State Police Lab. Examiners there would attempt to identify the brand and check for anything unusual. Then, if the suspect were found, his tires matched the tracks. The casts could help link him to the scene of the crime. Troopers fanned out to find clues. They searched both nearby fields and local Penn State University, but found nothing useful.
Okay, are you coming over later?
The body was taken to Lehigh Hospital in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. There, coroner Dr. Mahalakis would perform the autopsy as Trooper Madden observed. The doctor determined the cause of death to be strangulation. There were no gunshots or stabs. The body's core temperature revealed the young woman had been dead less than 12 hours when the body was discovered. It seemed she had died some time before she was dumped on the roadside, as the coroner at the scene had guessed. Other tests indicated she had had sex before she died.
Whether she was raped or had consensual sex at the time was not known. However, based on the circumstances, we believed at the time that a rape may have occurred.
We will see you again.
Dr. Mahalakis carefully removed the rope from around the girl's neck.
Right here, Doc, there's a piece of hair just radio.
Under the knot was a single dark hair. It didn't belong to this blonde girl. What was it that killed her? The hair would be sent to the FBI Forensics Lab in Washington, D.C., along with the nuts for analysis. The type of nuts could be important. They might help the FBI develop a profile. But the best clue came from the girl's left hand. There appeared to be something written on the palm.
She had some paint numbers written on the palm of her left hand. They had been written on possibly in ink, and they'd been on there for some time. As they had faded, and they were barely legible. It was thought by both Bill and myself that possibly this could be the lead we were looking for, that could possibly lead us to her identity.
The writing was indecipherable, so it looked like it might be numbered. Agent Hogan suggests experts at the FBI lab would make them clear enough to read.
It was thought that perhaps we could have these enhanced by the FBI lab in Washington, D.C. So the skin was removed from her left hand and was forwarded to the FBI lab.
The girl's fingerprints would be run through a national database of missing persons. But the results would prove beyond.
Checks were made with her fingerprints to the APIS system, which is a national system of checking fingerprints. They came back negative. Checks were also made using descriptors of the body and characteristics of the body, and that also came back negative. So we had no record of a person missing that matched this person we discovered.
I attack a tactical asset computer system.
Then, X-rays were taken by a forensic dentist. They could be crucial in identifying her. If a tentative ID were made and these X-rays matched those taken when the woman was alive, they confirmed her identity. But first, she'd need to be visually identified by someone who knew her in life, which would be difficult after a full autopsy. Closing facial incisions made for the dental X-rays and masking contusions would take hours of painstaking work.
We are not that tall.
To restore her to the way she looked in life would require the artistry of a skilled magician. Stephen Monty was just the man.
When we received the body, she'd been through quite an ordeal. You know, we had to put a little bit of makeup on her. We had to get her hair done. We dressed her. We made her look as lifelike as possible at that point. We then proceeded to take photographs that were eventually placed in the newspaper.
Radio, hi, now you are on point.
Those photographs depicted her as more lifelike than she had looked when first found. But Mondoc gave her more than a face. He gave her a name.
You cannot control heath.
When the coroner brought her in,
that activate
he said, "We have a Jane Doe for you." And I said, "Carrie, I don't like calling people Jane Doe." I said, "It seems so impersonal." He says, "Well, what are we going to call her?" I said, "Well, she's found in Spring Township, right?" He said, "Yes." I said, "Why don't we call her Spring?" And I said, "Well, she was found in the dawn of the morning, so why don't we call her Spring Dawn?"
Mondoc's caring work gave investigators exactly what they needed.
We are not better.
They showed photos of the girl to dozens of truckers at local truck stops, restaurants, and gas stations. Some offered the names of people the girl resembled. Her young face struck a chord of recognition for many who saw. Notices in local papers on flyers also generated negative support.
The outpouring of calls to the state police at the time was frantic, and we had to sift through every lead to try to determine if this person was a local person.
But none of the leads would pan out. Then, in late April, about a month after the body was found, the FBI lab called Super Matt. Their analysis showed the writing on the girl's left arm was a phone with a Florida area. Madden found the number had been disconnected, and he began to wonder if the area code itself.
But it didn't seem to fit this particular case. And looking at it, there was no change. It seemed that if she came from a winterized area, somewhat similar to where we were. However, we did not know where.
Madden's best guess was that she came from west or north, probably within a 12-hour drive from where the body was. Madden also realized that there were two phone numbers written on the girl's hand, not just one. So he noted all the cities from the 12-hour radius that had both the exchanges written down. Madden and Kovic would send the numbers along with photos and descriptions of the young woman to sheriffs of the state police in his area. Perhaps the information would trigger some leads. As they worked, the people of Bellicon followed each new development, offering help and support.
There was a genuine showing of affection for this person and concern. I guess you could say she was posthumously adopted by the community of Delphon. And even though we were very quickly able to ascertain that she was not a local resident, there was still a very strong sense of she is someone that we cared about.
As spring bloomed for Bellicon, the girl remained in people's thoughts. Her story touched everyone, especially Madden and Kovic. These colleagues and longtime friends could not stop thinking about her tragic death and trying to solve the case even after hours.
You can't let the town down.
At the time I was assigned to this case, I had a 17-year-old daughter, and Detective Madden had 2 teenage daughters. So I think for the both of us, we took a very strong personal interest in the case.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, it pretty much took up all of our time during our working hours, and we would often find ourselves talking to each other at night on the phone at our residence.
Yes,
Never was community support so strong as when Stephen Mondoc began to prepare the body for burial.
I had florists call donating flowers. I had hairdressers calling to do her hair. I had people donating clothing. I had ministers willing to give their services. The vault company, the casket companies. The cemetery where she was buried was actually at the bottom of a beautiful mountain where there's wildflowers growing. We had the monument company was willing to donate a stone to bury her. It was just amazing how much the town all came together in an effort to bury her.
More than a month after the body was found, it was time. Not only did the town want to bring closure to the tragedy, the body could not be preserved. Still, Madden needed just a little more time.
The last thing that we wanted to do as a police agency was to lose the body. In other words, we did not want the body buried at that point in time without identification.
Just when the body could be kept no longer, a break in the case finally came. A sheriff, received Madden's information packet on the girl. Though he didn't recognize her face, he called one of the numbers written on the girl's head. He had no idea who might answer the phone. He reached Mark Rosenberg, a guidance counselor at a local school. Punished, given the girl's age. A detective visited Rosenberg and his wife at their home.
I'd like to see if you can help me identify the woman in this.
When the detective showed the Rosenbergs a photo of the girl, they immediately recognized her.
Look at that for me, please.
And when they spoke her name, it was eerily familiar. Dawn. Dawn Marie Herndon. Steve Mondock's choice of the name Spring Dawn had been uncanny.
And I was shocked. I was amazed. It was just a strange coincidence. But it felt right. She was part of our community.
Mark Rosenberg was one of the last people Dawn talked to before she died. Investigators hoped she could lead them closer to her killer. After a search stretched from Florida to Maine, investigators had learned the identity of a teenage girl found dead near a rural Pennsylvania interstate. As they spoke to Mark Rosenberg, a guidance counselor at the school she had attended, he said she'd called him just days before she died, from a payphone. He tried to help her, but it was already too late. The school she attended was mainly for at-risk teens, like Dawn herself. She'd had problems with authority figures ever since her parents' divorce. In Indiana, where her mother lived, she'd been through a dozen foster homes and run away almost as many times. But at this boarding school, she'd finally found someone she could trust, her counselor, Mr. Rosenberg.
As Mr. Rosenberg was talking to Dawn, the operator was interrupting, telling her to put more money in. Time was running out, and Mr. Rosenberg told Dawn to call him again so he would know she was safe. She said she would do that. He gave her his home telephone number, which obviously she then wrote on the palm of her hand. She said she'd call back, but in fact, she never did call again.
The school would send Dawn's dental records to Pennsylvania, where forensic dentists would match them to X-rays taken at the morgue. The result would be a positive ID and a turnaround in the case.
The FBI entered the case officially under our kidnapping statute. Obviously, we had a girl who was found in central Pennsylvania laying in a snow pile, tied up.
We are not that call.
And who had previously been seen just a few days earlier in the state of Maine. So we have the interstate aspect.
Now, we are aware that
the investigation focused in Maine, where Dawn was last seen alive. Maine state police officers interviewed Dawn's friends, including Heidi Hansen. Heidi told them Dawn had been planning to hitch a ride with a truck driver as she'd done about a year before. On that occasion, Dawn and another friend, Mandy Gray, had run off with a trucker named John Hall. They dropped off Mandy at her home in Georgia and continued on. What had started as a ride became a relationship.
The location coordinates.
As the weeks passed, they grew closer.
And the woman of my life is Dawn.
Hall took Dawn home to meet his grandmother. They continued to travel together, driving his vehicles. No one knew exactly where they'd gone or what they'd done, but Dawn spoke fondly of her time with Hoffbauer. They'd enjoyed each other's company, and he had treated her well. It seemed one of the few happy times in her troubled life. Then, about a month after Dawn was last seen, the truck was pulled over by police in a random traffic stop. An officer demanded Dawn get out. She complied. When she gave him her license, it triggered a missing persons bulletin filed by her school. The officer told Dawn she'd have to come with him. When he tried to take her away from Hawk Tower, she pleaded to stay. To no avail. Police would bring her back to school. Since then, her behavior had been good, and she was due to graduate in just a few months. But things were not as they seemed.
Radio traffic. We are not your cruisers. Radio traffic.
Apparently, Hoffpower was still in love with her, and maybe she with him. Though she hadn't seen him since their trip, he had tried to visit her at school.
Listen, I'm sorry, you can't get in here.
But security guards had kept him from entering the grounds.
You got no clearance to come in here.
Not having heard from him in a while, Dawn now told friends she was going to look for him and run away with him. On the evening of Sunday, March 21st, 3 days before Dawn was found dead, she had snuck off from a movie. She told her friend Heidi she would hitchhike to the Dysart truck stop in Bangor, Maine, hoping to meet Hoffpower. Hoffpower now became a prime suspect since Dawn was last seen headed to meet him. Agent Kohick attempted to track him down. Apparently, he lived in Mississippi. But Hoffpower proved elusive. The closest relative agents found was his grandmother, who lived in Emory, Mississippi. She welcomed him inside and told him she'd raised Hoffpower as her own son. He was devoted to her. No matter where he was, he called her almost every day. He had even brought Dawn home to meet her. Now, when agents told the woman of Dawn's violent death, she was devastated.
Yes, we are not
then
that call.
She shared with him her own tragic news. Last September, a half year before Dawn's murder,
we are not that
her grandson had stopped calling her. He'd also stopped working and taking care of his pets. He'd left his wallet in his house and disappeared.
That radio program.
His grandmother believed he was dead.
We don't
though his
care
body
about
was
your
never
units.
found.
Radio traffic. We don't want.
His car was found riddled with bullets, and there was some reason to think that he had gotten into some trouble with some very unsavory characters and had met a violent end.
Agents learned his car had been found in September 1992, a few miles from Mississippi. 7 months prior. By a strange twist of fate, Hoffpower's disappearance had led to Dawn's death. If Hoffpower had arrived at Dysart, Dawn would still be alive. Their star-crossed love affair had ended in a double tragedy. Now, with Hoffpower presumed dead, investigators struggled to find Dawn's killer was almost brought to square one. Investigators' most promising lead had gone cold. They again had no suspect in a chilling case. The death of a beautiful 17-year-old girl left dead on a rural Pennsylvania roadside. On a tip from Dawn's friend, Agent Kohick and Trooper Madden went to the Dysart truck stop in Bangor, Maine, where Dawn had said she was headed when she was last seen.
How are you? I'm Detective Madden. I wonder if we could ask a few questions.
Hello,
they showed Dawn's photograph to the cashier, who remembered seeing her on the telephone a few weeks earlier.
Surprisingly enough, even though 2 months had elapsed, Agents discovered that people recalled seeing the young blonde girl there standing at the doorway, asking truckers for rides as they walked through. She was recalled by several people at the truck stop. And I guess when you're a young teenage girl and you're out on the road like that, people take notice.
It seemed obvious this is where Dawn had made her last phone call.
This cashier's desk, where a trucker would pay for fuel, was only about 15 feet from the bank of pay telephones, which Dawn had used to make calls back home and down to the school. So it was easy to visualize how an encounter would have occurred between Dawn and a trucker.
We may have to make a telephone.
Agent Kovic secured a federal grand jury subpoena for telephone. Going through them would be a painstaking task, but it was the most promising option in a case fast running out of leads.
Okay, are you coming over later?
The people Dawn had called might know where she had been going, or who she was going with. The phone records confirmed Dawn's call to her guidance counselor, Mark Rosenberg. They also revealed she phoned other people. It seemed her last call was at 10 a.m. from Mandy Gray, the girl who traveled with Dawn and Hawkins.
We get it poppin', homie, day and night. Got the party jumping.
The state trooper visited Mandy at her home in Gale. Mandy confirmed Dawn had called her from the Dysart's truck stop. Dawn said she'd gotten a ride to Dysart's from a friendly trucker who'd given her money for food and dropped her off. Mandy said her friend had been disappointed when she hadn't found hot power. She seemed to have no one else to turn to and nowhere to go. If she headed toward Indiana, where her mother lived, she feared authorities would be looking for her.
Based on the conversation she had had with her girlfriend in Georgia, Trooper Madden and I reasoned that she had obtained a ride with a truck driver from Dyson's truck stop. At that point, I decided it would be best if we attempted to identify who may have stopped there for gas over that several-day period. And so I had a federal grand jury subpoena issued for all the receipts from the truck stop for approximately a 4-day period surrounding when Dawn was last seen there.
Meanwhile, Trooper Madden obtained receipts for the 3 truck stops closest to where Dawn's body was found in Pennsylvania. They hoped that whoever had given Dawn a ride had bought gas in both places. It was possible. The distance from Bangor to Bellepont was just over 650 miles, but not a problem. The big rig can easily travel 1,500 miles or more in a single trip. Undoubtedly, it was a long shot, but Kovic and Madden nonetheless began the painstaking task of scanning thousands of gas receipts.
Over approximately the next 4 weeks, I compiled the receipts from Maine and from Pennsylvania and ended up with 2 separate lists. After comparing one list against the other, I noticed there was only one match on the entire list of several thousand names.
The name was James Robert Cruz Jr. Cruz bought gas on the morning of March 27th at Dysart's truck stop. Just as Dawn was talking on the telephone, 15 feet away. 3 days later, gassed up again in Milesburg, Pennsylvania, just a few hours before Dawn's body was found nearby.
So this was a big breakthrough for us. We have a guy who's in Bangor when Dawn is in Bangor, and in central Pennsylvania right about the time her body is found.
The receipt showed James Robert Cruz Jr. worked at an Ohio trucking company. In response to a call from Agent Kovic, his manager verified the credit card numbers. Cruz was driving truck 43 on a route consistent with the events of the time. Agent Kovic and Trooper Madden now had a suspect in the killing of 17-year-old Dawn Marie Byrne.
Okay, that sounds good to me too. Exactly.
Investigators pursued their prime suspect, wanted for the murder of a 17-year-old high school boy whose body was dumped near a Pennsylvania interstate. The man was a trucker named James Robert Cruz Jr. His manager told the FBI he was a model employee at an Ohio trucking company. But investigators found he had a dark past.
I had a criminal history check run in the next few minutes and was able to determine that he had a rather lengthy criminal record. Most importantly on that criminal record was the fact that he had been in the U.S. military, and while in the U.S. military, he had been convicted of attempted murder via strangulation and had served time in Fort Leavenworth for that conviction.
His military record gave investigators another clue.
We found that his blood type was A positive, which fit him into the small portion of the population which would be a possible source of the seminal fluid found in Dawn.
It seemed investigators were closing in on his suspect.
There's only one thing left that we could do to further attempt to identify whether he might have been the individual responsible for this murder, and that was to make a determination as to what type of tires he had on his truck.
At Agent Kohut's request, an Ohio FBI agent inspected the tires on truck 42 while Cruz was on the road in another rig. The tires were XD1, Michelin, low profiles, a fairly unusual brand. At the Pennsylvania State Police Lab, an examiner attempted to match that brand to the tire cast made where Dawn's body was found. He compared the cast to detailed photographs in a tire reference guide.
Yes, I am a computer. We are not the fire department.
They matched. Another break.
We are here from the cops.
So we had a match on the tires, we had a match on the blood, we had the fuel clips. This, at this point, according to the United States Attorney's Office, was sufficient to put together a search warrant to search Jim's truck and to also perhaps take blood and hair samples from his body for DNA analysis.
When Cruz was again away on another rig, FBI evidence recovery technicians examined truck 44. But if Dawn had in fact been in this truck, it would have been at least 2 months ago. So investigators didn't expect to find much.
We are not under radio control.
The fact that the truck was exceptionally clean didn't make them any more optimistic.
The search took pretty much the entire day, and it was an exhaustive search. We were searching both the tractor and the trailer itself. There were over 300 pictures taken of the tractor trailer.
But nothing turned up. An evidence technician was about to declare the search complete when something caught the investigator's eye.
And I looked at the passenger door and noticed that at the bottom of the door there was a piece of carpeting. And upon closer examination of the carpeting, I noticed one single blonde head hair interwoven in the fibers of the carpet.
You see something?
It seemed amazing, but there it was, as if Dawn had not been quite ready to give up.
The blonde hair.
The hair would be sent to the FBI lab for analysis.
And I thought it was a little bit too good to be true that this could be a hair from Dawn.
Now, investigators waited for Cruz to return. They told him they were looking for a runner last seen at a truck stop in Bangor. They implied they were talking to many drivers. They asked to see Cruz's log, his record of travel in the days in question. The logs are government mandated to keep truckers from driving too many hours. Cruz admitted he falsified his logs.
they accurate?
Well,
Truckers commonly alter them to stay within legal limits. But it seemed Cruz's art had been selectively altered.
But the one thing we noticed was that the misrepresentations in the law seem to occur just conveniently when the fuel was purchased in Pennsylvania, also when the fuel was purchased in Dyson.
In response to us, Cruz calmly described it. But when asked if he fueled up between Bangor and Pennsylvania, he said he didn't have to. The 240 gallons his truck could carry was enough for the trip.
I then suggested to him that I had a fuel slip indicating that he had in fact filled up his truck on Wednesday morning. He paused for a second and then advised that he did in fact recall doing that, and it was due to the fact that they gave free showers away at that particular truck stop in Loudburg. I asked him why he hadn't remembered it, and he said to me, well, I guess I just forgot.
Then, they showed him a photo of Dawn.
We asked him if he had ever seen this girl before. At that point in time, he very calmly and casually stated no, he had never seen this girl. He didn't know her, nor had he ever met her before.
They told him they had strong evidence linking him to the crime. Dawn's phone calls from Bangor had coincided with his stopover there. The match of his truck tires to the tire tracks at the scene. And the match of his blood spray to the type found on the body. He calmly chalked it all up to coincidence.
At no point during the interview did any of his mannerisms indicate that he was at all nervous with my line of questioning. And as the night slowly went on, I think even Detective Madden agreed that he became less of a suspect for us, even though we had all this circumstantial evidence. He was just too calm and cooperative.
Cruz remained friendly, even when investigators produced a warrant for blood and hair samples. They would later learn from FBI profilers that such an excessively calm response can be a sign of guilt. On September 6th, results of the blood and hair analysis proved them right. The samples from Cruz matched the hair and DNA the killer had left behind on Dawn's body. With that evidence in hand, agents obtained a federal arrest warrant for James Robert Cruz Gale.
Yes, the tactical assessment system is accurate.
The FBI and the Pennsylvania State Police had identified the man who had brutally raped and murdered a young woman. On September 8, 1994, with a federal arrest, Agent Corpus and Supermarket arrested James Robert Cruz Jr. when he returned from another job. As they made the arrest, Cruz suddenly dropped to the easygoing attitude.
One of the differences between the initial interview and Cruz and the rest of the was his demeanor. No longer was he the cool, calm, and collected person he had been during the original interview that we had with him. Instead, Mr. Cruz appeared to be very sullen and was angry towards both Agent Kohik and myself.
We are not the microwave radio on that bus.
Cruz's arrest was the reward for determined investigators committed to catching the killer of a girl who could have been anyone's daughter. Just 6 months earlier, investigators had only a body in the snow near an incident with no ID.
Making our constant binary choices and voicing our equally shallow.
He was charged with first, second, and third degree murder, rape, kidnapping, and the federal charge of unlawful flight to avoid prosecution.
Does it matter, man? Autonomy is an illusion.
For Dawn, the nightmare started as an adventure. On Sunday, March 21st, she left her friend Heidi at a movie theater near their school in Poland Springs, Michigan.
Autonomy is
Dawn headed for Bangor, where she hoped to meet John Hawkins. A friendly trucker gave her a ride.
Law
She and John had been separated for months, and she looked forward to seeing him. But he wasn't there. She could not have known he was missing and presumed dead. Instead, her life would intersect with that of a much more sinister man. James Robert Cruz.
No, I'm okay. I'm fine.
Dawn spent the day of March 22nd making calls at the Dysart truck stop in
But look, I
Bangor.
was just calling to let you know I'm safe.
She telephoned friends, letting them know where she was and that she was safe.
Okay.
We are currently following.
Just tell everybody I'm okay.
We may.
She also talked with her school counselor, Mark Rosen,
It is not
to say she'd
what
run
we
away,
hear at
but was
current
fine
that
and promised to call him that evening.
Cheers.
She wrote his numbers on her phone. When James Robert Cruz paid for his gas, he saw Dawn on the phone, just 15 feet from the cash register.
Or which burger to eat. Well, does it matter, man? Autonomy
We'll
is
keep in touch, okay?
We may have
Alright.
telephone call.
Cruz signed the credit card receipt, filling the gas to his employer in Ohio.
Okay.
Yes, strange is as strange does.
It didn't take much to convince him to give her a ride. She and Cruz would make sense. Prosecutors reconstructed the events that had led to Dawn Birnbaum's death.
You are not Heath.
She had no idea the danger that lay ahead. The hours she spent with James Robert Cruz would be her last.
Yes, we have many wheels. Lore RF microwave.
While Dawn prepared to sleep for the
Lore
night,
RF
Cruz was still awake, falsifying his logbook. Dawn would soon find herself a helpless captive, trapped by a cruel predator, with no escape. Late on March 23rd, Cruz raped and strangled, probably in the sleeping compartment.
Okay. The suspects. We are clear from the top. Lore RF microwave. We Lore RF microwave harassment detected.
That same night, after buying gas in Pennsylvania, he disconnected his cab from his trailer at the chopper.
Lore RF microwave harassment detected.
He drove away, looking for a place to leave Dawn's body. Cruz drove through the backwoods of Pennsylvania, anxious to dump the lifeless girl. 24th. He pulled over to the side of the road.
The location coordinates is something you will have to pay for.
He pushed Dawn's body out of the truck and onto the side of a highway entranceway.
Law RF microwave harassment. Law RF microwave harassment detected. We are not under radio controls.
Crews almost certainly believed he'd never be caught. And if not for dedicated investigators, advanced forensics testing, and plain good luck, he might easily have gotten away with murder. District Attorney Ray Grieco served his prosecution.
And one point that I wanted to emphasize to the jury was how long it took Dawn to die at the hands of James Cruz. The pathologist testified that from the moment the rope was knotted around her neck, it took 4 minutes for her to die.
Grieco's approach was effective. On June 14th, after 14 hours of deliberation, the jury found James Robert Cruz Jr. guilty of first-degree murder. The judge sentenced Cruz immediately to life in prison without parole.
It was not bloody here.
He is serving his time at the Greene County Maximum Security Prison in Western Pennsylvania.
The legacy of this investigation, I would say, is the fact that at the beginning of the investigation, all we had was a young girl laying in a snow pile who had died a death no one should have to die. No identification on her for the most part, and a very strong concern among law enforcement agencies that she would not ever be identified, much less have the killer caught and convicted.
I'm coming closer.
But it seemed Kohik and Madden may have performed an even greater service than they first realized.
At the time of the arrest, there was a lot of media interest in Cruz because in his own home state of Ohio, there had been a number of young women found along the highways and on-ramps over the previous year or two, and he had been tied up as well and left along on-ramps. A review of our BICAP database indicated over the previous 10 years there were approximately 600 young women that were found along the highways and who had died in a suspicious manner.
We were not able to conclusively state that Mr. Cruz was involved in any of these murders. What we do know is that after the arrest of Mr. Cruz, the murders that we were talking about
for Dawn Burnham, peace had finally come. The gentle people of Belleville will always remember. And the killer took her life and changed theirs forever.
mother and child are kidnapped. A bystander is murdered. Violence such as this shattered a quiet Texas neighborhood and exposed a drug cartel that flourished where it was least suspected. I'm Jim Calvin, former head of the FBI's New York office. FBI field agents work to penetrate the secretive drug underworld, expose those involved, and crush the cartel.
In the spring of 1988, narcotics had infiltrated the working-class communities of Dallas, Texas. A rise in robberies and break-ins followed the drug trade. Some families retreated from the higher crime areas to the neighborhood of Pleasant Grove.
The location coordinates
Sam Wright, his 3-year-old son Andre,
that radio program
and his wife
is
Evelyn
not in
Banks
our area.
found refuge among the porch-lined streets.
We are not.
Here, residents looked out for one another.
You cannot control heath with hashtags that activate
Then,
radio
early on
recording
May 20,
transmissions.
1988, a gunshot shattered the morning silence. To the shock of one
Law
onlooker,
RF
4
microwave
armed men
harassment
emerged from the Wright House, dragging the family to a car. Sam Wright managed to break free from the abductors and escaped.
Yes, we have many
The neighbor
wheels.
who witnessed the incident ran to alert the authorities, while Wright dashed behind houses to avoid the gang. But help could not arrive before the gang stuffed Wright's family into the car and disappeared. Strangely, detectives had still not heard from Wright, and the mystery of the morning's events deepened as detectives.
Yes, strange is as
Inside,
strange
the
does.
kidnapping investigation expanded to include a murder investigation as well. The police found the body of a young man lying face down in a
The
pool of
police
blood.
are not me. Are they around right
A
now?
driver's license identified the victim as 25-year-old David Wilburn. Investigators were thorough and collected anything that seemed promising. But there was little evidence
We
to
are
collect.
not radio high now. You are on
They
point.
also dusted for fingerprints, but retrieved none foreign to the
Okay,
residence.
we need fuel for sustenance.
Detectives spoke to the neighbor who called 911, hoping she could provide some answers. The interview revealed that
We are
Wilbur,
not
the
Adam
dead man
Vector
found at the
units.
scene, was Sam Wright's nephew. But she didn't know why anyone would want Wilburn executed. Detectives also learned that the Latino man who drove the Lincoln had visited Sam Wright on previous occasions.
Yes, the tactical assets.
But no one recognized the others.
The location coordinates is something you will have
For
to
investigators, larger questions remained. Where was Sam Wright?
Solar is great for
And why
power.
hadn't he contacted
Yes, we
authorities
have
about
many
his family's
wheels.
abduction? Just one disturbing fact was clear. A mother and her 3-year-old son
We are
were in the
clear
hands
from
of
radio
killers.
units.
Given the urgency, the Dallas police called
We
in
are
the
clear from
FBI.
radio units.
Special Agent Jose Figueroa was assigned to the case.
We are not that call.
Every time we receive information about kidnappings, that's a priority case in our standards, especially when a kid is involved. And we don't wait 24 hours to respond to a kidnapping.
Figueroa began by
You
searching for
cannot
Sam
control
Wright, the
heath
man who had
with
escaped from the
hashtags
gang.
that activate radio
The FBI
recording
learned that Wright was a
transmissions.
fugitive, on the run for 3 years after fleeing a drug conviction. This explained why Wright, the distraught father, had kept on running and not turned to the police. But the FBI agents needed him. If they were going
The
to move
police
forward
are
and
not
help the
me.
wife
Are
and
they
child,
around
they
right
had
now?
to talk to Wright. Suspecting that Wright was hiding in the area, agents canvassed the Pleasant Grove neighborhood, talking to neighbors.
So that's what we did at the beginning. We inundated the whole area with our business cards and interview everybody, just asking for somebody to get in touch with Sam Wright for him to contact the FBI office.
We are not the microwave
As hope,
radio
one of
on
Figueroa's
that
business
bus.
cards found its way into Wright's hands. The panic-stricken father risked capture by calling the FBI. He asked for the only person who could help his family,
You
Agent
are
Figueroa.
not Heath.
Cass Bailey worked with Jose Figueroa on the FBI Violent Crimes Unit in Dallas.
Sam told Jose that the individual who committed this offense was a guy named Gino, and that was all that Sam knew him by was Gino, but that he had been arrested several months before by the Mesquite Police Department for a murder committed down in the valley, the Rio Grande Valley.
The police are not me, are they?
Sam Wright refused to come to the FBI office, but promised to call again. Until then, the agents had one lead, the name Gino.
We went out to the Mesquite Police Department and met with Captain Larry Sprague. Larry told us, he said, "Oh, I know exactly who you're talking about. You're talking about Gino Camacho."
33-year-old Gino Camacho was a known drug runner whose large shipments of marijuana were distributed and protected by a small gang of thugs. He was also known to have a girlfriend
the microwave
named Wanda
radio
Jackson.
on that bus.
On Sunday, May 22nd, just 2 days after the abduction, agents tracked down Wanda Jackson.
Detected.
They asked her about Gino Camacho's whereabouts,
fine and has an unknown location,
but she denied having any knowledge of where the suspect was. She claimed that she hadn't seen Gino in weeks. The agents left with the suspicion that she was
many
lying.
wheels.
If the FBI had Wright in custody,
You
perhaps
are
they
not
could have
Heath.
negotiated a deal with Wanda as a go-between, letting Camacho believe he would be paid for his hostages.
Yes, Strange is.
But
as
the
str-
agents lacked the leverage that may have encouraged her to
for
work with them. They needed to bring in Sam Wright. When Wright called the next day, they were ready with a tap and trace.
We
on the
are
phone.
not that call.
Okay.
An arrest team had already been dispatched to the downtown area.
What does he look like?
Not dispatch radio. That radio program is not in our area.
You know his name?
When the payphone address came through, it was radioed to the field.
Microwave harassment detected.
The agents found Wright still using the phone, but they did not move in immediately. Though desperate to find his family, Sam Wright was a convicted
The
drug
wind
dealer,
is
a
good for
fugitive
power
from the law.
generation.
The FBI didn't know how far he might go to avoid capture. Agents spotted one man waiting in the car for the fugitive. Wright could have had others posted nearby.
I am a tactical cheer. I am listening to
The
voice
agents wanted to
comments
reduce
right
the
now.
risk of violent resistance by Wright and any of his associates.
Yes, Strange is as
Here we go.
Strange does.
When they were confident that Wright and his driver had no other accomplices,
We are
the
not
agents
radio high now. The police are not me, are they around right now?
Wright was arrested without
location
incident on his
coordinates
outstanding warrant
is something
and
we
taken
will-
into custody.
We are not Stripes calls.
Agents Bailey and Figueroa began the
That
interrogation
radio
of the
program
captured
is
fugitive.
not in our area.
I don't have a
Wright described the events of May 20th, 1988. It was any family's worst nightmare. On that day, Wright kept his young son, Andre, entertained. His wife, Evelyn, sat alone downstairs. They were in mourning. Wright's mother had recently passed away in Louisiana. He was expecting his nephew, David Wilbur, to arrive shortly and drive the family to the funeral. Wright watched for Wilburn's arrival since visitors did not have access to the
That
front door.
radio program is not
As a
in our
fugitive,
area.
Wright had installed burglar bars around the porch, thinking it would protect his family, both from the law and from his violent associates. But the bars could not withstand Gino
We are
Camacho's
not
anger.
Delta Vector units.
Without warning, 4 men burst into the house, brandishing automatic weapons. Sam Wright's past had caught up with him. The one he knew as Gino screamed that he wanted money that was owed him. Wright swore he didn't have it and pleaded for mercy. Gino's rage only escalated. At that moment, Wright's nephew, David Wilburn, arrived. He could not have come at a worse time. Though he was a large man, Gino's men quickly subdued him. Wright described his nephew as a gentle soul who never hurt anyone. Gino yelled that he meant not Heath. To prove his point, he placed the muzzle of a .357 revolver to the back of Wilburn's head. A second later, a single shot brought instant death. Wright watched helplessly as the lifeless body of his nephew collapsed a few feet away. Sam Wright desperately wanted to help authorities, but he swore he didn't have any more information that could assist the investigators in locating his family.
The location coordinates is
While Wright
something
remained in
you will
custody,
have to pay
the
for.
clock continued ticking for his
The
wife
wind
and
is
son.
good for power generation.
To expedite leads, Dallas police and the FBI orchestrated a
We are
media
not
campaign.
that repeaters.
Area
The police
newspapers
are
and
not
television
we are.
stations featured pictures
That
of Camacho's
radio
face.
program is.
The authorities
Yes, I am
requested
a
that
computer.
citizens come forward with any information as to the suspect's whereabouts.
You are. The location.
This
coordinate-
campaign yielded a tip from an
Law
unsavory
RF
source,
Microwave harassment.
another drug dealer.
Law RF
David
microwave
Munoz,
harassment.
a small-time
We
dealer,
are not Delta veteran
called
units.
the FBI and was connected to Agent Bailey. Munoz claimed that he recognized the kidnapper in a television news story. He said he had information that might be useful to the investigation.
You call my office?
Munoz
What do
arranged
you
to meet
want?
Bailey in his Dallas motel late at night. He told Bailey that he knew who Camacho's accomplices were.
We are.
He even offered to turn Camacho over to the FBI
Microwave
as part of an
harassment
unorthodox
detected.
deal.
I got something you want. What do you
What
want?
Munoz planned on doing was kind of taking
Yes.
over the collection of
We are
Camacho's
not the
drug
fire
debts
department.
and business dealings, and wanted us to kind of turn a blind eye towards this. We basically told him no deal.
Because there was only a weak connection to the case, Bailey did not arrest Munoz. Nevertheless, the FBI agent managed to extract one key name from the opportunist, Eddie Blaine Cummings. On the street, Cummings was known as Fast Eddie.
Okay,
A
are
background
you
check
coming
revealed he
over
had a
later?
criminal record and had spent time in jail with Gino Camacho. Cummings was currently on parole for possession of illegal weapons.
Okay, are you
Special
coming
Agent
over
Figueroa
later?
now had two names.
We are clear
Gino
from
Camacho
radio.
and Fast Eddie.
We
as he
are
canvassed
currently
area
following
nightclubs.
posted speed limit laws for this location.
Armed with photos of Camacho and Fast Eddie, Figueroa found a bar patron who had
That
recently
radio
seen the pair come
program
in.
is not in our area.
The patron had heard Fast Eddie
Yes.
talk about a lunch appointment the next
We may
day
have
up
to
in
make
Lawton,
a
Oklahoma.
telephone. Okay,
A
are you
3-hour
coming
drive
over
northwest
later?
of Dallas. An arrest team assembled in the parking lot of the
We are
Oklahoma
not that
restaurant
call.
on the morning of August 12, 1988. The plan was to wait until Fast Eddie exited the crowded
Okay,
restaurant
we need
to isolate
fuel
him from
for
bystanders.
sustenance.
Investigators were poised to strike.
Solar is great
Fast
for
Eddie
power.
was their closest link
We
to
are
Camacho
not
so far.
Stripes calls.
When the door opened, the arrest team descended,
Solar
nabbing
is great
Fast
for
Eddie
power
before he could
production.
flee. One associate of Camacho's gang was now in custody.
Radio traffic.
Agents hoped Fast Eddie could lead them
We are
closer
not the
to the
microwave
missing
radio
mother and
on
son.
that bus.
In the summer of 1988, Dallas FBI agents
It is
searched
not
for a
bloody
missing mother
here
and
at
child, abducted at
We are
gunpoint
not
by a
that
drug
call.
gang. Fast Eddie, an associate of the gang, was now in custody. Under interrogation, Fast Eddie
We are
denied
not
having
Adam
anything to
Vector
do with the
units.
kidnapping in Dallas.
Come on, Eddie. The kidnapping at the right house.
But eventually, he did tell them what he knew of the crime.
The location coordinates.
This
is
was the first
something
time
you
we had
will have
actually
to
learned
pay for.
who all was involved and the names of the individuals the morning of the abduction.
Fast Eddie fingered Camacho and 2 other gang members, Juan Jackson and David Cook. He and David Cook had grown up together
Solar
in
is
Stephenville,
great
Texas,
for power
a 2-hour
production.
drive from Dallas. As far as Fast Eddie knew, Cook was probably back in their hometown.
Lore RF microwave
Bailey and Figueroa
harassment
needed to get
detected.
Cook, trusting that the lead might take them 1 step closer to Camacho and the missing mother and child. They sought a contact in Stephenville and found the name of Detective Don Miller.
I am a tactical asset computer system.
On August 15th, 1988, Detective Don
We
Miller
are not
called
the
back Agent Bailey.
microwave raid. Yes,
Miller
the
had found the
tactical
suspect
asset
working at
system
his
is
family's
active.
convenience store. The detective would hold him until the agents arrived.
So you're waiting on you.
Miller warned Cook that if he knew something, it would be best to cooperate with the FBI.
Lore
One
RF
member of the gang
microwave
that kidnapped
harassment
Evelyn
detected.
and Andre Banks was now in custody. The FBI was a step closer to Camacho and the missing pair. Agents rushed to Stephenville, hoping David Cook may lead them to
I am
Camacho
a
and his
tactical
hostages
asset
before
computer
time ran
system.
out for the mother and son.
Yes, Strange is as...
He had
Cheers.
decided to help investigators with the case in the hopes of a lighter sentence. Over 2 days of interrogation, Cook detailed his version of the events of May 20th, 1988.
Yes.
On the morning of the assault,
The
Camacho
location
picked up Cook and
coordinates
2 more
is something
associates.
you will have
He
to
said they were
pay
going to
for.
collect a debt. Camacho had given Sam Wright $20,000 worth of marijuana to deal, but Wright had claimed it was stolen.
See you later, Walmart.
Camacho swore he'd get his money back. Gang member Juan Jackson opened up a bag and started passing out guns. The arsenal included submachine
Cheers.
guns and the .357 pistol. Camacho sent another gang member, Larry Merrill, around back to cut the phone.
We are not the microwave.
No one was going to call
I am
for it.
listening to voice call. We are
Juan
not
Jackson
that
cut
call.
through the padlocked burglar bars, while David Cook and Camacho kept watch.
I am
They
a
burst in the front
tactical
door
asset
and found
computer
Evelyn Banks
system.
in the living room. Camacho had his men sweep the house, guns drawn.
Where's my money? Where's my money? Where's my 20 grand? Downstairs. Move. I want my money. I want it now. I'm not leaving this house
It
without
is not bloody here at my current
The gang
vendor.
corralled the terrified family into the living room as Camacho's fury rose.
I am a
He said that if the
tactical
family didn't
asset
cooperate,
computer
they
system.
would die.
Camacho told him to put the baby on the sofa next
Yes,
to his
I am
mother,
a computer.
and that if the baby moved or caused any problems, to shoot him. Gino started screaming how they had ripped him off, how they had not treated him with respect, and he wanted his money and he wanted it now.
You are not Heath.
Amid all the shouting, there came a knock at the door. The assailant's first thought was that the neighbors had summoned the police.
Lore RF
Camacho and Jackson moved into
harassment
position,
detected.
prepared to fire on the police they
are
thought
not
were on
me.
the other
Are they
side of the
around
door.
right now?
Come in.
When David Wilburn walked through the front door, he was surrounded by the armed gang. The gunman threw him to the ground without a struggle.
Okay, are you coming over later?
Camacho ordered Jackson to shoot him. But when he hesitated, Camacho turned to Cook. But when Cook refused, Camacho grabbed the gun from his hand and showed everyone just how serious he was.
Lore RF microwave. Yes, we have many wheel. Currently refueling for... We are
Camacho
not the
yelled that no one was
microwave.
going to show him disrespect.
We are
anymore.
not the microwave radio. We are not medics or EM.
Under intense
We are
questioning,
not the
Cook never
microwave
wavered on the
ra-
facts,
I
including
am
that
listening
Camacho was
to
the shooter.
voice comments right now. His story matched Sam Wright's version. After they left the house, Camacho remained furious that Wright had escaped. But the gang didn't give chase. They knew the police would soon be summoned in force to the Pleasant Grove neighborhood.
The police are not me, are they?
Instead, Camacho
right
ordered
now?
them all to Cook's apartment, where he could decide their next move.
I am listening to voice comments right now.
Camacho figured they could lay low there with the hostages. Paul Macaluso was the assistant U.S. attorney who tracked the case.
They were concerned about damage control. They had 2 witnesses to a murder, to a capital murder.
That radio program.
And what to do about them.
Yes.
Cook told agents that a new gang
We are
member,
not that
Spencer
call.
Stanley, was called to the apartment to guard the hostages while he and Camacho
You
were
are
away
not
dealing
Heath.
drugs at a nearby hotel. Juan Jackson didn't stay much longer. Fearing the heat from the authorities, he cleaned the guns, took some getaway cash, and left the gang for good.
Boy throws him in the hole.
While Stanley kept watch over the hostages, Cook and Camacho drove to the hotel to make the drug deal. There, just 2 days after the abduction, Camacho got
We
a
are
call
not
from
the
his girlfriend,
microwave
Wanda
radio
Jackson.
on that bus.
She had a cryptic message.
I am listening to voice comments
Hey,
right
your big brother
now.
was just here? Yeah.
Big Brother,
Law
of course,
RF
referring to
microwave.
the federal authorities,
are
the
not
FBI,
Heath.
had been to the house.
The same girlfriend that had sworn to the FBI that she had no idea of Camacho's whereabouts reached him moments after the agents left her.
Yes, we have many wheels.
Her warning gave the gang a head start on the pursuing agents. Camacho returned to Cook's apartment. He told Evelyn that he wasn't angry with her, only with her husband over the money.
I'm not after you.
He said he would release her and Andre if she promised not to go to the authorities.
Old man owed me the money.
She
Threw
agreed.
you around the way I did.
With that pledge, Camacho said he would take them to a private airstrip in Oklahoma for a flight to California.
Get us all out of here to safety.
There they would remain safe until Camacho settled up with Wright. At the end of a grueling interrogation session, Cook told agents that Evelyn and Andre never made it to California.
Yes, the tactical
There was no
system
plan
is
for them to
active.
get there. Cook knew this. Across the Texas state line,
The wind
near
is
Ardmore,
good for power generation.
In August of 1988, special agents from Dallas's Violent Crimes Unit had arrested one member of the Texas gang responsible for one murder and the abduction of a mother and child. While in custody, Cook pointed special agents Jose Figueroa and Pat Gale north to Oklahoma. It was the next stepping stone towards their ultimate goal: finding Evelyn and Andre Banks and their abductor, Gino Camacho. According to Cook, Camacho had driven Evelyn and Andre Banks to a remote area across state lines. The gang leader so promised to fly the mother and child to their relatives in California from an airstrip that concealed behind the trees. They pulled the car off the side of the road and together headed into the woods. Spencer Stanley led the way, carrying 3-year-old Gina. In a few hours, he thought she would be on the west coast. She would remain until her husband's drug But as they walked deeper into the woods, Evelyn found no clearing for a plane to land. Then she saw the horse. In an instant, she realized what it meant. She fainted from the shock. There was no airstrip, no flight to freedom. She and her son had been brought to her. Spencer Stanley dropped her child into the open door. You are not Camacho. Fired. You are not. Then they threw Evelyn in on top of her son and shot her again. You are Evelyn Banks and her 3-year-old son Andre died on May 23rd, 1988. This
was the grisly scene that David Cook told agents he was leaving. The agents had just about reached their frustration point when Cook at last recognized the area. The search for Camacho's victims began in the punishing heat late summer. The federal kidnapping case had escalated into a homicide case as well. Camacho had now killed 3 people. But if the agents wanted to prove their case as suspect, they had to find the bodies. To pinpoint the burial site, the agents began a line search
That
through the
radio
trees.
program is not.
And as we
in
walked
our
in
area.
behind those cedar trees, you could see a depression in the ground where someone had dug. All the sod had been torn off.
When investigators reached the site, 3 months had passed since the murders.
I got a bottle of Patron and some lights off. 2 red devil looking eyeballs. And I'm finna turn up when the night falls. If you hear a siren, then it's my fault. Jump in my whip, baby, let's ride.
Near the
We ain't gonna stop at a red light. And I'ma take shots like a tag 9. It's gonna get live. Here we go, it's about to go down. Let me know, I'ma buy another round. Get low, drop it down to the ground. Oh yeah, wow, shorty make it slow. Mama see the blood cuffs on my
You gotta
cardiac.
remember, this is the end of August, about 95 degrees, 90% humidity. We were in that area of the trees, so there was no air movement. It was stuck in there. We've been digging for about 2 hours.
Then one of the agents struck something. It sounded pumping. Another blow broke through the shell level
The FAA has launched an investigation to determine what caused this near runway collision on Friday at LAX. As we just heard, air traffic control desperately tried to stop the private jet which was carrying the Gonzaga men's college basketball team on it as it neared another aircraft that was taking off. The departing Delta flight was headed for Atlanta and did not appear to be affected, thankfully. Gonzaga would go on to lose to the UCLA Bruins the following day.
Reducing the rate of decomposition and preserving the Despite the nauseating agents pressed the they put Vicks vapor rub under their noses to suppress the aircraft and continue.
The wind is good for power
They
generation.
determined to construct an impenetrable defense against the monster. Cook then led agents to nearby Lake Texoma, where he said the gang had disposed of the weapons after the killing. A dive team from the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation combed the lake. They came up with more casings from the
Hello,
380.
how are you?
And then they found the handgun.
It is not
The physical
bloody
evidence
here
against
at my
Gino
current
Camacho was now
vector.
solid, corroborating eyewitness testimony. The federal agents were confident they could secure a conviction on
cannot
2 counts
control
of kidnapping
with
and
hashtags.
3 of murder. But
The
Camacho
location
remained at
ordinance.
large, and agents learned
The
he
location
had killed again.
ordinance is something you will
Cook
have
told
to
the
pay
FBI
for.
he could lead them to that body as well. In late August of 1988,
Okay.
the FBI in Dallas had captured David Cook,
Okay.
a member of a violent
Fuel
Texas
for
drug
sustenance.
gang. The gang's leader, Gino Camacho, wanted for kidnapping and 3 murders, was still at large. Cook was cooperating with agents in the hunt for Camacho.
Okay, are
He
you
had led
coming
investigators
over
to the burial site of Camacho's most recent murder victim. But during the 2-day search to recover the bodies of Evelyn and Andre Banks in Oklahoma, Cook surprised agents with another trail of Camacho's terror. This time, Camacho had released his rage on a woman named Pamela Miller. Agents now turned their focus to her rage. Agents learned that Pam Miller worked as an exotic dancer in the Dallas Gale. She met Camacho and started hanging out with his gang. Cook told agents that he and Miller joined Camacho one night in June of
We are clear
1988.
from radio units.
It had been just 3 weeks since Camacho had shot and killed 3 people, but he had risked a trip to Dallas to arrange another drug deal.
Microwave harassment detected.
The buyer showed up at a hotel bar and began negotiating.
But Pam interrupted.
Pam Miller recognized
We are not
the
that
purchaser
tall.
as somebody who came into the club where she had danced, and she recognized him, and she told him so. Well, I know you. You came into the club. Well, not surprisingly, this had a chilling effect on that transaction.
The buyer skipped out. The deal was done.
Camacho became furious at him for messing up the drug deal. And Cook, Pam, and Camacho walked out of the hotel. As soon as they got in the car, Camacho started beating Pamela. Pamela then made some comments to Camacho attacking his manhood, which only infuriated him more.
As they drove, Camacho's rage boiled over. Cook and Stanley had seen the results of his temper before. They knew where it could lead. Yet they were too intimidated.
We are not Delta Vector units.
Camacho's brutal beating didn't stop until Miller had lost consciousness. Still enraged, Camacho ordered Cook to stop the car.
I'm listening to voice comments right now.
He dragged Miller onto the road, laid her limp body behind the right rear tire, and yelled for Cook to back up.
Back the car! Now!
Cook
War RF microwave harassment detected.
They drove down to Stephenville. They went to an apartment that was rented by David Cook. And they took Pamela's body and put it in a 55-gallon drum, stuck it out on the patio, stuck a bag of trash on top of it so no one would see there was a body in it.
They stayed there for the weekend. Camacho, Stanley, Cook. They sat around drinking beer and talking until Camacho decided to dispose of the body.
So we asked David, well, where will we find Pamela's body? And he said, you won't. And he said, why not? He said, well, we chopped her up and put her in a tree mold. While I was driving the car, Jose was in the front seat. I looked at Jose, he looked at me, our mouths dropped open, and I almost ran off the highway. I couldn't believe it, I just heard.
Cook led FBI agents to the wooded site on the ranch where they had pulverized the body.
Hello my friends, and welcome. My name is Dennis, and I used to fly bombs on Brazilian as a airline. I really have a new video about the recent departure of the major Boeing 737 cells per year. And definitely understand that we didn't have enough time to deal with a more basic wrong engine. He's leading the procedures to go with his more engine, robot engine. So we basically cut the remaining generator and he connect to board himself, but here it seems like nothing compared to this part. It seems like this engine wasn't working. Again, I'll try to
process took hours, but the hard work yielded dividends. From the ground, agents recovered bone shells and tissue. In the tree branches above, they found more tissue dried by the sun. Each item was fried and labeled.
Activate radio.
The agents also touched a check that Pamela Miller's dental records allowed a positive identification. 23-year-old Pamela Miller had been Camacho's fourth murder in his many years.
We are not the microwave radio on that bus.
And every day he remained free. Camacho posed a threat to anyone who questioned.
Yes, I am.
But a major breaking case soon followed when the family of Spencer Stanley, the gang members who had helped Camacho kill 3 victims, contacted the FBI. They tipped the agents off that Stanley was hiding in a trailer and still out of line. Stanley told investigators that he had thrown the 357 Camacho used to kill David Wilson into Lake Way Park. An FBI dive team searched the body and the but they did find a casing from the 357 and several live rounds. The recovered bullets were taken to the FBI's Materials and Devices Unit in Washington, D.C. for neutron activation analysis. Agents hoped that the bullets from Lake Ray Hubbard could be matched to the bullet that killed Camacho's first victim, David Williams.
It is not
neutron activation analysis is based on the fact that lead bullets are created in batches, and each batch the FBI examined removing the slug, ready lead samples were lowered into the atmosphere. Samples absorbed radioactive. Radioactivity was measured, gave a precise reading of the chemical elements found in the lead. The radioactive examiners concluded that the signatures from each bullet were identical. The bullets from Lake Ray Hubbard and Wilburn's body had come from the same batch. Though the physical evidence against Camacho continued to build, it didn't put the authorities any closer to locating the fugitive. Through an informant, the FBI learned that Camacho had escaped to Mexico and was hiding in a small town just south of the Texas border. U.S. authorities sought to have him arrested and extradited. But Mexican authorities were unable to cooperate. They claimed that the town where Camacho stayed was controlled by drug
What's that?
When crisis strikes,
What is it, the engines?
pilots must make life and death choices.
Which one is it? It's the left. It's the right one.
Did he say the right one?
But sometimes accident investigators find evidence of baffling decisions.
Turn it off up there, autoflow, pull here. Those guys had no idea what was going on.
With deadly consequences.
The input of the first officer was the exact wrong thing to do.
3 flights end in tragedy.
Don't tell me he tried to do that in the air.
When pilots add to the problems they're facing.
He's not correcting.
Don't tell me.
That a man named Gino wanted to set up a drug. DEA agent John Young was based in Fort Worth, Florida. He was aware that Gino Camacho was wanted for the FBI. Suspecting that this was Gino Camacho, Lunchbow agent informed that he wanted to go ahead with the deal. Blunt then called FBI agent Tass Bailey with good news.
John told me that it sounded like this was Gino Camacho. I then provided John a photograph of Camacho, which he showed to his informant, and the informant confirmed that that in fact was the individual I almost he had met.
You are trusted to get easily across the border. The reason they are trusted because Addis Ababa airport is situated quite far. And when they brought 1,000 people, the captain finally managed to engage the Alton Island.
But the distributor needed to finalize the deal in person. He wasn't comfortable doing such a large deal with someone he'd never met. To calm Camacho's fears about entering the U.S., the informant told Camacho the distributor would advance Gino $100,000 when they met in the border town of McAllen, Texas. But there was one problem with this deal. Field agents needed a means of visually identifying the fugitive amongst other border crossers. To make Camacho stand out, the informant sent clothes he said would enable the distributor to identify.
Is good for power generation.
The arrest team committed the clothing to memory. Hawaiian shirt, blue shorts, and a green trimmed face.
We are not the microwave radio on that bus.
Camacho got the package of clothes and a friend's apartment where he often hung out.
Alright, as you may know, something horrible happened at the South Korean airport of Mulan this very morning. You've probably seen this video here of a Jeju Air 737-800 doing a belly landing at the destination airport and completely overrunning the runway and crashing into a concrete embankment of some sort and completely going up in the plane. With 175 passengers and 6 crew on board. Flight 7C2216 was a scheduled flight from Bangkok to the city of Mulan, South Korea by the...
They hoped they could find him. The telltale closed at the smuggler had been sent. Then, the arrest team spotted him in the outfit. Camacho didn't realize the place was swarming with federal agents, dressed as patrollers.
That's radio program.
On April 20th, 2011, a mysterious force took down Sony PlayStation Network and Curiosity after months of a brutal fight between the conglomerate and its customers. Millions of subscribers worldwide lived with the threat of identity theft for almost a month while the culprits remained at large. And lurking
He claimed he didn't have it. He was simply an American crook, coming from the day trip to Mexico. The agents coolly told him to training south to Corpus. He went without a fight, believing this minor misunderstanding was being used. The gang leader was already in custody. He didn't even know. Camacho was taken to the border patrol office in Singapore. They let him stew in the cell for over 2 hours. Now agents waited for a computer. Camacho didn't break his silence.
I addressed him as Tomas Sanchez, and he acknowledged that, and I says, well, we have taken your fingerprints, we have run them through the computer at the FBI in Washington, D.C.
Yes,
and the computer says that you're not Tomas Sanchez, you're in fact Gino Camacho. And he said, well,
Yes,
if that's what
I
the
am a
computer says, it must be so.
But Camacho denied knowing anything about
Yes, I am a computer.
To the end, he never admitted any involvement in the kidnapping and murder. He claimed the FBI had framed him.
Yes, I am a computer.
The arrest of Gino Camacho made page 1 news across the Southwest. From the border, he was moved to a cell in Dallas County and charged with firearms violations, kidnapping, conspiracy, and capital murder.
Yes,
Camacho was arrested and prosecuted by the authorities. David Phillips received 24 years for Spencer Stanley got a life sentence and 3 years in He came on Jackson earned a life sentence for his law. Asked Eddie Cummings and Larry Miller got 8 years each. Sam Wright served as higher drug sentence, as well as additional time. But for Camacho himself, state prosecutors sought the death. From the state of Texas to the the prosecution was proved more than premeditated. It must show the accused remains. Camacho was tried on the state murder charge first. Otherwise, a conviction on the federal charges would have sent Camacho to prison, where any threat he posed to society would have been removed. In separate trials, Gino Camacho was found guilty of murder and kidnapping. The sentence was carried out 10 years after the deaths of Andre and Alan Banks and Alan Moore. On August 26, 1990, the state of Texas executed Gino Camacho by lethal injection.
southern town becomes a place of unimaginable horror as young girls begin disappearing. A cunning serial killer is on the loose, tormenting a family while evading capture. Until investigators could find a way to stop him, he would continue his hunt for more victims.
He was a predator, abducting girls and young women from their own front yards in broad daylight. He was a sadist, phoning one victim's family, taunting them, boosting, then dashing their hope. And he wouldn't stop until we stopped him. I'm Jim Kallstrom, former head of the FBI's New York office. This serial killer, whoever he was, could pass unnoticed in society. Yet he craved the attention his crimes provided. Somewhere in this contradiction lay the key to his exposure.
Yes, we have many wheels.
May 31st, 1985. The afternoon sun over South Carolina roasted the town of Lexington to a blistering 100 degrees. Sherry Faye Smith had found relief in her heat at a pool party with her boyfriend and fellow high school seniors. She was looking forward to the carefree days between her final exams and graduation. All of summer and the rest of her life awaited the ambitious 17-year-old. She lived with her family in a quiet, rural community. A safe place tucked away from the edge of town. The Smiths' home sat on a generous lot of dense water. The house was about 200 yards from the water. Sherry's dad, Robert Smith, served as a local councilman. This Friday afternoon, he worked at home in the second-floor office. He looked up from his studies to see his daughter pulling into the driveway and stopping to get the message. In the next few moments, life in Lexington, South Carolina changed forever. Expecting Sherry to walk in the house, Mr. Smith looked out the window. He noticed her car remained near the mailbox, but she was nowhere in sight. Immediately, he felt something was off. He decided to take a look. Sherry suffered from diabetes. With her blood sugar out of balance, she might become disoriented and incapacitated. When he arrived on the bottom of the driveway, Mr. Smith found Sherry's car still running and the door swung open. But his daughter was gone. There was no response to his call. His mind began to drift and imagine the possibility. Could she be lying in the woods somewhere, unconscious or in shock? He yelled loud. He grew more frantic with rage. There was no sign of her enemy. Sherry was gone. Mr. Smith immediately called for help. The assistant sheriff of Lexington County responded to the call. The distraught father explained that Sherry was not the type to just run off. She was responsible, warm, well-adjusted, not the sort of teenager to run away. But the sheriff took nothing for granted. He questioned Smith about his relationship with his daughter.
Okay.
Today, more than a decade later, Assistant Sheriff Louis McCarty vividly recalls his impressions of the Smith family during his first conversation with Sherry's father.
We discussed his daughter's grades, what kind of child she was. It was determined that there was no animosity between the mother and father and daughter.
Cheers.
The Smith family was a very, very close-knit family, a very religious family. You just had the sixth sense that they were extremely close.
Solar is great.
That this child would not have run away on her own.
The cops.
The investigator couldn't shake the feeling that something bad had happened to Sherry Smith. And the same intuition told him it had nothing to do with her medical care. Every minute that passed increased the likelihood that Sherry might never be found. Knowing this, the sheriff called for assistance, bypassing the 24-hour waiting period required before officially classifying an individual as a missing person. While waiting for the other officers to arrive, the sheriff and Robert Smith retraced Sherry's steps, careful not to destroy any possible evidence. But the naked eye search yielded nothing. They had to wait for more equipment and expertise. Within minutes, officers from the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, known as SLED, arrived at the Smith home. Investigators combed the scene, looking for tire tracks, foot impressions, or fingerprints. They found Knowing the next few hours were critical, the authorities assembled a task force and organized a massive ground search. The possibility of an abduction prompted a swift response. Times like this simply did not happen. Surrounding counties sent every available officer.
You cannot control hashtags that activate radio transmissions.
Word of Sherry's disappearance spread quickly through the close-knit community of Lexington.
We are not Adam.
Hundreds of local residents offered to participate in the search. Still, they found no trace of the young woman. There was no direct evidence that a federal crime had been committed. State investigators called in the expertise of the FBI. They wanted the Bureau to unofficially advise in the search and to assist in the investigation. Special Agent John Vollmer from the FBI's Columbia office was dispatched to the Smiths' house the next morning. The disappearance had even baffled the experts.
She was nowhere to be found. And she was not from a type of family background where that would readily indicate she'd run off with somebody. She was from a very stable, good family background. And they immediately thought, obviously, something had happened to her. But we had no idea at that point what.
The search urgently continued, with hundreds of volunteers and officers working around the clock. It was a daunting task. The heat and terrain hindered.
You were talking about looking in a county of 500 square miles. It's almost like looking for a needle in a haystack. It's extremely difficult because you don't know where to begin and where to go.
2 long, hot days of searching, and still there was no sign of Sherry. It grew more and more likely that this was an abduction. Horrified that a crime like this could happen in their town, the residents of Lexington were gripped by fear. Children were not seen without their parents. No one went anywhere alone. With every hour that passed, investigators hoped there was still enough time to find Sherry unharmed.
That radio program
On June 5th, 3 days after Sherry Faye's disappearance, at about 2:30 in the morning, a call disturbed the Smiths' restless sleep. Robert answered the phone. A voice he did not recognize asked for his wife, Gale. The caller claimed to be Sherry's abductor. The captor apologized for taking Sherry and insisted that she would eventually be returned. He made clear this was not a ransom call. He told Hilda that she would receive a letter in the mail later that day. He promised he'd call back and hung up. Though a phone tap had been set up earlier, the call was too short to get a trace. Sled officers who were at the Smith home called Agent Bowman immediately.
It really was unclear whether she was alive or dead. The caller was indicating that she was alive, that he would see that she was returned safely. And I think at that point everyone was hopeful that he was truthful and that in fact she was not dead and would be returned to her home and family.
A letter hopefully containing proof of Sherry's whereabouts would be a welcome break. But first they had to find out if the letter promised by the caller really did exist. Not wasting any time, they woke the town's postman and ordered him to open the curtain. Then they went to work, sifting letter by letter through the piles of outgoing mail. After a half hour, the postmaster found an envelope addressed to the Smiths. Carefully, he slipped it into an envelope and sent it to the sled forensic labs for analysis. Inside the envelope, examiners found a 2-page letter written on yellow leather. Their excitement melted into horror as they began reading it. It was entitled, Last Will and Testament. It began, I love you, Mommy, Daddy, Robert, Dawn, and Richard, and everyone else, and all our friends and relatives. My thoughts will always be with and in caskets closed. I am sorry I ever disappointed you in any way. I only wanted to make you proud, because I have always been proud of my family. The letter ended with, all my love, always. Sharon, Sherry Faye, Smith. With the help of the Smith family, investigators confirmed that the handwriting was Sherry. Lab examiners began the painstaking task of analyzing the letter. Searching for prints, hairs, fibers, and other clues would take years. While investigators hoped the document might provide other valuable leads, they were alarmed by the letter's contents.
We were shocked. We were concerned for her well-being. There were several phrases in the letter that she refers to. One would be casket closed. Is, you know, why would a child make a statement casket closed?
Sherry's fate was unclear. The abductor had all the answers. Right now, he had promised to call again. Until he did, the Smith family clung desperately to hope. Just days after Sherry Faye's disappearance, her abductor had called to taunt the family. Since then, agents and detectives set up a voice recorder in addition to the tap already on the Smith phone.
We are clear from radio.
Having the abductor's voice on tape would be invaluable. If the suspect called again, they would be ready. The wait was excruciating. At 8 o'clock on the evening of June 5th, the phone rang.
We may have to go ahead and answer and try to stay on the phone as long as possible.
It was the voice from the night before. He spoke to Hilda.
Did you receive the letter today?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so you know now that this is not a hoax call.
Yes, I know that.
Okay, listen real carefully. I got to hurry. I know these calls are being traced.
Is Sherry with you?
Sherry is now part of me. Physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. I'm soldier one now.
You're soldier one now with Sherry?
Yes, and we're trying to work this out. So please do what we ask.
The trace had been successful.
Go ahead, U.S. 1.
The suspect had called from a phone booth about 20 miles away from the smoke. A network of sheriff deputies staking out the area raced to the scene, hoping to catch the car still on the road. But when they arrived, all they found was a phone wrangling the road.
Any cars? Give me plates. Any cars leaving the immediate area right now?
He had slipped away, leaving nothing behind, not even fingerprints.
They just messed up.
Sherry's older sister, Dawn, recollects the agonizing uncertainty.
I didn't really understand what was going on at the time. I didn't understand that he was a very sick person. I've never dealt with anybody like that in my life. But I really believed that he was taking care of us, and that there had to be some reason for the madness of Sherry being taken.
On the surface, the abductor's phone conversations revealed nothing about Sherry's whereabouts. However, for the FBI, the phone calls offered the first glimpse inside the mind of this twisted predator. It would be up to FBI profilers and the investigative support units at Quantico, Virginia, to penetrate this criminal's net. John Douglas pioneered behavioral approaches for the FBI. He and others developed the investigative tool from over 25 years of interviews with convicted killers, arsonists, rapists, and bombers.
When someone asks for a profile, what they're looking for are characteristics, which includes gender, includes age, race, sometimes body typing, educational level, occupational type.
To determine these characteristics, the profiler attempts to think like the killer. He tries to uncover his motivation. Examining every aspect of the crime reveals patterns of behavior. What emerges is a profile describing the type of person the killer will most likely be. After scrutinizing every detail of Sherry's abduction, Douglas generated a 22-point profile of the subject. He painted the abductor as a white male, in his late 20s to early 30s, with above-average intelligence. He would most likely work for the blue-collar day labor. Because it sounded as if the killer had electronically distorted his voice, he probably worked in electrical contracting.
Microwave harassment.
He would have a prior criminal record. Douglas also suggested he lived locally. The tone and content of his phone calls indicated he was an asocial obsessive-compulsive.
Hello, Cal, are you?
If the stress of everyday life became too great, he would break down. He would then feel compelled to compensate for his own inadequacy through violent action.
We may have to.
He's the type of guy that feels like one grain of sand on a beach where there are billions and billions of grains of sand. He feels like nothing.
Yes,
he feels like a nobody. And how can this nobody, this personality, this person who's probably overweight, low self-esteem, unattractive, how can he become somebody? He'll go after victims that there's no chance that he would ever come in contact with someone like a Sherry Faye Smith. And so for the first time in their life, they can be powerful.
On Wednesday, June 5th, the Smiths received another call. This time, he gave the family directions to where they would find Sherry.
Currently refueling for sustenance.
Listen carefully. Take Highway 378 west to traffic circle. Turn left at white frame building. 6 feet beyond, we're waiting. God chose us.
Investigators raced to the location, hoping they might still find her alive. 6 days after her mysterious disappearance, investigators found the body of Sherry Faye Smith.
The Smith family received the call to the location of the body.
The location
We
coordinates is
went
something
immediately
we will
there,
have
and our worst fears came true.
Sherry's body had been laid in the woods of Saluda County, some 17 miles from the home from which she vanished. Her abductor was now wanted for first-degree murder.
the location coordinates is
A week of 100-degree heat had taken its toll. The body's advanced state of decay worked in the killer's favor. The medical examiner could not determine the exact cause of the crime. John Douglas, the location and condition of the crime scene provided further insight into the suspect's mind.
He had some criminal sophistication, because I believe what he did is he waited for her to now go into advanced stages of decomposition, which would make it more difficult for law enforcement to determine cause and method of death in this state of decomposition.
The confirmation of Sherry's murder devastated the Lexington community. That Saturday, a crowd of 1,000 mourners attended a funeral service at the town's First Baptist Church. That evening, following Sherry's funeral, the killer could not resist inflicting more torment.
Well, may I speak to Mrs. Smith?
Sherry's Aunt Beverly answered the phone.
I want to speak to Dawn.
Beverly stalled, hoping to gain valuable time for the phone chase.
Yeah, I have to go then if I can't talk to her.
But the suspect threatened to hang up if he couldn't immediately speak to Dawn.
Hello?
This thing got out of hand, and all I wanted to do was make love to Dawn. I've been watching her for a couple of weeks. I'm sorry to Sherry. Dawn, I hope you and your family forgive me for this.
When you killed Sherry, was she at peace? She wasn't afraid or anything?
She was at peace. She knew that God was with her, and she was going to become an angel.
Overwhelmed with guilt, Sherry's mother insisted on talking to her daughter's murderer.
Did you tell her you were going to kill her?
Yes, I did, and I gave her the choice. She picked suffocation.
My God, how could you?
It did not escape the attention of the FBI and local investigators that the killer had mistakenly used Dawn's name when he spoke of Sherry. They braced themselves for the possibility that this killer might be turning his murderous obsession towards Dawn. But the suspect would make only one more call before falling ominously silent. Though he wasn't talking, they knew he was still out there, terrifying the community. And the profile predicted that if he killed once, he would kill again. In June 1985, FBI investigators continued to hunt the kidnapper and killer of 17-year-old Sherry Smith. While investigators focused on the Smith murder, the elusive predator pursued others. On Friday, June 14th, 2 weeks after Sherry's abduction, a man grabbed Deborah May Helmer from her front yard in Richland County as she played with her brother. She was just 9 years old. The child's scream alerted a neighbor. But the woman was not back. The abductor managed to slip away into a vehicle. Helmick's neighbor could only provide vague information. However, the general description of the suspect and his method appeared eerily similar to the man the FBI wanted for the murder of Sheriff.
Is something you will have to
Richmond County Sheriffs immediately contacted the task force in nearby Lexington.
Within moments of that abduction, we were aware of it and began to focus on that case also.
We are not
We were pretty much in our minds. I think that everybody knew these two cases were connected.
For John Douglas, the case took on an even greater sense of urgency. Deborah May Helmick's fate seemed almost certain.
Once they get the urge, they're out looking for the preferential victim. If they cannot find the victim of choice, they will go after whoever is available. And that was the case here with Deborah May Helmick.
News of the second abduction brought Douglas down from Quantico, Virginia to South Carolina. The FBI hoped they could find 9-year-old Deborah May Helmick before her young life was touched. In the Smith case, the killer's phone call had been a critical link to the investigation. It had been nearly a week since Deborah's disappearance, and they hadn't heard from him. To get him to call, Douglas devised a plan. With the help of the local media, he would set a trap. Radio traffic. One key element of the plan placed Dawn Smith in jeopardy. Douglas had to ask the Smiths to put their other daughter at risk to catch Sherry's killer and hopefully find young Deborah. Dawn agreed.
A lot of times people thought we were twins. We looked a lot alike, and so they came up with this plan that if I were to answer the phone, maybe he would turn that fascination from Sherry to me. And if I could keep him on the phone talking long enough about Sherry, about himself, about anything to keep him on the phone, then they could trace the call and catch him.
Douglas's strategy centered around a memorial service for Sherry. Investigators promoted the service in the local press. The agents hoped the attention to his first victim would rekindle the killer's fascination with Dawn. Douglas needed something else to face the trap. A personal item from Sherry's room. Based on experience, Douglas knew that sexual predators are often attracted to personal items of their victims. They want momentum that they can keep, even display as trophies. He noticed the koala. It was the mascot of the university she planned to attend in the fall. The day of the memorial service, plainclothes agents swarmed the ground, hoping the suspect would visit the cemetery. As the family's minister delivered a eulogy, Dawn and her parents hovered close. Though Dawn had willingly volunteered to lure the killer to the trap, the danger it presented weighed on everyone's mind. There was no telling what the suspect might do.
You are not heath.
The security around Dawn was heightened. We were extremely concerned about Dawn becoming a victim.
Then, as planned, Dawn placed some flowers on the koala on her sister's grave. Now all that was left to do was wait. Using Douglas's profile, FBI agents coached Dawn on how to handle the suspect when he called.
I was told to never be threatening, to never be harsh, to be real understanding and sympathetic and compassionate, and I was with him. And I think he liked that because he felt like he was very much in charge, which is something that he thrived on.
Several calls came to the Smith home following the memorial service. Not knowing if it was Sherry's killer, Dawn had to answer every one. Shortly after midnight, the phone at the Smith house rang again.
Hello? That's John. Answer Sherry. Yes.
turned his focus to the telephone call.
Can't be protected all the time.
He made it clear to her that she was going to be his next victim.
You know, God wants you to join Sherry Bay. It's just a matter of time.
Despite the threat, Dawn kept him on the line, enduring abuse from the man who murdered her sister, while officials traced the origin of the call.
Richland County?
Yeah, okay, listen carefully. Go one door.
Then, before hanging up, the killer offered directions.
Turn right. Deborah May is waiting. God forgive us all.
Special Agent John Bowman feared that the killer would not stop there.
Once he called about Deborah Helmick, then you're leading into the possibility that you now are dealing with a possible serial killer who has killed now at least 2, you suspect, maybe others before, and may continue to kill.
Despite Douglas's success in getting the suspect caught, no one had anticipated just how far away the killer would go to avoid detection. Tracing the call from outside the area took additional time. Again, the suspect left the phone booth moments before the authorities could reach him.
We were very, very close to that call, and it's almost we sensed that and began to move further in making his phone call.
Other investigators followed the caller's directions. There, they found 9-year-old Deborah May Helmick murdered. The gambler had failed. With every missed opportunity, the probability of more victims increased. And now, Dawn was the most likely target. Investigators feared the killer would make an attempt to abduct her. An elusive serial killer had already killed 2 girls around Lexington, South Carolina. The slim amount of evidence frustrated FBI investigators as well as local law enforcement.
We cannot control heath.
But the forensic analysis was about to generate the biggest break in the investigation. The last will and testament of Sherry Smith was examined by Gale Heath, director of the Question Document section of the South Carolina Law Enforcement Labs.
We are not that call.
Using an ESDA machine, Heath hoped to find hard evidence. The ESDA, an acronym for Electrostatic Detection Apparatus, can pick up images that are invisible to the naked eye. It works on the opposite principle of a printing press. Instead of coating raised letters with ink to create an image, the ESDA fills in the indentations on the document in question with graphite. When an imaging film similar to Saran wrap is pulled tight over the document, a readable image comes through.
Yes, Spring.
After hours of examining the document, he found indented writing. It appeared to be a phone number and a name.
The particular name and phone number in question, we were able to bring up the entire area code, the first 3 numbers of the prefix, the next 2 numbers, the 3rd number we were unsure of, and then we had the 4th number.
The name on the pad was Joe. From the area code, investigators determined the number was from Alabama.
Radio program is not.
To fill in the missing digits, investigators called every combination of the phone number until they reached a partner who had the same name as the one found on the lead. They finally made a match. The number belonged to a man named Joe Shepard. Investigators scrutinized his phone number. They found that he had received a call from an address just outside of Lexington in Lake Murray, South Carolina. Either of these addresses could belong to the killer. Armed with the FBI profile, local police visited the Alabama address.
We are clear from radio.
How you doing? You Mr. Shepard?
They met Joe Shepard.
Are they around right now?
He didn't match the killer's profile.
Do you know anybody else?
Even though he was not a suspect, he could still be an important link to the killer. Police had to find out the connection between him and the Lake Murray, South Carolina phone call. Shepard explained it came from his parents' home.
The police are not me. Are they around right now?
South Carolina officers verified that the address belonged to Joe Shepard's parents, Ellis and Sharon Shepard. Investigators went to the Lake Murray address to question the residents. The house was just 2 miles from where police found the body of 9-year-old Deborah May Helm. They learned that Ellis worked as an electrician in home construction. It was a profession the FBI profile predicted. As the officers knocked on the door, a car pulled into the driveway. When investigators saw the Shepards, they immediately felt they had hit another dead end. Besides Ellis Shepard's profession, nothing else seemed to fit the profile.
Hello, how are
They
you?
questioned them anyway. The Shepards told them that they had recently returned from a 6-week trip. The officers casually asked if the couple knew about the Smith and Helmick murders. With every question, the police noticed Mrs. Shepard becoming more concerned.
The police are not me. Are they?
The Shepards were beginning to suspect their house sitter, Larry Jean Bell. As they described Bell, elements of the profile fell into place. He was a white male, in his 30s, who lived with his parents. He sometimes assisted Ellis in home construction. Just days earlier, when the Shepards returned from the vacation, Bell had picked them up from the airport. He talked to the Shepards at length about the cases. He was closely following the news of the murders. It was more evidence of a meticulous mind and behavior consistent with the profile.
The wind is
They said that he
power
had
generation.
received a newspaper article, told them all about the case in great detail from the airport back to their residence. Again, it was uncanny how much this profile was on track.
The detectives asked if they could see the inside of the house. Suspecting the killer had used a weapon to force Sherry Smith into the car, they asked Ellis Shepard if he owned a gun. Shepard led them to a drawer where he kept his revolver. To his surprise, the gun was gone.
Got a good idea.
The officers asked the couple to accompany them to the precinct. They wanted the Shepards to listen to recordings of the killer's calls to the Smith family.
I am listening to voice comments right now.
The investigators needed to know if the voice on the recordings belonged to their house sitter.
For a couple of months, and then they'd find out I'm Spain, and then I did try to get sent to Leicestershire, put in prison rest of my life. I'm not going to stay in prison rest of my life.
Though the
I'm
call
not
may
going
have electronically altered his voice, to the Shepards, it was clear that the man on the tape was their house sitter, Larry Jean Bell.
We were all extremely elated. We could not do any emotion, but we knew that we had the case at that point. We had our
But anyway.
The Shepards told the police that they expected Bell to return to their home at 7:30 the next morning. Investigators staked out Bell's residence. This time, there was no way to elude. Larry Jean Bell headed down the highway to the Shepards. He failed to notice the unmarked police car following behind him. The officers radioed to another car waiting to cut him off at the approaching intersection.
Your army microwave harassment detected. We are not under radio. Your army.
June 26, 1985, at 7:19 a.m., investigators finally tracked the elusive Larry Jean Bell. This time, it was the investigators who were one step ahead. Bell was arrested without resistance and taken to the precinct for questioning. With Bell now in custody, investigators still needed to build an airtight case to make sure he would never be free to kill again. Combining hard forensic evidence with the FBI program, South Carolina police arrested Larry Jean Bell on suspicion of kidnapping and murder. But now they had to prove beyond any doubt that he was indeed the killer of Sherry Smith and Deborah May. It was up to Lexington County Solicitor Donald Myers to make the case. A career prosecutor, Myers was determined to convict the killer who had so horrifically haunted his victim's family.
I did not like Larry Jean Bell even before I knew him. And I knew that this was probably the most publicized case we would have had. The most publicized in South Carolina up to that time. And I pretty much committed myself to go after him with everything I had.
Though there was powerful evidence against Bell, it was only circumstantial. Still, in the state of South Carolina, a confession could guarantee the maximum sentence. Myers needed to make sure that Bell would never be able to take another life. He wanted a confession. Again, they called in the FBI. They recommended setting up an interrogation room that would elicit a self-incriminating statement.
For instance, a map showing where the phone calls were made, some pictures of the victim, so that he's aware as he looks about the room to remind him of the victim. You might have fingerprint cards on the table. You might have notebooks or file cabinets that would have his name on them. All to make it think you obviously have narrowed in on him. You've got the goods on him. You might as well go ahead and get it out.
While the officers prepared to question Bell, other detectives secured a search warrant for the Shepherd's house. For the next 12 hours, the forensic team combed every square inch of the home, looking for anything that would firmly connect Bell to the crime. As the profile predicted, the house was in perfect order. It was meticulously cleaned, vacuumed, and dusted, particularly in the room where Larry Jean Bell had been staying. But the newspapers were serious. The team uncovered evidence of his evil. The bed's pristine sheets concealed a thin, dirty mattress, and beneath that lay a porn magazine and a handgun that matched the description of Mr. Shepherd's missing 38. Despite the freshly vacuumed carpet, an investigator retrieved a blonde hair in a space where a vacuum cleaner wouldn't reach. A lab would match the scan. While the investigators continued to search for evidence at the Shepherd's house, detectives at the interrogation carried out the FBI's status. First, they made sure Bell was comfortable. As advised by Douglas, they spoke to the suspect in a non-threatening way. They pretended to empathize with him, to understand his pain, in order to pry him up. They walked their suspect through the growing mound of evidence condemning him. At every chance, they reminded him of the victims.
Yes,
Bell denied everything. However, he did make a curious request. He wanted to meet Dawn and Hilda Smith. Hoping the mother and sister of his first victim might stir a confession, the Smiths agreed. Hilda and Dawn tried to mentally prepare themselves. Finally, they stepped into the room and came face to face with Sherry's death.
He began to mumble and he began to speak about how he was sorry, that the person sitting in that chair couldn't have been the one that had done it. But another Larry Gale could have been the one. Just, he really didn't make a lot of sense. And so I remember sitting there, I remember looking at him, I remember listening to him, and I really just felt disgust. That I knew this was the man. And he wasn't even man enough to say, I did it, I'm sorry.
On the morning of March 3rd, 1993, in Silver Spring, Maryland, Vivian Rice stopped by her sister's house on the way to work. But this morning, something was wrong. Both garage doors were open, and her sister's minivan was missing. Inside the house, Vivian would discover a brutal triple homicide, executed by one of the most ruthless and cunning killers to ever challenge the FBI.
I listened to a voice. Stripes and calls.
When 3 people were found murdered in their home, it appeared like a burglary gone awry. But a crime this horrific deserved a closer look. The suspect who had the most to gain from the deaths also had the perfect alibi. Photographic proof that he was 3,000 miles away when the crime was committed. I'm Jim Kallstrom, former head of the FBI's New York office. It's our job to find the holes in even the most bulletproof alibi. In this case, we had our work cut out for us.
A Montgomery County, Maryland police officer responded to Vivian Rice's frantic 911 call. He found a female victim dead just inside the front door. He also found a second woman dead.
For sustenance.
And a young boy, apparently murdered in his bed.
We got 3 victims here with detectives and evidence technicians over here.
Through the day and into the night, investigators would scour the scene for evidence, thoroughly searching both inside and outside the house. They soon identified all the victims. Mildred Horn was a 43-year-old divorced mother employed as an American Airlines flight attendant. She had been shot 3 times in the head. Her 8-year-old quadriplegic son, Trevor, who required round-the-clock nursing care, appeared to have been suffocated. Police found him disconnected from his respirator. And Trevor's overnight nurse, 38-year-old Janice Saunders, had been shot twice, in the skull and in the eye. Evidence technicians began work immediately. They were thorough, but there was little evidence to collect. They dug a single distorted bullet fragment from the wood beside Trevor's body. Investigators took swabs of blood, carefully collecting samples for DNA testing. But the blood would match only the victim's DNA. With so little to lead investigators to a suspect, technicians scrounged harder for clues, collecting anything and everything that seemed promising. Outside the house, investigators found a metal file. Police were thorough, but the killer had been meticulous. Montgomery County, Maryland homicide detective Craig Whittenberg named lead investigator, struggled to make sense of a case with 3 helpless victims, no obvious motive, and few clues.
There were some things that struck us as odd, I think, from the very beginning of the on-scene investigation inside the house. The foyer area, a closet, the contents had been dumped. Everything had been pulled out of the closet, dumped onto the floor. We found a purse, which we would later learn ultimately belonged to Millie, who had a lot of stereo entertainment equipment, TVs, a lot of jewelry, furs.
We are not that tall.
That was untouched and left, which again strikes you as odd. If this is a burglary or robbery going bad, you're going to take something.
In fact, Mildred's minivan was missing from the garage, but it was found not far from the house. Some of Mildred's credit cards were also missing, but found the next day on a nearby roadside by a jogger. Investigators now positively eliminated burglary as a motive.
Yes,
instead, they wondered if the missing items were a deliberate attempt by the killer to throw them off his trail. The scene had the earmarks of a planned, professional execution. As for a suspect, at the crime scene, Vivian told them Mildred's ex-husband, Lawrence Horn, was probably responsible. She begged him to investigate. He quickly became the prime suspect.
All the family members were giving us this information that kept pointing to Lawrence Horn that would be based on the very stormy, rocky relationship that Millie and Lawrence Horn had for many, many years.
Investigators learned that in the 1960s and 70s, Horn had been a top producer and recording engineer for Motown Records, credited with many hits, including Shotgun, Junior Walker, and The Old. He'd married Yoga, an airline attendant, in 1973. Then he'd moved with Motown from Detroit to Los Angeles. But when the company's fortunes waned, so did his. He and Mildred divorced in 1987, but their problems continued. As Bob Dean, Maryland Assistant State's Attorney, soon discovered.
We did some research on Lawrence Horn in the courthouse that day, particularly what the status of his child support payments were and whatever civil aspects of his ongoing civil battle with his wife were. And he had just been held in contempt several months before for failure to pay $18,000 in child support.
But in reviewing more court records, investigators learned that on March 3rd, the day of the murder, Horn's financial outlook had brightened considerably. With his wife and son dead, he now stood to inherit $1.7 million. The money came from a malpractice settlement awarded to Trevor in a routine operation left him with brain damage. Should Trevor die, the settlement also listed his beneficiaries.
The beneficiaries of Trevor were obviously his mother and his father. That was Millie and Lawrence. If Millie were dead, Lawrence got everything.
At Detective Wittenberger's request, the Los Angeles Police Department contacted Lawrence Horn within hours of the murders. They tracked him to his mother's house. Police told Horn about the murders and were surprised by his response.
Am I a suspect?
Mr. Horn's behavior was very odd. is odd enough that the LAPD officers took note of it from the very outset. Not only did he not want to cooperate and want an attorney, basically his only questions or inquiries about were whether he was a suspect in this thing.
Police took him to the station for further questioning. They asked where he was at the time of the crime. He told them he was with his live-in girlfriend, Shira Bowman, and described their activities. Later they would question her, and she corroborated the story. I was at home. If Horn or someone he employed had crossed state lines to commit the crime, they would have violated interstate travel in aid of racketeering statute, a federal offense under FBI jurisdiction. Now, the FBI was brought in. A heinous crime had shocked the quiet community of Silver Spring, Maryland. A triple murder that brutally ended the lives of a quadriplegic boy, his mother, and his overnight nurse. With the prime suspect 3,000 miles away in Los Angeles, the prospect of an interstate investigation loomed. Local detectives called on the FBI. Special Agent Ed Roach was named case agent.
The case immediately became a coast-to-coast investigation because the principal suspect was living at that time in Los Angeles. So we involved the Los Angeles division of the FBI. Perhaps we could assist later in the investigation, either through profiling of Quantico or with the assistance of the FBI laboratory.
Desperate for more clues, the investigators sent a canine team back to where Mildred Horn's credit cards had been found by a jogger. The team soon recovered a rusty piece of metal, badly corroded. Wittenberger sent it to the FBI lab for testing.
One specific
FBI examiners determined the part was a trigger from the AR-7 rifle. A gun that's easy to disassemble into small pieces or dispose of, which seemed exactly like He had also taken another step to distance himself from the weapon. He'd very carefully drilled out the serial tag. Often, a trained examiner can piece these numbers back together, but this kid had erased them from work.
We are currently refueling.
Another firearms expert would determine how long the gun part had lain by the side of the road. Analysis showed the amount of corrosion was consistent with the time elapsed since the killings had occurred. So this was likely the murder weapon.
Microwave harassment detected.
While the FBI lab processed the gun part, investigators in Maryland interviewed Tiffany Horn, Lawrence and Mildred's 18-year-old daughter. She was a student at Howard University in Washington, D.C. They gave her a routine polygraph test which she easily passed.
Tactical asset computer system.
Did you commit those murders?
Your RF microwave harassment.
Later that day, Tiffany would talk with Detective Wittenberg, revealing 3 key clues. The first was something that had happened in the summer of 1992. Her father, asked her to videotape the outside of her mother's house for him, along with Trevor's movement. The idea was so bizarre, she'd only taped Trevor and his nurse, with Trevor in his bed, attached to his respirator. Tiffany gave the tape to her father. Now Wittenberger and the FBI wondered if Horn wanted someone to know the layout of the house. Then, on March 1st, 2 days before the murders, Horn had called her again. He wanted to know where his younger daughter, Tamiel, would be for the next few days.
You are not heath.
Tiffany said Tamiel would be with Aunt Vivian the night of March 2nd because
Yes,
her mother
we
was
have
flying
many
out
wheel.
on an early flight the morning of March 3rd.
Lore RF microwave
It made
harassment
investigators suspect that Horn had known when the murders would occur.
detected. You are not heath. I am a tactical
Tiffany
asset
shared one other revealing incident.
We are not Charlie Vector units.
At about 2:30, the morning of the murders, she had inadvertently called her
We are
mother.
not that evil one. I am
Tiffany had hit the wrong speed dial key on her phone.
We are not.
She'd meant to call her boyfriend.
We are currently following posted speed
She
limit
apologized
laws for
and
this
hung up.
location.
The timing of the call helped investigators estimate the timing of the murders, along with another.
Radio high now. You are on
Trevor's round-the-clock nurses made entries every hour in a logbook near his bed.
Lore RF microwave harassment detected.
Based on that, the 2:30 phone call, the 2 o'clock entry in the nurse's log, and there not being a 3 o'clock entry,
I am listening
and
to voice comments right
the
now.
autopsy findings, I think we pretty much based the time of death as being around between 2:30 and 3 o'clock in the morning.
We are not that
On
call.
March 11th, about a week after the murders, Wittenberger and his partner flew to L.A. With the assistance of the Los Angeles Police Department,
tactical
they carried a probable cause affidavit
solar
to search
is
Horn's
great for
apartment.
power production. We are not Charlie Vector units.
They collected hundreds of audio and videotapes.
We are not that
Police
call.
also gathered computers, personal
We
papers,
are not under
address
radio
books,
control.
bank statements, and
Yes,
telephone
I am a
records.
computer.
Back at the station, investigators began the time-consuming task of reviewing all they'd recovered. They'd printed thousands of pages from the hard drives of Horn's computers. They found he'd made handwritten notes on documents regarding
Lore
Trevor's
RF
settlement plan.
microwave.
The notes
Yes.
confirmed what they already suspected.
You cannot
Horn was well
control
aware he could gain a fortune from his
hashtags
son's
that
death,
activate radio
and he was
recording
well versed in the
transmissions.
legalities of the settlement. Investigators also found a map that was telling. It was hand-drawn, showing Mildred Horn's neighborhood. The streets were outlined and labeled. An X and her initials marked her house. Had Horn been directing a stranger to find her?
Microwave
Perhaps a contractor. In the hundreds of hours of videotape that were recovered from the screen, one home movie
We
stood
are
out.
not under radio controls.
Horn had videotaped himself standing in front of his television set, which was tuned to the cable TV program guide station. The station was clearly broadcasting the time and date. 11:45 p.m., March 2nd, 1993, California time. 2:45 a.m., March 3rd,
We are
Maryland
here
time.
from radio.
Exactly the time
We
and
are
date
not
of
that
the
call.
murder. Investigators quickly dubbed it the alibi tape, since it seemed to have been
Lore
created
RF
for that purpose.
microwave harassment detected.
Now, Wittenberger and the FBI seemed to have some substantial leads, but they were still far from apprehending the mastermind of this brutal crime. When investigators searched the LA apartment of their prime suspect in a triple murder, they discovered a suspicious videotape. Among themselves, they called it the alibi tape. But they would soon find a recording that was even more incriminating.
We are not Stripes calls.
A 22-second excerpt from Horn's dozens of audio tapes.
Okay, are you coming over later?
It was from a conversation between Horn and an unknown man.
Lore RF microwave.
The words were
harassment
cryptic,
detected.
but their meaning was clear.
Lore RF.
I gave it up. No. Okay. All right, so I'm sitting there. Can you, take a picture. I'm in a right.
taking care of them. I couldn't get nowhere. You understand? I wasn't able to do that. I didn't want to go front.
After listening to that, we felt Mr. Horn probably was in Los Angeles at the time. We also felt after listening to that conversation that this was probably the individual that committed these homicides, making that phone call.
With the help of the FBI, investigators subpoenaed telephone records from AT&T for all the calls placed to Lawrence Horn's residence from a week before the murders to a week after. Most were useless, but 4 long-distance calls stood out. 2 had been made just days before the murders from the Detroit payphone. The other 2 were made in the early hours of March 3rd from payphones near Mildred Horn's house. One from outside a Denny's restaurant, and the other from a Days Inn. The call from the Denny's was made to the home of Lawrence Horn at 5:12 a.m. just a few hours after the murder.
Okay, are you coming over later?
Was it the 25-second conversation? And who had made the call? Investigators spent hours scanning dozens of registrations from
The check of the hotel, the motel, the area, a few miles circumference of the murder scene, turned up an individual checking in at approximately midnight the day these murders were committed. In Days Inn, using a Michigan driver's license named James Edward Perry.
James Edward Perry seemed a promising suspect.
We are not Stripes calls.
With Lawrence Horn's roots in Detroit's music industry and the Detroit call in his telephone records,
we are clear.
Perhaps there was a connection. Background checks revealed he'd served about 10 years' time for shooting a Michigan state trooper after an attempted bank robbery in the early 1970s.
You cannot
now he was a minister.
Hashtags that activate radio recording
plans would be able to pick lottery numbers for people. People would call him for his advice. He had business cards and flyers that he would hand out. He was, let us say, a minister. I believe he called himself on some of these things Apostle James.
We are not that call.
As investigators learned more about Perry, Wittenberger had picked up another key.
We are clear from radio.
In Lawrence Horn's telephone records, he'd noticed some calls had been made on a calling card. He subpoenaed the records. The name on the card was Camilla McKenna. FBI agents appeared at Camilla's address. Instead, they found Marcia Webb. It turned out she was Lawrence Horn's cousin. She said Horn had asked her to get the card, claiming he needed it for business. She'd made up the name McKenna. She thought her past payment problems might keep her from getting the card.
You cannot control hashtags that activate radio.
The calling card records revealed a complex web of phone calls. They began almost a year before the murder and continued for several months after.
We examined the records for the calling card account and saw that there were numerous calls throughout 1992 and 1993 from payphones.
Yes, we have Los Angeles.
Payphones that we plotted out on the street grid, primarily within walking distance of Lawrence Horn's house.
You are not.
It went directly to James Perry's house in Detroit. And likewise, there were numerous calls from 1992 to 1993 of payphones throughout Detroit, primarily on the east side of Detroit, which is where James Perry lived, to Lawrence Horn's house in Detroit.
And we figured Perry was looking for the rest of his payment. And we surmised that Horn was waiting for his windfall from his son's estate.
But if it seemed investigators had finally hit the jackpot, the prize money just out there. Connecting suspects to calls required painstaking detective work, logging the time and phone number where each call was made and received, then attempting to place the suspects accordingly. Horn and Perry had covered their track with many layers of deception. Investigators were beginning to bog down, and their frustration was starting to show.
It starts out at an extremely fast pace. Everything's hot and heavy, very high-profile murder case. Everything, like I say, is rocking and rolling very quickly. Then, all of a sudden, the skids are put on. The investigation starts to slow down because now we've almost shifted gears and now going into a documentation that turns into almost a paper trail case.
But Wittenberger and the FBI stayed on the trail like bloody here, and in late September of 1993, they closed in on James Perry. They began a 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week surveillance.
We had the Michigan State Police and the FBI. Both agencies agreed to put him under surveillance in a cooperative effort. It was during a week in September that we saw that James Perry hung out with a particular individual. We didn't know who he was until we checked the tag of his car. This guy named Thomas Turner.
A background check showed the 52-year-old Turner was a trucker by trade. More significantly, he was another of Lawrence Horn's cousins. He was also fast friends with Perry. The two had met in prison 13 years before, when Perry was serving time for the state trooper shooting incident and Turner for robbing a bank. Identifying Turner would prove an important break in the case. But for now, investigators were hoping for something more immediate. Wittenberger and an agent did what investigators call tickling the wires. They paid Perry a visit, thinking Perry would then contact Horn and start talking. The investigators only talked briefly with Perry, but he admitted he was in Maryland on March 3rd, though he claimed it was a asset and that he knew nothing about the murders.
We are not Charlie Vector units.
Hey, yo, who made it?
In September of '93, after weeks of wrangling for court authorization to tap Lawrence Horn's home phone, federal agents finally got the go-ahead. Special Agent Roach was key to obtaining the
something you will have. We are not that call.
We were hoping to get a smoking gun, the conversation between James Edward Perry and Lawrence Horn. We were hoping for a conversation that was something like, I want the rest of my money, I did the deed, the down payment's not enough, you promised me such and such, I only got this, and now I want the rest of my money, or maybe you're going to be next. Something like that would have been terrific.
But Horn and Perry were too sloppy to let anything slip. And by mid-November, with the investigation at full tilt, they stopped talking to each other altogether. Despite months of slow, steady progress, Horn and Perry were still one step ahead of the law. The FBI's coast-to-coast investigation of a triple murder committed in Maryland left agents scrambling to link LA's Lawrence Horn and Detroit's James Perry to the case. Investigators knew the two men would talk, but they didn't know how. Were they using Perry's former jail buddy, Thomas Turner, as a go-between? The FBI secured authorization to tap Turner's phone. Yep. That was the key. Both Horn and Perry talked to Turner often, and Turner relayed messages between them. But they were careful not to use language that might incriminate. And once again, agents found themselves back in the same old rut. monitoring and logging hundreds of calls, then trying to make links between the calls.
One surveillance would be taking place, actively taking place, physical surveillance in Los Angeles on Lawrence Forum, while at the same time, 24 hours a day, the Detroit Division was conducting physical and electronic surveillance on Thomas Turner and physical surveillance on James Edward Perry.
As before, they made a few connections between calls and calls. But mostly, the process seemed just a test of their endurance and dedication.
We are not that call.
Horn and Perry were giving them a run for their money. Then, around Thanksgiving, after 3 grueling months, investigators got a bite. Perry was preparing to move. Agents secured a federal warrant to search his residence before he left. It was a dangerous mission. Perry had shot a Michigan police officer, and he was known to own high-powered weapons. An FBI SWAT team made the entry. Wittenberger and his partner. They roused Perry and his girlfriend from bed, catching them unawares and unarmed.
The police are not around right now.
Then they began to search the house. Police collected video tapes, bank statements, and other documents. Much of what they found seemed strangely out of place in the home of a so-called minister. There were voodoo dolls, Soldier of Fortune magazines, and books on topics like criminal investigation, managing gunshots, and interpreting bloodstains. Investigators hoped to prove that Perry had bought the books as well. They called the publisher, getting only one hit from Paladin Press. A canceled check proved to be the turning point in the case. Perry had ordered 2 books from Paladin Press about a year before the murder, with 2 chilling titles: Hitman, a manual for independent contractors, and How to Build Disposable Silencers.
When you read through those books, it was very disturbing to see the number of similarities and parallels from the Hitman book to what transpired inside Military 1 March 3rd.
Finally, the pieces began to form a single picture. Mildred's missing minivan was explained. Perry had used it to get back to his rental car, which he parked some distance from the crime scene, as the book recommended. The credit card, found by a jogger on a road near the house, also fit in his case.
It said, if you want to make it look like a burglary, do a little bit of messing around the house, take some items and throw them along the side of the road. It said, throw the pieces of the rifle along the side of the road. Another thing that the book recommended was to take a little narrow file and run it through the barrel of the rifle. And a little narrow file was found in the backyard with deposits of chemicals consistent with gunshot residue.
The book also suggested using an AR-7 rifle, exactly the gun whose trigger mechanism was found earlier. Likewise, examiners determined the single spent bullet found in Trevor's room was .22 caliber, popular with assassins. .22s distort when they enter a human body, so it's hard to match them to a gun. They're also small, quiet, and inexpensive. In January of 1994, there was another big break in the case. After months of pressure from Wittenberger, a grand jury subpoena finally brought in Thomas Turner. He agreed to talk in exchange for immunity. In a deposition for a Maryland grand jury, Turner said his cousin, Lawrence Horn, had come for a visit in May of 1992, 5 months before the murder. Though Turner hadn't seen him in 20 years, Horn immediately complained of trouble with his ex-wife Mildred. Turner gave him the name of James Perry.
Yes, I'm sure.
That's all Turner would say, though Wittenberger believed he knew much more. Fortunately, he'd said enough.
At that point, because of what we had learned from Thomas Turner and what we had learned from the Hitman book and the wiretaps, we felt we were in a position to establish a conspiracy, to establish that James Perry had in fact carried out the killings.
That summer, Wittenberger struck. On July 19, 1994, he arrested Horn at his Los Angeles apartment without incident. Wittenberger would question him for 45 minutes at the police station, but Horn refused to talk about the crime. On the same day, FBI agents in Detroit were waiting for a judge to sign the warrants for the arrest of Perry. In the meantime, they conducted an overt surveillance. The tactic is designed to pressure a suspect while making sure he doesn't move.
It wasn't supposed to be a covert surveillance, and we really didn't care if he saw them or not. We just didn't want it to be a confrontational surveillance until the warrants were signed.
Once the warrants were finalized, agents could arrest Perry. Until then, they would follow him in the open, knowing he knew they were there. They would keep him in sight at all times. Perry grew increasingly annoyed. The FBI didn't let him. It seemed Perry wondered what the FBI was trying to do, though he seemed more irritated than concerned. He drove off, still in clear view of agents. They didn't know where he was headed, but stayed with him anyway.
Watch it.
He stopped to pick up a friend. A man the agents were not familiar with. The two drove off in Perry's car, with the tail close behind.
Well, let's give him something to play with.
Incredulous, agents guessed where Perry was going. After only about an hour, the constant tail had made Perry so angry, he decided to file a complaint. Amazingly, he took his gripe straight to the Detroit FBI field office. Perry's timing was incredible. He and his friend arrived at the office just as FBI agents awaited final word on his arrest warrant.
An FBI agent now. Oh, now. I want to see an FBI agent right now.
Perry demanded to see an agent.
I'm not going to calm down.
And he was quickly accommodated. A clerk called Special Agent Roach.
Bring one in. Come on, you're old. So we step likely.
While agents checked him for weapons, Perry confronted Roach, wanting to know if agents were going to arrest him or if they were just planning to harass him.
We told him in minutes you were going to expect a phone call from Montgomery County, Maryland, telling us the warrants had been signed and you've been indicted for 3 counts of first-degree murder. And the telephone came in a few minutes later, and we advised him that he was in fact under arrest.
But now, even with both men in custody, one question still remained. If Perry was the hired gun, how had Horn paid him for the crime? months of relentless pursuit by local investigators and the FBI, the elusive Horn and Perry were finally in custody. But there remained a nagging question. How had Horn paid Perry for the crime? The answer came 2 months later, only as a result of still more dogged detective work.
As we were reviewing the results of the search on James Perry's house, we noticed this photograph that in essence showed various cassette tapes that James Perry had. That was the purpose of the photograph, but underneath one of the items here, we saw a Western Union card. We got a bundle of records from Western Union showing us that there were indeed a number of transactions from Los Angeles to James Perry's live-in girlfriend, Pauline McGee. The person sending it was George Bernard Shaw. Well, we now had another area to investigate for a few months.
After much digging, Dean discovered a man named George Bernard Shaw had died in July of 1992 in an auto accident in Los Angeles. When Dean sleuthed out the LA Times for the day of Shaw's death, he discovered the man's connection, though it wasn't in his obituary.
We have on the front page Mary Wellstone. And for those in our generation, she was a big Motown star. Go to the obituary page, big story about Mary Wellstone in Los Angeles. In the lower right-hand corner was a list of other people who had passed away. One is a guy named George Bernard Shaw, with no information about him, just the cemetery.
Lawrence Horn had used the name of this anonymous dead man as the front of his paintings, which were made with the money Horn was able to save. Almost 2 years after the crime, investigators had finally pieced together the whole story. It had been a cold and calculated murder for hire that took more than a year to plan. James Perry had followed the instructions in the Hitman book almost to a T. Perry had bought an AR-7 rifle and drilled out the serial number as the book suggested. Build a disposable silencer using the book's directions. He'd carefully cut the parts and assembled. He also packed a bag of supplies, a brown mechanic suit so he could walk through Mildred's neighborhood looking like a repairman, and latex gloves so he'd leave no complaints. In the months before the crime, he and Horn had talked often discussing each detail. At Perry's request, Horn had sent him a map of Mildred's neighborhood and a video of Trevor's room. Horn had chosen a date when Tammy L would be out of the house, his only show of mercilessness in his crime. On the appointed day, Perry had driven a car rented by Turner from Detroit. He checked into a motel near Mildred's house in Maryland. Perry had paid cash, as the book recommended, hoping the motel wouldn't require anything. It came fast, but it didn't. Without his Xerox driver's license, police might never have cracked the case.
We couldn't believe it. He did something like that. And I put him in Silver Spring, Maryland, on the date and the time of the murder.
Then, he'd driven his rental car to a shopping center near Mildred's house and walked from there, following Horn's hand-drawn map. In the house, unsuspecting, Nurse Janice Saunders made the 2 a.m. entry on a medical log attached to Trevor's bed. Perry approached the French door at the back of the house as planned. He likely took Saunders completely by surprise. But when the boy stopped breathing, his medical alarm spoke for him. Upstairs, his mother awoke. Mildred Horn went downstairs to investigate. There, she too met the killer. Harry shot Mildred 3 times in the face. Then Harry locked up the house to make it look while he was on there. As the book instructed, he took Mildred's credit card. But it seems the persistent beeping of the medical alarm unnerved even this calculating killer. He stuck to the manual instructions. On his way out, he quickly bored out the gunman, using the metal file to foil ballistics tests as the book instructed. For a quick escape, he took Mildred's minivan back to where his rental car was parked. On the way, he scattered Mildred's credit cards in the gun case. So only the trigger mechanism was found.
All right, so I'm sitting here. Can you, take a quick, yeah, right. Take care of them. I could, the noise, you understand what I'm saying? I wasn't able to do that. I just want to go front.
It was a case that had to be put together by really an exhaustive search of every clue possible, every clue imaginable. And we literally spent 1.5 years, 2 years doing nothing but working on this case.
In September of 1995, 2.5 years after the murders, James Perry was brought to trial in Maryland. Bob Dean served as special prosecutor because of his intimate knowledge of the case. Perry received life for conspiracy and 3 death sentences for the murders. Those death sentences were later commuted to life. Perry has no chance for parole. He has never admitted to committing the crime. Lawrence Horn's trial began that evening back in Maryland Court. He faced the same charges as Perry, so much of the same evidence. Bob Dean again served as special prosecutor. After a 5-week trial, the jury found Horn guilty on all counts. He showed no emotion, and like Perry, he never confessed to the crime. On May 13th, Horn received 3 life sentences without parole. He appealed once and was denied.
I think both Mr. Horn and Mr. Perry did a very good job in planning this, and they came very close to getting away with this.
There would be one more bittersweet victory for the families of the victims. Following the murders, they filed a federal lawsuit against the publishers of Hitman, a technical manual for independent contractors. In late May of 1999, they won the suit, including a multi-million-dollar settlement and a promise from the publisher to stop selling the book. sunshine and beaches of South Florida attract many types of people. Aspiring young models gravitate here with the hopes of being discovered. Beginning in February 1984, the dreams of stardom darkened into nightmares when several young women disappeared. It was the beginning of a string of brutal and terrifying murders that spread out across the country.
It's a model's job to rivet the public's attention. But in 1984, some aspiring models began attracting publicity in a terrible new way. Across the country, dreams of glamour turned nightmarish as young women disappeared, only to be found tortured and killed. I'm Jim Calston, former head of the FBI's New York office. When a suspect emerged, the FBI's 10 most wanted list became the tool we used to try to flush him out.
The promising life of Beth Kenyon came to a violent end on March 5th, 1984. Pump up the baseline. The attractive 23-year-old dreamed of becoming a model. She'd even been a finalist in the Miss Florida pageant. But all her hopes were cut short this Monday afternoon. The next day, Beth's parents reported her disappearance to the Miami police. The police merely listed Beth as a missing person and explained many girls her age drop out of sight for various reasons without telling their parents. But the Kenyons knew their daughter wasn't the type to just vanish after a few days on a lark. They hired private detective Ken Whitaker and his son Ken Jr. to investigate.
She's been missing.
The Kenyons told the Whitakers that Beth worked as a teacher of emotionally disturbed children.
She has a regular routine that she comes home.
She was responsible and enjoyed a close relationship with her family.
Strange there. This is, as you can see, where she had a 6 o'clock appointment. That
Fearing something had happened to Beth, the Kenyons had searched their daughter's apartment in North Dade County for anything that might help them find her. But all they found was an address book and a picture album.
This is Beth over here. And this is a boyfriend, somebody she went out with.
Armed with little more than a few snapshots of Beth and her friends, the investigators went to work. The father and son team quickly narrowed down Beth Kenyon's last known whereabouts. Ken Whitaker Jr. talked to an attendant at the Miami gas station near the school where Beth taught. Ken showed the attendant several photographs. He clearly remembered, but he also recognized someone else in the photos. A man that accompanied Beth the afternoon she disappeared. His name was Christopher Wilder. On March 11th, 6 days after Beth's disappearance, the investigators contacted Wilder by phone. He denied knowing who Beth was, but invited the Whitakers to his house to speak more about her. But when Wilder didn't answer his door, the suspicious investigators decided to look around. They had learned he was a successful building contractor and a self-proclaimed fashion photographer. The Kenyons had told the father and son team that Wilder had proposed to their daughter, but that she had turned him down, leaving him upset and angry. Rifling through the garbage, the Whitakers found a photograph. On the surface, it appeared an innocent picture, but to trained eyes, it meant nothing. The investigators soon learned that Christopher Wilder had driven a car at the Miami Grand Prix. On February 26, 1984, he finished 17th and won $400. That race day was also the last time that anyone saw Rosario Gonzalez. The 20-year-old worked for a marketing firm distributing free aspirin samples at the Grand Prix. The Miami news still buzzed with the mysterious disappearance of Gonzalez. She had vanished just 5 days before Beth Kenyon. The investigators discovered that Wilder knew her. She had modeled in an amateur photo shoot. It was a critical connection. The two missing women, Beth Kenyon and Rosario Gonzalez, were linked to Christopher Wilder. With this information, Mr. and Mrs. Kenyon sought the help of the FBI. Special Agent John Hanlon, the FBI's Violent Crimes Unit in Miami, remembers the meeting.
On the 12th of March, the Kenyons came to the FBI seeking more active involvement of the FBI. Of course, we didn't have any jurisdiction at the time. There was no evidence of the abduction.
In an attempt to put pressure on Wilder, the Kenyons' private investigators leaked their findings to the Miami Herald. The story was published on March 16, 1984. Though the article did not mention Christopher Wilder's name, it clearly accused him. The report described the man connecting Gonzalez and Kenyon as a local contractor, race car driver, amateur photographer, and a native Australian. It was Wilder to a T. Although the FBI had no jurisdiction, Supervisory Special Agent Gordon McNeil had already begun looking into the matter.
This connection drew my interest, and I decided to open a preliminary kidnapping investigation to see if we had a possible violation of federal law.
Agents McNeil and Hanlon found Wilder was a likely suspect. He had a criminal history that reached back to his native Australia, where he was out on bail on a sexual assault charge. Days later, on March 21st, the agents were notified about an incident which allowed them to open a full investigation. A phone call came into the Miami FBI office reporting that a Tallahassee, Florida woman had been abducted and transported across state lines into Georgia, where she escaped. The initial description of her assailant fit Christopher Wilder.
Are you okay?
Special Agent Hanlon flew to Georgia to hear the victim's story. It was a nightmare.
Oh, sorry, no visitors.
19-year-old Linda Grober told Hanlon she'd been shopping in a mall in Tallahassee, Florida, when a man approached her about a modeling job.
Magazines,
Claiming to be a photographer, the stranger invited her back to his car to see her portfolio. It was the middle of the afternoon, a very public place, and Linda said she felt perfectly safe. When he asked her if she'd ever modeled, she said no. He flattered her with remarks about how beautiful she was and promised he would put her on the cover of Vogue. But Linda reported that when they got to his car, the photographer began changing his story. He claimed he'd left his portfolio in the studio, and he asked Linda to go back to the studio with him. When she hesitated, the man attacked and pushed her into the car. He clubbed her on the back of her head. Everything just went black. When she regained consciousness, they were driving on a country road. When her abductors saw her coming around, they stopped the car and threw the spot. Linda from the car, telling her that if she tried to escape, he would kill her. He wrapped his fingers around her throat and strangled her until she passed out. The next time she woke up, she was wrapped in a sleeping bag, lying on a bed, cheap motel room. Once again, he threatened to kill her if she tried to escape. He tied her to the bed and superglued her eyes shut. For the next several hours, the kidnapper repeatedly raped, beat, and tortured Linda Grover. When she disobeyed his commands, he shot her with an extension cord he had fashioned into an electrocution device. The abuse was so severe, Linda realized she would be dead before someone found her.
Okay, are you coming? Over later.
She managed to break free and locked herself in the bathroom.
Harassment.
Somebody help! Help!
She pounded on the walls and screamed for help.
Help me!
Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Hey! Stop now! Stop it! Stop! I'm telling you!
The rapist panicked, grabbed what he could, and ran.
Go crazy. We are here from the cops. Go crazy, berserker. We are not under radio control.
Agent Hanlon showed Grover a series of photos and asked if she could identify her assailant.
It was absolutely no doubt in my mind. I mean, I'd spent hours with this person that that's who he was. And I just identified him as clearly Christopher Walker.
Microwave harassment detected.
Now 35, a PhD candidate and a single mom, Linda Grover's fierce determination saved her life. It also made her a strong witness, ready to risk everything for her abuser's arrest.
I was in the hospital for a week or something like that, and then I had to basically leave the country while he was still a fugitive because they were concerned about my safety. They were concerned about my family's safety.
Okay, are you coming? Over later.
As heinous as Grover's ordeal was, it had the value of catapulting the investigation onto a federal case. Because she had been abducted across the state line, the FBI now had full jurisdiction. Christopher Wilder was now wanted for the kidnapping and rape of Linda Grover, and he remained the prime suspect in the disappearance of Rosario Gonzalez and Beth Kennedy.
Obviously now we had a federal violation, and we had every reason to put all the resources of the FBI into this case.
Not knowing exactly where to find Wilder, a team of agents descended upon his house and killed him. Kicking in the door, they poured in, ready to arrest the suspect.
Where?
But they found an empty house.
All clear, all clear.
Wilder had long abandoned it.
All clear.
He was on the run, days ahead of the federal agents. And every minute he remained free put another woman in jeopardy. The desperate chase had begun.
That radio program is not in
March 1984. FBI agents conducted a meticulous search of the abandoned home belonging to Christopher Wilder. 2 women were missing, presumed dead at his hands. The third would barely escape with her life after her kidnapping and rape. The agents needed something to clue them in to the suspect's present whereabouts.
that radio program is our area.
But before he left, Wilder had prepared him for any investigator.
The place had been manicured. There were basically no fingerprints left in Wilder's house. You're always going to find fingerprints inside a residence. It looked like everything had been totally clean.
FBI and local authorities canvassed Miami and West Palm Beach. But no one reported having seen or heard from Wilder since he left Linda Grover in a Georgian hotel. The FBI alerted police to keep an eye out for Wilder's car. They asked banks and credit card companies to monitor any transactions he might make.
See you later, H.
But informational systems in 1984 moved slowly. The leads trickled in and were usually too late for a quick response.
Yes, I am a computer. The locator. The truck is fine.
On March 21st, 1984, a sharp-eyed utility repairman in Central Florida noticed something unusual in the shallow creek. It was the barely recognizable one of a young woman. She was later identified as 21-year-old Teresa Ferguson. Witnesses last saw her 3 days earlier, leaving a shopping mall with a man fitting Wilder's description. The autopsy showed she'd been beaten with a tire iron and strangled. The victim's profile, the savagery of the crime suggested one.
We are not people on bikes.
But nothing directly tied him to it. If it was the Australian contractor, the FBI agents knew they had a serial killer on the loose. One that had to be stopped before he murdered again. Agents continued to follow the suspect's trail. An automatic security camera photographed Wilder at a bank in Tampa. The bank records showed that he had emptied his accounts of more than $19,000. It was an ominous break. Their prey now had the money to travel far and wide.
We are cleared from radio units.
By March 22nd, 1984, Wilder was already in Texas. Witnesses saw him approach 23-year-old Terry Walden in the parking lot of Lamar University in Beaumont, Texas. Walden was a wife, mother of two, and a nursing student. Wilder asked her if she'd like to do some modeling.
Make a lot of extra money. You know what you can think about it?
But Wilder couldn't seduce Walden with his pitch. She politely declined. She had no way of knowing that she would soon see him again. While the FBI began its national hunt, witnesses later told investigators that Wilder had stayed in Beaumont, Texas another day. This time he went back to familiar territory to stalk his next victim. He visited the local mall, shopping for a young woman who seemed dreams of flowers. But no one succumbed to his bogus crimes.
That's fine.
After getting brushed off several times, he spotted a familiar face. It was Terry Wade. She had come to run errands after dropping her 4-year-old daughter off at daycare. Terry again turned Wilder down. But this time, he wouldn't take no for an answer. As she left the mall, Wilder followed her out to her car. In broad daylight, in the middle of a crowded mall parking lot, Wilder attacked Walden.
You are not Heath.
He knocked her unconscious and pushed her into her Mercury coupe.
currently refueling. Oh, we are not that tall.
He grabbed his bags and drove off the victim's
computer system.
Walden's husband reported her missing later that afternoon when she failed to pick up her daughter at daycare. But by then, it was too late.
We are not the microwave radio on that bus.
Terry Walden's body was found floating in a canal near Beaumont, Texas, a few days later.
It is not bloody here.
The police recovered Wilder's Chrysler a few miles away.
You are not Johnny.
An FBI forensic search of the car uncovered hair and fibers matching Teresa Ferguson, the young woman discovered by the repairman 5 days before.
Fire department.
It confirmed what the agents had suspected all along. Teresa Ferguson had been Wilder's fourth known victim.
Okay, are you coming or later? Yes, the tactical asset system is active.
McNeil and Hammond estimated that the killer was still at least 2 days ahead of her. Out of the Miami office, they broadcast a national all-points bulletin for Terry Walden's stolen car.
Every state police agency along the way, every state trooper who was out on that highway knew the car we were looking for. And unfortunately, it's amazing sometimes to say, okay, well, he's in a purple car. We say, how many purple cars are out there? Well, it's amazing how many purple cars are out there when you're looking for purple cars. And that was the problem. We never knew at the time what license plate he was using on that particular vehicle.
FBI teletypes clattered endlessly
from radio units.
Every field office in the country received page after page describing Wilder's physical appearance, his victim profiling, where he had last been identified, and where he was thought to be headed.
Yes, we have many wheels.
The technology of 1984, however, could not keep up with the pace of his flight.
There were so many leads on Wilder going back and forth all over the country. Every one of them went to all FBI offices for information that the FBI teletype system was backed up over 48 hours for about 2 weeks because of the volume of information that was flowing back and forth on Wilder.
That left the Bureau with only one certain way to track Wilder. They had to follow the grisly trail of corpses he discarded as he moved. The next victim was 21-year-old Suzanne Logan. She was last seen shopping at a mall near Oklahoma City. A fisherman stumbled upon her body 2 days after she disappeared. The location of her disappearance and the manner in which she died all suggested one thing. She had died at the hands of Christopher Wilder.
In this particular case, we had an individual who was kidnapping, raping, torturing, and murdering a woman about every day and a half. So there was intense pressure, as there should be.
Slow technology and the fast fugitive hampered the FBI. But on March 28th, they got the break they had hoped for. Wilder checked into a motel in Rifle, Colorado, using a stolen Visa card. The FBI knew he had the card and was using it, but they had not been able to trace it until Rifle.
In those days, 1984, they didn't have the instant validation of your credit card when you walked into a hotel. They only called in bills that were going to exceed $100.
We are not that tall.
Every motel that Wilder stayed along his murderous route, the charges were in the vicinity of $50 to $60.
Perhaps not sheer boredom, the motel clerk decided to call in the credit card that night instead of waiting to mail it the next day. Instead of a proof, the clerk received a phone number to call immediately. An early morning call mobilized the FBI's Denver, Colorado field office. At last, the FBI knew where the fugitive was. In the early hours of the morning of March 29th, 4 agents approached Wilder's motel room, confident that they had finally cornered the killer. He wasn't there. As swiftly as the FBI had responded, Wilder had eluded. For some unknown reason, the fugitive had departed before sunrise.
He's not in the hotel.
You are not.
It had been the best lead the agency had, and it failed.
Program is not in our area.
Once again, the exasperated task force had no idea of where the predator was. Yet they feared it was one of the dozens of shopping malls within a day's drive of Rifle, Colorado. March 29, 1984. In just 3 weeks, the Australian contractor Christopher Wilder had abducted 4 women and murdered 3. FBI agents noticed a pattern developing in the campaign of violence. The killer kept his direction westward, and he had narrowed his hunting grounds to shopping malls.
Okay, coming.
18-year-old Cheryl Bonaventura was last seen at the Mesa shopping mall in Grand Junction, Colorado. The FBI would later connect Wilder to her death.
You had a man that you knew was on the prowl. You had a man who you knew as each day goes by that some poor soul in depth with fear of her life was dying in an extremely extremely painful way.
To get the word out, the FBI cast a wide net. Across the country, agents notified security officers and mall managers about the danger, telling them to be on the lookout for the Australian. Investigators supplied malls with photos and flyers that were posted to alert shoppers.
We are not Charlie Vector.
Despite the FBI warnings, a teen magazine held a cover girl competition at the Meadows Mall in Las Vegas. Wilder showed up, armed with his camera.
We are not radio.
He chatted with several of the teams before the event, but eventually zeroed in on Michelle Corpus.
You are not Johnny.
The 17-year-old had driven up the 25 miles from the family's Boulder City, Nevada home. Nervous about participating in her first model search, she had asked her friends and family to let her go alone. After a few minutes' conversation with Wilder, Cortland changed her clothes and left the mall. It was April 1st.
We are not that car. Okay, we need fuel.
As soon as Vegas authorities alerted the FBI that a local girl had disappeared at a mural, agents responded. They asked for all pictures that anyone had taken at the fashion show. One photographer immediately delivered 5 rolls of film.
And when they printed those photographs, there was the Corpus girl on stage in a modeling type pose, and who's directly beyond her, about 20 feet away, looking at her with what I call the look of a homicidal maniac, none other than Christopher Wilder.
Like the others, young Michelle Cortland suffered at the hands of Wilder. He bound and gagged her with duct tape. Then he beat, raped, and tortured her.
And you will see incisions in the body. They may only be 1 inch to 1.5 inches long, and they're not deep. They're done just enough to make it bleed. They were only meant to torture, not to kill, until finally actually killed the victim. He was a brutal sexual sadist.
On April 5th, 4 days after the Michelle Korfman disappearance, the FBI held a press conference. They announced the placement of Christopher Wilder on its famed 10 Most Wanted Fugitives list. For 50 years, the list has helped generate publicity needed to catch violent fugitives. Special Agent Tom Bretty serves as national spokesman for the FBI.
The criteria for the top 10 was met with Wilder. He was a menace to society, he was extremely dangerous, a violent individual on whom charges were outstanding, and he had fled the area where we thought that he might be. Therefore, it was very important for us to get the message out to the American public and to the media that he could be anywhere in the United States.
We are not that call.
But Wilder's addition to the 10 Most Wanted Fugitives list came a day too late for Tina Marie received. In Lomita, California, on the day before the press conference, the 16-year-old visited the Del Amo Fashion Center Mall to apply for a summer job.
What a tactical asset.
The high school student wanted to work to save her car. She met Christopher Wilder when he said that she was perfect for a model he had to shoot.
Actually, you're so perfect that I could give you $100 right here.
He gave her $100 cash. You promised much more to come.
Read a newspaper.
If you're right, and I know you are, I can tell you are. Do you have a few minutes? This girl.
Wilder drove Tina Marie to a nearby hotel. At first, everything progressed as if it were a legitimate job. He said the scenic location had perfect light for the camera. As the shoot began, an eager Tina Marie worked to please her photographer. When Wilder told her to smile, she did. When he told her to tilt her head, she did. And then it all turned wrong.
Now, finish up. All right?
He pointed a .357 Magnum at her face and told her to get in the car.
You are not
Quickly.
The terrified teen had no choice but to obey. Wilder brought Tina Marie Rosico to a motel in San Diego. There, like all the others, he beat his teenage victim, tied her to the bed, and raped her repeatedly.
We are not Adam.
Wilder cut her with his knife and electrocuted her using wires he would tie to different parts of her body. The brutality perplexed Agent Hand.
Is good for our generation.
You say to yourself, why would anybody want to do that to anybody? To scare them so bad, to brutalize them so bad, to torture them with an electrical cord, and then kill them like a piece of trash. And that person knows they're going to be killed. I mean, up until some point, the great realization comes over that individual, I'm not going to survive this. My life's over. And these are young women.
He identifies himself as a professional photographer, commenting on a young woman's appearance and attempts to persuade her to accompany him from the area.
Just as Tina's life was about to end, a special news bulletin captured Wilder's attention.
Approach may lead to his apprehension. But we're disregard Wilder and place the FBI's most wanted list.
It was the FBI press conference. Wilder watched in horror as his picture was plastered on television sets across the nation. The federal agents proclaimed him the most wanted fugitive in America. They held him responsible for the disappearances of 6 young women. They didn't know about the 7th victim in the hotel room. Wilder panicked. He grabbed Tina Marie and hit the road. But now that he was top of the 10 most wanted fugitives list, Wilder landed on the front page of every newspaper and on the top of every newscast in the country.
It's the front page headline in every newspaper in America. Every news show, every radio show is talking about Christopher Wilder and showing his picture and saying his name, Christopher Wilder.
The FBI hoped that by plastering Wilder's face across TV screens and newspapers, someone, somewhere, would spot him. It was the best chance they had to stop Wilder before he destroyed another life. In the spring of 1984, the FBI conducted the largest manhunt in history for the rapist and murderer, Christopher Wilder. They knew of at least 6 victims. They suspected there were many more. Wilder had squeezed through the FBI net in Nevada as he headed back east. With him was a 16-year-old hostage named Tina Marie Rosico. On April 10th, 1984, outside a shopping mall in Gary, Indiana, Christopher Wilder told Rosico that he would let her go on one condition. She had to help him catch his next victim. For 6 days, the adolescent had been raped, beaten, and terrorized. She was ready to do whatever he asked.
That radio program was...
Wilder noticed Dawnette Wilson ducking into several shops. He figured she was job hunting in the mall. Rosico told Dawnette that Wilder was a store manager and wanted her to fill out a job application in his car. When they reached his car, Wilder drew his pistol and forced Dawnette to get in.
Go around.
You are not. He sped off with the 2 girls. Witnesses saw them leave.
A young woman, very attractive, as were all of Wilder's victims, had been taken from a scene reading with an individual who they believed to be Christopher Wilder from a mall in the Minneapolis area. And so when that information came to us, we felt that, okay, now we know he's headed back east.
The Bureau directed every agent east of the Mississippi to work on the case. Despite his promise, Wilder refused to release Tina Marie. Instead, he forced Rosico to watch while he tortured and raped Dawnette in front of him. The nightmare continued for 2 days. On the morning of April 12, 1984, Tina Marie heard a familiar voice in the morning news.
And just put Tina come home alive safely. We're all rooting for you.
The word on national television. Tina Marie's mother begged the witness not to hurt the daughter. Wilder flew into another panic. He packed up his hostage and left. Wilder complained that it was only a matter of time before the FBI caught up with him. He stopped the car in a wooded area near Penn Yan, New York.
Microwave director. Law Art microwave.
He ordered Rosico not to move. Dawnette was drugged with sleeping pills, yet he forced her to march into the forest. Left alone, Tina Marie pondered the opportunity to escape. But the horror of the last 9 days had broken her mettle. She stayed put. Walking through the woods, Lornette Wilson slowly woke up to the realization that Wilder was going to kill her.
Hashtags that activate radiating recording
She didn't want to die by stabbing. She begged to shoot her instead.
You are not John.
Ignoring her plea, Wilder stabbed her through the chest twice.
High-tech tactical asset computer system.
And left her for dead. The fear Lornette Wilson might still be alive seized him. He returned to the scene to properly dispose of Dawn.
Roar RF Stay here. Roar RF. Stay here. Roar RF microwave. Roar RF microwave.
When he got it, he could scarcely believe it. She was gone.
Roar RF microwave.
Incredibly, Lornette Wilson survived. Stabbed twice, bleeding profusely, drugged and beaten, she had managed to pull herself up and escape to a road where a passing motorist rescued her.
Bloody here at my current vector.
Thanks to Wilk's testimony, the FBI now pinned Wilder in the Northeast, still driving the Mercury Cougar he had stolen from Terry Walton. But for how long?
Whatever things.
After he went back and found out that she was no longer there, he realized obviously that he had to do something with this vehicle. He needed a new vehicle. And he got into western New York State.
You can. We are not.
Once again, he headed for the nearest mall. This time in Victor, New York, where he spotted a gold Pontiac Firebird.
Lore RF microwave harassment.
He told Rosico she would take the wheel of the Cougar and follow him wherever he went.
Lore RF microwave harassment.
He carjacked 33-year-old Beth Dodge. At gunpoint, Wilder forced her into the back seat of her Firebird.
We are.
The emotionally shattered Tina Marie did as she was ordered. Wilder drove for a half an hour to a secluded area.
Come on. Come on. Get it. Listen, I want you to get the white suitcase, and I want you to get the camera, and I want you to put it in the car and wait for me, you understand?
Forced Beth Dodge into the woods.
Law RF microwave harassment detected.
Moments later, Tina Marie heard 2 shots echo out in the tree. There had been no rape, no torture this time.
Law RF microwave harassment.
Wilder had simply killed Dodge for her car. But he had a different fate in mind for Tina Marie. In all the hell he had put her through, Wilder had bonded with Tina. He told her he didn't want her to be around in the end.
That radio program.
He drove Tina Marie Rosico to the airport in Boston and gave her money for a ticket home to Los Angeles. Her ordeal was finally over. Once Once safely home, Tina Marie would fill in details for agents about Wilder's murderous rampage.
Yes,
Wilder was now alone.
Strange does.
And the agents didn't want to wait till another victim disappeared to clue them into his whereabouts.
During the search for Wilder, we knew that he had friends in Canada and had visited Canada extensively. So we felt there was a good chance that he was heading directly east and then north into Canada.
Wilder raced toward the border in Beth Dodge's fire. For 3 weeks, he had beaten the FBI's best efforts. Even the 10 most wanted fugitives list had failed to reduce his capture. Agents McNeil and Hammond desperately wanted to stop the killer before he struck again or fled their jurisdiction. By April 1984, Christopher Wilder had left 7 women dead across America. 3 more were presumed dead. 3 others had survived with rapes and beatings. The FBI believed that he was in New England, heading north. Federal agents concentrated their resources in the northeastern states before he could escape across the Canadian border.
And the FBI had agents out circularizing and wanting to poster out and that kind of thing. But the best thing you have going for you are the hundreds of police officers up in that area who are a lot, many more eyes and ears than FBI agents available in New England.
On Friday, April 13, 1984, Wilder stopped for gas in the tiny town of Colebrook, New Hampshire, about a dozen miles from the Canadian border. While he filled the tank, he casually asked an attendant about the paperwork that might be needed to cross the border. 2 state troopers, Wayne Fortier and Leo Jellison, spotted Beth Dodge's car. They, like almost every police department in the country, had been told to be on the lookout for the firebrand and for a man of Wilder's description. Jellison asked Wilder if he could speak. Wilder leaped into the Firebird and grabbed his .357 magazine. In the struggle, the weapon went off.
Yes, we have many wheels.
Officer Jellison was shot in the chest. He would live. But Christopher Wilder would not. The bullets had wounded Officer Jellison first past through Wilder. It pierced his heart, killing him instantly. Wilder's cross-country reign of terror ended with a tent death. His own. Authorities ultimately recovered the mutilated bodies of Cheryl Bonaventura and Michelle Corpus in the months afterwards. But the 2 missing women that started the investigation, Rosario Gonzalez and Beth Kenyon, were never found. Mr. and Mrs. Kenyon went to their graves without knowing the fate of their daughter. Other victims and their loved ones have struggled to restore their shattered lives.
We are not dispatch radio
Linda Grober has also learned a chilling lesson.
I think an important point to make is that these people are not always doomed, and they don't always have tattoos, they don't always have long hair. They're often extremely eloquent, and they're disguised, and they can fit easily into your father's living room after dinner, sipping a wine or a brandy.
The terrifying truth is that Christopher Wilder was not unique. He made the most wanted fugitive list, but there are dozens of killers like him each year that never reach national attention. They trawl our shopping centers, our schools, and our churches, searching for victims. Vivid dreams of easy fame and fortune can quickly darken. Only through public awareness, tireless vigilance, and the resourcefulness of the FBI, the wind can we hope for how to keep these predators at bay.
In 1989, residents of a close-knit apartment community in Virginia gathered for a holiday celebration. For Tammy Brannon and 5-year-old daughter Melissa, Christmas was always a special time. Then, without warning, the little girl was gone. Her disappearance ignited an impassioned search. Law enforcement and the local community spared no effort. But would they piece together the evidence and find her before it was too late?
In 1989, in front of close to 200 witnesses, a child disappeared.
We are clear from the cops.
5-year-old Melissa Brennan vanished from a Christmas party at her mother's apartment complex in Virginia.
Or EMS1.
Children have a way of wandering off, but it soon became clear this was more than a case of a lost child.
We are clear from
Someone had
radio
taken
units.
Melissa. What sorrow compares to a mother's grief?
We are
what kind
not
of
at
monster
vector units.
preys on children? I'm Jim Kallstrom, former director of the FBI's New York office.
Radio controls.
The hunt for Melissa galvanized the community as a nation held its breath and waited for word. All victims deserve justice. All criminals must be punished. But when a crime involves a child, the stakes become so much greater.
On December 3rd, 1989, the Woodside apartment complex in Rosen, Virginia held its Yuletide Christmas party. The Woodside was a large but friendly complex, a community that revolved around family life and children's activities. The kids were always excited about the party, which meant special treats and presents. A single mom, Tammy Brannon, found in the Woodside complex a safe community in which to raise her only child, Melissa. As the evening wound down, Tammy stopped to visit with a friend before going home.
You are not going. Microwave harassment detected.
We gotta get ready. Okay.
Cheers. That radio program is not in our area.
Did you see where she went?
She lost sight of her daughter for only a few seconds.
You are not Heath.
But that was long enough for a mother's worst nightmare to begin.
Cheers.
Melissa disappeared. The Fairfax County, Virginia Police Department was called immediately.
We do everything we can to find the little girl. We have to tell her.
Detective Bill Wilden assured Tammy they would do all they could to find their little girl. The detectives began questioning the people at the party.
Are they right?
No one could recall seeing Melissa leave the party or anywhere near the front table.
I'm Detective Wilden. This is Rappaport.
Richard Rappaport, Fairfax Department Search Commander, joined Detective Wilden to organize the search party. He would head up the investigation.
Does everyone understand?
One of the possibilities, of course, was that she had just hidden somewhere in the building, playing with some friends, or had wandered off. So immediately the patrol officers on the scene did a very good job of searching the building, and they began a search of the immediate area surrounding the building. The night of December 3rd was a bitterly cold night in the Washington area. Someone outside that was 5 years old without a lot of protection probably would not have survived through the night. It was that cold.
All the
We are not that call.
I need you outside with flashlights.
Rappaport coordinated a more specific grid search of the area with patrol officers and dozens of volunteers from the complex. The search effort began. Nearly 100 neighbors, police, and Army personnel from nearby Fort Belvoir combed the woods around the complex. Most were parents themselves, united by a single concern: to find Melissa. Like the detectives, they expected to find a shivering and frightened little girl lost in a dark wood and crying for her mother. Officers began to question the 200 people who had attended the party and interview over 400 other Woodside residents. Though the complex was large, many residents knew her and knew her to be very shy. Shocked to hear that she had disappeared, almost all expressed doubt that she would ever have gone off without her mother, and certainly not with a stranger. Detective Wilden went to Tammy to their apartment to interview. He questioned her extensively about her past and possible trouble with her neighbors or employers. An accountant, she had never had any problems with anyone. Tammy had lived at Woodside for over 3 years since her divorce from her husband in Texas. She'd experienced the normal readjustments of a newly single mom, but she and her ex-husband were on good terms. When detectives discovered an open window in the furnace, Jim Gale, crime scene investigator for the Fairfax County Police Department, was asked to examine.
The way the door was set up, everybody had to either go through the crowd to get out the front of the building. That was the main door and the only door they able to get out, with the exception of the hallway to come to the bathrooms and the furnace room. They had large windows. And then in the furnace room itself had the window that was discovered open. And from there, the assumption was made that possibly that's how she was taken from the building.
Melissa's disappearance was suddenly far more complicated. The search for a missing child had become a possible abduction.
Microwave radio on that bus.
The police continued their questioning with even greater urgency and began to hear repeated mention of the strange, even bizarre behavior of the neighbors that accompanied. Several of the women reported how offended they were by extremely vulgar sexual propositions made to them by Caleb Hughes.
There was a possibility that if she had been abducted for sexual purposes, that she might be molested. But we were very, very hopeful that we could at least find her alive before her life was lost.
Now that they were dealing with a possible abduction case, detectives returned to Tammy's apartment and collected nightgowns, hairbrushes, and hair clothes, any items bearing traces of Melissa. As detectives continued questioning the people at the party, they learned more disturbing details about Hugh's behavior. He had spent what seemed to many to be an unusual amount of time playing games with the children. He made the parents uneasy by touching the kids. There was something unsettling, something indecent about him.
At the party, he was not dressed as well as the rest of the people where his work was. He mingled with some of the people he knew at the party, and he spent some time talking with Melissa's mother, making comments about Melissa, and offered to take Melissa and a couple of other children to the restroom if they needed to go. He just had some very suspicious behavior for a man of his age around the children.
With growing suspicion, the detectives tried repeatedly to reach Hughes by phone, and then went to his house, but were told by his wife that she had no idea where he might be.
He had left the party sometime before our arrival there. He lived only 4 miles away, but it took us several hours for us to contact him because he had not yet returned home.
Finally, 2.5 hours after Melissa's disappearance, Caleb Hughes called the police, who then returned to his house. Upon questioning, he claimed he had simply taken the long way home. The officers immediately noticed he was wearing different clothing from that reported by witnesses at the party.
I was supposed to when I got home.
We are clear from the cops.
In the washing machine, they found the clothes Hughes had been wearing, as well as his sneakers and a leather belt with a knife sheath. The knife was missing.
He'd been gone for several hours, and to come home in the middle of the night when your family was asleep, and to feel the immediate need to wash everything you had been wearing, including your shoes, we found that rather suspicious behavior, and that just further added to our interest in his whereabouts.
As Hughes appeared reluctant to speak in front of his wife, the officers decided to take him to headquarters for further questioning. Suspecting that Hughes might be covering for time spent with a girlfriend, the officers wanted to allow him the opportunity to tell the real story.
Do you know Melissa Brannon?
No, I do not.
To the detective's surprise, there was no real story. Hughes had no alibi. He claimed he had no idea who Melissa was, that he had driven the long way home.
Why were you washing
after picking up a six-pack, and then had simply washed his clothes.
You normally wash your shoes with your clothes? What were they dirty?
He said as an excuse that they were his only work clothes and he had to be to work the next day and they were dirty, so he needed to clean them for work.
We may have to make a telephone call.
Despite hours of intense questioning, Hughes remained smug and evasive.
I'm free to go.
Finally, Detective Wilden told him he was free to go, though he was almost certain Hughes was lying.
Well, you're going to have to prove it then, aren't you?
As far as the Fairfax County Police Department was concerned, Caleb Hughes was the prime suspect. Believing Caleb Hughes was involved in Melissa's disappearance, Detective Bill Wilden contacted Fairfax County Commonwealth Attorney Robert Horan.
We are not the microwave
It was a suspected homicide, certainly by then. He made some statements that were out of character for somebody who really was a suspect in a crime of this nature. You would normally think somebody would suggest you or I abducted the father of a child. You would think it would be most vigorous, vehement,
It was not bloody here.
Well, they got nothing like that. Matter of fact, at one point he said to Wilden, prove it. Again, an unusual reaction for somebody who had nothing to do with it.
Wilden had photocopied Melissa's picture and printed hundreds of flyers to help in the search.
And as the sun came up, the search expanded. And then to further down south on the highway, they sent soldiers out to do massive searches through the woods, along the railroad tracks, and as possible ideas of locations where she might have been were developed. Again, hundreds of people were gathered to search and walk through the road.
The car he was driving that night belonged to his wife. She gave investigators permission to impound the search. Detectives examined it for fingers, blood, fibers, hair, any evidence that would document Melissa's presence. Fingerprint tests revealed that only the Hughes family had left prints on the car. Next, all the hairs and fibers needed to be collected from the interior. This type of trace evidence was usually retrieved with a vacuum cleaner, but there was simply too much to do inside.
When I first approached the car and looked inside, they had two large dogs. They carried them a lot in that car. It was just cluttered with dirt and debris and just a mess inside that car. And I just kind of shook my head like this is going to be a real challenge. So I decided to to use the masking tape as an alternative to the vacuum cleaner, just hoping to just get what was on the surface.
That was an unusual technique, sir. In my years, that was the first time I ever had run into it in the Fairfax Police Department. And it's a very common technique now.
Goldwyn then placed the tape between layers of clear plastic so that it could be examined intact under a microscope. As the car processing continued, Melissa's disappearance quickly became a lead news story in the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area.
Melissa Brannon is 3 feet tall, 48 pounds, with blue eyes and dark blonde, shoulder-length hair. She was last seen wearing a pink ski jacket, red plaid skirt, and black shoes with gold buckles.
The night of the party, Melissa had been wearing a navy blue acrylic sweater with a Sesame Street gift bird patches, red tights, a red cotton plaid skirt, and a pink parka.
When I found the red blue fibers that were visible on the tape, I did kind of get excited about that. At the time, I was excited, worried because we needed to find her to identify the clothes, possible clothes, without Melissa. That was going to be real tough.
When Goldwyn conducted luminol testing on the interior of Hughes' car, he found traces of blood on the steering wheel, brake pedal, and floor mat. When a light is shined on a luminol-treated area, blood stains will appear fluorescent. While the luminol process is quite accurate with the blood locator, it can also destroy the genetic characteristics of the sample.
When I sprayed the steering wheel, I got the reaction on the steering wheel as well as on the pedals of the vehicle. It fell to these items swabbed and selected.
Hughes' shoes had been washed, but the lab was able to identify possible blood stains on his soles where fresh cuts had been made.
It became very suspicious when I received the clothes from the officers who searched the house and noted that he had cut his tennis shoes.
And wonder at our
Kind
place
of
in the
putting two and two
stars.
together. That why was he cutting his tennis shoes? And why did I get a
This
reaction
is
of
the
blood on
world
the
you've
asphalt?
made yourself.
Surely Caleb Hughes had tried to cover his
Now
tracks
you have to
to
live in
avoid a
it.
link to an unimaginable crime.
The end is in our sights.
With the luminol findings showing blood in his car, the detectives were increasingly confident they could get a confession. He was brought in for a polygraph test. He had no explanations for the fresh cuts on his shoes. Once again, he gave no explanation for the 2-hour, 30-minute delay in getting home.
Brace
But
yourself.
as it turned out, there never was an explanation. He said, I just took the long way home. It was the best they got.
Did you harm or you earn? No.
3,
It's not bloody
2, 1.
Did you kill?
Hardwired.
No.
When Hughes denied outright that he had killed Melissa, polygraph examiner Rick Danielle was sure he was lying.
He really denied ever having seen this child. I'd known who the child was. He'd shown pictures of her. Never seen that child before. And of course the police knew that was not true because he had been at the same table with the child, talked to the child. Danielle was absolutely satisfied he was hiding something.
Okay, are you
He was lying about something.
I'm out of here.
Attempting to deceive her. Of course, none of that under Virginia law. As you may know, none of that's evidence. I'll use this trial.
Investigators were convinced Hughes had abducted and harmed the Hughes little girl. But Tammy tried to keep her hope alive, fighting her worst fears. Melissa's Christmas presents waited under the tree.
News 7 has confirmed tonight that the investigation into the disappearance of 5-year-old Melissa Brannon appears to be focusing on one primary suspect.
Police will continue their search efforts and to pursue leads. There is now a $10,000 reward for any information concerning Melissa's whereabouts.
For Tammy Brannon and her parents, The hours passed in an agonizing wait for more information. Melissa's disappearance electrified the tiny rural community of Lorton, a suburb of Washington, D.C. Only 5 months earlier, 10-year-old Rosie Gordon had been bike riding in her neighborhood when she was abducted, raped, and murdered. Her killer had never been found.
That radio program. The location.
Rosie's mother quickly came to Tammy Brannan's support.
The yellow ribbons that punctuate trees and balconies at the Woodside apartment complex in Lorton have led
Once Melissa's disappearance was reported on the news, the community rushed to her support. Yellow ribbons began appearing on Christmas trees throughout the area.
By all indications, Tammy was a wonderful mother, very loving mother, very, very protective of her child. Melissa was her only child, and I just think all those facts together struck a chord that virtually anyone could identify with those circumstances, and people's hearts went out to the Brannan family.
Hundreds of people volunteered to post flyers throughout the region and assist the local authorities in their search.
See you later, HEB.
A new expert was also brought into the search effort. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children sent John Gale, one of their search and rescue consultants.
We are legislators in the being as the state clearinghouse for all the information regarding missing persons. And we also assist families and law enforcement, kind of as a liaison between the two, working as many cases as we can.
Tactical asset computer system.
After debriefing, Gold and his partner went directly to the apartment complex clubhouse.
Check your stride out here.
Outside, they found adult male footprints leading from the furnace room window to a split-rail fence whose top rail had recently been broken.
Assets.
We began to find transferences on the other side of the fence into a small parking lot there beside the clubhouse in the parking lot. I think it's an abandoned restroom or some type of building, and that's where the track stopped. Right from the beginning, we found the adult footprints, but we never found the child's footprint. So we felt comfortable that if that was the abductor we were looking for, and we felt pretty comfortable that it was, that Melissa was probably being carried even from outside the window, being carried by the abductor to the point where she and the abductor got in the vehicle.
But where would he have taken her? Detectives received a lucky break when they interviewed Hughes' wife.
She had been somewhat suspicious that he might go somewhere else after work. She didn't want him to go anywhere except to work and directly back home. And so unbeknownst to him, she had made a note of what the mileage was. And the following day told us that she had checked the mileage again and that 12 miles had been put on the car. We now had another piece of possible information about the extent to which he put it on the drive.
We first marked the location of the crime. This was the apartment complex in southern Fairfax County. The next located Caleb Hughes' residence, which is in northern Cincinnati County, roughly in this area. We then took a string that was the equivalent of 12 linear miles and tied the two ends of the string together and placed them over the pins. So we simply took a pencil and defined that area so that any point at the end of that string represented the outer limits of the search that was conducted on December the 8th.
Within 3 days of Melissa Brannan's disappearance, investigators had organized a 25-square-mile joint search with the Army, Police Department, Civil Air Patrol, and Coast Guard. Over 500 volunteers turned out for the effort.
We have a 12-mile radius that we need to cover.
The tactical asset system is active.
We had dozens of search teams comprised of trained law enforcement people, civilian volunteers, and military personnel. They were doing step-by-step searches of defined areas. Each area had been broken down and was assigned to a team. They had specific instructions on how to search. If they found anything which they thought might be evidence, they were to mark it, not to disturb it, and we had teams of crime scene people who would then respond to that particular location and process the evidence.
The location of Corpus.
At this point, we've not found anything today that puts us any closer than we were this morning.
The volunteers were frustrated and extremely disappointed.
I know there were nights when I would go home and my family would have seen a newscast about another day of searching, and my own children would say, "Daddy, are you going to find that little girl? When are you going to find that little girl?" And I think that was a conversation that was occurring in the homes of dozens of investigators and police officers involved in this case.
While the search continued, Gogan approached the nearby FBI lab with the evidence he had processed from the car. Because Melissa was still missing, the FBI's state-of-the-art technology would be critical in establishing the connection between the hair, fibers, and bloodstains collected and Melissa Brown. Agent Doug Diedrich of the FBI's Trace Evidence Unit would examine the evidence. Perhaps he could find a link to Melissa Brown.
There, you have to go to extraordinary measures to try to recreate, if at all possible, the environment of the victim, his recent environment, and also the types of hairs that the victim may have, the types of clothing that the victim may have been wearing the night of the disappearance. And that's the difficult part.
As long as Melissa was still missing, filing charges against Caleb Hughes was all but impossible unless compelling evidence could be found. Diedrich and the lab examiners were impressed by the large number of fibers that were transferred onto the carcass of Hughes' car. Fairfax County investigators had identified nearly 70 different fibers.
That included the blue acrylic fibers, the red cotton fibers, black rabbit hairs, and there were, I believe, one or two head hairs in the case. But that's not enough. Sounds like a small number. That's huge.
Once the FBI entered the case, its agents conducted their own investigation of Hughes' house. When Caleb Hughes' name was released as the primary and only suspect in the case, immediate frenzy followed.
Hughes has not been charged in the case, but he is the target of round-the-clock surveillance by the FBI. Federal investigators working with police from Fairfax County last night executed a search warrant on the groundskeeper's rented townhouse. They've recovered several items which have been taken to the FBI laboratory to be tested to see if there is any evidence linking this man to Melissa. In the meantime, the FBI's official comment is no comment.
I don't think that program
The
is
FBI brought the power of a federal grand jury to the investigation. The grand jury ordered Hughes to submit to blood and other forensic tests, something the local authorities had not been able to order. Hughes complained bitterly in interviews that his life had been ruined by the invasion. Details of a troubled past emerged. Hughes grew up in an abusive, dysfunctional home. He had a record as a juvenile delinquent, a long history of drug and alcohol abuse, and a disturbing attraction toward children.
As an adult, he had been convicted of larceny. He had been convicted of car theft. He had been convicted of contributing to the delinquency of a minor. The evidence indicated that he did spend a lot of time with young children. Nobody the age of Melissa Brannon, but certainly a lot of children in their early teens.
In the lab, FBI examiners had begun analyzing the stains on the soles of Hughes' shoes. Though luminol testing had damaged the samples taken from Hughes' car, they became increasingly convinced that these minute traces contained blood serum proteins that could determine the crucial connection to Melissa. The samples were submitted for DNA and serology tests. 15 days after Melissa's abduction, a candlelight vigil for Melissa was held at the apartment complex.
The little girl's disappearance had united the Fairfax community in compassion and outrage.
That radio program is not
And during that whole Christmas season of 1989, every night on the 6 o'clock news, you saw the video shot that her grandfather had taken of Melissa Brannon. I'm sure I was like many people in the metropolitan area of Washington who felt that they knew her. And seeing this lovely child every night on television.
But shortly after New Year, a judge in the next county received a letter from Hughes' probation officer informing him that Hughes had violated probation for an auto theft conviction 2 years earlier. On January 24th, the judge revoked Hughes' probation, and he was finally put behind bars. The earliest he could be released was November, giving the Fairfax County prosecutor ample time to build his case. Without sufficient evidence to file charges, Hughes had remained free.
People on bikes.
But now, with Hughes safely put away, the FBI had the time needed for the extensive testing required by the trace evidence.
Hello, cow, are you?
There was still a chance Melissa's body might be found, but without it, the case against Hughes would have to be made in the FBI lab. Already, FBI examiner Doug Beaton had found his first good break in the case.
I remembered some black animal hairs in the debris from the front seat of the car. And in looking through the little girl's nightshirt, I noticed these similar black hairs sticking out of the nightshirt. So it just rang a bell. I went back, mounted those up on slides, compared, sure enough, dyed rabbit hair. They matched each other.
The rabbit hairs from Hughes' car and those found on Melissa's nightgown both reveal a distinctive corncob texture. An exact microscopic match. Agent Dietrich immediately called the prosecutor to determine whether Tammy Brannon owned the rabbit fur coat. Not only was it confirmed that Tammy Brannon owned the rabbit fur coat, she had worn it to a Christmas party. Her mother had bought it in Germany, and it was dyed an extremely rare blue-black color, almost unknown in the United States. Okay, Melissa had handled it both at the party and at home. Dietrich had made the crucial connection between Melissa and the car of Gale.
So you not only tied those rabbit hairs, you tied that match not only to the fur coat of her mother, you tied it to the front seat of the car, but you also tied it to the child's environment itself. The rabbit hairs on the shirt of the child.
Yeah, that was a significant point in the case. Because then it started pushing me in the direction of we might have something. And from there it was a matter of digging some more, see if I couldn't find some additional fibers that may be of value. So I started digging a little bit more, started looking a little closer, asking questions of myself, asking questions of the evidence that was speaking. Strange, but it's speaking to me.
As week after week passed, Melissa's name eventually disappeared from the news.
Charlie Vector units.
Life in Fairfax County had returned to normal, but Tammy Brannon was still no closer to finding her child.
It's tremendously difficult for the family to come to terms with everything that has gone on, to come to terms with, they're still trying to hold on to that glimmer of hope that their child's alive, and then the realization that in all likelihood, they may never find their child alive or may never find the body of their child, even if they've been murdered.
Tammy was forced to face the reality that by now, there was almost no chance Melissa could still be alive.
We wanted to close this case, and not just close the case in the sense of identifying and prosecuting the suspect, but we wanted to bring real closure to the case and answering the question, what happened to Melissa Brannon that night, why did it happen?
Such questions plagued Tammy Brannon. Depressed and unable to work, she remained secluded in her apartment, waiting.
Agent Diedrich had examined the blue acrylic and red cotton fibers in the passenger seat evidence collected by Jim Gogan. At first glance, they appeared to match descriptions he had been given of the red tights and big bird sweater Melissa wore that day. But without a duplicate outfit to make an exact fiber comparison, she was at a dead end.
As I went home, spoke to my wife. Of course, she straightened me out right away that if it had a big bird on it, it wasn't Winnie the Pooh and it had to be sold at JCPenney's, with having young kids of my own about the same age.
Diedrich asked his wife if she kept any old JCPenney catalogs in the house from the last few years. She said she knew she had a Christmas plan. Diedrich was astonished to find a picture of an outfit that exactly matched the description of that worn by Melissa. The FBI contacted JCPenney, and the store began a search of its records. For more than 2 months, Tammy Brennan had anxiously waited by the phone for some kind of information or word about her daughter.
Where is she?
Then, completely unexpectedly, she received a phone call. A man's voice told her he was holding Melissa for ransom and that she must deliver $75,000 the next day, or her little girl would be seriously hurt.
We are not.
Had Melissa been found?
The national statistics will tell you that a child is abducted by strangers usually dated within 3 hours of the abduction. So the likelihood of Melissa being alive months after the abduction is extremely slim.
Tammy immediately called her mother, but Detective Wilden cautioned them not to let their hopes get too high.
No, don't call anyone. I'll tell you all about it. Just come over right now.
Once again, Melissa Brennan was about to become front-page news.
Solar is great for power production.
Detective Wilden had instructed Tammy Brennan to cooperate with the ransom demand in the hope her daughter would be recovered alive. As extortion falls under federal guidelines, the FBI coordinated the ransom. The FBI SWAT team was ready when 2 young men showed up in the parking lot to pick up the money.
That's him. Can they open up the door? I got the bag. Here we go.
FBI, freeze!
They were quickly arrested. But did they have Melissa in their possession?
The information provided in the ransom call was so vague and so generalized, it's entirely possible that the person who called may have picked up that information simply by watching the news or reading the newspaper. Usually if there's a ransom demand that is legitimate, we're going to have very specific information that would be known only to the abductor and probably some of the investigators.
The 2 arrested youths were former students and roommates from a nearby university who had seen an opportunity to make some easy money with Tammy Brennan's traffic. They were convicted of 5 counts, including conspiracy and extortion, in the United States District Court in Alexandria, Virginia.
It turned out to be just a terrible case. I mean, just terrible.
Your our
The notion that you would do that deliberately to a mother who was going through what she was going through.
There were copious amounts of dog hairs in the tape samples collected by Fairfax County crime scene investigator Jim Gogan, as well as dozens of human hairs. FBI lab examiners separated and painstakingly subjected each one to testing. Finally, a hair was found that was different from the others. The hair was a very light blonde, the only one of its type found in the vehicle, but it was an exact match with the hairs found in Melissa's hair. Matching the human hair with Melissa was the second big match for Diedrich. But the critical link of Melissa's clothes to the fibers from Hughes's car was incomplete without a duplicate Big Bird outfit to analyze.
We are not
Because it had
fire
been a special
department.
Christmas outfit, produced only once, it could not be found in stock. JCPenney gave the FBI a list of people who had purchased the outfit from its catalog division.
They then sent FBI agents out across the country to locate those people and determine if they still had the Big Bird outfit that they had bought from the JCPenney catalog. And ultimately, they were able to locate a sample outfit from a family that still had the outfit.
The police are not me, are they around
Obtaining
right
the outfit
now?
would mean the difference between conviction and acquittal in the case. The FBI asked the family traced through the JCPenney records to send it to their crime lab.
Well, I remember that day pretty clearly.
We are not Delta
I knew the
Vector
outfit
units.
was coming in.
We are clear from radio
The fiber
units.
color, according to the color in the catalog, was navy blue. But the fibers that I was finding were sort of purplish blue. So I was a little anxious that maybe this wasn't the same outfit, that maybe we were going the wrong direction. So when that package came, I was, again, uncomfortable with even opening it, because I thought I was on the right track, but I didn't want to be wrong.
Radio traffic.
I opened up the box, and sure enough, it had a purplish coloration to it. So it kind of gave me a nice, warm, fuzzy feeling there that I might have the right color anyway.
Is something you will have to
Fibers
pay
were
for.
pulled from the red cotton skirt and the blue acrylic sweater. A thorough analysis of the fibers from the outfit indicated an identical match with the fibers from Hughes's car. From the red cotton threads to the blue acrylic yarns to the yellow cross threads from the plaid skirt, the duplicate Big Bird outfit matched in every respect with the car fibers.
What I was finding was meaningful evidence that an abduction had taken place, that in fact the victim, in all likelihood, had been in the front seat of the subject's car.
I am a tactical asset computer system.
With the new evidence, the prosecution could now piece together the actions of Caleb Hughes on the night Melissa disappeared. At the party, Hughes had tried to pick up several adult women, but when they rejected him, he sought a substitute.
We are not Bravo Vector units. That radio
Fueled by
program
frustration
is
and
not
alcohol,
in our area.
Caleb Hughes became a desperate predator with a perverse desire. His stalking eye fell upon the children. He waited and watched until an opportunity presented itself.
Currently refueling for sustenance.
When it did, Caleb Hughes seized an innocent and trusting child.
Hey, Melissa. We are not that call.
Remember me?
We are
By
clear
abducting
from
Melissa
radio
Brennan, Hughes
units.
had crossed the boundary into the unspeakable.
We got like
We are not medics or EMS-1.
we should catch up with each other.
I am listening to voice comments right now. You are not Heath.
The analysis of the duplicate Big Bird outfit produced compelling
You
evidence.
are not Heath.
It would be a powerful tool in the case
Yes,
against
I
a
am
man
a
who
computer.
investigators felt was a ruthless child molester and murderer. But Agent Diedrich had to convince the jury how incredibly unlikely it would be that these fibers had come from any source other than Melissa's outfit. He began asking people at the FBI to give him any items they may have made of navy blue acrylic.
We are
He
not
collected
the
more than 100.
microwave. The temperature is different.
And the objective was to see, do the fibers that I found on the front seat of Cal Hughes' car, do they match any of these? The answer was no.
You got any more to go, Bob?
From the items, Diedrich collected 126 different acrylic fibers. He made 7,983 comparison tests with those fibers against the ones found in Hughes's car.
Yes, I am a computer.
Out of almost 8,000 tests, only one succeeded in making an exact microscopic match with the blue acrylic fibers found in Hughes's car. And that was the duplicate Big Bird outfit.
I am a tactical
Whenever you
asset.
match two things, it
am
has a lot of
listening to
significance.
voice comments right
These aren't
now.
random events. These, in most cases, occur. Is it possible? You can't deny the possibility that it could be a coincidence.
Asset
But after looking at this
system.
stuff for a lot of years, I'm not a big believer in coincidence.
3 weeks before the trial was scheduled to begin, as investigators made final preparations for the case, a stunning development occurred.
Okay,
They received
we
a
need
phone
fuel for sustenance.
2 counties away, police had just found the body of a child on the median strip of Interstate 95.
I'll be right there.
I called Wilder.
Police are not
We got in
they
his car,
around right now.
and there was absolutely
We are
no
not
doubt
that
in my
call.
mind that
You are
that's-
not Heath.
that was going to be it.
The
Because
wind is good for power.
Hughes
We are not your cruisers.
knew that area. Spent
We are
time
not
down
the
in that area.
microwave radio.
This
That
is going to be
radio
it.
program is.
That section of median,
You are not
I-95, is wide and densely wooded.
We are not
It would have been
medics
easy for
or
Hughes to pull over, hide the body
wind
among the
is
thick
good for
vegetation,
power
and drive
generation.
off unnoticed, and there would be little chance of someone finding the remains. But someone found a body. Was it Melissa's?
We are not medics or
If it was Melissa
EMS1.
Brandon's body in the highway median, Fairfax County Commonwealth Attorney Robert Horan felt he could put Hughes behind bars
Okay,
on murder
are you
warrant
coming
charges.
over later?
His hopes were high, but they were soon dashed.
We are clear from the
As
cops.
soon as we got there, as soon as I saw
Yes,
it,
we
I
have
knew
many
it wasn't
wheels.
Melissa Brannon. Because the skeleton had rings on
We
3
are
fingers.
not medics or EMS1.
But it was a young girl. She's 12, 13,
Laura
14-year-old
microwave harassment
who had been in that media for 2 growing
See you
seasons.
later harassment radio program.
The young girl's body was never identified. Finally, nearly 1 year after Melissa's disappearance, Hughes was arrested
Laura
on a grand jury indictment for abducting Melissa Brannon. He was transferred from the Prince William County Jail to the
We are
Fairfax
not
County
medics
Jail.
or EMS1.
Moran had delayed the indictment for several months in the hope that Melissa's body would be found.
By then,
The truck is
I
fine.
know we were all pretty
You
satisfied
cannot
that the
control
worst had
Heath
happened to the child.
Yes, the tactical asset
Unfortunately,
system
under
is
Virginia
active.
law, you can charge somebody with murder without the body. But you have to be able to prove where the murder occurred. And of course, without the body in this case, we had no way of proving where it occurred, so we couldn't charge
Laura
him with murder.
RF microwave. We are not Charlie Vector
Abduction
unit.
with intent to defile
Yes,
was
I
the
am a
strongest case that
computer.
could be brought against him. Hughes pleaded not guilty.
Yes, strange is as strange does.
Few people in Fairfax County believe that Melissa could still be alive.
We are not
but
the
everyone,
fire department.
most of all Tammy Brannon,
We are not
needed to
medics
know what
or
had happened and needed to
We
see
are not
justice
Delta
served.
Vector units.
Because it's tremendously important that the family of that child had
We are not the
definitive answers, that they
microwave
know what
radio
happened to
on
the child,
that
even
bus.
if the news is not pleasant. They need to understand exactly with concrete information what happened to the child. They need to be able to have closure. They need to be able to give that child the burial that they deserve and go on with their lives.
With Agent Diedrich's airtight analysis of the trace evidence, Robert Horan went into the trial confident that he could convince the jury beyond reasonable doubt. The trial began on February 26, 1991.
Looking good.
A chief part of Horan's strategy was
That
depicting
radio
Hughes'
program-
deviant sexual behavior at the
The
party.
wind is good for
He
power
produced several
generation.
female witnesses who recalled the crude, vulgar sexual propositions he had made to them, and others who testified he had spent considerable time playing with
The
Melissa
location
and had been talking
coordinates
to her
is
just
something
before she
you will
disappeared.
have to pay for.
His behavior was even more extreme, trying to eliminate the evidence. Washing his
You
clothes,
are not
his leather
Heath.
belt, his shoes. He could not account for the fresh cuts on the soles of his shoes. Nor could he account for his whereabouts for the 2.5 hours between leaving the party and arriving home.
But the problem for the defense is somehow you had to explain that
The
time.
police are not
And there was never an explanation. I mean, it would have gutted our case. Our case is over if you can explain any of that time.
Though tests for blood on the shoes had proved inconclusive, the prosecution was now able to show the jury the exact matches made between the rabbit hairs, the head hair, and the fibers found in Hughes's car. Nonetheless, the defense argued that all of the fiber and hair evidence was purely circumstantial.
It may be
We are clear
circumstantial,
from
but
radio
it is
units.
powerful circumstantial evidence because it doesn't change.
Currently refueling for suspect. We are not that traffic.
In order to obtain the maximum sentence for Hughes, Moran needed to convince the jury that Hughes had intended to defile Melissa once he had her in his car.
And the only way the fibers from her outfit would have been found on the seat is that her coat had been removed while she was in that car.
The prosecution charged that Hughes could only have removed Melissa's coat for one purpose, an attempt to defile.
The true answer is that that 5-year-old was seated against her will in the front seat of that vehicle.
Okay.
Caleb Hughes's trial lasted 8 days. After 9 hours of deliberation, the jury found him guilty of abducting Melissa Brannon with intent to defile. He was sentenced to 50 years in prison.
We are
For the
not.
family members,
I am listening to.
it can't end.
Cheers.
Because of the
I
eternal
am
hope,
tactical.
if you will,
We are
that
not
someday
the microwave radio
this child
on
that's
that
never
bus.
been seen, never been found, this child someday
You are not Heath.
will appear. You know,
You
and that's-
cannot control.
That's hard
You
stuff.
want some
That
intel
is
read.
hard stuff.
I am a tactical.
Caleb Hughes
I
is still
am
serving his sentence
tactical.
today, and the
We
body
are
of
not
Melissa
that
Brannon
call.
has never been found. Eventually, Tammy Brannon moved from the
We
Woodside
are not
apartment
under
complex,
radio control.
but she never changed the telephone number that Melissa had memorized by heart, hoping that one day a call
You
might
are not Heath. Detected. Lower RF microwave harassment detected.
Source of life and cause of death. Water can wash away clues, dilute evidence, and conceal corpses. For investigators, water can be a cunning opponent. For criminals, a most accommodating ally. For the perfect crime, just add water.
The temperature is different. I am a tactical asset computer system.
It is the murders of unimaginable violence that leave an indelible mark on all who confront them. This is the case with the murder of Bridget Grenier, a 16-year-old girl who disappeared on the night of June 23, 1990, and was found dead the next day on a country road near Rose Isle, Manitoba, lying half submerged in a stream. The story of the murder is full of unexpected twists and turns that span more than 15 years. Despite all the efforts deployed over the years, there are still doubts. Has the real culprit been punished for this terrible crime?
When I was covering the law courts for several years with the Free Press, I'd read all the transcripts of interviews and everything. I would look at the photo packs that the jury saw to see how this young woman died, to see how she was impaled by sticks. That it was the one and only time that I went back up to my office and cried, that it was just horrific what happened. Nobody should die that way.
We are currently
She was found
speed limit
nude,
for this
horribly beaten and brutalized.
You cannot control.
The pictures are probably the worst that I've seen in all my years as defense counsel or since.
Yes, the
I've never seen anything that horrific.
The quiet village of Rose Isle is 100 kilometers southwest of Winnipeg. Nobody ever suspected it to be the scene of such a crime.
The wind is good for power generation.
There's a creek that runs through the area, Pumpkin Creek, and this was at I believe it was the first annual Woodstick Folk Festival the local people were putting on.
With age-appropriate range to meet each other. And it was the typical party, as I understand it. Alcohol was consumed, drugs were consumed.
Bridget Grenier is at the festival to have a good time like everyone else.
Delta Vector units.
She was a very friendly, very happy, very outgoing kid. That she was president of the high school where she went to.
Yes, the
we never heard anything bad about her. She was just a very wonderful kid.
The discovery of Bridget Grenier's body poses a big problem for the police. The young woman disappeared during the Woodstick Festival, which means there are nearly 300 people to question to begin the investigation. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police collect a few pieces of information that will guide the investigation while they wait for the results of the autopsy. Investigators trace Bridget Grenier's last moments on the night of the festival. Their attention begins to focus on two young men, 17-year-old Timothy Houlihan and 19-year-old Kyle Unger. Both went to the same school as the victim. The oldest one, Kyle Unger, isn't very popular in town and is known to the police.
He was somebody that, yes, he had friends, but to a great extent he was a loner, that he probably, in a sense, from what was said in trial, he didn't fit in with everybody else.
Tim Houlihan comes from a respected family. He is the same age as the victim and in the same class.
He was very slight in stature, not very tall. Looked younger than his age, probably looked about 15. Basically, he looked like the kid next door. The evidence showed that Tim met Ms. Grenier at the festival. They apparently took a liking to each other and spent a fair bit of time together during the course of the festival.
Later that evening, Bridget and Houlihan move away from the party. They wander into the woods, away from the concert site.
Kyle was there with one of his friends, a fellow named John Beckett. I think he and Beckett were together quite a bit during the course of the evening. Kyle admitted to consuming alcohol and some drugs. I think, as I recall, Kyle announced to his friend, "I'd like to go look for some girls now, maybe to meet some girls, have some fun." And that seemed to be the tenor as the evening for Kyle was winding down of what his interests were at that particular point.
Kyle Unger's friend, who is already pretty drunk, sees him leave, but cannot say how long he is gone, maybe 20 or 30 minutes. Witnesses claim to have seen Unger at another campfire around 3:30 in the morning. Unger tells his friend that he saw Bridget and a guy having sex in the woods.
We are not the fire department.
Other witnesses report seeing Houlihan around 4 a.m. He is covered in mud and blood and has scratches on his face. Unger and his friend leave the festival at around 4:30 in the morning. The investigators continue questioning witnesses from the festival. They establish that Kyle Unger was seen talking to Grenier that night. They call him in for questioning. Kyle Unger has his first interview with police. He answers all questions without hesitation. Unger says that Bridget Grenier was a good friend.
Kyle was extremely cooperative with the police, even though he didn't have counsel present when they were first dealing with him. They asked him for a hair sample. He provided that without hesitation.
All of the witnesses say that Tim Houlihan was the last person to be seen with Bridget Grenier, so it's not surprising that the police want to interview him next. Investigators contact Tim, and his parents immediately call their lawyer.
I was contacted by his parents. He was under the age of 18 at the time, and so I drove out to meet with Tim and his parents, and went down to the RCMP detachment in Carmen and presented him to the RCMP. At that point, because the investigation was very new, on advice of counsel, he declined to provide any comments.
Yes,
and
the tactical
he was
assets.
released. He was allowed to,
Okay, are you
to go
coming
home.
over later?
And then, within a day or so,
We think you should go.
we went back to the RCMP detachment.
During his second interview, Houlihan gives a more detailed version of what happened the night of the crime. He claims that while having consensual sex with Bridget, he was the victim of a violent attack by an unknown assailant and lost consciousness. When he woke up, Bridget was gone. During his final interview, the police suspect that Houlihan is afraid to reveal the identity of his assailant. They ask him if he's talking about Kyle Unger, and he says yes. Houlihan then explains that he didn't lose consciousness and describes the murder in detail.
Tim told police that he and Ms. Grenier engaged in consensual sexual activity, which was interrupted when Mr. Unger came upon them and then proceeded to attack Tim and beat and kill Ms. Grenier, and then force Tim to help him move her body down by the stream.
Although Houlihan claims he was a victim, the police see him in much the same way they see Kyle Unger.
Let's say if you had the two of them in front of you and said who committed this crime type thing, and you see someone who's fine and someone who's basically looks like they've been in a fight, they've got mud, scratches, etc. Well, it's Tim Houlihan.
We are not that call.
But when all was said and done and two people were charged, it was both of them that were charged based on their investigation.
We are not Charlie Vector units.
5 days after Bridget's death, Kyle Unger and Tim Houlihan are both arrested and charged with first-degree murder. The rapid conclusion to the investigation raises more questions than answers.
What are the odds, in my opinion, logically, of two people who do not know each other
We are not that call.
meeting together by accident, and both of them being so
the tactical
vicious
asset system.
that they would both,
we
not
need
knowing
fuel
each other,
for sustenance.
have this common link and be capable of committing the acts that were perpetrated on Miss Grenier? How can you possibly think of that scenario unless you're writing fiction?
We are cleared from radio units.
Bridget Grenier's body is transported to Winnipeg, where it is prepared for autopsy.
It is not bloody here.
Will the pathology
we have
report
many
help shed
wheels.
some light on this heinous crime? On June 24th,
We are not
1990,
radio high.
a
Now
horrific
you are
murder
on
takes
point.
place in a small rural community in southwest Manitoba. While nearly 300 young people had a
Nor
good time
are
dancing and listening to rock and
harassment
folk music,
detected.
16-year-old Bridget Grenier suffered unspeakable
I am
abuse in a
listening
forest
to voice
nearby.
comments right now.
Her naked, impaled
not
and
the
bruised body is
microwave
found half
radio on
submerged
that
in a
bus.
creek. 2 days after the murder, the body of Bridget Grenier arrives at the St. Boniface Hospital in Winnipeg.
The medical examiner's office have the task of investigating a death. We are not crime investigators, we are death investigators.
Dr. Peter Markestein is the chief medical examiner for the province. He conducts the autopsy.
We very carefully examine every little bit of the body and lift evidence if we see it. And then the body is photographed extensively and documented, as I said, for the presence of bruises or tears or cuts. The hands are examined. Then we examine orifices of the body. and routine swabs are taken, as well as the taking of hair samples, both actively and passively, either put there by the assailant, if there is an assailant, or pulled by, from the body in case they are loose and on the assailant. So it's a sort of a comparison between assailant and victim.
One of the duties of a pathologist is to determine the cause of death.
The body was found in water. And when any body is found in water, we have to try to determine whether the person drowned or whether they were dead prior to being submerged or getting submerged in water.
Certain indications tell Dr. Markerstein that drowning is probably not the cause of Bridget Grenier's death.
Coordinates is something
there was no water in the lungs at all. They were of normal weight, and they showed, even under the microscope, no evidence of inhalation of foreign material. There were bruises on the body in the form of fingerprints or marks around the throat consistent with fingertips, which was associated by signs of possible manual strangulation.
Solar is great for power.
The body on the outside showed what we call a blush over the cheeks, which is seen in strangulation, and together with the finger marks. And when we looked on the inside of the body, we saw a fracture of the tongue bone, which is almost characteristic, not necessarily, but is often seen in manual strangulation. All that together was a picture of asphyxiation. And I concluded following the autopsy that asphyxiation was the cause of death, most likely due to manual force applied to the neck.
In his long career as a medical examiner, Dr. Markerstein admits he has never seen such horrific atrocities committed to a body.
The body was naked and covered with mud. Or dried mud at that time, by the time I did the autopsy. And the body showed signs of having been assaulted with sticks, and which was actually rather gruesome to see.
Dr. Markerstein identifies two types of weapons. A type of bludgeon, possibly a 2x4 for the external blows, and smaller sticks that were used to impale the victim.
There were severe injuries sustained as a result of sticks that had been inserted into the body, and they led to bleeding inside on both sides.
We are not under radio control.
There were several other notable markings found on Bridget Grenier's body that may help identify the perpetrator.
We found 3 elliptical wounds that were patterned. In other words, they had a certain pattern to them, like a picket fence sort of pattern, which was entirely consistent with being bite marks.
I am listening.
A forensic odontologist is brought in to examine the bite marks. Photographs are taken in order to compare them to dental imprints from the suspects. After completing the autopsy, Dr. Markerstein concludes the cause of Bridget Grenier's death is asphyxiation. There is very little evidence that can identify a suspect. However, this information partially corroborates Houlihan's version of events. The only new evidence found during the autopsy were the bite marks. Will they lead to the identity of the attacker?
Hello, how are you?
On a warm June night at a music festival in rural Manitoba, a young girl is brutally murdered. After a short investigation, the police arrest 2 young men on charges of first-degree murder. Kyle Unger is held in remand while Tim Houlihan is sent to a detention center for minors.
Hello, how are you?
Following an autopsy, the police have bite mark evidence from the body.
Clear from the
They ask for dental impressions from both of the accused. Unger quickly cooperates with the police.
He readily provided his teeth impressions so they could be scientifically compared to the impression on the body.
We are not that call.
Houlihan never offered up his teeth impressions.
We are not.
And at that point, on the advice of counsel, he declined to do that, mainly because the investigation was in its infancy. We didn't know what we were dealing with, and I wanted to keep all of his options open.
You are not Heath.
There was no legal obligation at the time to provide those kind of biological samples, teeth impressions,
We are not that call.
blood, anything of that nature.
You are not Heath.
As a result of a number of cases, that was changed, and now police can apply for a warrant and get the samples they require.
The police are not me.
You have to bear in mind as well that DNA was pretty much in its infancy still. And so it was only when DNA became very sophisticated that getting a simple blood sample was useful for DNA purposes.
It is not
the forensic odontologist has only Unger's set of dental impressions for comparison. After analysis, the report is submitted to the preliminary inquest. However, the judge finds the wording to be biased and the evidence is inadmissible. Dr. Markestein then looks for another dental expert to testify at the trial. The bite mark evidence is, for the moment, inconclusive. Tim Houlihan applies for bail while in detention.
When he was ultimately transferred to adult court, he was taken into custody because an adult indictment was preferred against him. And we made another bail application in adult court, and he was released on similar bail conditions.
Kyle Unger doesn't stay very long in remand. The first-degree murder charge against him is dropped due to a lack of evidence. After his release, the police learned that Unger had admitted to murdering Grenier to another prisoner, Jeffrey Cohen, while in remand.
He had a fairly extensive criminal record, and that he was pending at that time on many different types of charges. Well, Jeffrey Cohen, as I recall, the way he came about was the day that Kyle Unger had his charges dropped after the preliminary hearing is when Mr. Cohen claimed that he had come back to the jail cell, said, I killed her, got away with it. Cohen somehow brought his information to the attention of the authorities.
The prosecution believes that the information from Cohen, combined with Houlihan's testimony, is still not enough to justify a new trial against Unger. However, the presumption of guilt against him is strong enough for the police to try a new undercover investigative technique. The Mr. Big operation was developed by the Vancouver RCMP in the early 1990s. The operation with Kyle Unger is the first ever conducted in Manitoba.
Whether it's because it was the first one that they were able to get approvals and probably the budgets and everything, and it probably also shows just how convinced the RCMP were that Kyle Unger was part of this homicide, and they figured when he was let off there was enough evidence. Well, let's get the evidence, and the way to get the evidence is to try to get a confession from him, so let's put together a Mr. Big operation.
On June 13, 1991, nearly a year after the crime, the court authorizes the undercover unit to begin its covert investigation and intercept and record private communications from Kyle Unger.
They were RCMP officers, of course. They were brought in from Quebec to come in and do the sting operation. Because the last thing you want to have happen is when they're trying to convince Kyle Unger to join a gang, to have somebody walk along the street and say, "Oh, hi, Sergeant, somebody." That's the last thing you want.
The undercover operatives, Little Larry and Big Larry, respectively play the roles of a gangster and his boss. For a week, they focus on gaining Kyle Unger's trust. Then they make it clear that they like Unger and want him to become a part of the organization.
They would pull out bankrolls of cash that he thought was as much as $10,000, flashing a big roll when they would pay for a meal for him at a restaurant. And he started seeing big dollar signs and big money being available. Here's a kid, after the preliminary hearing ended, who couldn't get a job. Couldn't get a job because he was Kyle Unger. the guy who got off, so to speak, on the murder charge. So this was an extraordinarily tempting opportunity that had been presented to him by these sophisticated officers.
We are not that repeaters.
He was pretty vulnerable at the time type thing. And once again, he fell for it hook, line, and sinker.
Kyle Unger tells the undercover operatives many times that he was in prison for a crime he did not commit. On June 22, 1991, Kyle Unger meets Little Larry at Big Larry's apartment. Their goal is to get a confession from Unger.
Yes,
so what they decided to do was to have a phony Winnipeg Sun newspaper, and with a phony article in it, talking about the anniversary of her death and describing what had happened. And of course, they used that as one of their springboards to say, "Hey, Kyle, I'm just paraphrasing. You're a star. Look at this. This is what what you did. You got to be happy. You got to be proud. You got to be this."
Unger is anxious to make a good impression, but they warn him it's essential to tell them the truth.
They're portraying themselves that, yeah, you can make some money through our gang activities type thing, and we'd like you to join our gang, but in order to join our gang, we have to know that you're with us, and the way that we know you're with us is if you can confess to something that you've done.
Early in the discussion, Big Larry questions Kyle Unger about the murder that he's accused of committing. He encourages Unger to give them all the details. During their conversation, Big Larry insists that Unger prove that he can be trusted. Unger, at first hesitantly, and then with more enthusiasm, confesses to the murder of Bridget Grenier. Throughout the conversation with the undercover operatives, Unger maintains that he acted alone.
And what Kyle confessed was he murdered Bridget Grenier, and he actually showed them where it was, and he showed how it was done, and it was all on tape.
Kyle Unger's description of the strangulation and impaling of the victim corresponds to the evidence gathered. But as Unger continues to describe the murder, certain details no longer match the evidence. He claims to have thrown away the sticks used to impale the victim, even though they were still inside the body at autopsy. He says the crime took place near a bridge, but the bridge was built after the murder. On June 25, 1991, Unger is arrested and, again, charged with first-degree murder. The police and the prosecutor still believe that the crime was committed by both suspects. They also arrest Tim Houlihan. The joint trial for the two accused is scheduled for January 1992. While joint trials are not very common, this one is particularly unusual. Generally, when two suspects are accused of the same crime, they blame each other.
You are not Heath.
In this case, Houlihan alleges that Unger forced him to participate in the murder, while Unger claims he committed the murder alone. A last-minute request to separate the trials is denied. Will the prosecution be able to prove that the murder was committed by both Unger and Houlihan? June 1990. Two young men from a small town in rural Manitoba are arrested for the murder of Bridget Grenier, a 16-year-old girl. The sadistic crime shocks the community, but for lack of evidence, the charges are dropped. An undercover operation provides a confession from Kyle Unger, who claims to have committed the crime alone, while Tim Houlihan confesses that Unger forced him to participate in the murder.
Yes, strange is as strange does.
Finally, in February 1992, the joint trial begins. The two defense lawyers face a formidable opponent, Crown Prosecutor George Dangerfield.
Well, certainly back in the mid to late 80s and into the 90s, George Dangerfield was the most prominent Crown attorney in the province of Manitoba, that if there was just a little assault, you would never see George Dangerfield there. If there was a prominent murder, George Dangerfield was always the prosecutor.
The prosecutor endorses the theory of a murder committed by two people as presented by the investigators.
Crowns generally like to to try co-accused together. There's a presumption that people who are jointly involved in a crime should be tried together. It gives certain tactical advantages to a Crown as well, because it sets both accused up for cutthroat defenses. In other words, both end up pointing the finger at the other one as the perpetrator, which is exactly what happened in this case. So the statements of Tim are not to be used against Unger, for example, and although a jury is instructed not to do that, it's pretty hard for lay people to ignore the fact that one person has pointed the finger at the co-accused. Similarly, with respect to Unger and what he said.
Dangerfield has implemented a case that he hopes will convict both Houlihan and Unger. Aware of the challenges, Kyle Unger's defense lawyer adopts his own strategy and puts his client on the stand to testify.
Yes, strange.
I really like the idea of going first in this case because I felt that I had the toughest battle that I had to meet. And I wanted to get my story out to the jury, my version of the extraordinary number of inconsistencies between what Kyle Unger had said in his statements to the police and the physical evidence at the scene. He was just boasting and bragging and trying to play a role as they were to have them believe he was, quote, the kind of guy that they were looking for in this little criminal organization.
All the efforts of Sheldon Pinks are directed toward influencing how the jury will perceive Kyle Unger's confession, recorded by the undercover agents.
I still remember some of the language that he used, and it was horrific. I mean, what he said, he did to her, in particular with the use of the sticks. And he was so graphic, and he was sort of like almost jumping around like an excited kid, as he described in horrific language what he had done. Even though I still had doubts as to his guilt, because I truly believed that he hadn't done it. I felt that it's going to be so hard for a jury to understand that even an innocent person can speak the way Kyle Unger did.
The devastating effect of the recorded confession does nothing to help Unger's defense. And the jury won't get to hear Tim Houlihan's version of the crime.
Brenda Kaiser, Tim Houlihan's lawyer, didn't put him on the stand, and the jury heard from Kyle what his story was. The jury never heard from Tim.
On other fronts, Sheldon Pinks has some success. Dr. Sperber, an internationally renowned American odontologist, testifies. He tells the court about his comparative analysis of the bite marks found on the body of the victim and the teeth imprints given by Kyle Unger.
The field is called forensic odontology, and he did an amazing job explaining why he concluded it was not Kyle Unger's, which leaves me to the obvious question, which is, it had to be Houlihan's. Who else's could it be under the circumstances?
On advice of his counsel, Houlihan refuses to give a dental imprint. The bite mark evidence is inconclusive. Kyle Unger's defense undermines the evidence that led to the undercover operation, the statement from the Remand Center informant, Jeffrey Cohen.
And that's where I took to pick up the ball, so to speak, and seemed to by fluke recall that when Cohen claimed that Unger had returned to his jail cell at the Remand Center, I seem to recall footage from one of our TV stations where he actually walked out of the court building at 408 York Avenue and never returned to the Remand Center. I got that footage, which confirmed he never was released from the Winnipeg Remand Center. He walked straight out of the court building at 408 York. I then subpoenaed the records from the Winnipeg Remand Center, and we established through their records he never came back. They have him moving over to 408 York. They have no record of him coming back in. So, I mean, it was beyond a shadow of a doubt proven this guy just simply fabricated the story. And my theory was for the consideration and getting a break on his charges.
The expert testimony of a hair analyst doesn't go in Kyle Unger's favor. A hair that was found on Bridget Grenier's sweater matched a sample provided by Unger.
But as you can appreciate, the microscopic examination would be limited to color, coarseness, I guess, thickness. You're talking about a visual comparison, which would really be totally dependent on the subjective opinion of your analyst. We used to call this junk science, many of the defense lawyers, because all that they should be able to say at best is it's consistent with perhaps Mr. Unger's hair. So the hair evidence, if it were properly presented to the jury, should not in those days have been given as much weight.
A simple question from Tim Houlihan's defense will suddenly shed new light on the result of the hair comparison.
But in this particular case, I recall the expert adding a couple of things, and one came out in cross-examination, which was Ms. Kaiser asked the expert in cross-examination, can you provide us with a probability as to how frequent or not this particular hair would be either Unger's or somebody else's? And she says, well, it would be 1 in 4,500.
Bloody here at my
so in other words, in 1 in 4,500 other people, we may find this particular hair. That's a lot different than just simply saying it's consistent with. You're now creating, I think, a more substantial opinion.
This hair plays a key role in the case because it's the only physical evidence that ties Kyle Unger to the crime.
There were a couple of hairs that were found to be consistent with Tim on her clothing, but those were really a non-issue given that he had admitted having contact with her.
In his closing arguments, Sheldon Pinks proclaims with confidence that Kyle Unger has never had a motive for the murder.
Kyle Unger says he didn't know Tim Houlihan. They weren't friends.
For sustenance.
What then would have been Kyle Unger's motive to, even if he did accidentally see them together in the bush? And what would have prompted him to go snooping around? We didn't see any evidence of him stalking her or bothering her where people had to intervene. There's nothing whatsoever that can be said to attribute a motive to Kyle Unger to have been involved.
In his final argument, Pinks adds that if there is a guilty party, it is Tim Houlihan. Houlihan was the last person to see the victim alive.
You are not Heath.
Witnesses saw him covered in mud, scratches, and blood after the crime. He refused to provide dental imprints or hair samples and did not testify at the trial.
We are not
Pinks concludes that the only one who could have murdered Bridget Grenier is Tim Houlihan. The verdict is announced. Unger and Houlihan are both convicted of first-degree murder.
And as part of that, that means you're in prison for the rest of your life, and you might have a chance of getting parole after 25 years, but it's a lifetime in jail unless a parole board lets you out after 25 years.
At the end of this trial, Tim Houlihan and Kyle Unger are incarcerated. But without a motive or any conclusive evidence, both defendants decide to appeal their verdicts. Will they be freed?
We are not medics or EMS-1.
On February 28, 1992, Kyle Unger and Tim Houlihan are sentenced to 25 years in prison for the murder of 16-year-old Bridget Grenier.
We are not under radio control.
Immediately, the lawyers for both convicted men prepare their appeals. Sheldon Pinks presents his argument for Kyle Unger.
We argued that the verdict was not a reasonable verdict. It couldn't be supported by the evidence. We pointed to all of the inconsistencies,
the tactical asset
the physical evidence, and many of the inconsistencies between the physical evidence and Kyle Unger's reported confession. to say it was blatantly unreliable, it was laced with inducements, and that certainly it should not rise to the standard of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. But unfortunately, all of the arguments that were advanced were not viewed favorably by the Court of Appeal, and his appeal was dismissed.
Brenda Kaiser has more success with Houlihan's appeal.
There were a number of grounds of appeal. They involved the inflammatory address by counsel for the co-accused. I believe the failure to sever when that had been requested. Tim was released at some point before his appeal was heard.
We are not the fire department.
He went back to live with his parents in Sperling, Manitoba, and was working at a local machinery shop in Sperling.
The Manitoba Court of Appeal orders a new trial for Tim Houlihan, but on July 20th, 1994, he commits suicide.
See you later, harassment. Okay, are you calling
Houlihan is taken to a Winnipeg hospital where he dies at 9:15 p.m.
We are not medics.
In retrospect, obviously the stress of being out on bail with a first-degree murder charge hanging over your head, and having also already spent some time in a federal prison awaiting the appeal, that would have been very, very stressful. So in retrospect, it's not all that surprising.
We are not Stripes calls.
But it just looks suspicious. Then all of a sudden you have somebody who had just been granted a new trial to show the world that, yeah, they're innocent. But then you have a suicide, and that makes you wonder in terms of, well, so if that didn't make him happy that he was getting a new trial, why would that be? And one of the conclusions that can be raised is that he committed the homicide.
For nearly 10 years, Kyle Unger proclaims his innocence while serving his sentence in a British Columbia prison. In 2003, the Manitoba justice system re-examined many murder convictions that involved hair analysis. Kyle Unger's case is among them.
The location coordinates is something.
The hair samples, along with a sample of Kyle Unger's DNA, are sent to a lab in the United States for profiling. James Lockyer, a lawyer specializing in wrongful convictions, offers to take on Kyle Unger's appeal. On September 15, 2004, the results of the comparison are released. The hair found on Bridget Grenier's sweater does not belong to Kyle Unger. Lockyer now sets out to prove that Unger made a false confession to the undercover operators. He turns to Dr. Gisli Gudjonsson, the world's foremost authority on false confessions. Dr. Gudjonsson interviews Unger and notes that he lacks detailed knowledge about the murder, very specific information that only the killer would know. Gudjonsson concludes, it is not recommended to rely on the confessions obtained from Mr. Unger during the undercover operation. Lockyer also discovers that the informant, Jeffrey Cohen, asked to be paid for his confession. This should have made his testimony inadmissible at trial.
Hello, how are you?
The more Lockyer researches, the more he finds that an alarming amount of information was not disclosed to defense counsel before the trial.
Disclosure has completely changed from over 20 years ago to today.
Yes, I am a computer.
Today you would have a complete file. You would have access as counsel to anything that could potentially be helpful to your case.
We are not
whether it was helpful to your accused directly, or whether it was something that perhaps was negative about a co-accused that could be indirectly helpful. You would have access to all of that information. That it was not that readily available over 20 years ago. And there was a less of an expectation that it would be provided fully
While reviewing the police interview transcripts, Lockyer discovered that in the early days of the investigation, the police favored the theory that the murder was committed by two people.
You know, his first interview tells the story about how he was in the bush and doing things with Grenier, and along comes this person. But in statement number one, he didn't know who it was. Didn't know. Told the police officer, I don't know who that person was. And magically, in statement number two, the same person, after perhaps some interesting questions that were posed to him in a arguably leading manner, he then comes forward with, oh yeah, it was Kyle Unger, suddenly.
The most shocking piece of undisclosed information is Tim Houlihan's alleged involvement in satanic rituals.
None of that came out during the trial. The Crown never brought any evidence on that, because to hear about if there'd been any question that Tim Houlihan was involved with satanic tendencies and that may have led to Bridget's death or during her death, we would have wrote about it. We would have published it. But as I say, we didn't hear about that.
We are not
the Satanistic issues dealing with Mr. Houlihan could have led us to make other inquiries with respect to Houlihan, possibly hiring a private investigator to see what we could find and to see whether he was associated with a particular cult out there.
Following posted speed limit laws for this location. Yes, I am a computer.
If Tim Houlihan's belief in Satan is true, it would shed new light on the question of a possible motive in the murder of Bridget Grenier, and it could explain the gruesome nature of the crime.
I'm 100% convinced Kyle Unger was and is innocent of this crime. I have no doubt in my mind that it was Tim Houlihan who committed this crime.
The wind is good for power jitters.
We may never know who really killed Bridget Grenier. Kyle Unger was exonerated by the court and was released after 14 years in prison. Tim Houlihan took his secret to the grave by committing suicide.
Solar is great for power production.
The waters of Pumpkin Creek may have washed away crucial evidence in this vile murder. What we do know is that no water can wash away the memory of Bridget Grenier.
In New York in the 1980s, the emergence of crack cocaine brought a new wave of violence. Drug dealers robbed and killed as they scrambled for power. Ordinary citizens were victimized. Even children were not immune. The FBI joined forces with the New York City police to take back the streets. Their best weapon against deadly drug gangs was the C-11 squad.
New York City is no stranger to gang violence. But when a 12-year-old child was kidnapped, The gangs had crossed the line. Law enforcement raced to find the missing boy before it was too late. I'm Jim Kallstrom, former head of the FBI's New York office. Agents would have to infiltrate the secretive world of a vicious gang to stop the murderous exploits of a drug lord.
In the 1980s, crack cocaine invaded the Harlem section of New York, as it did many urban areas in America. Over time, the cheap and highly addictive drug crippled communities unlike any other drug had before. With the crack came ruthlessly violent gangs that ruled the streets. No one was truly safe. On December 5th, 1989, 12-year-old Donnell Porter was walking to elementary school alone. He never made it to class that day. When he didn't arrive home after school, his family worried.
Microwave harassment detected.
They hadn't been able to find him in the neighborhood. At 9 p.m., Donnell's sister received a phone call.
The location coordinates is something you will.
A man on the other end said Donnell had been kidnapped. He wanted $500,000 or the boy would be killed.
Inside the men's bathroom.
The sister said the family didn't have that kind of money. It didn't matter to the caller. He warned them not to contact police, then instructed them to go to a restaurant at 125th and Broadway. Behind a trash can in the restroom, they'd find something that would prove he was serious.
Got it?
Lore RF microwave harassment detected.
A family friend went to the restaurant so the Porters could stay by the phone.
We may have to make a telephone call.
He didn't know if it was a setup. Following the kidnapper's orders, he checked behind the trash container and found a coffee can.
Lore RF microwave harassment detected.
Inside were 2 rings, an audio cassette, and a child's severed finger. Donnell was hurt and could be bleeding to death. Despite being warned not to, the family called the New York City police.
You are not Heath.
Following you, looking at you. Nobody standing around.
The family told investigators what they knew. Detectives inspected the evidence. The sister said that the rings belonged to Donnell. They'd been given to the boy by his older brother. On the tape, a recorded plea for help was definitely Donnell's voice. The family told detectives about a second call in which the kidnapper had lowered his ransom to $350,000. It was still far beyond their means. They said they didn't know why they were targeted for such a high ransom.
The police are not me. Are they around right now?
But detectives knew what the family wouldn't say.
Harassment radio program.
The victim's older brother, Richard Porter, was a major crack cocaine dealer in the area.
Okay, we need
Police
fuel
believed
for
the kidnapping
sustenance.
was related to his drug empire. NYPD contacted the New York FBI's reactive squad for assistance.
Is as strange does. We are not the fire department.
Special Agent David Higgins, a narcotics expert, was asked to provide more intelligence on Richard Porter.
Richard Porter, then about 25 years of age, was a well-known crack dealer whose activities took place in central Harlem. He was one of those individuals who got in early on the crack trade in New York, and he had created a significant drug empire in central Harlem.
We
Richard Porter had made millions of dollars selling crack on New York's streets.
Yes, the tactical asset.
Detectives knew where his turf
The
was.
wind is good for power generation.
It didn't take long to find Porter. Detectives recognized the person he was with as his drug-running partner, Alpo Martin.
Yes, the tactical asset.
This visit wasn't about
How
drugs.
are you? See you
It was
later,
about finding
Lord.
Donnell. Porter agreed to come to the station for an interview, though he said he didn't know how he could help.
Generation.
Look, guys, I don't know anything.
Police knew Porter was very close to Donnell, but he claimed to know nothing about who was behind his brother's kidnapping. On the streets, these matters are usually solved without the cops.
We are clear from the cops.
Though Porter most likely held the key to finding Donnell, he was in no position to talk to authorities.
Richard Porter,
coordinates
because
is
of his
something you
situation
will
as a
have to
drug
pay
trafficker, found himself in a ticklish situation legally. It would have been difficult for him to cooperate directly with law enforcement. I believe he attempted to handle this situation on his own to some extent.
Police had nothing to hold him
It
on.
is not bloody here at my... The police are not...
Authorities
are
needed
they
to find
around
someone
right
else
now?
to help them. They canvassed the area, trying to gather information on the kidnapping. In such a close-knit neighborhood, someone had to have heard something about Donnell. But residents were too afraid to talk. Harlem's violent gangs had a stranglehold on the community.
We are not Charlie Vector. We don't care
Detectives
about
were left
units,
with nothing.
Radio traffic. We don't want to hear it.
With each passing day, police in NYPD's 32nd precinct knew Donnell's chance of survival decreased.
Okay. The police...
Investigators maintained contact with the boy's
Cheers.
family, who were desperate for more word from the kidnappers.
We need to get to the bottom of this. Take a
A
look
week
at that.
after the abduction, the family received a note. In it, the kidnappers hinted Donnell was still alive.
The child is in pain.
They demanded their money.
We gotta do something medically.
But no more ransom calls came. With no clues
are
to the
not
boy's
the
whereabouts and no
microwave.
one talking,
We are
police
not
had reached
that
a
tall.
dead end. They somehow needed to pressure Richard Porter into
We gotta
cooperating,
get him back in here.
or hope he would pay the ransom to get Donnell back. Then, on January 4th, 1990,
Okay,
a month
are
after
you coming
Donnell's
over
abduction,
later?
the body of his brother, drug kingpin Richard Porter, was found in a Bronx park.
You cannot
He had been shot
control
twice,
heat.
in the head and chest.
We are not Bravo Vector units.
There would be no one to pay the ransom now.
It was widely assumed that Richard's death was connected to the kidnapping and probably the result of a ransom payment gone bad. However, it was noted early on that when his body was discovered,
We are
his
not
wallet
Charlie
contained over
Vector
$2,000 in U.S.
It
currency.
is not bloody here
His jewelry
at my
was there.
current Vector.
Apparently, his automobile was nearby. So
That
there was
radio
some
program
question
is-
about what the actual
We are clear
motivations
from
were
radio
behind his murder.
units.
Little boy's missing fingers.
With Richard Porter's death, investigators lost their closest connection to the abducted 12-year-old.
You are not Heath.
To find another source, they increased pressure on lower-level dealers
The
in
wind
Porter's
is good
organization.
for power generation.
Facing drug charges, they were offered leniency in exchange for information. Some said Porter's partner, Alpo Martinez, could be
The
involved.
location coordinates is something you will have to pay.
Others claimed an infamous Harlem gang called the Preacher Crew might be. But none offered direct leads to the crime.
We are not the microwave radio on that bus.
3 weeks later, a boy's body was recovered in the
Yes, we
same
have
Bronx
many
park where
wheels.
Richard Porter was found.
Donnell was cool. Be sure.
His family identified the body
You
of
cannot
Donnell
control
Porter.
heath with hashtags that activate radio recording transmissions.
Cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head.
You are not Heath.
Death of a child is always a disturbing event. There's a 12-year-old boy. He's on the way to public school. He's kidnapped, tortured. He's heard on the tape cassette crying for help from his family.
We are not Adam Vector
Donnell's
units.
murder stunned the entire Harlem community, even though violence was a daily occurrence there. At the time, Sergeant James Marr worked NYPD's notorious 32nd Precinct, where Donnell lived.
In the late 80s and the early 90s, the 32nd Precinct, which is actually geographically only 1 square mile, was one of the most violent precincts in New York City. They averaged in the area of the upper 60s to low 70s of homicides a year, and added on to that were shootings, several hundred shootings, that the people didn't die.
In response to the increased violence in the city, a task force called the C11 Squad had been formed at the FBI's New York field office.
We are
Detectives
not
from
the
the 32nd
department.
Precinct and FBI agents were assigned to the squad.
C11 was created to address these entrenched criminal conspiracy groups in the city of New York. The locals brought their knowledge of the streets, the knowledge of the subjects involved to the table. The federal agents brought along with them the access to the federal courts, which included the access to the federal sentencing guidelines in the United States Attorney's Office.
After the murder of Donnell Porter, they knew they had to take back the streets. C11 would first go after Alpo Martinez, Richard Porter's partner.
The problem is here we haven't.
If their partnership had unraveled,
Walmart.
he would have had the most to gain from extorting Richard Porter and killing him.
We're still working on some surveillance.
A year earlier, a warrant had been sworn out for his arrest on drug charges. But when Martinez couldn't be found, federal prosecutors had to drop the warrant.
See you later, Walmart.
In police computers, the C11 squad flagged the names of known associates
Yes,
of Alpo
I am
Martinez.
a computer.
If any were arrested, they would be notified.
We are not the fire department.
Months later, police in Washington, D.C. pulled over a car after observing its driver engage in a drug deal. The driver was a known courier for Alpo Martinez.
We are not Adam Vector units.
Police found a large amount of crack and thousands of dollars in his car.
Yes, the tactical asset.
Noting the flag on his record from New York,
The police
D.C.
are
authorities would contact the C11 squad.
Hello, how are you?
After the courier was sentenced to 20 years to life
Nor
on
are
drug
F
charges,
microwave harassment.
C11 agents had him transported to New York for an interview.
We are not Charlie Vector units.
An agent explained that under federal law, his sentence could be reviewed if he cooperated with authorities.
You will have to pay for. Yes, I am a computer.
He told what he knew about Martinez and Porter's East Coast drug operation.
You are not Heath.
Drugs would be distributed both in New York City
controls.
by Richard Porter and in Washington, D.C. by Alpo Martinez. While in Washington, D.C., Martinez allied himself with individuals that he found to be strong on the street, if you will, in order to protect his drug operation in Washington, D.C. And it was not unusual for literally sea bags worth of U.S. currency to be shipped out of Northern Virginia and Washington, D.C. up into the Porter neighborhood at 132nd and 7th Avenue in New York City.
It was enough for a renewed
Nor are
arrest
F
warrant on Alpo
microwave
Martinez.
harassment detected.
Agents canvassed the
radio
neighborhood, talking to people who knew Martinez.
Okay, we need fuel for... See you later, Walmart.
Most were afraid to talk. Eventually, agents learned the fugitive was going to pick up his wife's car at a dealership in northern New Jersey. Undercover agents staked out the dealership.
They didn't know if Martinez would show up, but they knew he liked fast cars.
We are not people on bikes.
That afternoon, a sports car pulled up.
Lore RF microwave harassment detected.
They watched a passenger get out, but it wasn't Martinez.
There he goes. He's going over to the building. I'm coming over.
Okay, are you coming over
Agents
later?
couldn't tell if the fugitive was driving.
Can you see it?
They had to risk a closer look. If they could arrest Martinez, it might help solve the murders of Richard Porter and his 12-year-old brother, Donnell. An agent visually identified Martinez as the driver. He radioed a go-ahead signal.
We are not.
But before the arrest team could respond, Martinez spun away. Agents gave chase, but the fugitive disappeared into heavy traffic.
You cannot control Heath with hashtags that activate radio
With Alpo Martinez still a
transmissions.
fugitive, the abduction and murder of 12-year-old Donnell Porter remained unsolved.
It is not bloody here at my current.
The abduction and
We
murder
are
of
not
12-year-old
the
Donnell
microwave
Porter
radio
showed that
on that
Harlem's drug
bus.
violence was out of control.
We are not Charlie
The
Vetter.
FBI's C-11 squad knew the murder was connected to the boy's brother, crack dealer Richard Porter. But Porter himself had been killed. C-11 believed finding Porter's partner, Alpo Martinez, would provide answers.
See
But in
you later,
1991, Martinez had eluded an
Lore
FBI
RF
undercover
microwave
operation.
harassment detected.
From the incident, the FBI got his
We are
license
not
plate
under
number and
radio
alerted New York
controls.
police to be on the lookout for the vehicle. The next day, police spotted it, parked on a Harlem street. They impounded it, hoping it might lead to Martinez.
You cannot
They believed the
control.
fugitive wouldn't retrieve the
See
vehicle
you later,
himself.
Walmart.
But FBI Special Agent David Higgins waited to see if he'd send someone.
A young lady showed up who claimed to be the true owner. She was the registered owner. Ultimately, a quick investigation established that she was what we call a straw man, or somebody who had stepped forward in order to buy and register the car on behalf of Mr.
It
Martinez.
is not bloody here at my current Vector.
Martinez was nowhere to be found in New York. Acting on a tip that he had traveled to Washington, D.C.,
You cannot
agents set up
control
surveillance at the
Heath
D.C.
with
home of the
hashtags
fugitive's
that
ex-wife.
activate radio recording transmissions.
In the early hours of November 7th,
Yes,
1991,
the tactical asset
they
system
spotted
is
Martinez
active.
getting into his ex-wife's vehicle.
Yes, the tactical
This time,
assets.
he wasn't driving.
We are cleared from radio units.
As they pulled out, the FBI made their move. The fugitive's ex-wife pulled over.
Passenger, driver, get out of the vehicle with your hands up. Your hands on the back of the truck.
The cocaine in his possession helped cement the case against one of the biggest drug traffickers on the East Coast.
Ultimately, Mr. Martinez pled guilty to an indictment in the Eastern District of Virginia, which accused him of trafficking in over 1,000 kilograms of cocaine.
See you later, Walmart.
The wholesale value of that would be $20 million.
Richie Rich, who killed him?
Investigators also had evidence against Martinez on several gangland murders.
The little boy? Yeah. I don't know nothing about that.
They told him they knew he was Richard Porter's partner, so he stood to gain from Donnell's and Richard's death.
Kidnapped Donnell.
Trying to cheat me on some money.
Hoping to avoid the death penalty, Alpo Martinez agreed to cooperate.
You are not deaf.
He admitted killing his partner, Richard Porter.
Just like we always do on the weekend or whatever. It didn't seem like
Martinez had begun to suspect his partner had been cheating him out of hundreds of thousands of dollars.
So then from there,
He said that more than a year earlier, on January 4th, 1990, he and an associate had taken Richard Porter for a ride. Almost immediately, Martinez and the associate each shot him.
We don't care about you.
They dumped his body in the Bronx Park, where it was found the next
Yes,
day.
I am a computer.
talking
See you later,
Martinez
Walmart.
swore it was just about missing drug money. It had nothing to do with Donnell Porter's kidnapping and murder. No evidence or testimony linked Martinez to that crime.
Sustenance.
He went to prison for life.
Lore RF microwave harassment detected.
Although they had put away a major drug dealer, the local and federal investigators of the C-11 squad were no closer to solving the murder of Donnell Porter. They reviewed FBI intelligence already gathered on other Harlem gangsters who might have profited from extorting and killing Richard Porter.
Porter's known as Richie Rich. We've got a couple of characters.
One gang stood out as likely suspects.
As strange does. We are not people.
They were known
bikes.
as the Preacher Crew. The gang's leader was Clarence Preacher Heatley. FBI Special Agent Joe Walsh, formerly of the C-11 squad,
We are
knew
not
the
that
preacher
call.
and his crew were well entrenched and very dangerous.
Preacher crew was the established crew in the neighborhood, for a long time. Preacher had been kicking around the streets of Harlem since the early 70s, and everybody knew him by his nickname, the Black Hand of Death, and everybody was deathly afraid of him.
NYPD Sergeant James Marr of the C-11 squad learned the preacher had a reputation for violence. But the gangster was an elusive figure in Harlem.
You could walk up to anybody in the 32nd precinct.
We are not
No matter
cherry
how
vector
church-going they
units.
are, no matter whether they're businessmen or local drug dealers,
Okay, are
they
you
all
coming
have
over
a
later?
preacher story. They all know who Preacher is. Ask any of them to describe Preacher to you, or a majority of them, they're not
We
going
are
to be able
not
to.
your cruisers,
Because
radio traffic.
this guy was an infamous legend in Harlem.
We are not the microwave radio on that bus.
The players in Harlem's drug underworld had carved up the area into zones. Each block, each alley was the established turf of a single dealer.
We are not that Info 1 radio traffic.
Most dealers respected the boundaries. But the preacher did not.
Lore
He
RF
considered all of Harlem
microwave
his
harassment
turf.
detected. We are
He made
not
his
that
money not by
call.
dealing drugs, but by taxing other dealers.
But he was mostly into extortion, extorting drug dealers. These are guys that were violent in their own right. He would go up and claim their car. If a drug dealer looked like he was getting paid, so to say, he was driving a brand new full-size Mercedes-Benz, and Preacher liked that car, that was Preacher's.
Those who argued with Preacher
Cheers.
paid a heavy price. It was a system that made him a rich man.
If you're hitting every other drug dealer on the streets, 2,000 here, 3,000 here,
Lore
5,000 there, that's a lot of money. It adds up.
harassment
And believe me, they all
detected.
paid, because if they didn't pay, Preacher would pay him a visit, or he would order his people to pay him a visit, and they'd wind up dead.
We took him in last week.
The preacher's history of extortion and violence made him a likely suspect in the abduction and murder of Donnell Porter.
John Cuff.
C-11 had outlined the basic structure of the preacher crew.
Including some of his other main guys in his crew.
The preacher's main lieutenant
The
was a
wind
man
is
named
good
John
for
Cuff.
power generation.
He was a particularly
not
dangerous
Johnny.
criminal, according to C-11's detective Vinnie Flynn.
John Cuff
the
was an
tactical
ex-New York
asset
City
system
housing
is
cop.
active.
As a cop, he provided protection and bodyguard work for Preacher. So if they were driving
location
through
coordinates
the neighborhood
is
and were
something
stopped,
you will have to pay for.
John Cuff had a shield where he would probably be let go and not given a summons or anything further would happen. John Cuff had a reputation of one to be feared, very violent
You
person.
are not Johnny.
Yet no evidence linked either man to Donnell Porter.
Big Cuz.
Though C-11 suspected Preacher was
Hello, how
involved in
are
the
you?
deadly kidnapping, he probably
Cheers.
didn't commit it himself.
We are not
He
the
distanced
fire
himself from most of the crimes, having his main lieutenant and other henchmen carry out his orders.
I know you got some money. I know you got some money, man.
At Preacher's command, their brutal extortion tactics earned them money and kept witnesses too intimidated to talk, effectively insulating the crew against investigation.
We go into a bodega or someplace up in Holland, and we'd say, we know he came in here and the guy would have a cast on his hand. We know he broke your hand.
We are not medics
and the shop owner would say, I don't know what you're talking about, and that shop owner would be paying rent, or taxed into Preacher. But nobody would tell us anything.
With people too afraid to talk, crimes continued to pile up.
That radio program is not in our
On
area.
New Year's Eve, 1992, emergency units responded to a call in the Preacher's territory.
We don't care
A man
about
lay
your
dead in
unit's
his car,
radio
the
traffic.
victim of a
We don't
drive-by
want
shooting.
to hear it. Okay, are you coming over later?
His family survived the harrowing ordeal. They described how the killers pulled up next to them on the street and opened fire.
Generation. We are not the fire department.
They claimed they didn't know who did it or why. And like Danelle's kidnapping, no one in the neighborhood admitted seeing anything. It was another tragic killing in Harlem that might go unsolved.
We are not that traffic.
The C-11 squad had to breach the area's violently enforced code of silence and finally get insiders to talk.
We are clear from radio
A shocking
unit.
drive-by shooting was
I
added
am
to the
a
list of unsolved
tactical
murders in
asset
Harlem.
computer system.
With witnesses
We are
too
not
afraid to
Charlie
cooperate with
Vector
police, the case was open for
That
2 years.
radio program is not in our area.
Then in 1994, the C-11 squad found a witness who told them the shooter was
You
a
are
Preacher
not
crew member
Heath.
named Malik. Detective Vinnie Flynn learned that Malik had a violent reputation.
Yes, the tactical asset system
He
is
became
active.
a so-called director of security for the Preacher organization. He was in charge of the group of members who were known as the janitors.
That
The
radio
janitors were the people that had to
program
clean
is
up
not in our area.
the problems or the mess of the family. And you couldn't be a janitor unless you killed somebody.
To get more on Malik and the Preacher crew, C-11 tried to send in undercover officers.
Cheers.
It was yet another dead end, according to FBI Special Agent Joe Walsh.
Okay,
We
are
weren't
you
able
coming?
to really
Okay,
get in, so to
we need
speak, and get an
fuel for
undercover in there to buy
That radio
narcotics from Preacher.
program is
Because
not
Preacher was
in our
very,
area.
very careful. He was, he's a very smart man, and
We
we
are
couldn't
not
get
that
the
repeater's
undercover,
radio
close to him.
The Preacher had closed ranks, ordering the people he extorted not to sell to new buyers and to keep a low profile on the street. Investigators needed a witness with close ties to the crew.
We are not Stripes calls.
They distributed business cards, hoping one would find its way to an
We are
insider
not
willing
a
to talk.
microwave radio on that bus. I am a tactical asset computer system.
Their persistence paid off. In April 1994, a crew member contacted the C-11 squad because he realized his life was in danger. He said the Preacher had started going after his own crew members. Preacher had killed 2 of the informant's partners.
I want you to take a look at some pictures.
Fearing he was next, he asked Sergeant James Marr for protection.
Right now.
It was a stone-cold killer himself who became an informant that
The
was so
wind is
fearful
good.
of Preacher and of being killed like
No
his partners
emails
had,
to read here.
that he came to me, that he came to us, that he gave us information on specific crimes, that he talked
We
about
are not
crimes that had
that
been unsolved
repeaters.
for years.
The location.
Investigators were frustrated that the informant knew nothing of 12-year-old Donnell Porter's kidnapping and murder.
Harassment detected.
But he did give investigators their first
We may have
specific
to make a
insider
telephone
information
call.
about Preacher Headley's organization. The location he mentioned a killing basement that the crew used as a meeting place and execution chamber.
The location coordinates is something
At some
you have
meetings,
to pay for.
Preacher would call for a vote on the fate of gang members who had fallen out of favor. If the majority voted thumbs down, Preacher ordered a murder. In March 1994, Preacher called for a vote on Malik, the janitor who had done the drive-by shooting. He believed Malik could no longer be trusted. The vote was thumbs down.
We are not the microwave radio on that bus.
Preacher summoned Malik to headquarters.
We are not the microwave radio. Solar is great for power production.
Malik thought he was there to take part in the beating of a crew member that he had had problems with in the past.
I know he's slinging, man. All right, word.
Not realizing he was the real target, Malik was excited when others invited him to the basement.
If you went down there and you were followed in there, you know, somebody was behind you, you weren't coming out alive.
We are not Charlie Vector units. Nor are microwave harassment. You are not heath.
Preacher told Malik he had to die. He was gaining too much influence within the organization. Preacher wouldn't tolerate it. Malik pleaded for his life. But the order had been given.
Law RF microwave harassment detected.
At Preacher's command, other janitors used a circular saw to dismember Malik. The informant said that Preacher ordered him and another crew member to dispose of the body parts.
This is the guy you work for,
Law RF microwave harassment detected.
They poured acid on Malik's arms to remove gang tattoos that could link him to the crew. Then they left the body parts in several crumbling, abandoned buildings.
They kept Malik's head in a refrigerator for a couple of weeks, and they kind of paraded it around on a stick. You know, that's how Preacher would, you know, keep the fear of God, so to speak, in the younger Turks in his organization.
Georgia.
The fear was too much for the informant, though he knew leaving the crew was equivalent to a death sentence.
You will have to pay for.
He hoped the C-11 squad could protect him.
Yes, sir.
It didn't take long for word to get back to the Preacher that the informant had cooperated. One day, the informant was leaving a New York courthouse when he spotted Preacher in cuffs.
Cheers.
He was sure they were there to abduct and kill him.
Okay, we need fuel for sustenance.
He went to his car and called his C-11 handlers.
We are not that call.
The informant advised me that his fear that he was going to be killed by the organization, he was going to be abducted, right in the middle of the afternoon in front of the courthouse.
The agents of C-11 rushed to stop another murder in the Preacher's territory.
Radio units.
I'm scared to death.
Cheers.
A former member of the Preacher crew feared the gang was out to kill him for cooperating with authorities.
We are clear from the cops.
Agents and detectives from the FBI C-11 squad came to his aid just in time. They arrested Maine Lieutenant John Cuff and the crew leader himself, Clarence Preacher Heatley. Sergeant James Marr and the other arresting agents searched the vehicle.
All right, what do we got here?
There was evidence inside, including information about my informant, masks, tape, It was apparent at the time that my informant's feelings were right. He was going to be abducted that day.
Come on, man.
But no one could prove that the men were coming to kill the informant.
I am a tactical asset computer system.
The preacher and Cuff were released.
I got things to do, man. Hurry up.
The incident brought the C-11 squad's investigation of the crew into the open.
20 minutes. Have a nice day. Nice day, officer.
That's when it became apparent that they were being investigated by the FBI. I mean, here's this detective that they know from the 3-2, that when he does make an arrest, makes arrests with FBI agents. It became apparent to Cuff and Preacher that the FBI was breathing down their neck.
That radio program is not in our area.
Preacher further insulated himself. The FBI would have to get him by going after his organization. To prosecute, they would use federal racketeering statutes known as RICO.
Not in our area. Yes,
originally designed to bring down organized crime
from the cops.
RICO requires that strict criteria are met, according to FBI Special Agent Joe Walsh.
We are not your
You have to have your organization. You have to have your leader, which in this case was Preacher, and he has to have 5 or more people working underneath him, you know, to facilitate the conspiracy of the organization. But you also need 3 predicate offenses, 3 federal offenses.
The C-11 investigators surveilled the Preacher crew, gathering evidence on offenses to support the RICO case. They noticed unrest within the gang. It seemed the pressure of C-11's investigation was getting to the Preacher. From an informant, agents learned he even ordered the murder of his main lieutenant, John Cuff. Agents were obligated to warn Cuff of the hit.
I reached for my shield. He goes, I know who you are. You don't have to show me your shit. I said, you know, John, I just wanted to let you know that there's a contract out in your life, and I swear there's nothing but space when you look in his eyes. And he goes, everybody wants me dead.
Cuff was undaunted by the threat.
Vector units.
Though the Preacher was tightening his grip on his men, investigators still needed to get evidence of the crimes the crew committed to support the racketeering organization. As more buyers and sellers were arrested, some agreed to cooperate, helping to outline the group in detail, according to Detective Vinnie Flynn.
We obtained informants through narcotics investigations, arrests made by the 3-2 precinct and the 3-2 detective squad, through information they developed and informants they developed. Because of arrest, information was compiled, which built a case against the Preacher crew.
The location coordinates is something
Unfortunately,
you will have to
no
pay
one had
for.
information on the Donnell Porter murder.
There was this girl who went to the park, you know, and so we took her back.
But one arrested crew member offered details of another murder committed by the crew, hoping for leniency. He said they decided they didn't want to pay for a shipment of drugs. They told the supplier that a young woman had stolen them and that they would take care of her. She was a single mother who sometimes worked as a courier for the crew.
Did you see when we whacked that?
They brought her to a Harlem apartment, telling her they wanted her to hear a record they had produced.
Look it up.
Hello, how are you?
She hadn't stolen any drugs. That didn't matter to the crew. The informant explains how they cleaned up the crime scene, then dumped the body in an abandoned building. He couldn't remember exactly which building it was.
We are not at repeaters radio traffic.
In August 1996, after more than 5 years of meticulous investigation, the U.S. Attorney's Office of the Southern District of New York decided they had enough for indictments and arrests on federal RICO charges. The first indictment was against Clarence Preacher Heatley and John Cuff. The indictment was kept sealed.
Radio traffic.
If word got out to the preacher, he might disappear forever. Investigators staked out Preacher's Harlem headquarters. They hoped news of the indictments hadn't been leaked, and that if they found him, they could arrest him without a fight.
You are not Johnny.
They knew Preacher was surrounded by armed men, willing to kill at his command.
Okay, are you coming over later?
In late 1996, the C-11 squad was ready to arrest Clarence Preacher Heatley. No one had seen him in days.
You are not Heath.
On August 12th, he emerged from his headquarters building. Detectives made sure he was alone, then moved in.
That radio program is not in our area.
Get on the car, get on the car. Get on the car.
As he was arrested, the elusive gang leader remained relaxed and confident.
That radio program is not in our area.
As soon as he was in custody, other teams arrested his main lieutenant, John Cuff.
You are not Heath.
2 months later, 15 more Preacher crew members were indicted. Arrest teams prepared for simultaneous takedowns.
Cheers.
They had to strike fast, full force, to arrest gang members safely.
Stripes calls. Cheers.
Detective Vinnie Flynn and other C-11 investigators developed more cooperating witnesses among the arrested crew members.
Once people were arrested and being prosecuted, they agreed to cooperate, and they felt that they were used by the Preacher crew, and felt that if, in some cases, if they didn't participate, they would have been killed too. So this was their way out of the Preacher crew and from under Clarence Heatley's control.
Investigators learned in which Harlem buildings the crew dumped some of their victims.
We are clear from radio units.
Finding physical evidence was crucial in order to prosecute the RICO case. One building was a shell, partially collapsed on the inside, further complicating the retrieval. After days of excavating tons of rubble, a body was discovered.
See you later, I'm sure.
Lab examiners determined it was the body of the young mother who had been killed as a cover for stolen drugs. She had been shot in an apartment in an adjacent building. Evidence response teams checked the apartment.
RF microwave harassment detected.
That's the apartment where they kept Malik's head. And in the refrigerator, there was a lot of blood still left in the apartment. And inside the refrigerator, there was Malik's blood from where they kept his head. They were able to trace that at the lab.
Malik and several others had been killed in the basement of the Preacher's headquarters. Crime scene technicians processed the basement. Arrested crew members said Preacher had them scrub the place with boric acid after each killing. Most of the basement was clean.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there you go.
But technicians were able to recover traces of blood on the windows and on the saw blade that had been used to dismember Malik. But the investigation was not over. The abduction and murder of young Donnell Porter was still unsolved.
Come on in, gentlemen. Have a seat.
Answers about his death finally came from an unlikely source.
Okay, are you coming over later?
Money for what?
Lore RF microwave harassment detected.
An assistant district attorney convinced the boy's uncle, Preacher crew member John Apple Porter, to come in to talk.
We are not that call. Pull him in through.
He was one of the crew's main players left on the street and had been labeled a snitch. 2 attempts had been made on his life.
Because you want to take business away
The DA suggested that Porter cooperate to earn protection in prison. He confessed to several murders and revealed what happened to his nephew Donnell.
Is something you will have to pay for.
According to Sergeant James Marr, the kidnapping was prompted by jealousy and greed.
The underlying factor with Johnny Porter, Johnny Apples, with the kidnapping was when he came home from prison, Richie Porter, his nephew, was this big Harlem drug dealer. He was getting paid. Richie Porter used to wear a lot of gold, used to really like flashy cars. He was making a lot of money. And he wasn't giving any to Johnny Porter. And Johnny Porter felt he was owed this. And he decided to take it. And the way he took it is he snatched the kid.
Porter said the preacher agreed to the kidnapping. He sent one of his janitors, Malik, to help. They believed Richard Porter would pay anything to get his brother back.
How are you?
No.
Be quiet.
They kept the boy in a basement where no one would hear him.
What's up, Sean? We'll make it safe for us.
They cut off his finger and recorded the boy's pleas for help to prove to his family they were serious.
Hold still.
Apple and Preacher hoped for $500,000, enough to set Apple up in his own drug trade and enough to cripple Richard Porter.
We are not the fire department. What time was it?
When Richard couldn't come up with that amount of cash, they lowered it to $350,000.
Did you hold that in his hand? See
then the
later
unexpected
harassment
happened.
radio program.
Preacher and Apple learned that Richard Porter was murdered.
Cheers. We are clear from
There'd be no ransom.
units. You sure about that?
Make the call.
Preacher Heatley later told Special Agent Joe Walsh about his decision.
Preacher sat right down in a room and told me exactly what happened.
Okay,
he looked me right in the eye and said, "You know, I couldn't let that boy live after what had happened."
We are currently following posted speed limit laws for this location.
Yeah.
John Porter insisted that it was Malik who actually did the killing. Malik was later killed and dismembered at the preacher's command.
Lore RF microwave harassment detected.
I'm gonna think twice about it.
John Porter was sentenced to natural life.
You are not
Because of the
Johnny.
evidence collected by the C-11 squad, each member of the preacher crew went to prison.
I think we should go and get it.
Their leader, Clarence Preacher Heatley, pled guilty to federal racketeering charges that included drug trafficking, assault, and murder.
We are not Charlie Vector unit.
He was sentenced to life with no chance of parole.
I am listening to voice.
He and his crew will never
police
again
are not me. Are they
terrorize
around
the streets
right
of
now?
Harlem.
It's estimated that they're responsible for approximately 45 murders that
We
we're
are
aware
not
of.
medics or EMS-1.
Numerous robberies. If you add the extortion in,
We are not the microwave radio
these people were
on that
a
bus.
decade-long or better crime wave in themselves. They were just amazing, the devastation that they caused in these communities.
That changed when the C-11 squad
We
dismantled
don't
the
care
preacher
about
crew
your unit's
forever.
radio traffic. We don't want to hear it.
Since the case was closed, Harlem has seen a rebirth.
Harlem today, the 32nd
I am
precinct,
listening
is
to
running
voice
somewhere
comments
between
right
15 and
now.
20 homicides a year, down from the 70s, down from 70 a year in the late 80s during the crack cocaine binge. I think we accomplished quite a bit with this case. And the drug organization doesn't exist anymore, so we can't hurt anybody else.
In a city awash in narcotics, the drug lords have all the power, even over the police. Corruption in New Orleans grew like cancer, eating
police
away
are
at public
not-
safety
are they around
and threatening
right
to
now?
destroy the city. Lured by easy wealth, crooked cops began breaking the laws they were sworn
You
to
are
uphold.
not Heath.
I'm Jim Kallstrom, former head of the FBI's New York office. When it became clear that the police could no longer police themselves, the FBI had to get involved. It was a case where the line between friends and enemies became dangerously blurred.
New Orleans, 1993.
Radio on that
Tourists
bus.
packed the city looking for a good time, not all of it legal. Cocaine was in demand,
That
and
radio
the dealers
program
cashed in.
is not in our area.
It was a violent business.
Okay, we need fuel for sustenance.
For protection, the drug lords turned to those whose duty was
The
to serve and
location
protect.
ordinance is something you will have to pay for. I am a tactical
Officers lined their
You are
pockets
not
while enforcing the
joining.
will of the dealers. They controlled turf-like thugs, terrorizing innocent civilians.
We are not that traffic.
Agent Stan Haddon of the
Okay,
FBI's
we
Public
need
Corruption
fuel
Unit
for
in New
sustenance.
Orleans was aware of the growing problem.
Our intelligence
The
told us
police
that there
are
was
not
a great
nor are they
variety
around
of
right
corruption taking place among many different officers on the department. However, the one thing that seemed to be the most pervasive was that officers were out there working with drug dealers on the street, were protecting drug dealers on the street, and were stealing money and drugs from drug dealers on the street.
One such drug dealer was Terry Adams, known on the streets as Scaboo.
Harassment detected. We are not stripes.
He was a
calls.
small-time operator who was being
Or
extorted
RF
by officers
microwave
Sammy
harassment
Williams.
detected.
So you got what I need? Come on now, give me what I need.
We are not the fire department.
But this time, the protection money Scaboo paid Williams wasn't enough. On Christmas Eve, the officer demanded that Scaboo pay him $10,000 cash by 6 p.m.
The police are not me, are they?
If Scaboo failed to
Okay,
show,
we
Williams
need
threatened to
fuel
beat
for
him
sustenance.
and guaranteed him 20 years to life. That evening, at 5
police are
p.m.,
not me, are
Special
they?
Agent Stan Haddon was finishing up
I
some
am
last-minute
a
work.
tactical asset computer system.
About to go home, he took one last call.
Okay, we
It was
need
Scaboo.
fuel for sustenance.
His time was running out. He told Haddon that he was being blackmailed, but didn't have the $10,000 the corrupt cop was demanding in less than an hour.
What are the name of the officers?
When Scaboo contacted me, we realized that that was our best chance to do something about police corruption. And I immediately arranged to meet him and debrief him in person.
The police are
there was no
not
way
me,
we could
are
get
they
everything
around?
together by 6 o'clock.
Yes,
by the time I met
strange
with him,
is
it was
as
30 minutes
strange
before
does.
the deadline.
Yeah, I feel pretty good about that.
Haddon and his partner quickly hashed out a
This is,
plan.
I think, the best one we've got.
Scaboo would meet the officer as arranged, but he'd be wearing an FBI wire. The agents couldn't arrange $10,000 on such short notice. Scaboo would have to convince the cop to accept smaller payments over several meetings.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Okay, they could be rough. Well, you know that. You worked with them.
Yeah, I have.
Assured by Haddon that he would be under constant surveillance, Scaboo took his position.
Fire department. The location ordinance is something you will have to pay for.
Officer Sammy Williams was still on duty when he arrived with a prisoner cuffed in the back seat of his cruiser.
We are not the fire department. We are not your Lore RF microwave harassment detected.
Williams drove Scaboo to a deserted spot behind a seafood market. He ordered him to throw the $10,000 into the trunk. Scaboo told Williams he only had $3,000 now, but would pay the rest later. If the cop arrested Scaboo, he'd never get his
Hello,
pay.
how are you?
Agents hoped Williams would agree to meet him again for more of the
Lore
money.
RF microwave harassment
He
detected.
did, and the FBI had it all on tape. Haddon believed this one incident could lay the groundwork for exposing more corruption in the New Orleans Police Department.
Our main objective was to try and create a strategy that would
police
enable
are
us to
not
prosecute
me,
as
are they
many
around?
bad officers as we possibly
Yes,
could.
strange is as strange does.
In the days that followed, agents, along with prosecutors from the United States Attorney's Office, began to plan their operation, codenamed
we need
Shattered
fuel
Shield.
for sustenance. We are not under radio
Assistant
controls.
U.S. Attorney Al Winters would advise agents every step of the way on what would be needed to convict the dirty cops.
Lore RF.
We were involved really from day one.
We are clear from the cops.
With the case agents on numerous occasions and discussed exactly what we were interested in being developed as far as evidence in the case.
That radio
As with most corruption cases, the FBI's strongest evidence would likely come from wiretaps. According to Special Agent Karen Jenkins, an FBI wiretap specialist, securing them isn't easy.
Over later. I am listening.
Title III is a court-authorized intercept or wiretap.
Right now.
It's very difficult to get one approved. It's a lengthy process, very time-consuming. Basically, we have to have approval by FBI officials to get one, and beyond that, we have to have the review and approval by Department of Justice officials. Finally, a federal judge will make the final determination as to whether or not one is authorized.
After delivering 2 more payoffs to Officer Williams, Scaboo had won his trust. Now the FBI seized the opportunity to take the operation to the next phase.
Unknown location and a destination.
Scaboo would approach Williams with a proposition. The volume of drug business was going to increase, and Scaboo would need more cops to protect it. If Williams was interested in higher payoffs, he would need to hire more dirty cops to handle the expansion. Williams took the bait.
The location coordinates is something you will have to
Scaboo met
pay
with him for another recorded payoff in mid-January 1994.
Don't forget now.
But this time, Williams showed up with another officer. He turned out to be Len Davis, Sammy Williams' partner. It wasn't surprising. Davis was known in the projects as a gangster with a badge.
For sustenance.
It's not very good. See if you can make it.
Reviewing the tapes, hadn't discovered a problem.
What are we listening to?
Both Davis and Williams used the coded language of the drug trade. To make charges stick, the FBI had to record the officers using language that a jury would understand.
That radio program is not in our area.
Hadn't pressed Scaboo to get Williams and Davis to use words like dope, so there'd be no doubt at trial. But when Scaboo told the cops, the dope is in,
You are not Heath.
Davis suspected something was up.
We are clear from the cops.
If you're in the police business and somebody starts using words that are that overt and that plain, that immediately makes you suspicious that this person is trying to set you up.
On point.
Davis shoved Scaboo into the car and told Williams to drive. The agents would be too conspicuous on the deserted streets. If they pursued the cops now, they would put Scaboo's life at greater risk. The only thing they could do was sit patiently and listen to the wire.
I am listening to voice comments right now.
When the car came to a stop, Davis's rage ignited. He yelled that Scaboo was never to say the word dope again.
They immediately took him to a deserted location, aggressively searched him. You can hear the Velcro ripping loose on his clothes and stuff. And that was a very tense moment.
Davis insisted that he wouldn't go to jail for careless talk. He and Williams stripped Scaboo looking for a wire. Scaboo was sure he was going to die. Miraculously, they never found him.
I'm not doing the deal behind you. Okay, are you coming over later?
Their trust was restored.
You understand me?
Scaboo continued his protection deal with Davis and Williams.
Law RF Micro.
For the next job, the cops drove him to a store where a drop-off was to take place.
We are clear from the cops. The police are not me. Are they around right
Inside, Scaboo checked a bag at the counter. He passed the ticket to an agent posing as a buyer, who then retrieved the bag.
Okay,
Williams and Davis watched as each transaction went down.
Okay, we need fuel for...
They were promised $1,000 for every kilo of cocaine they protected. For them, the deals meant easy
The
money.
location coordinates is something you will have to pay for.
Davis and Williams met Scaboo behind stores and alleyways for the protection payoffs. The FBI recorded every
are you
word.
coming over? Law RF microwave harassment detected.
Gradually, Operation Shattered Shield was building a solid case against police corruption. The recordings continued into the spring of 1994.
The police
Once agents were sure Davis and Williams were solidly on board, the FBI prepared to expand the investigation.
Yes, we have many wheels.
With still more cocaine to guard, Williams and Davis would need to recruit more dirty cops. Federal agents hoped to snare every one of them. But agents knew the officers may become suspicious of Scaboo's rapidly growing drug business. They needed to bring in a big-time dealer, someone whose status as a kingpin would explain the larger shipments.
On that bus.
You like some? Sure. Okay.
Hadn't called on Juan
What we're doing
Jackson,
down here is
an FBI agent trained specifically for working undercover.
Represent a drug kingpin from up in the East Coast.
Strange is
At that
as
time, I was
strange
in
does.
New York City, and I'd been contacted to come down to just be interviewed and go over the actual case.
Yes, the tactical asset
a lot of times they'll
system
be looking
active.
for a certain person, height, weight, color, or whatever, to infiltrate or get into a certain group.
Known as JJ, the agent would act as Scaboo's cocaine supplier, proposing to use New Orleans as a hub to store and distribute his product nationwide.
I was a high-level drug dealer. I played that role, and I had ties where my operation was in both Miami and in New York City.
We are not under radio control.
With the arrival of JJ, Shattered Shield was about to grow from a minor drug business to a booming enterprise. Jackson was one of the FBI's best undercover agents. He was smart and experienced. But his life would be in the hands of the informant, Scaboo, who had no training. Jackson needed to build complete trust with Scaboo, or they'd both be dead.
A tactical asset.
The informant,
Yes, I am
because
a
he lives that
computer.
world, is probably
We are not Delta
for me
Vector
anyway,
units.
the most important, because he himself has been there. He's been around these people. If he's not believable, it's not going to work. And I think that was the big thing for me down there, was to make sure that we were going to be believable.
Jackson and Scaboo rehearsed their roles again and again, preparing for the real test with Davis and Williams.
You had some ideas about that. We just want to,
Jackson, federal agent from the north, and Scaboo, a southerner who had dealt drugs all his life, had to forge a common history. Their story would be that they had met in the army.
Over later.
After their stint was up, they'd kept in touch. They hashed and rehashed details of their friendship, habits, fake memories that they'd have to know cold, and when to say them. They were dealing with criminals who could run thorough background checks and who were free to use deadly force.
Over later.
We knew that whatever we had to keep it simple, but we had to make sure that we remembered certain things. The biggest thing I thought that helped us was my initials, my nickname.
We
So
are
no matter
not
how many times they would ask him,
radio on that bus.
what's his name? He believably said, because he only knew, JJ.
In April, the FBI was ready to introduce JJ into the operation. He arrived at a hotel carrying what was supposed to be a drug payment of $100,000. For the first time, Williams and Davis caught a glimpse of the big-time dealer. Their perceptions would be critical.
The first encounter was in the Sheraton Hotel. They were going to stand at a distance and just observe. It was another test to see if they were willing to do what they were going to do. Hey, I don't know how it's going to work. They could arrest me right now and take me off, and I'm down. Because it was
We
really
are
drug.
not radio high.
So it was a test.
Law RF microwave harassment.
Scaboo told the cops about JJ and his plan to use New Orleans as
We
a
are
transport
cleared
hub
from the
for his
cops.
cocaine business. Davis and Williams carefully studied JJ's
We are
every
not
move.
the microwave radio. We
Jackson
are
was
not
creating
Charlie
his
Vector
character
unit.
before their eyes.
I am a tactical.
It would become his
Yes, the
full-time
tactical
identity,
asset system.
and it would have to hold up
Currently
under scrutiny.
refueling for sustenance.
Everything depended on what the cops thought they had seen, and if they believed the
are
cash
not
exchange was genuine. The plan worked. The cops were convinced that JJ was the real deal.
We are clear from the cops.
The FBI was now poised to take Operation Shattered Shield to the next level. By the spring of 1994,
Yes, we have many
the
wheels.
FBI's Operation Shattered Shield, targeting New Orleans police officers involved in the city's drug trade, was in place. Posing as a drug
police are
kingpin
not
named
me,
JJ,
are they around
undercover
right
Special
now?
Agent Juan Jackson worked with Scaboo, the drug
We
dealer
are clear
turned
from
FBI
radio
informant.
units.
Scaboo rented a hotel room for JJ to meet officers Len Davis and Sammy Williams for the first time.
We are not the fire department. We are not Charlie Vector units.
That was showtime. That was a big deal. On any first meeting with any bad guys, you know, a million things are going through your
It
mind.
is not bloody
I mean,
here at
are you
my
gonna be
current
believable?
Vector.
Is anything going to happen that's going to change their attitude? It's either going to work from here,
We
or
are
we're all going
not
to go home.
radio high
Playing
now.
the street-savvy
you are
drug
on point.
dealer, JJ insisted that everyone strip to establish trust.
We are not stripes
For
called.
this first meeting, Jackson
We
didn't
are
wear a
not the
wire.
microwave
He didn't
radio
need to.
on that
The
bus.
room had been thoroughly wired by the FBI for audio and video recording. Then, in a bold gamble, JJ invited them to search the room. Because they were cops, Davis and Williams knew how to find a room wire. But JJ bet his life on the FBI's technicians. The cops never found the wires. JJ was beginning to build trust with the officers. But officers are trained to sniff out deception.
I mean, you got to think that I'm meeting with two police officers. Because of the guns, you also always have to remember the threat. You always have to be conscious of the threat and remember exactly where they are and what they're going to do and where the weapons are.
With the cops convinced for the moment, JJ began to discuss the proposal approved by case agent Stan Haddon.
And he played the role of a big-time drug dealer from New York who was using New Orleans as a transshipment point, simply as a storage point, where he could bring dope in, leave it for a while, have it guarded and protected by the officers, and then thereafter have it shipped out to other points unknown.
For their role, JJ promised to pay them $5,000 every day the cops guarded the warehouse.
Real business, you know what I'm saying?
Williams and Davis were enthusiastic about the plan, even offering advice. The cops urged JJ to hire young drivers, give them company uniforms with name tags, and put signs on the sides of the trucks to resemble legitimate companies. For the FBI, the meeting was flawless.
The meeting went off without a hitch. They bought JJ's act. They believed him completely, and they also said the magic word cocaine, which got it clearly established on tape that we were talking about the officers protecting a drug operation.
From that May meeting, the plan moved quickly. The FBI found a warehouse that met their needs, far from public view and rival drug dealers. JJ and Scaboo met Davis and Williams for a walkthrough.
JJ and Scaboo would meet with Len Davis and Sammy Williams at the warehouse for what we call the pre-deal meet. There at that meeting, they would discuss when the dope was coming in, how long it was going to stay in town, and how much money JJ was going to pay for the officers to guard the dope.
Once inside, Davis told JJ that he had half a dozen more officers lined up to guard the cocaine shipments. They would work in 10-hour shifts. Uniformed police outside guarding payloads of cocaine inside. up to $250,000 worth in each load. At that June meeting came the first big payments from JJ. More than $10,000. Everything is going smoothly. But one aspect of the warehouse plan bothered Assistant U.S. Attorney Al Winters.
Basically, what we told the agents, unless we had evidence, irrefutable evidence, that these people knew they were guarding cocaine, we couldn't prosecute it.
Because the cops stood guard outside the warehouse, they could later claim they didn't know that drugs were inside.
I think having some sort of video or photographic
Haddon had to find a way to prove
record
Davis's recruits saw the drug shipments.
tape, or maybe even see.
His team mulled over ways to bring the drugs into plain view.
We need them to implicate themselves. Here, I'll take notes.
The officers would have to be recorded seeing and discussing the shipment. Shipments were delivered to the warehouse one weekend every month according to schedule. Then, in mid-July, the FBI sent a shipment that the guards didn't expect. With one load already in the warehouse, an FBI agent dressed as a courier brought another shipment. The driver shocked the guard cops by unloading the cocaine in plain sight. This was too overt for Len Davis's crew. They didn't want to see drugs at all.
They didn't want the vehicles outside the warehouse unloading drugs and stuff where the officers could actually see it.
Quickly, get down here.
The cops called Sammy Williams on a cell phone JJ had given him. Williams called JJ, and JJ and Scaboo raced to the warehouse.
Come here.
JJ responded like a hot-headed drug dealer.
I was arguing with this guy. I mean, we were actually screaming at each other. What are you doing? Where are you? Whatever. And he's observing this. There's a police officer calling Lynn, telling him all what's going on and how this doesn't look good.
To the cops, this whole drug operation was starting to look dangerously unprofessional. Concerned, the driver made another call. Sammy Williams arrived to straighten out the problem.
Okay. See what I gotta deal with? Leave it. I got it. See what I got 5 minutes.
JJ explained it was the driver's screw. He asked that the cops escort the van to the city limits right away. Despite the risk, the episode worked. It showed that the cops knew what was inside the warehouse.
Right, what's going on? Take him to the edge of town, all right?
And it was all videotaped.
Just let him go. Let him go.
But the episode raised doubts for the cops. Either JJ was an amateur, or he was part of a sting. Either way, they'd be watching him more closely now. Shattered Shield wore on into the summer as all of New Orleans baked.
About 100 degrees out there.
In August, guarding the warehouse proved hard duty. The cops complained of the wear and tear on their engines from running the air conditioning all day in the heat. They wanted a vehicle that was more comfortable, that could also endure the long hours, perhaps a van. The officers asked Len Davis to provide one, and Davis brought their request to JJ. For the investigation, it was a huge break. The sweaty cops had just handed the FBI a golden opportunity.
It was a stroke of luck. One day, Lynn approached me and said that the officers were complaining that they're running their cars in air conditioning, and the cars are starting to overheat, they're burning gas, on and on and on. Once we were able to rent the van and put the listening device inside, we were able to hear a lot more conversations.
The FBI quickly filed the paperwork to get court-authorized wiretaps for the van. Technicians carefully installed state-of-the-art microphones. They had to yield top sound quality for months with no maintenance.
The van was a perfect Trojan horse for getting inside information.
I picked this out myself.
The shiny new van made the officers suspicious. They wondered if anyone could have tampered with it.
It ain't nothing wrong with it.
They wanted to know exactly where Davis had gotten the vehicle.
I've never seen this vehicle before.
Because JJ had so completely won Davis's trust, Davis told the cops that he himself had rented the van.
Is it all right?
He vouched for it.
It's okay.
That calmed their fears.
I picked it out myself. What do you think, man?
Len Davis didn't want anyone upsetting his flow of payments.
I picked it
The
out.
FBI would soon learn just how ruthlessly Davis guarded his interests. After 3 months of Shattered Shield, more and more New Orleans cops came under the FBI's investigation. Len Davis and undercover agent JJ met often to discuss drug shipments and payoffs for police protection. Davis made frequent threats.
They'll tell you, we run this city. We do whatever we want to do. They let me know that very many times. If they feel like they want to shut it down, they'll shut it down.
But Davis liked the money. JJ knew that as long as the money flowed, he would never shut the operation down. Davis called the shots for the other officers. He recruited and set the schedules using his cell phone. But he complained about his bill. So JJ offered Davis a new cell phone, free of charge.
By tomorrow, get your phone. By tomorrow, you'll be
It was
straight.
one more way the FBI could record the cops' knowing involvement in drug trafficking.
Eyes on me, man. I won't even help.
The wires the FBI had planted in the warehouse van were paying off. One night, 2 guards on the graveyard shift brought prostitutes to the van. The wires picked up everything, even the cops' sexual indiscretions. When Jenkins heard this, she immediately phoned JJ. The situation was a chance to catch the cops off balance. JJ called Davis to complain and to see what they'd get on tape. He told Davis he had checked out the warehouse and found that the cops weren't protecting it. JJ wasn't paying cops to have sex. He ordered Davis to straighten things out. Davis arrived in a fury. His henchmen were threatening to ruin his whole operation.
Lynn was upset. Lynn was a businessman through and through. Lynn wanted it to work exactly one way. And he was really upset that I was upset. And he got up. He got up. He came out there and just kicked everybody out.
JJ's call brought Davis down on him hard that night. But the episode triggered deep suspicions among the dirty cops. They now felt sure that JJ was the problem and believed they could run the operation better themselves. They discussed ways to kill JJ. Their plans alarmed Agent Karen Jenkins.
When I heard those conversations where they were threatening to do harm to our undercover agent, it sent a chill down my spine. It scared me. Before I came to New Orleans, I had worked with JJ in another office, so I knew him personally, and I was very concerned.
Despite the threats to his life, JJ was resolute, keeping the cops engaged with plans to further expand the operation. He promised Davis that the largest shipment would arrive before Christmas. After that, he would move the deliveries to another part of the city.
So that's what the phone I'm talking about. You with that?
All the time, JJ had to draw out more evidence on tape without making Davis suspicious.
He was very careful. He watched everything. He paid attention to everything I said. There were conversations where we'd talk, and I'd use the word cocaine. He would count the times I used it. And he would tell me, Jay, you said cocaine 5 times. Jay, you said kilos 5 times. So I had to be careful.
At the same time, Haddon and his team had to defuse another plot they overheard. The cops were threatening to kill the couriers and steal the cocaine. The agents scrambled delivery times and mapped new routes to and from the warehouse to keep the cops off balance. With so many dirty cops, the FBI couldn't make a clean sweep from the outside alone. Agents would need someone powerful in the police force to be a strong ally. Despite the danger of leaks, they decided to seek help from within the New Orleans Police Department. October 1994 brought fresh changes to New Orleans and a new police chief, Richard Pennington.
So, how do you like our first?
Pennington was an outsider from Washington, D.C., hired in the hopes of reforming the Crescent City's crooked police force.
Since you're just moving in. Actually, why don't you have a seat?
The FBI invited the new chief for a meeting.
News is not all good, unfortunately.
Then Haddon introduced JJ. He informed Pennington that Operation Shattered Shield was uncovering corruption deep in the force that he was about to head.
His name is Scabu.
His cooperation would be critical for the success of Operation Shattered Shield. On the streets of New Orleans, Davis and Williams were still on active duty, cruising their territory. Len Davis had a long list of public complaints against him. During their rounds one night that October, Davis and Sammy Williams patrolled the Desire housing project. Seeing the pair of cops approach, two youths took flight. Williams chased one teenager down, bludgeoned him, and left him bleeding in the street. At that moment, Kim Groves, the victim's aunt, decided that police had terrorized their neighborhood long enough.
Who's gonna pay the bill?
The next day, Groves, a 32-year-old mother of three, filed a complaint against Len Davis and his partner. She cited the pair for police violence. An officer alerted Davis about the complaint.
Do you want to know his name? Officer Davis, do you know him?
Yeah, this is definitely a...
Assistant U.S. Attorney Mike McMahon saw the report.
She reported not only Sammy Williams, who did the actual brutality, but Len Davis as well, who had nothing to do with that pistol whipping. And at that point, Len Davis became enraged.
For Davis, Groves' complaint came at the worst possible time. It would bring unwanted attention just as the new police chief was coming on board.
I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get her.
Len Davis vowed to get revenge. The same day that Kim Groves filed her complaint, Richard Pennington was sworn in as New Orleans' new chief of police. That marked the start of Shattered Shield's final phase, the shift from an FBI effort to a partnership with a city desperate to clean house. That very night, Agent Jenkins recorded several conversations that would show just how rotten some of the city's men in blue had become. The first call was cryptic. Hours after Pennington was sworn in, Len Davis made a call on his cell phone. He gave an order to an unknown man.
I need you to do a 30 for me.
The FBI taped the conversation, but because Davis spoke in modified police code, agents didn't know what it meant. While they attempted to decipher it, agents recorded a second, more disturbing call. This time, the unknown man called Davis. As they spoke, a police dispatcher announced a murder in the Desire housing project. The victim's name, Kim Groves. When Davis heard the news, he cried, "Rockabye." It was the triumphant cry of a killer. When he later heard it, the call shocked Assistant U.S. Attorney Mike McMahon.
As soon as he confirmed the name of Kim Groves, Davis shut off the radio, and then on the wiretap conversation, over the cell phone just exulted in a primal scream of delight that indeed Kim Groves was dead.
When agents reviewed the tapes and checked the phone records, they discovered that the man who spoke to Davis was Paul Hardy. Davis had asked Hardy for a 30, a police code normally used to report a homicide. But that night, Davis used it as an order for the murder of Kim Groves. Canvassing the projects, agents quickly learned that Hardy was a known drug dealer who led a small gang of thugs. With the help of 2 accomplices, Hardy acted quickly, coldly, and for just $300. As he sped away over a bridge, Hardy threw the barrel of the gun into the canal and handed the body of the gun to an accomplice for safekeeping.
What's up, man?
When the FBI realized Davis's role in the murder, agents grew more concerned for JJ's safety. JJ met with Davis soon afterward. He looked carefully for signs that Davis was anxious or upset.
Yeah, what's up?
He saw
man?
none.
Yeah.
The murder of Kim Groves seemed to have relaxed Davis.
Yeah. Look, let me call you back.
JJ still had to play his part, the role of a drug lord. Though uneasy, he was careful not to talk about the murder.
I appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
I wanted to ask a lot of questions about it. I couldn't. The only thing I'd ask him was, is there anything different happening since the last time I was here? He said no. And we went on just like nothing ever happened. Is he a cold-blooded killer? I could probably do you in a minute? Yeah.
Having seen what Davis and his cops could do, JJ had every reason to believe that he could be next. He was unaware that they were already planning ways to kill him. Days after Len Davis ordered the murder of Kim Groves, the FBI learned of more threats by Davis's men. A New Orleans police officer assisting in Operation Shattered Shield received an anonymous threat. It came with Kim Groves' obituary. The message was clear. Death would come to those who talked.
We're in trouble.
That day, Stan Haddon learned of still more threats against JJ and the other agents. Agent Jenkins had recorded 5 cops at the warehouse plotting to kill the couriers and JJ.
Oh yeah, it's fine.
Then they would steal the cocaine and sell it themselves.
Williams and
Haddon had no choice. The FBI had to wrap up the operation before it was too late.
Bottom line is,
Once we realized that the lives of our undercover agents were at serious risk, then we had to react to it. We had to do something.
The FBI needed to move up their plans for the big shipment JJ had promised to Davis. A cocaine shipment so large that it would require a half-dozen more cops to guard it. But Haddon needed a location unfamiliar to the cops, a place where the FBI could mobilize quickly. He and his team scouted the Mardi Gras truck stop on Elysian Fields Avenue. The spot had good highway access. It also posed little risk to the public in the event of a shootout. The cocaine would arrive on an 18-wheeler, then be loaded into cars and escorted by the cops out of the city. Every detail had to be mapped out. The plan would require the coordination of 85 agents positioned strategically along the routes. When Davis put out the word about a huge November 18th shipment, he enticed new recruits. As a load of cocaine worth $250,000 arrived, Davis, Williams, and their crew stood ready as protection. Agents posing as drivers moved the shipment. From the command center, Haddon and Jenkins kept watch of the whole operation. There were hundreds of ways the truck stop scenario could go wrong. the undercover agents' lives on the line, there was no margin for error. The cocaine was divided in 2 loads. Williams escorted one. Davis followed the other. They shepherded the couriers to the edge of town, shielding them from other drug gangs and from the law.
To make it easier for our surveillance, we had one of the courier cars go to the east and one go to the west because we had 2 complete surveillance teams operating simultaneously, and we didn't want the 2 to get crossed up with each other.
The operation went off without a hitch. 6 additional cops were videotaped in the act of drug trafficking. The FBI was about to enter the last phase of Shattered Shield, arresting the corrupt cops who would kill anyone who opposed them. After the big truck stop operation, FBI agents moved quickly on the murder of Kim Groves. They searched the house of the hitman Paul Hardy. There, agents found an unauthorized copy of a guide to police codes, the same codes that Davis used when he ordered Groves murdered. Another search at the home of one of Hardy's accomplices turned up the murder weapon, a 9mm handgun. The 2 investigations, Shattered Shield and the murder, were closing at the same time. For the ringleaders, the FBI took no chances. Agents came to Len Davis's house the next day when he was off duty.
Look, I ain't done nothing. What are you talking about? Look, I'm a police officer, man.
The thug with a badge was arrested on federal drug charges and for the murder of Kim Groves. For Davis's partner, Sammy Williams, agents would use a different approach. Haddon wanted to flip Williams to the prosecution side.
At that point,
it worked.
And they decided, okay, let's throw another curveball and then let's bring Juan in. So they brought me into the door and I introduced myself, especially to Juan Jackson, the FBI. You could see the color leave his face. His world just came crashing down.
Sammy Williams turned government witness. His testimony would later prove crucial for getting convictions. Haddon and his team had no time to lose. Before news of Davis and Williams' arrests could spread, they had to deliver the rest of the gang to justice. Dozens of armed men in uniform.
The strategy we were to employ was to arrest Len Davis on December the 5th. And then on December the 6th, we had all of these officers appear before a federal grand jury. And then on December 7th, the grand jury ordered all these officers to come to the FBI office to give handwriting exemplars.
Len Davis's recruits arrived at the FBI's office to give handwriting samples for analysis together with 60 fellow officers. Since the drug ring involved no written records, and so many officers provided writing samples, the crooked cops suspected nothing. Like the others before it, the FBI's ruse worked. One by one, more than a dozen dirty cops of New Orleans were arrested.
That was a safe way to do it because obviously all of these officers were armed and they were facing very serious charges, and that was a way to do it to avoid any potential for any bloodshed or any unwanted resistance by the officers.
In court, the FBI's recordings built a solid case against the officers.
Are you aware we have hours and
The videos and audio tapes spoke louder than the code words and erased all doubts that jurors might have had. Agent Karen Jenkins knew the evidence was strong.
The jury was able to hear for themselves what the officers said. They were able to see for themselves what they were doing because of the videos that we had.
That wasn't me. It could have been anybody.
As prosecutor Al Winters had predicted early in the investigation, Davis tried to talk his way out of it.
All police officers know what that is. It's a homicide.
Even after all the safeguards we took, Davis's defense at the trial was that he was conducting his own undercover operation, that it was not really done according to the book, but, you know, he was a poor cop and didn't have a lot of training, but he was trying to conduct his own undercover operation.
Davis never admitted any wrongdoing. He didn't need to. The audio and videotape spoke for themselves.
We were guarding.
Faced with the prospect of convicting those sworn to protect them, the citizens of the jury listened intently.
The tapes were chilling, and as those tapes were played, the courtroom was as silent as a cathedral.
Has the jury reached a verdict?
Yes, Your Honor, we have.
Will the defendant please stand?
The jury deliberated just 15 minutes.
We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree and hereby sentence the defendant.
Len Davis was sentenced to death for his role in Kim Grove's murder, which was later commuted to life. In 2 other trials, Davis and his co-conspirators received 18 convictions for drug trafficking. 15 officers were headed for prison. Because he cooperated with prosecutors, Sammy Williams was sentenced to just 5 years. He would never again wear a badge.
Add that you have irrevocably stained that uniform you once wore. But I must reluctantly recognize that other crimes can only be solved with cooperation of people like you. Court dismissed.
For the Big Easy, Haddon's case brought a long, hard look in the mirror.
You know, I think that the city of New Orleans has been very tolerant of all sorts of conduct which might be considered improper in other parts of the country. It's part of the culture here, and I'm a Louisiana native. But I think this was a wake-up call to the citizens of New Orleans that there was a serious problem within the NOPD, and that problem had to be addressed.
You know, you take an oath, and I think that when you do that, there's no excuse for anything else. I think we helped. I think that now their focus is different. I think hiring, I think pay scale, I think everything about what the New Orleans Police Department is about is different.
Under Chief Pennington, the New Orleans Police Department revamped its practices and fired more rogue cops. The Big Easy had cleaned house. The department and the FBI continue to work together to bring justice to the city's streets.
A burning body in a dark alley shed light on a cold-blooded killer. His partners in crime would tell the story if they lived. In the underworld of the drug trade, even a childhood friend can quickly become an enemy. I'm Jim Kallstrom, former head of the FBI's New York office. A trail of drugs and money led FBI agents to a murderer who underestimated the power of forensic science.
June 24th, 1990. At about 3 a.m., a St. Paul, Minnesota resident was enjoying the quiet of a summer evening when he noticed a car drive into the alley behind his house. Moments later, he heard the distinct sound of a fire erupting, then the car speeding away. Checking the alley, he discovered a large object engulfed in flames. He feared the fire would ignite his property. He called 911. St. Paul emergency units responded. When firemen extinguished the flames, they realized it was more than an act of vandalism. The object was a charred human body wrapped in a melted plastic tarp. Homicide detectives arrived at the scene. They questioned the resident, but he hadn't seen the car or who was in it. Police found no identification on or near the body. Investigators hoped an autopsy would provide more information. If they could identify the victim, it might help lead them to those responsible. A medical examiner determined the victim was a black male in his mid-20s and that he was dead before the fire was set. Cause of death, multiple gunshot wounds to the head. The examiner extracted 3 small caliber slugs. They would be sent to the ballistics lab for examination. Despite the fire damage, the examiner found powder burns on the victim's head, indicating he'd been shot at point-blank range. If enough of his fingerprints remained, they might help identify him. The prints were entered into the automatic fingerprint identification system. AFIS is a national database containing the prints of 23 million persons. The body had probably been burned to make identification difficult. With the AFIS technology, it might be possible. But running the prints would take some time. Police believed such a gruesome murder was probably drug-related. The Minneapolis-St. Paul area had recently become a popular import spot for narcotics. With the drugs came an increase in violent crime. Special Agent John Tyndall of Minnesota's Bureau of Criminal Apprehension investigated drug running in the area.
The primary way that people moved cocaine into the state at that time would have been through public transportation, that being either by bus or by airplane.
Police created drug interdiction teams assigned to the Minneapolis-St. Paul airport to try to stop the influx. Agents monitored travel to and from cities like Miami and Los Angeles where the drugs originated. Their job was to spot drug traffickers among legitimate passengers. On June 25, 1990, the day after the body was recovered in the alley, agents were watching the counters where same-day tickets were issued.
These 2 guys approached the ticket agent and stood there for quite some time doing what we felt was negotiating the sale of some tickets. They pulled out a wad of cash. They paid cash for the tickets. They then left the ticket counter.
The agents would check at the counter and learn that the men were flying under the names Jeffrey English and Harry Babbs. Agents caught up with the men at their gate as they waited to board their flight. They asked if they would answer some questions.
We explained to them that they had no obligation to talk to us if they didn't want to. They weren't under arrest. They were free to leave.
Both men consented to be interviewed and said they were just heading back home to L.A. They said they had come to St. Paul to visit a friend named Ken Jones. The officers asked for permission to search the bags they'd checked at the counter. Both agreed, so a search warrant was unnecessary. The bags hadn't been loaded onto the aircraft yet. Inside the one belonging to Jeffrey English was a plastic bag containing rolls of cash totaling $13,000.
All right. Got it.
Tucked into a shoe was a .22 caliber Derringer pistol. It would have been easy to miss.
It was a tiny revolver, 5-round capacity, with a barrel that was only 1 inch long and the entire gun was approximately 4 inches long, a gun that could be concealed simply by palming it in your hand.
In the other bag was another handgun. Neither had been declared. That violation, plus the suspicious amount of cash, provided enough probable cause for an arrest.
Officer Moss,
The officer radioed his partner.
be aware they could be armed and dangerous.
They had to detain Babs in English before they took off. The plane was still at the terminal. The agent boarded the plane and found the men already seated.
I just need to ask you a couple questions. It won't take long.
In a later interview, English would claim that the money was from selling a car. He said he bought the .22 Derringer on the street in Minneapolis.
And he went on to add that he had no idea where the gun had been. I thought that was a strange response for a person to back away from the gun's history. And that was the first inclination that either of us had that the gun might have been used in some type of crime, simply by the way he framed his response to the question.
Agents became more suspicious when English admitted he was flying under a false name. His real name was Jeffrey Barnes. There was no evidence against Barnes or his companion for anything but misdemeanor weapons violations. Both men paid fines and were released. Their guns were held until agents could check police records to see if they'd been used in earlier crimes. 2 weeks later, St. Paul police received the fingerprint comparison from the man found burned in the alley. There was a match from Southern California. The victim's name was Duan Walker. The 26-year-old Los Angeles area resident had a record for intent to sell narcotics. Walker's death made the papers in his hometown. His uncle read the article and called the St. Paul authorities.
St. Paul Police, please.
He told detectives his nephew had gone there to meet a man named Ken Jones.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you very much for your information. We appreciate that.
Yes, officer, my name is...
When Walker didn't return from St. Paul, the uncle had contacted Jones, who said Walker had already left.
It's going to be a big help. All right. Bye-bye. I think I got the folder right here.
St. Paul narcotics detectives were familiar with Jones. They had been investigating him for years. He was reputed to be the largest supplier of cocaine in the region.
This is his fingerprint.
Jones was careful with his drug business and well insulated against investigation.
Thanks, everyone. On behalf of the Neighborhood Development Board, we'd like to give a big round of applause.
By publicly donating to urban charities, Ken Jones also portrayed himself as a community benefactor. Police knew it was a cover. Like his legitimate businesses they believed he used to launder drug money. His reputation was different on the street. Among dealers and addicts, Jones was known to rule his interests with an iron fist. If he didn't get paid, people got hurt.
Hold on, I got your money. I got all your money.
For years, detectives had been searching for a way to shut the drug boss down. Detectives knew that murder victim Duan Walker was with Jones before his death. If they could prove the dealer was involved, they could finally take him off the street. But they needed more evidence. Investigators went to interview employees of Jones's business.
Hi, can I help you?
They hoped someone would know about Jones meeting Duan Walker.
Never seen him before.
Never seen this person at all?
Uh-uh.
But none of the employees were willing to talk. Drug boss Ken Jones continued his narcotics trafficking. He seemed to be beyond the reach of the law. On June 24, 1990, St. Paul authorities had found the body of 26-year-old Duan Walker burning in an alley. Just before his death, he had met with drug boss Ken Jones. Police believe Jones was involved in the murder. But witnesses wouldn't talk, and no physical evidence implicated him. Investigators got an unexpected break 3 months later when St. Paul police stopped a man for a routine traffic violation. A computer check revealed there was a warrant out for the arrest of Charles Shuck.
Yes, sir. We have an arrest warrant for you, sir. Put your hands on the car, sir.
Police took him into custody. They contacted the investigator who had issued the warrant, Special Agent John Tyndall of the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension.
Yes, sir. We'll get it straightened out. We got the wrong guy.
The arrest warrant was issued for Charles Shuck for importing 2 kilos of cocaine. We attempted to find him at the address that he had given, and he wasn't there, and we had no way of knowing where he was at that time.
Several months earlier, a drug interdiction team at the Minneapolis-St. Paul airport had spotted the courier. They watched Shuck pay cash for a full-fare, last-minute ticket to Los Angeles.
That would be one-way round trip.
Round trip.
Shuck didn't check a bag and carried only one onto the plane.
Boarding pass here.
The next day, agents saw him return, now with 2 bags. They knew couriers often had extra bags when returning from a drug pickup.
How you doing, sir? I'm Officer Moss. Officer Kendall.
They told Shuck that they could not arrest him, but they could hold his luggage for inspection. Authorities could not open his bags without his consent, and he did not give it.
You're not hiding anything, are you?
Shuck's response was not that of innocent travelers.
If you tell them that you're going to detain their bags, typically, if they have nothing to hide, they want to stay with their bags. They don't want to leave those bags behind. Shuck had none of that. He had no questions. He had no concerns. His primary concern was getting out of there just as fast as he could.
Shortly after Shuck left, a canine unit examined the bags. One was clean, but in the other, the dog smelled narcotics.
You can't get a search warrant based strictly on the actions of the dog. The dog was an integral part of it in the request for the search warrant, but it wasn't the only part. We also had to detail the fact that we had seen Shuck the previous night come in and buy a high-dollar round-trip ticket to Los Angeles, with a return flight being the following morning. These things are unusual. The fact that he carried 1 small bag on the aircraft and carried 2 off is also unusual.
Agents secured a search warrant to open the bags. Inside, they recovered 2 kilos of cocaine. Investigators suspected Shuck was carrying the drugs for someone else.
Good job.
At that time, we weren't able to make a connection as to who he might be working with or working for, but my gut feeling was that he was a courier for somebody at a higher level.
Now that he had been arrested, Shuck learned of the evidence against him. He had his attorney propose a deal. In exchange for sentencing consideration, he would give up information on the man he ran drugs for. More importantly, he would also provide details about the unsolved murder of Duan Walker.
coke for him.
Shuck said that the man who employed him as a courier was the same man who had ordered the murder.
Man, show what you got.
The man's name was Ken Jones. For every kilo of cocaine delivered, Ken Jones would pay Shuck $1,000. Shuck had worked for the drug boss since high school. It was precisely because their relationship was so strong that Jones did not retaliate for the lost cocaine. But Shuck was not the only courier. Jones' girlfriend also played a major role in the trafficking organization.
Charles Shuck told me that she was intimately familiar with his drug dealing operation. In fact, she had been a stewardess for an airline for a lot of years and had acted as a courier for him, bringing in kilos when she was working as a stewardess.
Investigators asked Shuck if the girlfriend knew about the murder.
Basically, I was a courier.
He said that around the time Walker was killed, she had been very upset.
It was not mine, it was Ken Jones. Irene, are you okay?
She told him that Jones had ordered her to clean up the bathroom of his condo.
What's going on?
There was a great deal of blood by the bathtub.
By the way,
Shuck had heard Walker had been shot there.
You took it from the guy at the airport.
He said the killer's name was Jeffrey Barnes, an enforcer for Jones, and the same man whose suitcase held $13,000 in cash and a .22 Derringer pistol.
He felt that Barnes had shot the victim, Duan Walker, in the head, and that left town the following day after being paid by Ken Jones for that hit. Shuck alleged that the $13,000 cash that was found in the suitcase was at least part of the hit money that was paid to Barnes by Jones for doing the hit, and that the .22 caliber revolver that was found was the murder weapon.
Just know that it wasn't my cocaine. I was just
Shuck knew the caliber of the murder weapon and other details of the crime that hadn't been made public.
So we felt that there was some credibility on Shuck's part that Barnes and Jones could be considered as legitimate suspects in the murder of Walker.
Agents realized they might have the murder weapon already in custody.
Let's see what we got here.
If they could prove it was the gun that killed Duan Walker, they could move forward with the murder case on drug boss Ken Jones and his enforcer Jeffrey Barnes.
Let's take it.
They retrieved the .22 caliber Derringer from the evidence locker. Investigators sent the Derringer to the St. Paul Ballistics Lab for testing. Examiners compared grooved striations inside its barrel to the grooves on the slugs removed from the victim. But their report was disappointing.
The results were inconclusive, in part due to the fact that it only had a 1-inch barrel, and the opportunity to pick up striations from the lands and grooves within this barrel were limited. The longer the barrel, the better the opportunity to pick up the striations. A short barrel like this gives you very limited opportunity.
Without a forensic examination matching Barnes's gun to the bullets that killed Walker, authorities had only the word of a drug smuggler to bring to trial. Agents shipped the gun to the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Lab in Washington, D.C.
The feeling was that their laboratory was somewhat more sophisticated. They were accustomed to doing things like that on a routine basis, and with their sophisticated equipment, they might be able to come up with a determination that was more specific. After it was examined by ATF, they came to the conclusion that it was, in fact, the weapon that was used to murder Duan Walker.
Investigators now knew that enforcer Jeffrey Barnes was in possession of the murder weapon the day after Walker was killed. But they still had no proof that he had fired the fatal shots or that Ken Jones had ordered the hit.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Agents and detectives sought witnesses who could connect the two men to the homicide.
Could you take a look at the picture?
Whether due to loyalty or fear, authorities were met with silence.
One after the other, the people we attempted to talk to would not talk to us, and they would not give up anything. So we were back to the point of having only the statement given to us by Charles Shuck and no palpable way of corroborating any of the information that he gave us through other witnesses.
Tim, got a minute?
Yeah, come on.
Investigators applied for a warrant to search Jones's condominium. But the judge refused to grant one because they couldn't corroborate the story of the blood on the floor.
Information from the pen registers all supports it.
After almost a year, investigators realized that the case would not be solved without additional resources. They contacted the St. Paul FBI's Drug Task Force for assistance. Having worked narcotics for 20 years, Sergeant Tom Donaski was well aware of the reputations of Ken Jones and Jeffrey Barnes.
Both of them were very intimidating and imposing individuals. They had a violent background, and when we'd go and interview people, everyone would pretty much try to avoid either having contact with us or they wouldn't tell us the straight story.
The task force believed that the only way to get to the drug boss and his enforcer would be through a cooperating witness. They needed to find someone who could give them first-hand information and perhaps solicit a taped confession.
He's a chump, man. I'm afraid of him. I got people on the street.
The investigator approached a confidential informant he had developed on earlier cases.
But if you need me to do something, I can have him.
The informant couldn't place Barnes with the victim,
He got a bad reputation. I'll take him down.
but he did know that the enforcer had a nephew who had recently been released from prison.
What's up, man? What's up, Clay? What's up, dude?
The nephew's name was Russell Barnes, known on the street as Ice.
Yeah, they moved them folks out, man.
After leaving prison, he had come to St. Paul to begin dealing cocaine with contacts provided by his uncle, Jeffrey Barnes. The nephew was anxious to make money. Agents hoped to use his eagerness to their advantage. Investigators developed a new strategy in the fall of 1992. The enforcer's nephew would become their new target. FBI Special Agent Grant Beasy, a specialist in wire intercepts, was called in as part of the plan.
We went after Russell, number one, because he was a pretty good-sized dope dealer. And number two, he dealt with his uncle, Jeffrey, and we felt that if we could get a case made against Russell, that would help us make a case against Jeffrey.
To get him, agents would somehow have to infiltrate the closed ranks of a dangerous drug underworld. In 1992, investigators believed a St. Paul drug boss and his enforcer had killed Duan Walker. They had already recovered the murder weapon. But Sergeant Tom Donaski, assigned to an FBI drug task force, needed corroborating evidence in order to arrest drug boss Ken Jones and his enforcer Jeffrey Barnes.
Just having the weapon alone wasn't enough to get him prosecuted for it. We felt that we're going to have to identify some people or bring some people into court that'll be able to testify that Jeff Barnes and Ken Jones were involved, in the murder.
FBI Special Agent Grant Beasy believed that if they first arrested the enforcer's nephew, drug dealer Russell Barnes, he might provide the information they needed.
We had sources of information that were close to Russell that gave us the indication that he knew that his uncle had committed the murder. We didn't know to what extent that Russell knew about it.
To To build a narcotics case against Russell Barnes, the FBI enlisted a trusted informant with credibility on the street.
And I can hear what I'm saying coming back through here. All right.
Agents wired the informant, who would engage in controlled drug buys with the enforcer's nephew. Task force members would record each buy. It was a risky operation. If the informant's wire was discovered, he would likely be killed. Agents wanted to build trust and avoid any possibility that Russell Barnes might suspect it was a setup.
What's up, Ice? Hey, bro. Chillin', baby, chillin'. What you need? What you want? What you need? Okay, all right. You want taste?
At first, the informant bought small amounts.
How much is it gonna cost me?
Over time, the transactions increased in size and frequency, and each was recorded.
Bags like this, right over top. That's a nice package. Everything's everything.
But Russell Barnes refused to speak about his knowledge of the murder.
Later.
Agents were no closer to solving the crime. The FBI needed to plant someone closer to the enforcer himself.
They did.
In May of 1993, they discovered their way in. An informant working for the St. Paul FBI on another case mentioned that he and Jeffrey Barnes had done time together. He claimed they were very close and that Barnes trusted him. He said he was sure he could get Barnes to sell him cocaine and to talk about the Duane Walker murder.
You know Barnes really well.
Agents tested the informant's credibility by having him call the enforcer. Within moments, it became clear Jeffrey Barnes was comfortable talking to the informant.
Nah, I've been out a couple of months now.
I'm still in the business. You know me.
It was the break investigators were looking for. Now they needed to find a place for the drug buys, a controlled environment that could be adequately wired.
I've been eating well.
At the time, the informant was living with a relative and couldn't really do things at his home. We obtained a house from HUD and moved the informant into the house. And the informant agreed to record certain conversations that he might have with Jeffrey Barnes.
Investigators set the informant up in a government-owned house on the west side of St. Paul. He was to contact the FBI anytime the enforcer was planning to visit the house for a drug deal. FBI technicians wired the house with electronic listening devices in 3 rooms. Agents knew Barnes liked to boast about being a hitman, referring to himself as Murder Incorporated.
With that information, we tried to encourage the informant to try to bring him to a point where he would talk to him about, you know, acts of violence that he was involved in and things like that. And this is something that Jeff Barnes' reputation was all about, and it's something that he liked to brag about.
Agents coached their informant on how to draw Barnes out about the murder of Duane Walker.
Thank you.
He was to lead the enforcer into talking about the hits he had performed in the past.
Well, look, I don't want to take too much of your time.
In one tape conversation, the informant pretended he wanted Barnes to help him rob a drug dealer.
Let me go up there and rough him up a little bit.
Jeffrey Barnes suggested that they just kill him.
Murder?
Been a hitman a long time.
Barnes told the informant that doing a hit on somebody is not a problem, and he described how he could do it. He would walk up behind the individual, pop him in the head,
with a handgun, let him fall on the floor, wrap him in plastic, and drag his body outside and put it in an alley. And this was the exact same way that Duane Walker had been killed.
Don't want to take up too much of your time. Let's say we get down to business. Don't stay in business long.
It was good circumstantial evidence, but by itself, it wasn't enough.
Okay. I got you, buddy.
Because the buys had been arranged by telephone, investigators secured a warrant to tap the suspect's phone lines. Although the wire intercepts captured no information on the Walker murder, they did produce details of the drug operation. In January 1994, the task force decided it was time to arrest Russell Barnes and hope he would turn on his uncle. On January 29th, they set up another controlled drug buy with an informant. It would happen at a downtown St. Paul hotel. Investigators wired the room for sound.
You can go. Okay.
The reliability of the eavesdropping devices was essential.
Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2.
The recordings would be used in court. And agents would be monitoring from an adjacent room. If Russell Barnes discovered the setup, they would be able to protect their informant.
Okay, go ahead and give me a signal. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
When the room was ready, they would have the informant call the enforcer's nephew and order several ounces of cocaine.
Mary had a little lamb. Testing, 1. Mary had a little lamb. Mary had a little
Investigators from St. Paul Police Special Investigations Unit were conducting the surveillance at Russell Barnes' residence, and after the phone calls were made, with very short delay, Russell went to the hotel.
Russell Barnes had delivered to the informant before.
You can't have, boy. I told you one day we'd be rolling like
see what
this.
you need tonight.
He brought cocaine and the equipment he needed for measuring it.
You came correct. Well, I knew what I had to do.
He suspected nothing.
Big time. Big time.
To him, it was just another deal.
2 keys. 2 keys.
He set up shop and began the transaction, unaware that every word was being recorded. It was important to get a drug dealer off the streets. But what agents really wanted was for Russell Barnes to give a statement about drug boss Ken Jones and enforcer Jeffrey Barnes committing murder. When details of the drug deal were on tape, investigators moved in.
Okay, we're clear.
They had indisputable evidence of Russell Barnes selling roughly 2 ounces of cocaine.
On your knees.
Investigators explained to him that as a 3-time narcotics offender, Russell was looking at a minimum of 15 years in prison. They wanted a statement about his uncle.
Right, Barnes. You know,
We sat him down and we talked at some length about Jeffrey Barnes and his involvement with the Duane Walker homicide. Being somewhat reluctant because this was his uncle, it took some persuasion, and after a while we gained his confidence, and he eventually told us his knowledge about the Duane Walker homicide.
What happened with Walker? Walker.
Jeffrey Barnes had told him Walker tried to steal cocaine from Ken Jones.
Took my gun, put it to his
So they
head.
killed him.
Pow!
The enforcer said they then dumped Walker's body in an alley, doused it with gasoline, and lit it afire.
Nobody messes with my money.
It was, at best, a second-hand confession.
Nobody messes with my drug operation. And
Russell
also
Barnes was taken into
murder that
custody.
boy, Duane Walker.
all right, let's go. Stand up.
Agents also arrested their informant, so no one would know he cooperated.
discovered a 22 cone. Sounds like the one I'm working on. Record.
Drug boss Ken Jones was still on the street, as was his enforcer, Jeffrey Barnes.
Just pop 'em.
But the FBI task force was closing in.
Nothing to it.
By 1994, while trying to dismantle a Minnesota drug ring and solve a 4-year-old murder, the FBI and St. Paul police had arrested dealer Russell Barnes, who agreed to cooperate. He offered details on the crimes committed by his uncle Jeffrey Barnes, including nationwide drug trafficking and the 1990 murder of Duane Walker. According to Sergeant Tom Donaski, investigators had plenty of evidence against Jeffrey Barnes, a known enforcer for drug boss Ken Jones.
In the homicide, we've got a weapon that's been recovered at the airport. We've got Jeff Barnes making a comment to one of our informants that this is how you murder somebody. That's a dope ripoff type of situation. And the actual procedure that he went through when he killed Duane Walker, and now we have his nephew telling us that he's been at his house, blood relative, that we're going to have testify in court that he actually told him about the murder.
In August 1994, investigators staked out the apartment where Jeffrey Barnes was staying. They knew the enforcer was often armed and willing to kill. He had no time to react.
Freeze! Please don't! Put your hands up on the car. Come on, move! Move! Put your hands
Prosecutors did not yet charge him with murder.
Got it?
They went forward with a drug conspiracy case instead.
Let me have your other hand. Right.
Dealing drugs to his ex-cellmate earned Barnes 30 years in prison. They would hold the murder case until they had more evidence against him and Ken Jones. Special Agent Grant Beasy believed having Barnes in prison would make witnesses more willing to talk.
Jeff Barnes had the reputation of being an enforcer. He scared people. We felt that getting him off the street would take away the intimidation factor against some of these other people. And it would be better for us to be able to talk to these other folks with him being locked up.
The plan worked. After Barnes's arrest, investigators met with an associate of Ken Jones. Facing a long prison term on drug charges, he offered to be a government witness. He said he had extensive knowledge about Jones's drug cartel and that he had met Duane Walker just before his murder. In mid-June 1990, Jones had ordered the cooperating witness to drive a pickup truck to St. Louis, where he was to meet Walker. The truck had been fitted with a second fuel tank. Upon arrival in St. Louis, Duane Walker stuffed several bags of cocaine into the false tank. When full, the tank held about 30 kilos of the drug. That amount of cocaine would have been worth more than $1 million. The cooperating witness then drove the truck back to St. Paul, where he turned it over to the drug boss. Walker had arrived earlier and was staying with Jones at his condominium. Jones hadn't paid Walker for the drugs yet. In fact, he and his enforcer decided not to.
The two of them conspire to take the dope and to eliminate the problem and just execute Duane Walker.
That's Bo.
The witness's testimony would explain the motive for the killing. He told the agents that several days later he got a call from the drug boss. He was ordered to come over to the condo immediately. It was Sunday morning, June 24th, 1990, the day following Duane Walker's murder. Ken Jones seemed very nervous. He ordered the cooperating witness to get rid of the truck he had driven up from St. Louis, the one with the false gas tank.
Look, man.
The drug boss demanded that no one be told about the cocaine run. The witness said Jones's girlfriend had also told him about cleaning up blood in the bathroom after the murder.
This picture, you recognize this chick. Do you swear to tell the truth?
In the summer of 1995, prosecutors convened a grand jury to secure witness testimony under oath. Jones's girlfriend was subpoenaed to testify.
That would be Irene, the sister of Charles.
But she denied telling anyone that she cleaned up blood in Jones's
I'm not sure what
bathroom.
you're talking about. I never cleaned up any blood.
The Ken Jones.
If authorities couldn't prove she was lying, they might never be able to indict Ken Jones and Jeffrey Barnes for murder.
No, sir.
I wonder if you would tell us, please, about the evening.
In June 1995, grand jury testimony from others proved that one witness perjured herself when she denied cleaning up blood in the bathroom of drug boss Ken Jones.
Ken Jones, did you not?
I'm not sure what you're talking about, sir.
On June 21st, the grand jury indicted Jones and his main enforcer Jeffrey Barnes for the 1990 murder of Duan Walker. Barnes, the alleged hitman, was already in prison on drug charges. The day after the indictment, investigators staked out the home of drug boss Ken Jones. Although he had insulated himself well against the investigation, Ken Jones was finally arrested for murder.
Cover.
FBI Drug Task Force member Sergeant Tom Danaski was determined to find physical evidence to back up witness testimony at the trial.
Through the investigation, everything focused on the fact that Duan Walker was murdered in the bathroom, and he was shot in the head there. I was thinking that we might be able to still find a trace of blood in the grouting on the floor in the bathroom.
Bureau of Criminal Apprehension technicians processed the bathroom. After Jones was arrested, new tenants had moved into the condo. They gave their consent for the search. The technicians tested for the presence of blood using luminol, a relatively new technique at the time. Luminol reacts with proteins in blood, rendering minute traces of it visible under ultraviolet light.
We were able to determine on the underlayment underneath the tile that there was a significant amount of blood. They were unable to obtain a DNA off that test, but they were able to obtain a test that showed that it was a significant amount of blood, and it was human blood that was still traceable back even 5 years.
Mr. Barnes and Mr. Jones.
It was the evidence investigators needed.
Are, in fact, the head of
On October 31st, 1995, Ken Jones and Jeffrey Barnes went to trial in St. Paul.
Every year, but also for the murder of Duan.
Prosecutors outlined what they believed occurred in Duan Walker's final hours.
These two gentlemen here are responsible for all of this.
Walker had delivered roughly 30 kilos of cocaine to Jones. The drug boss decided he didn't want to pay. That night, he and his main enforcer, Jeffrey Barnes, partied with Walker. Eventually, Walker headed into the bathroom. Jones and Barnes had planned the hit to take place there. Duan Walker was unarmed. Barnes fired 3 shots from his .22 caliber Derringer. As always, Jones maintained his distance. Walker died immediately. Later that night, they wrapped Walker's body in plastic sheets to contain the blood and loaded it into a car. They drove to an alley and dumped the body. To make identification more difficult, they doused the body with gasoline and set it ablaze. Jones used his girlfriend to cover his tracks after the murder. The bathroom floor was covered with blood, particularly the area around the tub where Walker had fallen. She was able to clean the surface, but blood had seeped down into the subflooring. 5 years later, technicians would find it there.
You will come away with the inescapable conclusion.
Ken Jones and Jeffrey Barnes were convicted of murder and drug charges.
Responsible for this murder. There has been
In March 1996, they were both sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole.
associations of these gentlemen through the years.
Jeffrey Barnes, who had once boasted he was Murder Incorporated, was no longer a threat to those outside the prison system. Ken Jones had tried to create an image of himself as a community leader. But his greed led to murder, and he will never leave prison alive.
2 young boys were the only witnesses to their mother's murder. The horrible crime appeared unmotivated, senseless, and random. I'm Jim Kallstrom, former head of the FBI's New York office. The victim, the wife of a prominent Atlanta attorney, was also a woman burdened with a secret. The FBI believed that secret led to her death. They hoped its discovery would also lead to her killer.
November 29th, 1992, Atlanta, Georgia. Travelers returned home at the end of the Thanksgiving holiday.
It's been a long trip, but I'm ready to get home. What about you?
39-year-old Sarah Tokars and her 2 children had spent the long weekend with her parents in Florida. Her husband, a well-known lawyer and judge, was away on business. After a 9-hour drive, they arrived safely in their suburban Atlanta neighborhood of Marietta. The house was dark as they pulled into the driveway. But it was not empty. Sarah did not see a man waiting in the shadows of the garage. He brandished a weapon. The gunman forced Sarah back into the SUV. The terrified woman had a 6-year-old at her side and a 4-year-old still asleep in the car. She had no choice. The man put his gun to Sarah's head and told her to drive towards the city.
Make this left now, this left.
She followed instructions. As they reached an empty development, he told her to turn off. She refused. She pleaded with him to let her children go.
Make this right.
I don't want to go down here.
He answered with a single gunshot to her head. As the gunman grabbed her purse and fled, the vehicle kept rolling. The children still inside. When it came to a stop, Sarah's 6-year-old son had to reach across his mother's body to turn off the ignition. He unbuckled his groggy 4-year-old brother from his car seat, then ran to the nearest house. There, a neighbor called 911. officers responded to the report of a possible homicide in the vicinity of Powers Road. Cobb County Police were dispatched immediately. Homicide detectives arrived as officers fanned out to search for the gunman. Police briefed them on the spot.
What do we have going on?
The two young boys who witnessed the shooting identified the victim as their mother, Sarah Tokars. Their father, Fred Tokars, was out of town. Police were already trying to contact him. Forensic technicians examined the vehicle where it had stopped. There might be trace evidence outside as well as inside the car. An analysis confirmed what the boys had told police. The gunman was sitting directly behind Sarah Tokars when he pulled the trigger. Blood spatter patterns suggested he had used a shotgun. Detectives knew it would be difficult to get detailed information from children so young, especially after such a traumatic experience. The oldest one, 6 years old, would try his best. He said the killer was a black male, wearing jeans, a sweatshirt, and a cap. He could not be more specific. The boy didn't know which way the killer had run after he grabbed his mother's purse. But he said the weapon looked like a pirate's gun that you would see on TV.
And we'll get in touch with them.
Detectives were not sure what he meant. Maybe the autopsy would tell them more. Detectives tracked down relatives living in the area to take custody of the boys until their father could be located. Police learned the family's address by running the plates on the vehicle. They continued the investigation at the Tokars' home where the abduction had occurred. In the living room, they found a security dowel lying next to a sliding glass door. The killer had likely entered the house here. The home security system had not been activated.
Right here, let's get some photographs.
No alarm sounded as the intruder entered.
And then after that, I want you to go ahead and process it.
Perhaps a burglar had taken advantage of the lax security, and Sarah surprised him when she returned home. Whoever the burglar was, he hadn't left any trace evidence at the Tokars' home. There was little to go on, according to Cobb County Chief Detective Arthur Allred.
At this point, we just really didn't know what happened. This was in a upper middle class neighborhood. This was a mother with her two children, and this type of crime was just didn't occur in this area at all. The most serious crime we had probably vandalism. So initially, we were really baffled as to what had happened and why.
Sarah's eldest son worked with a police sketch artist and described the man in the dark who had killed his mother. The drawing of a thin black man wearing a knit hat was released to the public. But the 6-year-old's description was too vague to elicit any viable leads. The victim's husband, Fred Tokars, was contacted at his hotel in Montgomery, Alabama. He returned to Atlanta immediately. As a criminal defense attorney, Tokars was aware he would be considered an early suspect in his wife's murder. He had his own attorney present when he spoke to authorities. They quickly established his alibi so police could pursue more promising leads.
We need to have some
Detectives confirmed that at the time of the murder, Fred Tokars was in Alabama.
In the area of why did you come back home?
He had been visiting a client incarcerated in the Montgomery jail. The grieving husband assured police that he and Sarah had a strong marriage.
I don't answer any questions. I just want to basically, see the kids.
He would do anything he could to help find her killer.
Due to the nature of what's going on, we have a job to do.
All right, guys.
Tokars agreed to walk detectives through the house.
Anything's been messed up here.
As far as he knew, the doors were locked and the security rod was in place when he left for Montgomery.
You said it before you left, right?
My wife usually does that.
He explained that they had intentionally left the alarm off because a plumber was scheduled to fix the hot water heater over the weekend. Tokars led detectives to the basement where he kept his home office. He said he usually had about $1,500 locked in the safe. Now it was open and empty.
I do keep some cash in there.
Its combination was hidden in a nearby file.
For the trip.
Only he and his wife knew it was there. Perhaps Sarah had taken the money on her trip to Florida. It was also possible that the burglar had found the combination and taken the cash.
Looks like everything's okay.
Ultimately, Tokars couldn't specify how much money, if any, was missing.
All right.
To police, nothing else in the house seemed disturbed, and no clues pointed to the killer's identity.
A lot of people were frightened. A lot of people just couldn't believe that this would happen to a mother in front of her children, and especially in the neighborhood where it occurred. So there was a lot of pressure on the department to find who had killed her.
All right, how you doing?
Police hoped the coroner's report would give them more.
Just finishing up.
Lab examiners confirmed that Sarah Tokars had been killed with a .410 shotgun. To a child, if that type of weapon had been sawed off, it might look like a 17th century flintlock pistol used by pirates on TV.
And it's
Only the plastic wadding and buckshot were recovered from the SUV.
It might be a 410 or maybe a 20 gauge.
Because no shell casing had been ejected, they would not be able to match anything to a specific weapon if one were later found.
Maybe 410. I'll get to the ballistics for you.
The examiner discovered no foreign hairs, fibers, or fingerprints on the body or clothing. The anonymous killer had left nothing that could lead investigators to his identity. Former Assistant United States Attorney Buddy Parker, like many members of the Atlanta community, was stunned by the news of the murder.
We had a discussion that morning about the notoriety of the homicide, of it being the wife of Fred Tokars, who was known within the legal community, having been a former assistant district attorney for Fulton County. I was familiar with Fred Tokars in his role as a criminal defense lawyer in a matter that was then pending in our office, a matter regarding the investigation of a particular drug dealer.
Fred Tokars' lucrative criminal defense practice brought him into contact with many men accused of federal drug charges. Rarely does such a murder have a simple motive. Solving the case would not be easy. The following day, 2 women came to the Cobb County Police Station. Sarah Tokars' sister and her cousin had a file they needed to show detectives. Sarah had entrusted her sister with the file 3 years earlier.
You know what this is?
This is some of her husband's friends.
At the time, Sarah made her promise to take it to police if anything ever happened to her.
Something would happen, like divorce, overseas banking.
It contained what appeared to be lists of Fred Tokars' bank accounts and their balances.
I told her 3 years ago.
Well, how long have you known?
The women suggested that the papers might be related to Sarah's attempt to divorce Fred.
His family, my family have been friends. I can't put up with it anymore.
Her sister's marriage was not as strong as Fred had led police to believe.
That might be so, but I know what you've been doing.
Sarah wanted a divorce, But whenever she broached the subject, he threatened to use his legal connections to get sole custody of their children.
All right, guys. Let me tell you something.
Sarah was trapped.
Divorce, but you'll never see the
If she ever hoped to divorce Fred and keep her children, she needed leverage.
Well, in case there was a divorce.
After the incident, Sarah had secretly copied some of Fred's files and gave them to her sister for safekeeping.
Quite a long time.
She suspected they outlined illegal activities he might be involved in. If that were so, they could be her only leverage against him in court. Investigators reviewed the files carefully. Perhaps they would help police determine whether Sarah Tokar's death was a botched robbery or a carefully planned conspiracy. Cobb County detectives called the FBI office in Atlanta for help. They hoped that Special Agent Michael Twible could determine if Fred Tokar's bank statements were somehow linked to the murder.
We were contacted by the Cobb County authorities concerning the documents they had discovered, which were brought to them by Sarah Tokar's sister and cousin, which revealed that Mr. Tokar's, her husband, had been involved in setting up offshore bank accounts and offshore corporations.
It would take time for Agent Twible and his team to unravel the names and finances on those documents to see if they had something or nothing to do with the death of Sarah Tokar's. On December 3rd, 1997, 4 days after the shooting, Sarah Tokar's was laid to rest. Her 2 children were left motherless. Investigators still had no leads that pointed to the identity of her killer. Whoever had killed the young mother was still out on the streets. Just after Thanksgiving in 1997, the FBI and local investigators continued their search for the lone gunman who shot and killed Sarah Tokar's, the wife of a prominent Atlanta attorney, in front of her 2 young children. Sarah's 6-year-old child had given a vague description of the suspect to police in Cobb County, Georgia, but they still had no solid leads. Copies of her husband's bank statements were sent to the FBI field office in Atlanta for closer scrutiny. Special Agent Michael Twible hoped to provide insight as to whether the documents might somehow be connected to Sarah Tokar's murder.
Once we reviewed these documents, it revealed that Mr. Tokar's had set up offshore banks and corporations, not only in the Turk and Caicos, but in Montserrat and in the Bahamas. These documents also showed that he had set up numerous corporations and nominees' names in the Atlanta, Georgia area.
Nominees are people who in name only head dummy corporations for purposes of money laundering. Although Fred Tokar's had never been accused of money laundering himself, he was an expert on the subject. Buddy Parker, a former assistant U.S. attorney, was aware that Tokar's was not only a well-known lawyer, he was also a certified public accountant.
Fred Tokar's was known within the Atlanta legal community as a person who held himself out to be an expert in money laundering, and in fact conducted lectures for law enforcement authorities at the state level on money laundering.
Investigating the finances of a man like Fred Tokar's would be a delicate business. He was well-liked and well-connected among Atlanta's power elite.
He was well-known in Cobb County. He was also well-known in political circles, in as much as he had been appointed as an assistant municipal court judge, and he had been an assistant solicitor for Fulton County. He had a lot of friends in high political places and helped on numerous campaigns of state and local officials.
I'm wondering if you have any
Investigators again met with Tokars and his attorney.
Because I work part-time.
They told him they believed his business dealings could be connected to his wife's killing and asked him about his clients.
Has your wife mentioned anything to you about anyone that she...
Fred Tokars admitted several were violent drug dealers who operated in dangerous circles.
In my office, I really looked them out here in Atlanta.
One in particular was reputed to have been a major cocaine supplier in the Atlanta area. The dealer had returned home to Detroit after another one of Tokars' clients had allegedly forced him out of the South. Not long after, he was gunned down in front of his mother's home. The murder weapon, a handgun found later in a nearby alley, had been traced back to a gun shop north of Atlanta. Tokars suggested that the dealer's remaining crew, or even those who murdered him, could have had Sarah killed to send a message to the lawyer.
We can arrange something and get it over to you.
Detectives secured a warrant to search the attorney's office to see if they could find any link to the killer in his papers.
Thank you.
That night, local investigators and IRS agents conducted a thorough search of the office. They confiscated files, datebooks, and business calendars dating back several years, but found no direct clues to the murder. In the margins of Tokars' datebooks, agents did find notations of offshore accounts. The total deposited in these accounts far exceeded the amount Tokars claimed on his taxes each year. It looked as if Fred Tokars had used his expertise in money laundering to his own financial advantage. Local and federal officials met with representatives of the Atlanta United States Attorney's Office.
So that's a good start for us.
They suspected Fred Tokars' illegal activities went far beyond money laundering.
Discovered in looking at Al Brown's, well, owning some clubs.
Money laundering was already on our radar screen, if you will. Secondly, now we have evidence coming out of the Tokars' home of offshore bank accounts. With those two clear facts, we felt that there was a firm basis to open an investigation formally on Fred Tokars.
Parker learned that in August of 1992, the DEA had arrested one of Tokars' clients in a sting operation. His name was Anthony Brown. Brown had a reputation as a cocaine dealer in Atlanta. The day before, agents had intercepted one of his couriers in Texas and seized more than 100 kilos of cocaine. Inside the trunk of Brown's car, agents found $50,000 in cash. They also found documents revealing Fred Tokars was more than Brown's defense attorney. He had incorporated an Atlanta nightclub for the drug dealer.
It was believed by law enforcement that the nightclub was a front to help launder the drug proceeds of the drug trafficking organization that Brown was a member of.
DEA agent Jeff Dahlman had participated in the sting operation to arrest Brown. Parker hoped Dahlman's drug trafficking case would help with the murder investigation.
What had happened as a result of the homicide of Mrs. Tokars was that the light got turned on Fred Tokars' past of what he had been doing for the past several years. And what was illuminated was that he'd been involved with several drug traffickers in the Atlanta area.
How are you doing?
Investigators wondered how deep that involvement went.
You have a few minutes?
Police re-interviewed Tokars' neighbors to see if they had missed anything.
I was wondering if on Sunday evening...
One close friend confirmed that Sarah wanted to divorce her husband, but she was afraid of him.
Terrible tragedy. Sounds good. Yeah, we might be able to meet you.
Not long before she was murdered, Sarah confided that she had found some of her husband's documents that seemed suspicious. According to the neighbor, Sarah said these weren't simply lists of offshore accounts. They were stronger proof of criminal activities.
Hey, listen, I need to give you a call back. Yeah, just a few minutes.
About a week and a half before Sarah Tokar's murder, Sarah Tokar's explained to her that she now had the goods on Fred, that she had found documents or records that indicated he had engaged in or was engaging in tax evasion, and that she was going to go to the authorities with this information and she could then get a divorce.
If Sarah had confronted her husband with the evidence, it might have motivated him to harm her.
Any reason to believe
Investigators additionally found the name of a Tokar's private investigator.
Appreciate it. Work with you.
The PI admitted to agents that Tokar's had hired him to approach drug dealers about laundering their profits.
That's right, Mr. Tokar's silent.
He was listed as one of the owners, along with Fred Tokar's, of another Atlanta nightclub, according to Special Agent Michael Twyble.
We determined that he was an owner of a company, but through our further investigation, we realized that he was a nominee. And when I say the word nominee, I mean the fact that he was delegated to the person being legally responsible as being an owner of the club, but in actuality, he was not.
Fred Tokar's had constructed the entire scheme. According to the private eye, Tokar's courted reputed drug dealers like Anthony Brown, men who had a lot of cash, but no place to invest it without raising suspicions of the IRS. Tokar's, a money laundering expert, proposed depositing their drug profits in offshore accounts and in businesses like clubs that operated primarily on a cash basis. The money could then be filtered through legitimate financial institutions.
And the way you would launder the money is, even though it's still in cash, you would pay entertainers on paper $15,000, when in actuality you paid them $5,000 cash.
Tokar's would receive thousands for each transaction.
He was actively involved, knowing that these people were drug traffickers and what they were doing with their money. The object was to open corporations, mainly nightclubs, cash businesses where they could easily hide their assets, where they could easily run their drug proceeds through them.
Authorities believe the connection between Fred Tokar's and drug traffickers had somehow led to his wife's murder. But the details were elusive.
Get back in that car now!
Weeks after the murder of Sarah Tokar's, a man capable of murdering an innocent mother in front of her children remained at large.
Got a shotgun blast to the back of the
By December 1992, several weeks after Sarah Tokar's was killed, federal and state authorities had still not found the lone gunman and still had no clues to his identity.
So it's a lot of...
Shortly before she was brutally murdered, Sarah believed she had discovered papers in her husband's law office that documented his illegal activities. Former U.S. prosecutor Buddy Parker believed that Sarah had likely threatened to expose Fred Tokar's with those documents unless he agreed to a divorce.
That began to give us a feeling that Sarah Tokar's was murdered to keep her mouth shut about her knowledge or her belief about her husband's role and involvement in laundering drug money for drug traffickers.
Fred Tokar's not only represented violent drug dealers, he had gone into business with them. Investigators now had evidence Tokar's clients were laundering money through several nightclubs. If his wife had threatened to expose him, Tokar's, as well as his clients, had a lot to lose. The FBI took a hard look at the nightclubs the attorney had incorporated. Special Agent Michael Twyble had to wade through piles of state records, searching for a name that could link Tokar's directly to the murder.
We started reviewing company and corporation records and liquor license and business license that Mr. Tokars had incorporated. We started looking at these different clubs to see actually who owned them.
Major drug suppliers like Al Brown contributed the funds. A middleman purchased the clubs. And Tokars set up the entire deal, as DEA agent Jeff Dahlman discovered.
They didn't really trust Mr. Tokars to launder money in offshore bank accounts. It was too elaborate. They wanted their money where they could touch it, where they could feel it, where they could use it every day, where they could buy cars with it. And so the laundering, in essence, in this investigation, turned towards the laundering of money through nightclubs, through incorporation of the nightclubs.
FBI agents interviewed employees of the nightclubs. Over time, they were able to piece together the structure of the business, its owners, and its profits. To Attorney Parker, it was like assembling a complex puzzle.
Never heard anything about money laundering.
The picture of how the nightclub money laundering was structured was really developed through insiders, through inside drug traffickers who ultimately decided to cut plea agreements with us and to cooperate and provide evidence.
But nothing from the nightclubs pointed to Sarah Tokars' killer. After months of frustration, Cobb County Police finally got a break. A detective working on the case got a tip from his brother, a deputy in nearby Fulton County. The deputy remembered seeing Fred Tokars' name in the file for a businessman who had an outstanding arrest warrant. The businessman's name was Eddie Lawrence, wanted for writing bad checks on one of Tokars' accounts. Of all Tokars' business associates and clients, Eddie Lawrence was a name he had never mentioned to police. Authorities quickly learned that Eddie Lawrence and Fred Tokars were involved in several businesses together. These included construction, renovation, and mortgage companies. Tokars had also defended Lawrence in several minor brushes with the law. It was a long shot, but it was the only lead they had left.
Eddie Lawrence had, through Fred Tokars, been granted access to some of the most prominent individuals within the city. Fred would take Eddie to some of the big political fundraising functions, and all of a sudden Eddie was, like I said, he's very presentable. He could certainly mingle and not be embarrassed at cocktail functions and things, and engage in conversations, and so he was living this wonderful life, and the way he got there was through Fred Tokars.
A few days later, the young businessman agreed to questioning after police discovered records of calls between he and Tokars on the day of the murder. Eddie Lawrence said he had been in business with Fred Tokars for almost a year. He claimed the phone calls were all job-related. He knew nothing about Sarah Tokars' murder. The detectives had Lawrence arrested on the bad check charge and then released him on bond. They wanted to see which one of Tokars' associates got nervous when they heard Lawrence was being investigated.
This is a shock to me when I heard about her death.
The plan worked. The confidential informant contacted police. The word on the street was that Eddie Lawrence had been looking for a hitman prior to Sarah Tokars' murder. He had pressured one of his employees to help him find someone to kill a woman who he claimed stood in the way of a lot of money. The employee gave Lawrence a name, Curtis Rower. Rower was a drug addict with a long rap sheet including armed robbery. He needed money. Maybe he'd be interested. Although the informant didn't mention Fred Tokars by name, investigators finally had a potential link between the victim's husband, Eddie Lawrence, and a hitman. Detectives interviewed Eddie Lawrence.
No, I deny it.
We have information
They questioned him about his relationship with tow cars.
that says recently you were trying to get him to come.
Why would I have somebody
He claimed no involvement in the murder.
when I had nobody around?
Police felt he was lying.
Making any progress here. I have a warrant. Your name.
On December 16, 1992, police detained Lawrence and revoked his bail because of the flight risk. They wanted him in custody when they went after Curtis Rower. Detectives immediately secured search and arrest warrants for a house in College Park where Rower was staying. They proceeded with caution. If Rower was capable of killing an innocent woman in cold blood, there was no telling what he might do when cornered. On December 22, 1992, 3 weeks after a mother of two was murdered, Cobb County Police circled a home in College Park to arrest suspected hitman Curtis Rower. The woman who answered the door said she wasn't sure if Rower was home. An initial sweep of the house produced nothing. Still, they kept up their guard. One officer thought he heard movement in a bedroom.
Curtis, you in the bed. Let me see your hand.
It was Curtis Rower.
Hands where I can see them. Stay on the ground. Stay facing.
He was unarmed.
Going out further. Lay down, all the way down. Spread your hands out. Keep them spread.
Rower was booked and charged with murder.
Give me your left hand.
He claimed that Eddie Lawrence, Fred Tokar's business partner, had offered him $5,000 to kill Sarah Tokars, but Rower was too scared to go through with it. He said Lawrence was the one who had caused Sarah's death. Rower admitted that he had carjacked the family. But when Sarah Tokars stopped, he said that he couldn't pull the trigger. At that moment, Eddie Lawrence ran up to the car, screaming for Rower to shoot. Lawrence grabbed the shotgun and it went off, killing Sarah Tokars. Both men then fled in Lawrence's car. Though police believed Rower was downplaying his role, Sarah's 6-year-old son was the only other witness they had to refute his claim. He remembered only one shooter. The boy would be forced to identify the man who terrorized his family from a lineup unless Eddie Lawrence corroborated Rower's story. Authorities charged Eddie Lawrence with conspiracy to commit murder, but Lawrence refused to confirm or deny Rower's statement.
Hello?
Cobb County Police notified Fred Tokars that Eddie Lawrence and Curtis Rower had been formally charged with his wife's murder. He received the news at Sarah's parents' house in Florida, where he was vacationing with his sons for the holidays.
Who's on the phone?
It's the police. They've arrested someone for the murder. So.
Thank God for that.
His relatives later said that while the rest of the family expressed relief, Fred Tokars did not. He seemed despondent. The arrests of Lawrence and Rower had made national headlines. Tokars was caught in that same spotlight and refused to give any statements to the press. Because the suspected hitman's story conflicted with Tokar's son's version, the 6-year-old was asked to view a suspect lineup.
We're gonna be
Police explained that though he would be able to see 5 men staring at him, they would not be able to see him. The one-way mirror would prevent that. When the child said he was ready, investigators called for the men. All of them resembled the boy's description of his mother's killer.
Okay, Michael. One of these gentlemen gave you the first.
Detectives reassured him that he could take as much time as he needed.
You should take your time. You should look at him closely. You should tell me.
But it was no use. The child was either too young or too frightened to remember the killer's face. When relatives tried to reach Fred Tokars in Florida to inform him, he was nowhere to be found.
Fred left the company of his in-laws and returned to his hotel room where no one heard from him. And the following morning, they tried to raise him on the telephone. They tried to find him, and there were no responses.
Concerned, Sarah's father rushed to the hotel where Tokars was staying.
Fred! Fred! Fred!
Fred Tokars had swallowed a handful of sleeping pills and washed it down with beer. The manager of the hotel quickly called an ambulance.
He had apparently attempted to take his life after hearing that Eddie Lawrence, this business partner of his, had been arrested for the murder of his wife.
Sarah's father found a note written in Fred Tokars' handwriting on the table beside the bed. In the locked hotel room, Fred Tokars wrote a long, rambling note apologizing for the pain and suffering his lifestyle had inflicted upon his family. He wrote that Sarah was a great woman. Then, on the day before Christmas Eve, Fred Tokars swallowed a handful of sleeping pills, enough to kill him. Fred Tokars lay on the bed, barely breathing. If he died, the truth about his wife's murder might die with him.
Come on, Fred.
Yes. Yes, there's been emergency.
In late December of 1992, Fred Tokars, the once prominent Atlanta attorney now suspected in his wife's murder, lay motionless in a Florida hotel room from an overdose of sleeping pills. He was rushed to a nearby hospital where they were able to revive him.
Thank you for coming down today.
After his release, he held a press conference.
Really tough time for myself and also for my children.
He told the public that he was very depressed and that the media was not making it easy.
Who did this terrible crime?
Tokars had gone to the extent of establishing residency in Florida to avoid the attention.
The whole way through this, so.
But he believed that justice would soon be served.
For your time.
Mr. Tokars, may we have your comment on the arrest of Eddie Lawrence?
The FBI believed justice would soon be served as well. Convinced that Fred Tokars had used his business associate Eddie Lawrence to hire a hitman to kill Fred's wife, Sarah, the team of federal and local investigators would use federal racketeering statutes known as RICO to prosecute Tokars. Building a RICO case to prove Sarah Tokars had been killed to protect her husband's illegal activities meant outlining those activities in detail.
The RICO statute, it attacks basically this conspiracy of individuals who are out committing all types of different crimes, not necessarily together, but they're all for the benefit of this criminal group to exist, to continue to exist, and to make money.
Looks like things are coming together a little bit. I appreciate all you.
A federal grand jury named Tokars as an unindicted co-conspirator in the homicide.
Yeah, we've come up with some.
Though Tokars' partner, Eddie Lawrence, had remained silent after 7 months in prison, investigators hoped the public indictment might encourage Lawrence to testify against Tokars. Not long after, the Atlanta U.S. Attorney's Office received a phone call that Eddie Lawrence was ready to cooperate in exchange for sentencing consideration.
We've got some work to do.
Let's go.
For Lawrence's long-awaited statement, investigators secured a remote location in Georgia that would be monitored by chopper surveillance. DEA agent Jeff Dahlman was part of the team that needed to make sure nothing went wrong.
We were there before Mr. Lawrence was brought in. His location had been kept a secret from everybody involved. The only people that knew of where Mr. Lawrence was actually being held at that time were the Cobb County Police Department. Mr. Lawrence at that time was a key witness in this investigation, and his safety was paramount to everyone.
Inside a fortified house, Eddie Lawrence told investigators